Chapter 1. Shock to Tang San, System Activation. Outside the Holy Soul Village, in the early morning, a misty sky enveloped the surroundings as two young boys, clad in patched garments, dashed out from the tranquil village. Entrance. The boy in front, named Tang San, possessed a wheat-colored complexion and appeared remarkably robust. His pair of eyes gleamed with an intense brilliance. In contrast, the boy trailing behind, while similar in age, exhibited some deficiency. Particularly when he ran, his body swayed unsteadily, as if he might topple at any moment. Before long, the two arrived at a small hill just outside the village. Tang Ge, I'm off to train. Tang San called out to his companion, before moving to an open area to begin practicing his martial arts. As the sun began to rise, he promptly settled into a meditative posture on the ground. Tang Ge was the name of the boy who struggled with a leg ailment. Observing Tang San commence his training, he too ventured a short distance away to engage in physical exercise. However, it wasn't long before he found himself out of breath, panting heavily as he took a seat on a large stone at the edge of the slope to rest. Turning his head, he beheld Tang San, who was enveloped in a swirling purple aura, and a tinge of envy flickered in his eyes. Why must there be such disparity among us, both being traversers? Tang Ge lamented, his expression one of despondency, as he sighed deeply. Point one is endowed with a profound legacy and an illustrious background, destined to ascend to divinity. The other, abandoned by his parents at a tender age, grapples with congenital paralysis, facing a bleak future. It's unfortunate enough to have traversed into the world of Douluo Continent, but to lack any golden fingers. How is one to avoid becoming a mere idle fish in Holy Soul Village for a lifetime? Indeed, like Tang San, Tang Ge was also a traverser. However, his former identity was that of an ordinary homebody, and upon his arrival, he had been relegated to the status of an orphan, utterly devoid of skills or any golden fingers. In his helplessness, Tang Ge resolved to leverage his sole inherent advantage, his disability, to cultivate a rapport with Tang San, hoping that one day, the latter might lend him a helping hand. Each day, he persisted in training alongside Tang San, striving to showcase his resilience, in hopes of evoking sympathy from him. Perhaps, in a moment of kindness, Tang San might impart to him the Shantian skill. Even the slightest technique, such as the ghost shadow misty step, would suffice. At the very least, it would allow him to flee more swiftly in the event of an encounter with wild beasts while gathering firewood or herbs in the mountains. Yet, reality proved Tang Ge's hopes to be mere fantasies. With the soul of an adult, Tang San had not even disclosed the existence of the Shantian skill to his biological father, let alone to an outsider. Thus, as the years slipped by, with days turning into countless repetitions on that hillside, Tang San grew increasingly formidable, while Tang Ge remained an idle fish. However, after 6 years had elapsed, the true reason for Tang Ge's perseverance, despite his congenital disability, lay in the shared surname he bore with Tang San. This Tang surname was not given by the village chief of Holy Soul Village, who had adopted him, but originated from a jade token that hung around his neck. The jade token itself was unremarkable, yet its front bore the engraving of the character Tang, while the back was adorned with intricate cloud patterns with a faint hammer-shaped design discernible at its center. However, the hammer-shaped pattern is exceedingly obscure, unbeknownst even to the village chief. It was only at the tender age of 4 that Tang Ge stumbled upon it by chance. In the realm of Douluo Continent, if the hammer-shaped emblem signifies a martial soul, then there exists but one location for it. Gently stroking the jade token concealed within his garments, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Soon, the narrative of Douluo Continent shall commence. If my conjectures hold true, perhaps this lethargic existence of mine may yet find an opportunity for resurgence. At that moment, the sun in the east had fully risen, casting its golden rays that dispelled the mist enveloping the hillside. As the dew evaporated, a warm sensation enveloped Tang Ge, prompting him to stretch his waist. Never mind, 6 years have already elapsed, there's no rush. I should first strengthen my relationship with Tang San. Muttering to himself, Tang Ge prepared to descend from the large boulder. Yet perhaps due to the morning dew or his own clumsiness, as he stood up, his foot unexpectedly slipped and he plummeted down the steep slope. Ah! A cry of despair echoed, startling Tang San, who had just concluded his training some 10 meters away. Tang Ge. Upon witnessing Tang Ge tumble down the incline, Tang San's face was etched with shock, unable to comprehend how the usually resilient Tang Ge could suddenly contemplate such a dire act. However, there was no time for Tang San to dwell on such thoughts. Observing Tang Ge's fall, he immediately activated his ghostly shadow technique and rushed forward. The wind howled fiercely past his ears. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, suspended in midair and falling in a spread-eagle position, was filled with rage, nearly cursing the heavens. As his descent accelerated, his face turned pale. Am I destined to be the first traveler to perish at the onset of my journey in Douluo Continent? Ding. Congratulations, host. The shock system has been successfully activated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed your first shock. A luxurious shock gift pack has been awarded. Now stored in the system space. I could see that moment. An unexpected notification resonated within Tang Ge's mind. The shock system? With the emergence of this voice, Tang Ge, still plummeting, was momentarily startled, his pallid visage swiftly transforming into one of exhilaration. The system has activated? In disbelief, he realized that the system he had yearned for over the past 6 years had manifested just as he was about to meet his demise. In a state of urgency, he could not help but shout, "System, save me!" Ding! Detection of imminent death for the host. According to the first binding rules, the host is granted an automatic protection against death. Buzz. With the system's declaration, a transparent shield abruptly materialized, enveloping Tang Ge entirely. Then, the 100-meter drop seemed to vanish in an instant. Finally, Tang Ge landed heavily on the ground, but to his astonishment, he felt no excruciating pain, nor did he bleed. As the light veil faded away, Tang Ge, lying flat on the ground in a large character shape, cautiously opened his eyes, only to be met with a blinding brilliance that brought tears to his eyes. Ha ha, at long last, fortune has smiled upon me. 6 years, a full 6 years, from the day he arrived in this world with memories intact. Tang Ge has been plagued by despair due to the congenital disability of his right leg, leaving him in a state of profound confusion. Despite the village chief, who took him like a son and never treated him with disdain because of his physical shortcomings, Tang Ge harbored a deep-seated anguish within. Especially during outings. Whenever he sensed the peculiar glances of other children his age in the village, he felt an unbearable heaviness in his heart. In those moments, he longed to bellow. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not belittle the youth in poverty. Yet, Tang Ge understood that mere complaints would not resolve his issues. Resignation would earn him no sympathy from others. Thus, upon learning that he had arrived in the Douluo Continent, he gritted his teeth and endeavored to overcome his physical limitations, training day after day alongside Tang San. He sought to learn from Tang San while also using him as a goal to spur his own efforts. One must have aspirations in life. Without goals, what difference is there between existing and being a walking corpse? And now, with a fall from the cliff, the system activated, and the bitter endured has finally yielded sweet rewards. Lying on the slightly cool ground, Tang Ge was both laughing and crying, appearing somewhat deranged. So much so that Tang San, who had just slid down the steep slope, halted in his tracks upon witnessing this scene, hesitating to advance any further. After a considerable pause, he cautiously approached. Tang Ge, are you all right? I'm fine. As Tang Ge regained his composure, he shook his head. Tang San, still concerned, inquired, are you truly unhurt? Should I fetch Grandpa Village Chief? With a sense of helplessness, Tang Ge stood up and performed a few stretching exercises before bouncing around to prove that he was indeed unscathed. Incredibly, he was truly fine. Tang San felt a mixture of relief and astonishment. He looked up at the steep slope, towering over 100 meters, then glanced back at Tang Ge, who bore no signs of injury, struggling to comprehend how he had emerged unscathed. Ding! Congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, gaining 5 points of shock value. The system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind as he stood opposite Tang San. Chapter 2. The Might of the Sacred Body. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Ge recalled the luxurious surprise gift pack still resting in the system space. He hastily addressed Tang San. San, I'd like to train here a bit longer. You can head back. Just promise me you won't jump off the cliff again. Tang San earnestly cautioned. Why would I want to jump off a cliff? That was purely an accident. A frown appeared on Tang Ge's forehead as he feigned impatience, waving his hand dismissively. I know. You're so nagging, San. If you don't leave soon, I might just jump. Tang San, hearing this, could only laugh and shake his head. However, he ultimately did not remain here. After bidding farewell to Tang Ge, he returned to Sacred Soul Village. As soon as he left, Tang Ge could hardly contain his excitement and inquired, System, I wish to open the luxurious shock gift pack. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have opened the luxurious shock gift pack and received a mysterious weapon soul, which has automatically fused with you. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have opened a luxurious shock gift pack and acquired the chaotic hammer technique, which has seamlessly integrated into your memory. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have opened the luxurious shock gift pack and obtained a powerful holy body, which has automatically merged with your physical form. In a system space of approximately 10 squares, a gift pack lay quietly. But at that moment, with the sound of the notifications, the previously dormant gift pack suddenly erupted in a blinding radiance, and 3 beams of light shot forth from within. One beam of light intertwined like a sword, tearing through the heavens and the earth. Another beam resonated with thunderous hammer strikes. The last beam emitted a dazzling golden light, where 4 extraordinary forms flickered and shifted within. As these 3 beams of light emerged, they swiftly left the space and surged directly into Tang Ge's body. Caught off guard, Tang Ge let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. He curled up in agony, the excruciating pain from the 3 beams making him feel as if his head and body were about to burst, his eyes bulging. Ultimately, unable to endure the torment any longer, Tang Ge began to repeatedly crash against the rocky wall. Bang! 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 The sounds of impact echoed beneath the cliff. Strangely, with each collision, Tang Ge not only emerged unscathed, but his previously frail physique began to grow stronger amidst the golden light. His height increased, his hair lengthened. Furthermore, at the moment when the fabric of Tang Ge's clothes tore with a loud rip, he revealed a perfect body radiating a bronze hue and imbued with terrifying power. Yet, due to the intense pain, Tang Ge had fallen into a semi-conscious state, utterly unaware of the transformation occurring within him. Moreover, under the force of his increasingly perfect body, the once unyielding rock wall began to tremble. Rocks shattered and cascaded down from above, and cracks multiplied. Finally, when the golden light enveloping Tang Ge suddenly surged and then rapidly receded, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! With a violent impact, the rock wall was forcibly dented, creating a massive human-shaped pit. Countless fragments of stone flew in all directions, startling nearby birds in a frantic flight, their cries echoing as they flapped their wings. As dust swirled around, a figure suddenly emerged from the cloud. It was none other than Tang Ge, who had just created a gaping hole in the rock wall. Now fully awakened from his prior stupor, he appeared not only devoid of any weakness, but also brimming with vitality. Yet, as he surveyed the scene before him, Tang Ge's expression was one of astonishment and disbelief. Did I really create all of this? Gazing at the enormous humanoid crater he had inadvertently created in the rock face, Tang Ge was filled with disbelief. Moments ago, he had felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, and within him surged a volcanic eruption of pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. He was so disoriented that he could hardly comprehend the system's notification. Now that he had regained his senses, Tang Ge was immediately struck by the exhilarating power coursing through his body. He suspected that a single punch from him could fell a bull. Even more astonishingly, he discovered that the congenital disability in his right leg, which had plagued him for 6 long years, had miraculously healed. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet left him utterly elated. Finally, it's finally over. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed. Ding. The luxurious shock gift package has been fully distributed. The host's personal data has been updated. Would you like to view it? Upon hearing the notification, Tang Ge suppressed his excitement and silently commanded, "View." In an instant, a virtual frame materialized before his eyes. Shock system. Host, Tang Ge. Level none. Martial soul. Unawakened mysterious martial soul. Martial technique. Chaotic cloak hammer method. Physique primordial sacred. Body fusion degree. 10. Shock value. 5. As this virtual frame appeared, the information regarding the earlier luxurious shock gift package resurfaced in Tang Ge's mind. 3 treasures awaited him. The first was the mysterious martial soul, which would only reveal itself upon awakening. The second was the chaotic cloak hammer method, a technique devised by the Hao sect of the Douluo Continent for the Hao hammer if he could execute a continuous series of 81 strikes. He could even shatter domains. Tang Ge had not anticipated acquiring such a hammer technique. However, without awakening the Hao hammer martial soul, he would be unable to fully unleash its true potential. Nevertheless, both the mysterious martial soul and the chaotic cloak hammer method merely stirred his enthusiasm momentarily. What truly sent Tang Ge into a frenzy of joy was the third treasure, the primordial sacred body. A legendary battle physique, unparalleled and transcendent. Existing in the ancient era of the world once perfected, it could rival that of an emperor. Moreover, the primordial sacred body boasted advantages such as immunity to all evils, the ability to counter anomalies, invincibility among peers, and unmatched physical prowess. The mere thought of the primordial sacred Buddha's performance in the vast world filled Tang Ge with unwavering confidence. Even without awakening his martial soul, should he cultivate the primordial sacred body to its pinnacle, he would sweep through the Douluo world with ease. Regrettably, the strength of the primordial sacred body also implied the consumption of vast resources, and the probability of achieving mastery was nearly non-existent. Of course, discussing mastery was still premature for Tang Ge at this moment. His true concern lay with the resources required to cultivate the primordial sacred body. After all, following his recent ordeal, he had only reached a fusion degree of 10 that only upon complete integration would he enter the awakening phase, and the resources needed for that were incalculable. Fortunately, the system also included a feature that allowed for lottery draws using shock value by amassing 10,000 shock points. He could procure various treasures from across the myriad realms. Acquiring sources and sacred medicines from the vast world was not beyond the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, even so, Tang Ge could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. It seems that for the time being, the focus must remain on the awakening of martial souls. As he pondered this, a sudden low growl, reminiscent of a distant howl, pierced the air. Tang Ge's attention was drawn, and he swiftly spotted 8 gray wolves emerging from the thicket a mere 7 or 8 meters away. As they appeared, their fierce, glinting eyes fixated upon Tang Ge. Among them was a wolf king towering an impressive height of 2 meters. In the past, the sight of such a multitude of wild wolves would have prompted Tang Ge to flee at once. Yet now, he felt no fear instead. A smile blossomed on his youthful face that a living target has presented itself just the opportunity to test the power of the sacred body. Ow wow! As if comprehending Tang Ge's words, the wolf king's cunning eyes flared with fury, and it let out a low growl in response. Under its command, a gray wolf immediately dashed out of the pack, transforming into a gray shadow as it pounced towards Tang Ge. In midair, the charging gray wolf opened its massive mouth, revealing its fierce fangs. A strong stench suddenly assaulted the senses. Tang Ge frowned, his face full of disdain. So stinky. Without any preparation, he simply tightened his right fist and swung it forward violently, immediately producing a loud, cracking sound in the air. Howl! The gray wolf that had just pounced in midair let out a tragic scream and was sent spinning out. By the time it crashed to the ground about 5 or 6 meters away, its insides were shattered, and its gray fur was completely stained red. One punch. The gray wolf is dead. Tang Ge's fighting spirit was ignited, and coupled with the frustration accumulated over the past 6 years that needed to be vented, he let out a loud shout and charged towards the wolf pack. Even though he had not learned any martial arts techniques, his powerful physique from merging with the ancient sacred body was not something a group of beasts could compare to. As he entered the wolf pack, Tang Ge demonstrated the terror of the ancient sacred body to these beasts. With one punch, he smashed the head of a gray wolf. With another punch, he collapsed the entire abdomen of another gray wolf, causing its eyes to bulge out. Moving among the wolves, Tang Ge seemed to transform into a god or demon. And with the explosive sounds of air, a series of piercing wolf howls continuously rang out. In just a moment, the originally ferocious 7 gray wolves had completely turned into corpses. The wolf king that had tried a sneak attack was also sent flying by Tang Ge's punch. Trying to escape? Seeing the wolf king that had landed and was turning to flee towards the woods with its tail tucked, Tang Ge's eyes narrowed. Then he noticed a fist-sized stone on the ground beside him, and he kicked it hard. Poof! The sound of air exploding echoed. The stone instantly turned into an afterimage and shot towards the wolf king that was escaping into the woods. The wolf king howled and released a burst of white light. The flying stone collided with the white light, instantly shattering, but the power of Tang Ge's ancient sacred body still slammed into the wolf king. Oh! The wolf king let out a mournful and unwilling scream, and its 2-meter-tall body crashed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, its entire body was completely stained red with fresh blood. At the same time, a white halo gradually emerged from the dead wolf king. Seeing this white halo, Tang Ge couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, revealing a look of surprise on his handsome face. A spirit ring? He never expected that this wolf king was actually a 10-year spirit beast. After the surprise, Tang Ge was filled with joy. The ancient sacred body was indeed incredibly powerful. He had just begun to merge with it, yet he could easily kill a 10-year spirit beast. If he awakened it, could he not hunt 1,000 or 10,000-year spirit beasts? And what if he added a martial soul and martial soul techniques to that? God of Killing. Chapter 3. Old Jack, the village chief, after a while. The white spirit ring that emerged from the wolf king slowly dissipated. Tang Ge, who had stopped his wild thoughts upon seeing this scene, felt no heartache. It was just a 10-year spirit ring, not worth his attention at all. If he were to merge with a spirit ring, it would have to be at least a 1,000-year level. However, knowing that it would still take some time for people from the spirit hall to arrive, Tang Ge realized that thinking about these things now was pointless. He muttered to himself, "Forget it, I'll go back first. I don't even know if Tang San told Grandpa Village Chief about me falling." He looked up at the sky and noticed that the sun had already risen high. Tang Ge didn't stay here any longer. After collecting all the wolf corpses on the ground into the system space, he turned to leave. At the entrance of Shenghun Village, as the morning passed, the awakened villagers began to step out of their homes. A bullock cart was approaching the village entrance, loaded with goods. Tang Ge, who had just returned, didn't see the village chief and felt relieved. As soon as he spotted the middle-aged man driving the bullock cart, he smiled shyly. "Uncle Ali, you're going to Notting City so early. Early to go, early to return. The roads are not easy to navigate when it gets dark," Uncle Lee replied involuntarily. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly reacted. "Wait, who is that sturdy-looking kid with tattered clothes? Do I know him?" Uncle Lee looked confused, wanted to call out and ask for the boy's name, but the boy had already entered the village and disappeared from view. "Forget it. Maybe my memory hasn't been great lately." Uncle Lee shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He continued driving the cart towards Notting City. On the way back to the village, feeling extremely happy, Tang Ge ran all the way, greeting the villagers he passed. When he encountered a cute 3-year-old girl, he stopped to play with her for a while. When he left, he had a skewer of candied hawthorn in his hand, of which he had just taken a bite. Behind him, a loud wailing began. "Woo, my yaya's candied hawthorn, wah wah wah." Hearing the crying, a burly man with a beard rushed out from a nearby butcher shop, wielding a cleaver. "Which little brat dares to bully my yaya? I'll chop him up." Tang Ge felt anxious and hurried his steps to leave. Soon, he returned to the village chief's house. "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm back." As soon as he reached the door, Tang Ge couldn't help but shout, "It's Tang Ge. Grandpa will open the door for you right away," came an old voice from inside. Before long, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, the previously closed door suddenly swung open, revealing an old man with white hair and a cane at the entrance. It was Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Just as he was about to ask Tang Ge why he had returned so late, he looked up and saw Tang Ge's appearance, causing his murky eyes to become confused. "Who is this little guy?" "Grandpa, it's me, Tang Ge. Don't you even recognize me?" Tang Ge frowned and said, "The voice sounds quite similar. But this figure." Old Jack frowned and directly straightened his face. "Come on, take a couple of steps so the old man can have a look." Tang Ge, if it were someone else, they would have slapped him long ago. So it turns out having a limp has become my exclusive trademark, huh? However, in the face of Grandpa Village Head's request, Tang Ge still had to obediently comply. Moreover, to prove that it was his own problem, Tang Ge not only took 2 steps, but also spoke about some things from his childhood that only he and the village chief grandpa knew, conveniently finding a reason that he had become like this after taking an elixir. In the end, old Jack finally believed that this sturdy young man before him was indeed Tang Ge. Tears of excitement flowed from his cloudy eyes as he directly embraced Tang Ge. "Good. The heavens have opened their eyes. Finally, my Tang Ge's health has improved." "Grandpa." Tang Ge felt a pang in his heart and barely held back his tears. After a while, the grandfather and grandson reluctantly parted ways. Old Jack looked at the strong-bodied Tang Ge, who was taller than many 13 or 14-year-olds, and he couldn't help but feel more and more satisfied. His wrinkled face was beaming with joy. "Come on, let's go home. I'll help you tidy up your hair. And you need to change into some new clothes, too. And, Tang Ge, you can't eat just anything when you go out in the future." "Got it, Grandpa," Tang Ye nodded seriously. Then he helped old Jack and carefully enter the house. In the afternoon, as the sun moved westward, golden sunlight poured down, filling the entire Shenghun village. The villagers, who were originally busy with their own tasks, suddenly began to discuss something as if they had heard news. "Have you heard? The village chief's boy, who had a limp, is actually cured." "Can a limp really be cured? You're not lying to us, are you?" "I heard that too. That little guy, Tang Ge, not only got rid of his limp, but he looks like a whole new person, strong and handsome. Could it be that some soul master helped him? I don't know about that. But isn't that little Tang Ge? If you want to know, just ask him directly. Wow, look at his build and looks. If I had a daughter, I would really want to bring him into my family." More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge was cautiously making his way forward when he accidentally caught the attention of dozens of eyes. The mix of astonishment, curiosity, and eagerness made Tang Ge's scalp tingle. Seeing that the villagers were about to gather around him, he was so scared that he quickly turned and ran, not stopping until he reached the west end of the village. Reflecting on the discussions he had just heard, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile bitterly. The village chief really was something, spreading the news of his recovery throughout Shanghan village. Now, Tang Ge, was famous. Indeed, everyone in the village now knew about his recovery. Initially, he was unaware of this. When he woke up from his afternoon nap and saw the village chief returning from outside with a big smile on his face, he thought the chief had encountered some good news. Now, Tang Ge understood. The village chief had taken advantage of his nap to tell the villagers about his recovery. Tang Ge didn't feel any resentment about it. He understood that the village chief did this entirely for his own good, not wanting him to be looked at with strange eyes by the villagers as before. However, just thinking about how the village chief had fallen asleep in the rocking chair from exhaustion before he left home made Tang Ge feel a pang of heartache. He couldn't help but clench his fists and silently vowed, "Grandpa, don't worry, Tang Ge will not let you down." Chapter 4. Can I give it a try? After a while, Tang Ge managed to calm his emotions. Thinking about the purpose of his outing, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes, and he immediately continued walking toward the west end of the village. Soon, 3 extremely simple adobe houses came into view. On the large roof of the central house, there stood a wooden sign with a rudimentary hammer painted on it. This was Tang San's home. Tang Ge came today mainly to deliver a message from Grandpa Jack. In 3 days, a soul master from the Spirit Hall will come to Holy Soul Village to preside over the awakening ceremony. At that time, whether it's Tang Ge or Tang San, all children of appropriate age will participate in the awakening ceremony. The awakening ceremony will determine a person's fate. Tang Ge originally thought it would take some time, but unexpectedly, during lunch today, he learned this news from Grandpa Jack. After waiting for 6 years, the plot is finally about to unfold. Just thinking about the various major events that are about to happen fills Tang Ge with immense excitement and anticipation. Coincidentally, Grandpa Jack also needed to inform Tang San about the awakening ceremony, so he took the initiative to take on this task. With his inherent advantage of being familiar with the plot, Tang Ge was not worried that Tang San's father would stop him. Moreover, he had another purpose for coming here today. In an instant, Tang Ge couldn't help but quicken his pace. The closer he got to the mud brick house, the louder the sound of hammering became, which he could only faintly hear before. By the time Tang Ge finally arrived at the door of the house with a hammer sign, the intense heat that hit him transformed the hammering sound into a series of wonderful notes. Ding, 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 ding. Even though there was a room door in between, Tang Ge seemed to see a small figure continuously raising the iron hammer high and then smashing it down fiercely. The movements were fluid. There was no hint of clumsiness, as if it was flowing like water. Could it be that he has already started to learn that hammer technique? Tang Ge's eyes brightened, and after clearing his throat, he immediately shouted, "Xiao San, it's me, Tang Ge." His voice directly overshadowed the sound of the hammer. The sound of the iron being struck continued, but with a creak. The door of the blacksmith shop was opened from the inside. A tall figure appeared at the doorway. "What do you want with Xiao San?" It was still the disheveled Tang Hao, looking at Tang Ge with a somewhat drunken gaze, speaking. Tang Hao, a title Douluo over level 90. Even though this was already the 5th time he had seen Tang San's father in 6 years, Tang Ge still couldn't help but feel his heart race and was extremely nervous. He spoke up very cautiously. "Uncle Tang, I am Tang Ge. Grandpa Jack asked me to bring a message that 3 days later, a soul master from the Spirit Hall will come to host the awakening ceremony." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang Hao's previously listless face finally showed a hint of interest. He wasn't particularly concerned about the awakening ceremony, but after scanning Tang Ge with his eyes back and forth, he said, "The kid from old Jack's family? Walk a couple of steps and let me see." "Damn, just because you're a titled Douluo, does that mean you can tease children?" Tang Ge was so angry that he wanted to bite someone. However, to show that he was a well-behaved child who respected his elders, he said nothing and immediately took a couple of steps back and forth. In the end, Tang Ge, with a shy and embarrassed expression, said, "I accidentally ate a fruit today and suddenly turned into this." "Well, since you're looking for third party, come in." After Tang Hao withdrew his gaze, he didn't ask any more questions, nodded, and turned back into the house. Only then did Tang Ge, who had been tense, finally relax. However, thinking about the fact that there was no prompt sound in his mind, he couldn't help but pout. So stingy. In the blacksmith shop, by the blazing furnace, 6-year-old Tang San was wielding a large iron hammer, continuously striking a fist-sized iron block. With each blow, the iron block visibly shrank and brightened. "Tang Hao, who had just returned, saw this scene, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes before he returned to his usual dull expression. He said, "Stop. Your friend Tang Ge is here to see you." Tang Ge. He came to find me? Hearing his father's words, Tang San immediately thought of what happened in the morning. After the iron hammer in his hand fell once again, he gradually stopped. He put down the hammer, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and turned around. "Father, where is Tang Ge?" "I'm here, Xiao San." Before Tang Hao could answer, Tang Ge's figure appeared at the door. He smiled and waved at Tang San. However, when Tang San saw Tang Ge, the originally puzzled handsome face instantly turned into one of shock. He stared at Tang Ge in disbelief. "Why, you really are Tang Ge?" Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Tang San is shocked, gaining 5 points of shock value. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Hearing the system prompt, Tang Ge felt very satisfied. Indeed, Tang San was quite something. Then, he repeated what he had said to Grandpa Jack to Tang San. After listening, Tang San couldn't help but feel emotional. However, he felt no jealousy and sincerely said, "Congratulations, Tang Ge." "Thank you." Tang Ye knew did. Not far away, Tang Hao frowned and couldn't take it anymore. He impatiently urged, "What are you two kids so sentimental about? Just get to the point. If you have something to say it quickly." Tang San was accustomed to it and didn't feel anything unusual. However, Tang Ge appeared to be quite embarrassed. So he quickly changed the subject and explained the purpose of his visit to Tang San. Upon learning that the village would hold an awakening ceremony in 3 days, Tang San, who lacked information on this matter, seized the opportunity to ask detailed questions. Because there was a titled Douluo watching nearby, Tang didn't dare to say too much. He could only share the information that Grandpa Jack would know. There are 2 types of martial souls: tool martial souls and beast martial souls. After awakening a martial soul, one will generate martial soul power, which is categorized into 10 ranks: Soul Master, Soul Scholar, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Saint, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Titled Law, and Super Titled Law. Each rank is further divided into 10 levels. Finally, Tang Ge changed his tone and proudly lifted his head. "Of course, our Holy Soul Village is also quite impressive. According to Grandpa Village Chief, our village produced a Soul Sage of the 8th rank 100 years ago." Just as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice came over. "Little guy, that's just a legend." It was said by Tang Hao. If old Jack were here, he would definitely be furious. But Tang Ge pretended not to hear and looked expectantly at Tang San. "Little San, there are 3 days left. Are you going to go then?" Tang San hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but look at his father. Noticing the expectation and anxiety in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao ultimately refrained from rejecting him. He said lightly, "Aren't there still 3 days left? Keep forging. I'll definitely work hard." Tang San, who had received his father's approval, nodded excitedly. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who was standing aside, rolled his eyes and, after pausing for a moment on the forging platform not far away, suddenly spoke up, "Uncle Tang, can I give a try?" Chapter 5. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, shocking Tang Hao. As soon as he spoke, the eyes of the father-son duo, who were in conversation, instantly turned to Tang Ge. "You want to give a try? Forging?" A trace of flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he spoke. Tang Ge quickly nodded. Yes. Uncle Tang, I heard that many of the farming tools in the village are made by you. So I've always been very interested in forging. In the past, I was weak and couldn't do many things, and I didn't dare to have any ideas. But now, I really want to give it a try. Uncle Tang, do you think it's okay? In the end, Tang Ge's voice was full of pleading. Even Tang San couldn't help but speak up. "Father, please let Tang Ge give it a try. Since that's the case, then let's give it a try." Tang Hao looked deeply at Tang Ge and chose to agree. However, in his heart, he did not believe that this little guy, who was randomly eating fruits, could easily handle a hammer he had never touched just because his body had become stronger. Forging seemed simple, but it was truly a technical skill. Hopefully, that hammer would make the little guy experience some hardships. Tang Hao gave up on leaving and simply leaned against the wall, waiting lazily. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, accompanied by Tang San, walked up to the forge. Pointing at the hammer and fist-sized iron were placed on the table. Tang San said, "This is the hammer I used and the half-forged iron ore. Do you want to replace them?" "No need, just these will do." Tang Ge was eager to give it a try. Without needing Tang San to teach him, he picked up the hammer from the forging table. Seeing Tang Ge handle the hammer so casually, Tang Hao, who was leaning against the wall and had been somewhat hopeful, immediately shook his head and closed his eyes. Even Tang San couldn't bear to watch and couldn't help but remind him with a wry smile, "Tang Ge, can you take it seriously?" "Okay, I'll be serious." Upon hearing Tang San's reminder, The smile on Tang Ge's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a solemn expression. As information about the chaotic wind hammer technique continuously emerged in his mind, he began to slowly adjust his standing posture. The moment he felt the unity of his mind and body and entered the right state, Tang Ge's legs, which are positioned at an angle, suddenly sank down. Using his legs as a starting point, he generated power that directly drove his waist. Then, he used the strength of his waist to propel his back, leaning backward as he swung the hammer high with his right arm. In that moment, as the hammer was raised, the force from his back rapidly pushed his arm down, striking the iron ore on the forging table with great force. A dull thud resounded instantly. If a beginner were to use such great strength without rich experience, the moment the hammer struck the ore would definitely lead to serious consequences. At best, they would be knocked back by the reaction force of the hammer bouncing off the ore. At worst, they could directly injure their waist. But unfortunately, Tang Ge was not a true beginner. So when the forging hammer fell and rebounded, he exerted force with his calves again, swung the hammer, turned, and dropped it, directly forming a perfect cycle. In an instant, the rhythmic sound of hammering began to resonate in the room. During these days, aside from exercising outside, Tang San had been in the blacksmith shop learning forging techniques, and at this moment, his eyes were wide open in astonishment. He stared blankly at Tang Ge, who was forging iron ore as if it were performance, his eyes filled with disbelief. This technique of exerting force was so remarkable that not only Tang San, but even Tang Hao, who had been lazily leaning against the wall pretending to doze off, stood up straight without realizing it. The look of despair on his face vanished, replaced by deep shock. The chaotic wind hammering method. It was actually the chaotic wind hammering method. If it weren't for the fact that the one forging at this moment was just a 6-year-old child, Tang Hao would have probably rushed over to grab him. He never expected that in this remote Holy Soul village, there would be someone using the chaotic wind hammering method, a technique he thought only he possessed. However, Tang Hao was not an ordinary person. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. He gazed at Tang Ge, who was fully demonstrating the forging technique, furrowing his brows and murmuring to himself. Perhaps this little guy didn't even know he was using the chaotic wind hammering method. Maybe he truly had a talent for forging, intuitively mastering such techniques. Furthermore, he shared the surname Tang. Could it really be just coincidence that he had such a talent? Initially, Tang Hao did not care that another child with the surname Tang had appeared in Holy Soul Village. After all, the Tang surname was not exclusive to his lineage. But now, with the experience of this scene before him, he suddenly began to contemplate Tang Ge's origins. For a moment, in the small blacksmith shop, aside from the rhythmic sounds of forging, there was no other noise. Only one figure continued to swing the hammer, coming down time and again. Meanwhile, the father and son duo quietly watched this scene. And so, unknowingly, nearly 5 minutes passed. Tang Ge ultimately had to stop after striking the iron hammer 34 times due to the limitations of his physical fitness. However, even so, the iron ore, which was originally the size of a fist, had shrunk significantly. Looking at his masterpiece from these few minutes, Tang Ge wiped the sweat from his forehead after putting down the hammer and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. At the same time, he heard the system's notification sound in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Tang San using the chaotic wind hammer technique, earning 10 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Tang Hao using the chaotic wind hammer technique, earning 5,000 shock points. Damn, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Even the shock points are so impressive. Seeing the 5,000 shock points generated from Uncle Tang, witnessing his use of the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang Ge felt as happy as if he had eaten honey. If this happened again, wouldn't he be able to unlock a lottery draw from the heavens? Tang Ge looked forward eagerly while glancing at Tang Hao not far away. Shyly speaking up, Uncle Tang, do you think my performance is good? Is it good? Tang Hao really didn't want to speak at this moment. However, he still pretended to be calm and nodded. Not bad. Keep it up. Hearing the affirmation from the titled Douluo, Tang Ge's face immediately lit up with a smile. He clenched his fist and said, I will definitely keep working hard in the future. Uncle Tang, I will head home now. Grandpa is still waiting for me at home. Xiao-san, I will come and find you again in 3 days. With that, Tang Ge happily wobbled out of the blacksmith shop. Watching Tang Ge disappear outside the door, Tang Hao never asked how he acquired such blacksmithing skills. Some things are best left to unfold naturally. However, after retracting his gaze, he immediately looked at Tang San, who had just come back to his senses. Feeling the deep gaze from his father, Tang San suddenly felt a wave of panic in his heart and couldn't help but say, "Father, it's getting late. Should I go make dinner? You don't need to cook. You've been here forging iron or since before the awakening ceremony, and you are not allowed to leave without my permission." After coldly throwing down this sentence, Tang Hao turned and walked away. Tang San was left alone in the room, his expression bitter. Chapter 6. The Arrival of the Spirit Hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge and Grandpa Jack went out together and arrived outside Tang San's house at the west end of the village. "Little San, come out quickly." Tang Ye shouted loudly. After a while, the door of the blacksmith shop in the middle was pushed open, and Tang San walked out yawning. He seemed to have not rested well, with dark circles under his eyes and a face full of fatigue. Tang Ge was very surprised and asked, "Little San, didn't you rest last night?" Hearing Tang Ge's question, Tang San's tired face instantly filled with resentment. For the past 3 days, he had been living like years, even giving up his plans for outdoor exercise. Aside from eating, all his remaining time was spent forging iron ore. Now, just seeing the hammer and the iron ore made Tang San want to vomit. However, it was worth it. After 3 days of hard work, it wasn't in vain. Just thinking about that piece of iron essence he successfully forged and his father's approving nod made Tang San's mouth involuntarily curl up. This scene was seen by Tang Ge, who couldn't help but laugh in his heart. It seemed that the day he accidentally used the chaotic hammering technique had really stimulated Little San's father, making him treat his own son so harshly. But the fact that Little San could still smile now truly showed he was a natural masochist. Meanwhile, old Jack, unaware of what had happened 3 days ago, saw Tang San come out and revealed a kind smile on his aged face. "Little San, Grandpa is here to pick you up." "Thank you, Grandpa," Tang San shyly said. Then he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the room beside him. The voice of Tang Hao came from inside the room. "Leave early, come back early." Tang San's expression brightened, and he nodded heavily. After leaving the blacksmith shop, under old Jack's guidance, Tang Ge and Tang San quickly arrived in front of the spirit hall at the center of the village. Outside the spirit hall, 7 village children were already waiting there, all of whom were of the appropriate age to undergo their spirit awakening this year. "Grandpa Village Chief, Grandpa Village Chief." Upon seeing old Jack approach, the 7 children spoke up. However, when their gazes swept over Tang Ge, who was with old Jack, a clear flash of fear appeared in their eyes. Tang Ge looked at the situation, curled his lips in disdain. Just these little brats. A couple of days ago, they dared to call him a monster behind his back, but after a few punches, they ended up crying and obediently calling him Brother Tang. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard from a distance. Everyone's attention was drawn over, and they saw a young man dressed in a white tight-fitting outfit, with a black cloak draped over his back, walking towards them. Right in the center of his chest, there was a soul character the size of a fist. Tang Ge was suddenly jolted when he saw this, realizing that the first supporting character, Su Yun Tao, from the storyline of Douluo Continent, had finally appeared. As expected, after old Jack greeted the young man, he immediately addressed the children. "Kids, this is the Battle Soul Master from Nodding City, here to help you awaken your martial souls." The mention of the Battle Soul Master from Nodding City brightened the eyes of the group of children, who hurriedly imitated old Jack's earlier gesture and bowed to the young man. "We have met the Master. We have met the Master." The young man, Su Yun Tao, was taken aback when he heard the children calling him Master. The title of Master was not something that just anyone could bear. If his colleagues back in Nodding City found out, he would definitely be ridiculed. So, Su Yun Tao quickly waved his hand and impatiently urged, all right, I have limited time. The sooner you awaken, the sooner we finish. Follow me inside." After saying that, he stepped into the martial soul hall first. Encouraged by old Jack, Tang Ge, Tang San, and the other 7 children followed him in. Inside the martial soul hall, at Su Yun Tao's request, the 9 children who entered lined up in a row. Knowing about Tang San's innate full soul power and twin martial souls, Tang Ge switched positions with Tang San to complete his shocking achievement, placing himself in front of Tang San. However, there were no other children behind them. Looking at the relaxed Tang Ge, Tang San couldn't help but whisper, "Tang Ge, aren't you nervous? What's there to be nervous about?" Tang Ge, have innate full soul power right from the start, destined to become a peerless genius entitled Douluo," Tang Ge said confidently. Upon hearing this, Tang San was left speechless. He noticed that this childhood friend who had grown up with him seemed to have completely changed ever since he started eating recklessly. He had become increasingly narcissistic. However, when he thought about the punishment he received from his father, Tang San suddenly felt a bit dissatisfied. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Then what do you think of me, Tang Ge?" "You?" Tang Ge's gaze fell on Tang San, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded and spoke. Although you're slightly inferior to me, you're still a genius. It's no problem for you to have full innate soul power. However, Xiao-san, I have a feeling that your martial soul might be blue silvergrass. His voice was not loud, and the other children, aside from Tang San, did not hear it. However, Su Yun Tao, who was preparing for the ceremony, heard it. He seemed to find it amusing and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang Ge has a thick skin and doesn't think much of it. After all, how can a sparrow know the ambitions of swan? But when Tang San felt the mocking gaze of the soul master on him, his face immediately flushed red with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. However, he was even more annoyed by what Tang Ge had just said. He actually claimed that his martial soul was blue silvergrass. Friendship over. At this moment, Su Yun Tao had already arranged a hexagonal formation with black round stones and held a crystal ball in his hand. He wiped the smile off his face, looked over the 9 children in front of him, pointed to the hexagonal formation on the ground, and said lightly, from left to right, "Enter here." A faint light emerged from the formation. The first child stepped inside. Next, as Tang Ge remembered, the plot did not change. After Su Yun Tao activated his martial soul, the lone wolf, starting from this first child who entered the hexagonal formation, until the person before Tang Ge finished. The 7 children awakened martial souls that were either sickles or hoes, and 1 girl had blue silvergrass. All these martial souls were useless. Moreover, they had no soul power within them and could not cultivate. Su Yun Tao, who had initially held a glimmer of hope, was extremely disappointed. When it was Tang Ge's turn, he impatiently urged, "You, the future titled Douluo little genius, come and finish the test quickly so you can go home and drink milk." Ha ha ha. A group of children who were originally feeling down because they had not awakened soul power were immediately amused by Su Yun Tao's words. Even Tang San couldn't help but bite his lip to keep from laughing. Seeing this, Tang Ge's face suddenly darkened. Laugh now. After a while, you won't be able to laugh anymore. Chapter 7. Graphical Martial Soul. Innate full soul power. Facing his first martial soul awakening, the confidence on Tang Ge's face was not feigned. After all, even Tang San, who had cultivated the Shintian skill, could directly achieve innate full soul power upon awakening. So how could he, possessing the ancient sacred body, be any lower than this level? Innate full soul power? That's a piece of cake. Of course, in terms of the type of martial soul, Tang Ge still had a tiny bit of expectation. He didn't know if his awakened martial soul would be the Hao-Ian hammer, or if he would get a Hao-Ian hammer along with a mysterious martial soul gifted by the system, directly becoming a twin martial soul. With these thoughts, Tang Ge had already stepped into the hexagonal formation. Su Yun Tao didn't waste words and directly activated the power of the hexagonal formation, causing a much brighter golden light to emerge than before. Standing in the formation, Tang Ge only felt a surge of power flowing through his body, and then an object began to materialize in the palm of his left hand. Tang Ge looked down and was surprised to see a scroll appearing in the palm of his hand. The scroll was very simple, depicting only a Tai Chi diagram. The entire image was completely black and white. It wasn't the Hao-Ian hammer. Seeing his awakened martial soul, Tang Ge was secretly astonished. However, as he connected his consciousness to the martial soul, a surge of information about the martial soul appeared in his mind, and he nearly jumped up in excitement. It was actually this thing, but since there were others around, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his excitement. He pretended to be puzzled and looked at Su Yun Tao. "Master Soul Master, my martial soul is just a pattern martial soul. Although it's a bit stronger than those sickles or hoes, it's really nothing special." Su Yun Tao shook his head and said. Suddenly, Tang San's voice came from behind. "Tang Ge, don't be discouraged. This pattern martial soul is quite good. Maybe our Holy Soul Village will rely on you to paint the couplets for the new year in the future." Tang Ge turned his head and glanced at Tang San after hearing that. This guy actually had a smug smile on his face, encouraging him. What a child. "I won't lower myself to your level." Tang Ge pouted, but didn't provide any explanation. After retracting his martial soul, he placed his hand directly on the crystal ball. Boom! Golden light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire martial soul hall. A group of children instantly closed their eyes. However, Su Yun Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Innate full soul power." After a long while, the golden light gradually faded. Su Yun Tao returned to his senses from the shock, and his gaze fell on Tang Ge, filled with both amazement and a hint of disappointment. Noticing the confusion in Tang Ge's eyes, he took the initiative to explain. to become a soul master. Soul power is of utmost importance. Without soul power, regardless of whether the martial soul is good or bad, one cannot cultivate into a soul master through meditation. And you, born with level 10 soul power, possess what is known as innate full soul power. As long as you select a soul ring to merge with your martial soul, you can become a soul master. At this point, Su Yun Tao's eyes were filled with complexity. He hadn't expected that, after visiting several villages, he would encounter a child with innate full soul power at this last stop. Innate full soul power is a rare occurrence in a century. Unfortunately, the other party's martial soul turned out to be an uncommon pattern martial soul. However, Su Yun Tao did not voice these thoughts, but instead reached out and patted Tang Ge on the shoulder. Little guy, you are indeed a little genius. I hope that, as you said, you can become a revered title Douluo in the future. Yes, I will definitely work hard. Tang Ge nodded seriously. However, at this moment, he was already laughing inside, as the sound of system notifications continued to echo in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Su Yun Tao, gained 200 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Tang San, gained 20 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Xiao, who gained 1 shock point. In just a moment, this group of people in the Wuhuan Hall directly provided Tang Ge with a total of 227 shock points, with Su Yun Tao contributing the most. Tang San was second. Among the 7 children, one was extremely stingy, only giving a little. However, Tang Ge didn't mind at all, and in his heart, he had already planned to spread the news about his innate full soul power throughout the entire Holy Spirit village as soon as the ceremony was over. Innate full soul power, a future title Douluo even more impressive than a soul sage. Once these hot topics spread, it would be shocking for the entire village not to be amazed. Tang Ge had already imagined the scene of the shock value skyrocketing. For a moment, he no longer cared about Tang San's earlier mockery of his martial soul being trash, and with a smile, returned to Tang San's side. He patted Tang San's shoulder and said with a grin, "Go for it. Xiao San, Brother Tang, is counting on you." Seeing Tang Ge's smug expression, a black line appeared on Tang San's forehead. However, he didn't say anything, took a deep breath, and stepped into the hexagonal formation. Golden light shone. In the palm of Tang San's right hand, a blue silvergrass appeared. Seeing this blue silvergrass that represented his martial soul, Tang San, who had originally held great expectations, suddenly felt his breath catch, and his face turned dark. It really was blue silvergrass. He never expected that his martial soul would actually be guessed correctly by Tang Ge. How poisonous could that mouth be? Tang San felt helpless in his heart and wanted to give Tang Ge a fierce glance. But he seemed to have discovered something and couldn't help but lower his head to look at his left hand. He found that a silver hammer had suddenly appeared in the palm of his left hand. These two martial souls? Tang San's heart suddenly started a race. However, he was not an ordinary child. While tightly gripping his left hand, he immediately began to circulate the Xiantian skill, gradually calming his emotions. Not far behind him, Tang Ge, who had been observing Tang San, noticed the movement of his left hand and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Twin martial souls, he thought. Should I reveal this secret later to shock little San? Just as he was planning this, Su Yun Tao, with a disappointed expression on his face, pushed the glass ball in front of Tang San. Blue silver grass, a useless martial soul. Let's measure your soul power. Tang San nodded. Then, another burst of dazzling golden light erupted. The sounds of children's astonished exclamations filled the spirit hall. Su Yun Tao's heart tightened, almost making him lose his connection to the spirit fusion. He could hardly imagine that in this spirit ceremony, a small village like Holy Spirit Village could actually produce 2 innate full spirit power children in succession. It was truly a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. He recalled that when he awakened back then, he seemed to only have 2 levels of spirit power. A wave of inexplicable jealousy surged in Su Yun Tao's heart. However, when his gaze swept over Tang San and Tang Ge, thinking of their spirits, he couldn't help but shake his head. Unfortunately, they all had useless martial spirits. But Su Yun Tao didn't say anything to discourage them. Instead, just like he had with Tang Ge before, he reached out and patted Tang San's shoulder. "Little guy, work hard. I look forward to your growth." "Thank you, Spirit Master." Tang San nodded. Su Yun Tao stopped speaking, and after canceling the martial soul fusion, he waved his hand to put away the 6 round stones and crystal balls used for the formation. Chapter 8, The Yin-Yang Life and Death Chart. The 4 Swords of Zhu Xian. Creak. With a soft sound, the long-closed doors of the martial soul hall finally opened again. Old Jack, who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed when he saw Su Yun Tao coming out. Soul Master, thank you for your hard work. Moon was Su Yun Tao nodded, a slight smile appearing on his cold face as he said, Congratulations, your village has 2 children this year with innate full soul power. 2 children with innate full soul power? From our village? Old Jack was instantly stunned, disbelief written all over his aged face. Seeing Old Jack's expression, Su Yun Tao understood the man's feelings. He didn't interrupt, but waved his hand to place a certificate in the seam of the other's clothing before turning to walk away. It was only when Old Jack regained his senses that Su Yun Tao's voice came again. I know your village has 1 work-study student every year, so keep that certificate well. This certificate allows your village to have an additional work-study student. Work hard. Innate full soul power is a rare gift. Don't waste this talent. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. At this moment, the children who participated in the awakening ceremony also came out one after another. Old Jack hurriedly treasured the 2 certificates and turned his gaze to the children. Hello, Grandpa Village Chief. Grandpa Village Chief, I'm home. Before Old Jack could ask anything, the 7 children who had not awakened their soul power left with disappointed expressions. Finally, only Tang San and Tang Ge were left. You too. Old Jack's voice suddenly trembled. Tang Ge walked up to Old Jack and hugged him, then looked up, revealing a row of white teeth as he nodded enthusiastically. Grandpa, I've awakened my innate full soul power. And me, Village Chief Grandpa. Behind him, Tang San couldn't help but chime in. Upon hearing this, Old Jack immediately burst into a hearty laugh. Good, good. It seems our Holy Spirit Village is going to have 2 more soul saints. Come on, Xiao San. I'll take you home first. We need to let your dad know this good news. Soon after, the old man and the 2 boys left the spirit hall and headed toward the west side of the village. After dropping off Tang San, Old Jack hurried back home to prepare a lavish lunch to celebrate for Tang Ge. However, Tang Ge was still preoccupied with his martial soul, so he didn't return with Old Jack. He promised Old Jack that he would hurry back for lunch, then directly left the village. At the cliff's edge, when Tang Ge arrived at the place to activate the system and confirmed that no one else was around, he eagerly called up his personal profile panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Zhejian Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Holy Body Fusion Degree 10 Shock Value, 5247 compared to before. Tang Ge's profile had undergone a tremendous change, not to mention his shock value surpassing 5,000 in terms of level. He had transformed from an ordinary person into a level 10 soul master with innate full soul power. With the awakening of his soul power, Tang Ge could clearly feel the flow of soul power within him. However, he didn't focus too much on that. Instead, he directed his attention to the martial soul section. Twin martial souls. Staring at his awakened martial soul, Tang Ge's gaze was intense. The yin-yang life and death diagram was transformed from the 4 great phenomena of the ancient holy body, with 1 yin and 1 yang forming the Taiji array. Mysterious and profound. The 4 Swords of Zhejian, a mysterious martial soul obtained as a system reward, were treasures of the saints in the primordial world. Not to mention the unknown abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Just one of the 4 Swords of Zhejian could easily crush the Hao Ian Hammer and the 6-Winged Angel. And now, Tang Ge possessed all of them. If this were to be known by the Spirit Hall, along with the fact that Tang Ge had innate full soul power, they would likely do everything possible to bring him into the Spirit Hall. But unfortunately, the graphical martial soul was already rare, and Su Yun Tao's level was too low, so he couldn't see the profoundness of the yin-yang life and death diagram. Tang Ge felt a hint of regret in his heart, as he missed another opportunity to harvest shock value. However, although he didn't particularly dislike the actions of the Spirit Hall, he had no intention of joining them in the early stages. After all, strength is the most important thing, no matter where one is. With this thought in mind, after putting away his personal information panel, Tang Ge felt a movement in his heart. With his palms open, a glow suddenly appeared in the center of his hands. In his left palm, a scroll unfolded, and the yin-yang taiji slowly rotated, with 2 streams of black and white energy continuously circulating within it. The power of life and death. Feeling the information transmitted from the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge murmured to himself. He then turned his gaze to his right palm. In his right palm, a sword materialized. As soon as the sword appeared, a fierce and terrifying aura was released from it, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently with the burst of sword energy. Upon seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but recall a poem in his mind. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath the Sumi mountain. No need for yin and yang to forge. Can there be no water and fire to temper its brilliance? Slaying immortals brings fortune. Exterminating immortals brings demise. The immortal traps glow red all around. The transformations of immortals are endlessly marvelous. The blood of the great Luo immortals stains the robes. This poem describes the four swords of Zhu Xian, showcasing their immense power, especially when they form the Zhu Xian sword array. It becomes the most formidable killing formation under the heavens, with unmatched sharpness and strength. Tang Ge didn't know if he would ever have the chance to witness the grandeur of the sword array of Zhu Xian in the future. But now he suddenly realized that, with his current level, he was completely unable to present all four swords of Zhu Xian. Moreover, when he had the thought of using the four swords of Zhu Xian, Tang Ge actually felt an immense terror. Even if he only attempted to wield one sword, he could be drained completely. For a moment, looking at the four swords of Zhu Xian in his hand that could constantly change forms, Tang Ge's face was filled with bitterness. Was it rejecting him for being too weak? It seemed to respond to Tang Ge. The Zhu Xian sword trembled slightly and then disappeared directly from his palm. The ferocious aura that lingered in the air also gradually dissipated. Tang Ge took a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment in his heart. Although with his current strength, he could not drive the four swords of Zhu Xian at all, at least compared to others. He had already made the best start. Moreover, the four swords of Zhu Xian are composed of four swords as martial souls, and each sword can independently fuse with a soul ring. If he adds the yin-yang life and death diagram, then Tang Ge would have the first 5 martial souls in history. Therefore, he needed to clarify the abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram first, to prepare for the selection of his first soul ring. Thinking about going to the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy in 3 months, Tang Ge's heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. He no longer thought much and directly ran towards the distant mountains and forests. Chapter 9. The Yin Master Dies. The Yang Master lives. Several miles away from Holy Soul Village, there was a forest where many wild beasts lived. Therefore, the hunters from the village often came here to hunt. Of course, this was also the reason why there were almost no soul beasts in the forest. Not long after, Tang Ge entered the forest. Under the cover of the tall and dense treetops, the blazing sun could not penetrate, and the surrounding environment suddenly became dim. Distant sounds of wild beast roars could be faintly heard. Tang Ge, barehanded, was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt a hint of excitement. Just in time for lunch. The village chief was going to make something delicious. While testing his martial soul here, he could also hunt a wild boar or another beast to bring back. Immediately, he went to an open area and, with a thought, a wolf corpse suddenly appeared on the ground. This wolf corpse was the body of the soul beast wolf king that had been killed earlier. Tang Ge had kept it along with other wolf corpses in the system space. Now that he took it out, the still warm blood began to emit a peculiar bloody smell, wafting around in the wind. At this moment, Tang Ge took the opportunity to observe the space that came with the system after his awakening. Originally only 10 cubic meters, the space had expanded to 30 cubic meters after the awakening of his martial soul. The 7 wolf corpses, which had been crammed together, now spread out again. There should still be enough room to hold quite a few more beast corpses. Confirming that the space was sufficient, Tang Ge let out a slight sigh of relief. In 3 months, he would be going to the Primary Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, so he needed to prepare some money for his living expenses. Woo! A wolf howl came from ahead. Tang Ge's thoughts were interrupted, and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. In the dimly lit woods, accompanied by the rustling of dry leaves, a bald wolf slowly emerged. The scent of the soul beast wolf king's blood made it unable to resist drooling, its wolf eyes shimmering with a fierce green light. However, it seemed hesitant to approach due to Tang Ge's presence. Well, a wolf is still better than nothing. Seeing the lone wolf, Tang Ge felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly shook his head, raised his left hand, and the martial soul, the yin-yang life and death chart, emerged from his palm. In power go. Driven by soul power, a jet black, snake-like thread instantly shot out from the yin-yang life and death chart, rushing towards the lone wolf several meters away. Before the thread reached it, the intense sense of death danger caused the already sparse wolf fur on the lone wolf to stand on end. Its eyes turned blood red, and with a low growl, it could no longer resist and leaped towards Tang Ge. But unfortunately, the black thread in midair slightly shifted and intercepted the lunging lone wolf. As the black thread entered its body, the lone wolf let out a piercing scream, crashing down to the ground from midair. Under Tang Ge's gaze, the lone wolf, attacked by the black thread, seemed to have fallen into strong acid, with its already sparse fur rapidly falling out. Its flesh and skin quickly shriveled. In the blink of an eye, the lone wolf had nearly turned into a dried corpse, with only a faint breath remaining. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but take a sharp breath. What a domineering power of darkness! Moreover, this was only because he had only summoned a trace of dark energy. If he were to use it all, even a century-level soul beast would probably be unable to withstand it. Let's try the power of light. With this thought, Tang Ge immediately drew out 2 strands of white light from the yin-yang life and death diagram and sent them flying toward the lone wolf. As soon as the white light entered its body, the dark energy was instantly expelled. Immediately, a surge of vitality appeared within the lone wolf's body. At this moment, the lone wolf, which had only one breath left, let out a comfortable howl, and its emaciated body quickly filled out. By the end, not only had the lone wolf completely recovered, but its shed fur also became incredibly thick, exuding the aura of a wolf king. How? In an instant, the lone wolf, which had gotten up from the ground, couldn't help but raise its head and let out a joyful long howl. But then it suddenly turned and fled quickly into the forest. Tang Ge watched as the lone wolf escaped, not stopping it. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the yin-yang life and death diagram that appeared in the palm of his left hand, his eyes shining brightly. Yun Master Dis, Yang Master lives. This is the core ability of the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram. Tang Ge even drew a trace of yang energy into his body to experience it, and the overwhelming vitality released was indeed terrifying. No wonder it could completely restore the lone wolf that was left with only a trace of breath. Moreover, as his own strength increased in the future, transitioning from life to death and from death to life was not impossible. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly thought of the 7-treasure glazed pagoda of the 7-treasure glazed sect. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. The continent's #1 support type, martial soul, when it encounters my yin-yang life and death diagram, it will probably have to step aside and yield. Next, the scent of the soul beast wolf king's corpse attracted many wild beasts. However, without exception, they all fell under the influence of the yin energy, and then were completely restored by the yang energy. By the end, these beasts looked at Tang Ge as if he were a devil, their eyes filled with terror. Tang Ge took this opportunity to test the limits of the yin-yang power without the fusion soul rings. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shocked Li Si. Gained 2 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shocked Wang Wu. Gained 3 shock points. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded. Tang Ge, who was familiarizing himself with his martial soul abilities, was pulled back to reality. He glanced at the data panel and found that in such a short time, his shock points had increased by more than 100 and were still continuing to rise. Could it be that Grandpa Village Head has already told the villagers about my innate full soul power? Tang Ge's heart stirred as he thought about it. He looked up at the sky, and it was just about noon. Considering that Grandpa Village Chief was still waiting for him at home, Tang Ge didn't linger here. After putting away his martial soul, he swiftly shouldered the hefty corpse of a large wild boar that was still on the ground and ran towards the edge of the forest. When he returned to Shenghun Village, the villagers passing by were shocked to see that the 6-year-old Tang Ge was carrying a wild boar carcass larger than a calf. What a big wild boar! Did little Tang Ge kill this himself? Is this the power of innate full soul force? At such a young age, he's so impressive. If he goes to Nodding City, old Jack will be so lucky. It's a pity my kid is such a disappointment. The discussions around him, along with the constant system prompts ringing in his mind, made Tang Ge break into a smile. It seemed he needed to do this kind of thing a few more times. Then, he quickened his pace again and disappeared like the wind in front of the villagers. Chapter 10. The Challenge from Tang San. Because he would be going to Nodding City to study at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy in 3 months, and he also needed to prepare to enter the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts for his martial soul. So during this time, after awakening his martial soul, Tang Ge spent most of his time outside exercising his body and martial soul abilities, except for the time he stayed at home with Grandpa Village Chief. Unfortunately, his innate full soul power had already reached the peak for soul masters, and without merging soul rings, he could not break through to the next level. Therefore, during this period, Tang Ge's soul power had not increased at all. However, his ancient holy body, which originally had only a 10 fusion rate, surprisingly increased by 2 points. This was thanks to Tang Ge's constant excursions into the mountains and forests outside the village. Relying on the strength of the ancient holy body and the abilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he nearly wiped out the beasts in the not-so-large forest. After hunting a large number of beasts, their meat became food for him, while the fur was left with Uncle Li in the village to be sold in Notting City for currency, part of which was used to support the family, and part saved for future academy life. Of course, Tang Ge has not forgotten about the acquisition of shock value. So every time he hunted large beasts from the mountains and forests, he would carry their corpses back to the village by himself. The villagers were quite supportive and indeed provided him with a lot of shock value. However, unfortunately, as the number of times increased, perhaps they became desensitized after seeing it so often. When the villagers saw Tang Ge returning with the beast's corpse, they had completely no reaction. Tang Ge was very disappointed and had no choice but to turn his attention to Tang San's father. Whenever he had the chance in front of the Hao Hao, who had once given him 5,000 shot points in one go, Tang Ge would demonstrate the chaotic cloak hammer method. However, it was to no avail. The generous Hao Douluo had turned into a stingy person, giving no shock points at all. Instead, Tang San provided Tang Ge with dozens of shock points. However, if Tang Ge had been more observant, he would have noticed that every time he performed the chaotic cloak hammer method, Tang Hao, who was watching not far away, had his face twitching. It was an impulse to want to hit someone. And so, time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye. Only 10 days remained until they reached Notting City. On the hillside outside Holy Soul Village, early in the morning, Tang Ge, who had been exercising for nearly an hour, stopped to catch his breath. He opened his personal panel. He silently thought, and a virtual frame immediately appeared. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination and Martial Skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion, Degree 12 Shock Points. 6884. Looking at his current situation, Tang Ge was quite satisfied. The only regret he had was that the growth rate of shock points was still too slow. He had no idea when he would reach the 10,000 points needed for the lottery. It seemed he could only accumulate them slowly. Tang Ge thought to himself. At this moment, Tang San, who was practicing not far away, also stopped. Seeing Tang Ge, he walked directly over. Xiao San, are you going back to the village? Tang Ge retracted his personal panel and asked. Tang San shook his head. Then he focused his gaze and said seriously to Tang Ge. Tang Ge, if you don't mind, let's practice here for a bit. As he spoke these words, Tang San seemed to shed a heavy burden, feeling much more relaxed all of a sudden. 3 months had passed. Tang San watched as Tang Ge gradually became powerful, able to easily kill the beasts in the mountains outside the village. If it were someone else, Tang San wouldn't feel much. But Tang Ge was a companion he grew up with. Seeing his little buddy become not only strong, but also seemingly surpassing him, Tang San, despite having lived 2 lives, began to feel pressure, especially with the village uncles and aunts praising Tang Ge every day, and his father scolding him every time he saw Tang Ge demonstrate his hammer technique. Tang San felt increasingly unbalanced in his heart. Similarly, this gradually ignited the fighting spirit that had been suppressed within him. Today, the 2 of them finished their morning training here once again. Seeing that their time left in the village was getting shorter, Tang San finally stopped holding back and prepared to have a fair fight with Tang Ge. He did not seek to defeat Tang Ge, but only to prove that he was not inferior. The wind blew past his ears. Besides the sound of the wind, all other sounds seemed to disappear. At this moment, Tang San's eyes were solely on Tang Ge. He stepped forward, bent slightly at the knees, and instinctively took a stance. Seriously speaking again, Tang Ge, please give me your guidance. Tang Ge finally came to his senses. He looked at Tang San, who had already taken a stance, and was truly surprised that the other party would suddenly challenge him at this moment, with a hint of astonishment remaining on his face. Could it be that I am too outstanding, causing the girl next door to develop feelings for someone else? However, even though he was caught off guard by Tang San's challenge, Tang Ge did not refuse. In fact, he had long wanted to find an opportunity to test the power of Tang San's Shintian skill. So as soon as Tang Ge came to his senses, he nodded without any hesitation. All right, Tang Ge, humbly accept your challenge, Tang San. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive fist came rushing towards Tang San's face. The powerful force unleashed created a sound of whooshing air. In the face of Tang Ge's sneak attack, Tang San showed no signs of panic. With the Shintian skill rapidly operating, the power of his martial soul quickly gathered in his legs, and he stomped down forcefully, launching himself into the air. At the moment he flipped his body, Tang San's straightened right foot collided violently with Tang Ge's incoming fist. Bang! A dull sound of impact echoed. In midair, Tang San used the rebound force from his foot to flip several times before retreating 7 to 8 meters away. When he landed and saw that Tang Ge remained steady in place despite his strike, even though Tang San had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but feel incredibly shocked. What a strong body. However, instead of feeling afraid, it ignited his fighting spirit. Tang Ge, it's my turn. Tang San let out a low shout, bending his body slightly while suddenly accelerating, charging towards Tang Ge. With the assistance of the Xiantian skill, Tang San's speed reached its peak. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed in front of Tang Ge. Tang Ge threw a punch without hesitation, and the overwhelming power created ripples in the surroundings. However, as soon as the punch was thrown, Tang Ge's heart sank. He had missed. At the same time, laughter echoed around him. Tang Ge, I know you're stronger than me, but unfortunately you can't hit me, said Tang San. Tang Ge looked over. The Tang San, who had originally rushed over, had completely transformed into a series of afterimages, rapidly swirling around him, moving at an incredible speed and difficult to distinguish between real and fake. Suddenly, one of the afterimages appeared behind Tang Ge. Tang Ge turned around and threw a punch. However, the shadow seemed to have an uncanny ability to predict his move, not only dodging his punch, but also retaliating with another fist that emerged from the shadow, striking him under the armpit. Chapter 11. The sacred body crushes. The hidden weapon is ineffective. The armpit is a person's soft spot, and being attacked, there has a greater impact than in other areas. However, Tang Ge possesses the bloodline of the primordial sacred body, making his physique incredibly strong. Therefore, Tang San's strike did not cause him any harm. Just as Tang Ge prepared to counterattack, Tang San had already retracted his fist and transformed back into a shadow, swiftly retreating from his attack range. This made Tang Ge quite uncomfortable. What an impressive Xiantian skill. Tang Ge knew that what Tang San was currently using was the lightness technique, ghost shadow mysterious tracks, and the observation technique, purple extreme demon eyes, from the Tang sect's Xiantian skill. The ghost shadow mysterious tracks allowed Tang San's figure to become elusive, with numerous phantoms appearing. The purple extreme demon eyes gave Tang San an extraordinary level of observation. The combination of the two was incredibly powerful. It should be noted that in the storyline that Tang Ge was familiar with, Tang San had once defeated a soul beast, the mandala snake, which had been approaching for 500 years, solely relying on these Tang sect secret skills and a dagger. However, while Tang San was strong, Tang Ge also had his own advantages. Without using his martial soul, the ancient sacred body was his greatest asset. Thus, while defending against Tang San's attacks, Tang Ge thought to himself, Tang San is fast and can capture the traces of my attacks in advance, which is something I cannot match. But he also does not dare to confront me head-on in terms of strength. Therefore, rather than exhausting myself trying to find him, it would be better to switch from offense to defense and wait for the right moment to strike when he shows a flaw due to fatigue, and then take him down in one go. After confirming his strategy, Tang Ge's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. He decided to stand his ground, allowing the phantom-like Tang San to occasionally stop and attack him. However, for Tang Ge, who possessed the strongest battle body of humanity, this series of attacks felt like mere tickling and had no effect at all. On the contrary, as Tang San continued to attack, his energy consumption increased. Finally, after another attack, his dodging speed was noticeably slower than before. Seeing this opportunity, Tang Ge could not let Tang San retreat any longer, his right arm, hanging down, shot out like a lightning-fast serpent. The phantoms dissipated. Tang San's right wrist, which he had not yet retracted, was firmly grasped by Tang Ge. Xiao San, you've hit me so many times. Now it's your turn to experience what it feels like to be beaten. With that, before Tang San could react, Tang Ge delivered a powerful Iron Mountain strike, slamming into him. The tremor from the ground caused Tang San's expression to change dramatically. He wanted to pull his hand back, but the tremendous force from his wrist nearly suppressed his soul power. With no other choice, Tang San could only mobilize his soul power to protect his body. Bang! Just after doing all this, Tang Ge, who came rushing from the side, crashed heavily into his chest, directly sending him flying. In midair, Tang San clearly felt a sweetness in his mouth and almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of fresh blood, but he still managed to suppress it. After landing, he staggered back 5 or 6 steps before stabilizing his body. Feeling the soreness in his body, as if it were about to fall apart. A hint of bitterness appeared on Tang San's slightly pale face. Indeed, it still doesn't work? More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge did not chase after him, but instead, after Tang San stabilized his body and stopped, he immediately smiled and said, "Xiao San, if you have any other tricks up your sleeve, you should use them quickly. Otherwise, this match will be a loss for you." This statement was deliberately meant to provoke Tang San. Tang Ge knew that the most powerful aspect of the Tang sect's Xintian treasure record was the hidden weapons, and among them, the top hidden weapons could even kill gods. So, Tang Ge wanted to test whether his powerful physique, derived from his ancient sacred body, could withstand Tang San's hidden weapon attacks. After all, with the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge was not worried about getting hurt. Sure enough, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San couldn't hold back any longer. He frowned, raised his head to look at Tang Ge, and said seriously, "Tang Ge, I do have other means, but are you sure you want to try? Moreover, if I take action, you will get hurt." Tang Ge did not answer, but instead summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram and extracted a strand of yang power from it, directly merging it into Tang San's body. Tang San didn't feel anything at first, but soon his small face revealed a look of shock. "My injuries, they're all healed? And that strong vitality from just now." He couldn't help but look at the scroll that appeared in Tang Ge's heart. "Tang Ge, is this the ability of your martial soul? You should be able to relax now, right?" Tang Ge smiled and nodded while retracting his martial soul. In his mind, the system prompt sound indicating the arrival of shock value had just appeared again. With Tang Ge's confirmation, Tang San finally let go of the worries in his heart. He flicked his right hand, and a 4-inch small arrow appeared in his grasp. The small arrow had a distinct blood groove, glinting with a cold light, making it look quite chilling. This was a sleeve arrow crafted by Tang San, and there were 2 more like it, currently stored in the sleeves on his wrist. Tangmin Xiantian Baolu, General Outline, Article 2. What is a hidden weapon? A hidden weapon is a special weapon used secretly to defeat the enemy. If the enemy knows that you're going to use it, then it is no longer a hidden weapon, but a visible weapon. When facing the enemy, Tang San certainly cannot directly take out the hidden arrow for the opponent to see. However, he is now facing Tang Ge. So looking at Tang Ge, Tang San seriously said, "Tang Ge, I will only make this one attack. If you can block it, I will admit defeat." "All right, let's go." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge put away the smile on his face. Tang San did not waste any words. He stepped forward with his right foot, slightly turning his body. At the moment when the Xiantian Gong was pushed to its limit, the 4-inch sleeve arrow, stained with blood, suddenly shot out from his jade-like hand. Whoosh! The 4-inch sleeve arrow spun rapidly in midair, creating a series of piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye, it covered the distance of several meters. When Tang Ge saw the sleeve arrow heading straight for him, he did not dare to be careless and immediately activated the ancient sacred body. Buzz! A bronze-colored light flashed. Within the flow of soul power, one could faintly see the muscles all over Tang Ge's body, quivering rapidly, becoming denser and denser, while the blood within him surged with a whooshing sound. Zong! A long sound like a bell rang out. The swiftly shot sleeve arrow finally pierced fiercely into Tang Ge's abdomen. But amidst the shining bronze light, Tang Ge's abdomen resembled an ancient bell, and with the sound of its ringing, invisible ripples arose, instantly dispersing the force of the hidden arrow. The arrow fell to the ground, shaken loose. Yet, Tang Ge's abdomen was merely pierced through the clothing, and not a single scar was left on the exposed 8-pack abs. Did he block it? Tang Ge lowered his head to take a look. When he confirmed that he was really uninjured, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and a radiant smile appeared on his face. Chapter 12. Do you want it? The sleeve arrow was blocked, and Tang Ge was unharmed. The system prompt sound followed. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, earning 50 points of shock value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Tang Hao, earning 1,000 points of shock value. A total of 1,050 points of shock value was instantly credited. However, Tang Ge's expression slightly froze, filled with confusion. Why was there shock value from his father in addition to Tang San's? Did the Hao and Douluo secretly follow them? For a moment, Tang Ge couldn't help but turn his head to look into the distance. But apart from the shadowy outlines of trees, he saw nothing else. Perhaps the other party didn't want the 2 of them to know. Tang Ge thought to himself. So he didn't search for the figure of Hao and Douluo anymore. And after retracting his gaze, he directly looked at the still dazed Tang San across from him. Seeing Tang San, Tang Ge felt very pleased. The other party was simply his little lucky star, not only selflessly helping him activate the system, but also repeatedly bringing his titled Douluo father along to provide him with shock value. This challenge was even more of a pleasant surprise. Seeing the shock value approaching the 10,000 mark, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but eagerly ask, "Xiao San, shall we continue?" "Continue?" Tang San finally regained his senses. He looked at the 4-inch sleeve needle that had fallen to the ground, then glanced at Tang Ge, who hadn't even broken the skin, and a bitter smile suddenly appeared on his youthful face. A single sleeve needle contained nearly 70% of his strength. It was easily blocked. Moreover, the other party didn't even dodge, directly using his body to take it. Such terrifying physical power left Tang Ge, even with 3 sleeve needles remaining, without any confidence in breaking through. Besides, he and Tang Ge were not enemies. So upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San shook his head directly. "Forget it, I admit defeat." Not being able to continue reaping benefits, Tang Ge looked a bit disappointed. However, just after admitting defeat, Tang San changed his tone, staring at him seriously, and said, "But this is just the beginning. I will definitely defeat you in the future, Tang Ge." "All right, I will wait for you." Tang Ge put away his smile and nodded. After that, the two of them practiced with each other for a while before leaving together and returning to Holy Soul Village. Just as they left, a figure suddenly appeared here accompanied by flickering after-images. The person was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Due to Tang Ge using the chaotic cloak hammer method, he had been secretly observing him for the past few months, trying to find some clues. Unfortunately, both Tang Hao's discoveries and the information obtained from Old Jack proved that Tang Ge was indeed just an orphan adopted by the village. Moreover, in these past few years, no suspicious individuals had come to Holy Soul Village. Could it be that the child Xiao Ge used not the chaotic cloak hammer method, but rather had independently comprehended this technique of wielding power due to his exceptional talent? Tang Hao was puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it, and instead recalled the scene where Tang Ge used his body to block Tang San's hidden weapon. Tang Hao naturally understood the scene where Tang San was crafting this peculiar device called a hidden weapon. Although it didn't seem like much in his eyes, its power was still quite threatening to children. Even soul masters wouldn't dare to block it with their bodies. Yet just now, that kid Tang Ge not only blocked it with his body, but did so without a scratch. This truly shocked Tang Hao. What kind of fruit could allow a child who just turned 6 to become so strong in just 3 months? If Xiao San could eat one as well. A glint of light flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he suddenly leaped up and jumped down the hillside, rushing towards the distant woods below. Time always passes quickly. Since that day when Tang Ge and Tang San practiced together on the hillside, 10 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. The next day, before dawn, Tang Ge and Tang San, who had been eagerly waiting, set off with Old Jack, the village chief, leaving Saint Spirit Village for Notting City. After nearly half a day's journey, the three finally arrived at Notting City. Along the way, Old Jack talked a lot about soul masters and studying at the academy. This mainly included topics like graduation requirements, the difficulty of obtaining soul rings, and the status of soul masters in the empire. Tang Ge listened with yawns. He was already familiar with this basic knowledge. On the other hand, Tang San became quite curious, listening attentively and occasionally asking a question or two. It wasn't until they entered Notting City that Old Jack, who had been chattering all the way, finally stopped. In the city, they were greeted by a lively atmosphere that Saint Spirit Village lacked. On both sides of the cobblestone street, shops were lined up in rows. The continuous calls of vendors and the variety of goods immediately attracted the attention of the three. Old Jack couldn't help but sigh. If only Saint Spirit Village could become as prosperous as Notting City, then even 100 years from now, I could be proud of my identity as village chief. His voice was not loud, as if he feared being overheard by others around. But Tang Ge heard him. He immediately patted Tang San on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Leave this task to Xiao San. Once he becomes a titled Douluo, he'll buy Notting City and give it to you. By then, you will go from village chief to city lord. Ha ha. Then I'll be waiting for Xiao San to help me realize this wish." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Old Jack couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tang San rolled his eyes at Tang Ge to express his dissatisfaction at being dominated. However, there was a fleeting glimmer in his eyes. Titled Douluo, could his future self really achieve that? The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is located in the west of Notting City. After some inquiries, the three of them unknowingly arrived at the academy's entrance. When Tang San came to his senses, he immediately saw a huge archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, entirely built from hard rock. In the middle of the archway, there were 4 big characters. Notting Academy. What a grand sight! Tang San couldn't help but ask, "Is it impressive?" Tang Ge standing beside him, glanced over and immediately curled his lips. It's just SOSO. In his eyes, the ancient nodding academy in front of them was indeed old, but its scale couldn't even compare to some middle schools from his past life. The two iron gates blocking the entrance were already starting to lose their paint. At this moment, old Jack, the village chief, had begun to communicate with the two guards stationed at the academy. Tang Ge, who was familiar with the plot, knew that one of the guards would soon make fun of old Jack for having innate full soul power. So, without waiting for that to happen, he quickly walked over. Arriving beside old Jack, he noticed a guard who had just received the certificate but hadn't had a chance to open it yet, and suddenly took out a gold soul coin from his pocket. Ding! The gold soul coin was flipped into the air, spinning and making a crisp sound. The two guards were instantly attracted by it. Tang Ge caught the falling gold soul coin with his hand and smiled at the two, saying, "Do you want it?" Chapter 13. This kid has such a thick skin. This is a gold soul coin, enough to cover a regular family's expenses for several months. The two guards probably don't even earn that much in a month. So when they heard Tang Ge's words, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Want it? What a joke. Not giving it. Unexpectedly, Tang Ge's expression changed, and not only did he suddenly put away the gold soul coin, but he also mocked them. "Little girl, you." Hearing Tang Ge's words, old village chief Jack looked anxious and wanted to pull Tang Ge back. But before he could finish his sentence, the two guards' expressions had completely changed. One of them, coming back to his senses, glared at Tang Ge with gritted teeth and said fiercely, "You little brat. How dare you play tricks on us? All right, just wait. I'm going to teach you a good lesson today." With that, the guard reached out to grab Tang Ge's shoulder. Old village chief Jack wanted to intervene. However, he didn't know when Tang San had already come to his side. "Grandpa village chief, it's fine," Tang San said to old Jack. Old Jack smiled wryly and said, "I'm not worried about Xiao Ge. I'm just afraid he might hit too hard and injure these two. If that happens, it would be troublesome for your school enrollment." Tang San, at that moment, the guard's right hand had already made contact with Tang Ge's shoulder. As soon as he heard old Jack's words, the guard, who had initially held back, suddenly turned pale with anger and unconsciously increased his strength. But just then, another hand suddenly appeared, firmly gripping the guard's wrist. No matter how he struggled, it was futile. When he looked again at the 6-year-old child in front of him, who always wore a smile, the guard, whose wrist was held, was filled with shock. How could this child be so strong? In a panic, the guard couldn't help but speak. "Why you let me go?" Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, shocked to lose San. Gained 8 points of shock value. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Tang Ge's smile grew even wider. He looked at the guard and said with a grin, "You wanted to let you go, right? All right." As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the guard to react, Tang Ge suddenly exerted force and grabbed the guard's right hand, spinning him around with sheer strength. Upon seeing this scene, Tang San and old Jack instinctively shut their eyes. It was too tragic. They couldn't bear to watch. Next, a series of piercing wails echoed in their ears. The guard who had been attacked was thrown 4 to 5 meters away, crashing into the ground and leaving a crack in the earth, curling up in pain and crying out. Tang Ge didn't even look and walked straight to another guard. "Are you shocked?" "What shock?" The guard, still looking confused at Tang Ge's question, couldn't help but respond. As a result, Tang Ge shook his head in disappointment. "It seems you weren't shocked at all." Then he suddenly reached out and gently pushed the guard's chest. This time he didn't use much force. However, the guard still flew out and crashed into the academy's iron gate, causing a loud clanging noise. When he fell to the ground, a sharp pain hit him, and only then did he finally come to his senses. What a scary kid. The thought flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but clutch his chest, screaming in pain. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You shock was sure and gained 8 shock points. The system prompt came in late. Tang Ge listened and finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face. "It seems I misunderstood. Tang Ge, were you just pretending?" Suddenly, Tang San's voice came from behind. Tang Ge's expression slightly froze, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. When he turned around, he fixed a gaze filled with danger on Tang San and said, "Xiao San, could you please repeat what you just said?" Tang San's heart suddenly sank. Could this guy be planning to hit me too? Then he quickly changed his tone and said, "Tang Ge, although I know you were just pretending earlier, you look so cool while doing it." After saying this, Tang San felt so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, Tang Ge was very pleased to hear it. He laughed and walked over to Tang San, putting his arm around his shoulder, and said, "As expected of my good brother Tang San, I love hearing that." Not far behind them, village chief old Jack was both amused and helpless as he listened to their conversation. These two kids, even at a time like this, still had the mood to joke around. He leaned on his cane and walked over to them. looking at the two guards still lying on the ground moaning. Village Chief Old Jack wore a worried expression. Although these two weren't on the same level as those soul masters, they were still guards of the academy, and he couldn't help but wonder if this would affect their admission applications. Tang Ge was about to speak to comfort someone, but as he slightly moved his ears, he seemed to hear something, and his still somewhat immature little face suddenly turned indignant. He pointed at the two guards who were lying on the ground and wailing, and spoke angrily, "Grandfather, these two people have done countless bad things relying on their status as academy guards. I don't know how many work-study students like us have had their qualifications for enrollment cut off by them. Moreover, just now, they not only wanted to seize the gold soul coins from my hands, but they also tried to hit me. I'm only a 6-year-old child. How could they be so heartless? What kind of conscience do they have to dare to attack a child who is only 6 years old? Grandfather, you don't have to worry. I believe that even if the Academy's leaders learn about what happened today, they will not cover up for these two villains." Tang San, Old Village Chief Jack. The two were completely stunned by Tang Ge's words, looking at him with eyes full of strangeness. Even the two guards who were screaming in agony couldn't help but stop. They widened their eyes and stared fixedly at the indignant Tang Ge, as if they felt it was this child who was being beaten, not themselves. In the end, the two guards were so enraged that they spat out blood, and their wails suddenly became even more mournful. Tang Ge was taken aback upon seeing this. Feeling the strange gazes from Old Jack, the village chief, and Tang San, he quickly declared with righteous indignation, "Grandpa, you see, these two must have done too many bad things. Even the heavens can't stand it and have come to punish them." Inside the academy, a middle-aged man with short hair and a lean build was walking towards them. When he heard Tang Ge's impassioned words, especially the last statement, the man, who had his hands behind his back, suddenly paused in his steps, and even the unique aura he exuded was affected. His gaze fell on Tang Ge. In recalling the scene he had just witnessed, the middle-aged man felt a slight shock in his heart. This kid has such thick skin. He then continued walking towards the entrance. Chapter 14, Master, Don't Overthink It. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 shock points. At the entrance of the academy, Tang Ge had just finished speaking when the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. 1,000 points of shock value truly startled Tang Ge. This was the second person, apart from Tang San's father, who could make him gain so much shock value at once. Yu Xiaojiang, born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family in Douluo Continent, was expelled from his family due to a malignant mutation of his martial soul. However, because of his profound research on martial souls, he proposed the 10 core competencies of martial souls. Thus, even though his strength was not strong, he was hailed as invincible in martial soul theory. In the martial soul world, Yu Xiaojiang was also respectfully referred to as Master. Tang Ge actually noticed the Master's arrival earlier, which is why he took the opportunity to say those words, deliberately letting the other party hear them. But why was the other party so shocked? Could it be that this is the legendary tremor of the tiger's body, shaking the world? Tang Ge felt confused yet extremely excited, as the accumulated shock value was getting closer to unlocking the multiverse lottery. Just as he was thinking about this, a solemn voice came from nearby. What kind of behavior is this at the academy entrance? Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn over. When they saw who was coming, the two guards lying on the ground looked as if they had seen their savior, and immediately began to cry uncontrollably. "Whoa, Master, you have to stand up for us. Look at us. It's this kid who beat us up like this." "Yes, Master. Not only did he attack us, but he also slandered our academy. We can't let them get away with this." Hearing the guards' complaints, Old Jack, the village chief, changed his expression and wanted to explain. But Tang Ge suddenly walked quickly to one of the guards. The guard was startled and looked panicked. What do you want to do?" "Don't worry, I won't hit you." Tang Ge pouted and couldn't be bothered to waste words. He directly snatched the admission certificate from the other person's hand. Then he walked up to Yu Xiaojiang with the certificate in hand. "Master, this is the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall for me and Xiao San. Those two bad guys almost tore it up, and they even wanted to rob my money." Looking at Yu Xiaojiang, Tang Ge had a face full of grievance. The two guards not far away almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing this, wanting to shout, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." But under Yu Xiaojiang's imposing gaze, they didn't dare to make a sound. Taking the certificate that Tang Ge handed over, Yu Xiaojiang suppressed the urge to give this little guy a good beating and slowly opened the document. Suddenly, a piercing light burst forth from his originally calm eyes. How is this possible? To innate full soul power. Yu Xiaojiang was filled with shock. At the same time, the system notification sound rang again in Tang Ge's mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocking you, Xiaojing. You have gained 500 shock points. Hearing the notification sound, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile inside. However, he appeared quite anxious on the outside and quietly asked, Master, is there a problem with the certificate? Yu Xiaojing took a deep breath, and his wildly fluctuating emotions gradually settled down. He closed the certificate and shook his head. There's no problem with the certificate. Then, Yu Xiaojing turned to Old Village Chief Jack and said, Sir, I apologize on behalf of the Academy for what just happened. These two children will be under my care. A figure who was at least a soul master was apologizing to him, and Old Jack quickly waved his hands. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. In fact, those two didn't do anything out of line. Master, I'll leave these two children to you. Xiao San, Xiao Ge, go with the master, but make sure to behave. Tang Ge and Tang San nodded. Soon after, Old Jack gave the two a few instructions before turning to leave. Master, one of the guards finally couldn't help but speak up. But before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojing shot a cold glare at him and another guard, and said in a deep voice, Don't think I don't know about the things you did before. Getting beaten today is entirely your own fault. So don't cry injustice in front of me. Moreover, if I catch you bullying others again, you can forget about this job. The two guards broke out in a cold sweat, quickly assuring him that they wouldn't dare to offend again. Yu Xiaojing withdrew his gaze and ignored the two. He forced a smile on his face and said to Tang San and Tang Ge, Let's go in. Then, the three of them entered Nuoding Academy together. The subsequent events unfolded similarly to what Tang Ge was familiar with the only difference being that he was now part of it. As a master, Yu Xiaojing directly exposed the secret of Tang San and Tang Ge's twin martial souls with his strong theoretical knowledge of martial souls. Tang Ge didn't mind much and directly pretended to be confused, not admitting anything. However, Tang San was a bit startled. He originally thought that the master in front of him was just guessing. But as the other party elaborated on the 10 core competitive strengths of the martial soul he studied, he was completely conquered. Although in this world, the master was the second soul master Tang San encountered aside from the soul masters of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Tang San made a decision. So he suddenly stopped, took a step back, and directly knelt down on both knees, respectfully bowing his head 3 times to the master. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Yu Xiaojing was taken aback for a moment. Then a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He bent down and pulled Tang San up. Silly boy, why do you need to bow your head to worship your teacher? A simple bow is enough. Bowing your head is a gesture reserved for kings and parents. But Tang San shook his head and solemnly said, Once a teacher, forever a father. You deserve my respect. Yu Xiaojing was moved. Although it was their first meeting, through this brief interaction, he had completely recognized Tang San as a child worth his full effort to cultivate. For a moment, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good. It seems I really didn't make the wrong choice. Come on, Xiao San. I'll take you to report to the Academic Affairs Office right now. Saying this, Yu Xiaojing once again took Tang San's hand. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been treated like air, saw the two about to leave and finally couldn't help but speak up. That master, But before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojing waved his hand. You can come along too, but having Xiao San is enough for me. I won't take any other disciples. Tang San opened his mouth, wanted to say some good words for Tang Ge, but Tang Ge had already spoken first. He looked at the aloof Yu Xiaojing and said helplessly, Master, please don't overthink it. I never intended to worship you as my master. I just wanted to ask if you could help me with the reporting matter. Chapter 15. The boss is meant to be beaten upon hearing Tang Ge's words. Yu Xiaojing's cold demeanor finally faltered, and he glared in anger. You little brat, do you really think I don't know what you did at the academy gate before? Do you believe I won't revoke your admission qualifications right away? It was the first time someone dared to talk back to him like that. If it weren't for the need to maintain his image in front of his newly accepted students, he would have definitely yanked Tang Ge's ear and given him a lesson, despite the fact that Tang Ge was just a child. It was simply infuriating. Did he really think his master title was just for show? Under Yu Xiaojing's piercing gaze, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Master, please don't be angry. I just felt that since you already have a little third party, I didn't want to distract you from teaching me, a student even more talented than that little third party. Yu Xiaojing felt a headache coming on. He ignored Tang Ge and turned to Tang San beside him, asking, Tang San, are you close with this kid? We grew up together, and our relationship is very good. Tang San didn't understand why the master asked like that, but he still answered honestly. As soon as Yu Xiaojing heard this, his expression suddenly became serious. Even if your relationship is good, Master, I advise you to keep your distance from him. This kid is quite bad. If you end up being influenced by him, master, you won't even need to go out anymore. Tang Ge usually had a thick skin, but he shouldn't be a bad person, right? Tang San thought that master was really angry with Tang Ge, so he quickly pleaded for leniency. However, Tang Ge on the opposite side just rolled her eyes after hearing this. Xiao San, could you be a bit more confident and remove the BA from should and not bad? Yu Xiaojiang caught a glimpse of Tang Ge rolling her eyes. He immediately snorted and said, "Little guy, considering your relationship with Xiao San, I'll let it go this time. But are you sure you don't want to join us for the report? Although I won't take you as my disciple. There are other teachers in the academy that could greatly help your future cultivation. Yes, Tang Ge, come with us." Tang San is also a Dao, but Tang Ge still shook his head. "Thank you, master, but I've decided not to go. I'll just wait here for Xiao San to come back. In that case, I won't force you. I just hope you won't regret it in the future. Xiao San, let's go." Yu Xiaojiang looked deeply at Tang Ge for a moment. Then he grabbed Tang San's hand and turned to leave. After they left, Tang Ge immediately felt much more comfortable. He couldn't help but stretch and smiled. It would be fine if it were Shrek Academy, but here, why would I need a teacher? Isn't being alone more enjoyable? Moreover, if it weren't for the needs of the plot and the desire to collect shock value, Tang Ge wouldn't even want to come to the academy. In fact, if he were to showcase the powerful abilities of his martial spirit, the Spirit Hall would probably come forward and invite him to join. At that time, it would even be possible for him to become a teacher as a title de law. What a pity. Tang Ge is currently only interested in the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, her daughter Qianrenxua, and her disciple, Hulaina. Joining the Spirit Hall? Forget it. At least for now, Tang Ge hasn't really considered it. Forget it. Let's leave here first. As he noticed more and more students from the academy passing by, Tang Ge withdrew his thoughts and walked directly into the academy. Just as old Jack, the village chief, said, there are very few people who can become soul masters. This is especially true in a remote city like Notting City. Therefore, the number of students and teachers in Notting Academy is not large. The whole academy only has one dormitory building where teachers and students live together. Among them, there are only 7 student dormitories. Because the students are generally very young, and for the sake of unified management, students of each grade live in a large dormitory together. However, among these, there's one special dormitory. That is the 7th dormitory. It not only has the worst conditions, but also houses students who are working study students, regardless of gender or grade. Tang Ge, as a work-study student, would also be assigned to this dormitory. So even though Tang San, who went to report, had not returned yet, with the advantage of knowing the plot, he arrived at the entrance of dormitory 7 ahead of time. Listening to the noise coming from inside, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. It was time to take advantage of the situation again. Then he pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the large dormitory, there were beds lined up against the walls. Some were empty, while others were made up with bedding, but this only occupied a small portion. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were making a racket. When Tang Ge pushed the door open and walked in, he immediately caught their attention. Because of Tang Ge's ancient sacred body, he was currently much taller than children of the same age, and even some who were 2 or 3 years older couldn't compare to him. So, as soon as they saw Tang Ge enter, the dormitory fell silent for a moment. One of the older kids, who was about the same height as Tang Ge, immediately walked over to him. Looking at Tang Ge, who was nearly the same height, the child revealed a hint of caution in his eyes and asked, "My name is Wang Sheng. Are you the new work-study student? Are you the leader here?" Tang Ge did not answer, but instead asked back. Upon hearing that the other party could directly see that he was the leader of the dormitory, Wang Sheng couldn't help but puff out his chest, showing a face full of pride. "Of course I am." But before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted. "All right, no matter what you are, from now on, I'm the leader of your dormitory 7. What a bold statement. As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Wang Sheng's expression change, but even the other 7 kids who were watching the excitement couldn't help but get angry. In an instant, these kids started shouting, "Leader, he underestimates you. Beat him up. Where did this newcomer come from? Wanted to be the leader of our dormitory 7 right after arriving. Isn't that too arrogant? Oomph. Just wait until the leader beats him up. He'll be honest." Listening to the agreement of the group of younger brothers, Wang Sheng felt that his authority as the leader was being challenged. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge, gritting his teeth and saying, "Want to be the leader of dormitory 7? Then let's see if you have the ability to defeat me." "All right." Tang Ge smiled broadly and gently pushed a palm towards Wang Sheng. This palm looked soft and feeble, as if he hadn't eaten, and Wang Sheng almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Was the other party here to be funny? So Wang Sheng didn't use his soul power and casually reached out with his right hand to grab Tang Ge's wrist, planning to throw him out directly. But at that moment, Tang Ge suddenly sped up and dodged Wang Sheng's right hand. As his palm struck Wang Sheng's chest, a surge of power was instantly released, directly sending Wang Sheng flying away. Chapter 16. Just a little bit more. Seeking rewards. Thud. With a heavy thud, Wang Sheng crashed onto a bed against the wall in the distance. However, because the bed was covered with a thick layer of bedding, he wasn't seriously hurt, but it still made him grimace in pain. Boss! Boss! At this moment, the other 6 kids, who had been dazed, came back to their senses and rushed over in surprise. With the help of 2 little brothers, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and jumped down from the bed, his face looking quite bad. He looked at Tang Ge, who was still standing at the door, and the smile on the other's face felt like a thorn piercing his heart. How could he let me embarrass myself in front of my dorm brothers? This is so despicable. In an instant, Wang Sheng couldn't help but roar in anger. You little brat, you actually ambushed me. Then he charged towards Tang Ge. As Wang Sheng rushed over and threw a punch at his heart, Tang Ge didn't dodge, wanting the system prompt his mind to come even more violently. As the ancient sacred body was activated, golden light flickered beneath his skin, and he took the initiative to meet it head-on. Bang! The moment Wang Sheng's fist landed on Tang Ge's heart, it felt as if he had struck a bell, and immediately, the sound of a bell rang out. Tang Ge still stood firmly in place, a smile on her face. How could this be possible? Wang Sheng, whose fist was numb from the impact, was stunned by this scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Wang Sheng and earned 20 shock points. The system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Tang Ge's smile became even more radiant, and he couldn't help but tease. Xiao Wang, didn't you drink milk this morning? You didn't drink milk this morning. Damn it, I Wang Sheng don't drink milk. How dare you insult me? I will definitely knock you down and make you beg for mercy. Wang Sheng was so angry that his whole body trembled, his face twisted in rage. However, at this moment, he had already realized that this new work-study student in front of him was very strong. If he didn't use his martial soul, he would never be able to defeat his opponent. So, Wang Sheng suddenly roared, "Power of the battle tiger. Get down, brat." At that moment, he finally unleashed his martial soul, the power of the battle tiger. Accompanied by a flickering yellow light, Wang Sheng's fist instantly transformed into a tiger claw, directly grabbing at Tang Ge's collar. He prepared to throw his opponent onto the bed he had smashed earlier. So close. Feeling the fluctuations of energy coming from Wang Sheng, Tang Ge not only didn't dodge, but instead revealed an expression of anticipation in his eyes. Using martial soul power? In that case, the effect should be even better, right? With this thought, Tang Ge wore a strange smile and concentrated all his strength in his feet. At that moment, he was completely connected to the ground. At the same time, Wang Sheng's tiger claw had also grabbed hold of Tang Ge's collar. An excited expression appeared on his face as he thought, "Now you should know how powerful I, Wang Sheng, am." He then eagerly pulled upwards with all his might. But Tang Ge didn't budge. Wang Sheng was slightly stunned and continued to exert more force. Still didn't move? The excitement on Wang Sheng's face instantly froze, and the arm gripping Tang Ge's collar began to tremble. But he wouldn't give up, gritting his teeth and finally using all his remaining strength. Rip! A sound of tearing echoed as a piece of torn cloth was finally successfully ripped off and lifted up by Wang Sheng. At that moment, Wang Sheng's expression completely froze. Tang Ge lowered his head to glance at his torn clothes, and the innate full soul power, which he had not used until now, suddenly erupted from him. With a cold gaze fixed on Wang Sheng, Tang Ge slowly raised his right hand. To his surprise, Wang Sheng actually knelt on one knee with a thud, clasped his fists, and shouted, "Boss, hello." This sudden turn of events not only startled Tang Ge, almost causing him to catch his breath, but also left the other 7 kids in the dorm room dumbfounded. The boss surrendered just like that? For a moment, they seemed to hear something shattering. However, Wang Sheng didn't care about that. Seeing that Tang Ge's raised right hand did not come down, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately shouted at his 7 former little brothers, "What are you dawdling for? Didn't you see the boss's clothes are torn? Hurry up and bring me that new outfit." Hearing Wang Sheng shout, the 7 roommates finally regained their senses. When they looked at the newly arrived Tang Ge again, their eyes no longer held the initial disdain, replaced instead by deep shock and respect. Someone immediately followed Wang Sheng's words and brought over a brand new outfit that Wang Sheng had never worn. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Wang Sheng, earning 30 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shockingly sure, earning 7 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Hosai, earning 6 shock points. Listening to the continuous system prompt sounds ringing in his mind, Tang Ge's earlier frustration about his torn clothes immediately eased. With shot points, everything was negotiable. So, Tang Ge directly forgave Wang Sheng, and after successfully becoming the boss of the dorm, he finally enjoyed the treatment that only nobles had. Once the clothes were changed and new bedding was laid out, Tang Ge had just sat down when he was surrounded by Wang Sheng and the others, who eagerly began to ask him about his martial soul and soul power. When they finally learned that the new boss actually had innate full soul power, the 8 kids gasped in astonishment, their gazes towards Tang Ge becoming increasingly fervent. At the same time, Tang Ge took the opportunity to harvest a lot of shock points. Seizing this chance, he pulled up his personal data panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Zhanqian Martial Skill, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method Physique, Primordial Holy Body Fusion Degree 12 Shock Points, 95 There are only over 400 shock points left to unlock the first Heavenly Lottery. Upon seeing his current shock points, Tang Ge was first taken aback, then filled with delight. According to the plot's development, tomorrow would be the day when Tang San and the Master went to the soul hunting forest. At that time, not only would Tang San be hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, but Tang Ge would also need to choose suitable soul rings to fuse with the Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram, and to enter the soul-splitting forest. Besides obtaining a command from the Spirit Hall, the only remaining option was the Master. Tang Ge naturally wanted to go along. If he could activate a celestial lottery before going, his chances of obtaining a good soul ring would be even greater. But where could he get the remaining 400 points? Listening to Wang Sheng and the others chattering, Tang Ge couldn't help but ponder quietly. Just as he was thinking, a joyful and melodious laughter suddenly came from outside Dormitory 7. Tang Ge's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Got it. Chapter 17. The Startled Xiao Wu, Seeking Rewards. The gate of the 7th dormitory was wide open. Accompanied by laughter and footsteps, 2 figures appeared at the entrance together. One of them was Tang San, who had followed the Master to report after parting ways with Tang Ge. Standing beside him was a lively little girl. This little girl was about the same age and height as Tang San, with a charming little face that was rosy and fair. If she grew up a bit more, she would definitely become a captivating beauty. However, what was most striking was her long black hair, styled into a scorpion braid that completely hung down past her hips, and her big, watery eyes that radiated curiosity. As soon as the little girl appeared, she instantly captivated the 8 young boys in the 7th dormitory, all of whom looked dumbfounded. Although Tang Ge was seeing the little girl for the first time, he instantly recognized that she was Xiao Wu. However, in his eyes, Xiao Wu was just a little girl who had not yet grown up, and he felt no interest in her at all. What intrigued Tang Ge was, Tang San didn't go to report? How could he come here with Xiao Wu? At this moment, Tang San, who was standing at the door, also saw Tang Ge sitting on the bed in the dormitory. His originally smiling face suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but ask, Tang Ge, what are you doing here? Oh, Xiao San, there is someone you know in here, Xiao Wu exclaimed from the side. Without waiting for Tang San to respond, she skipped in with her pink backpack, her bunny ears bobbing along. Once inside the dormitory, Xiao Wu showed no signs of shyness and confidently said, Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Wu, Wu as in dance. Hello. Hello, this is my boss, Tang Ge. Wang Sheng snapped back to reality and, feeling nervous, introduced Tang Ge on behalf of him. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's just a 6-year-old girl. Is it really necessary to be so nervous? But he still stood up and looked at the little girl who was already wearing white stockings, smiling as he said, Hello, my name is Tang Ge. Tang Ye. You have the same surname as Tang. Are you the brother of Xiao San? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. Yes, I'm his older brother, and he usually listens to me the most. So how about it? Do you want to be the boss of this dormitory? As long as you defeat my brother, you will be the boss of Dorm 7. And once you become the boss of Dorm 7, you can do whatever you want. It's no problem for your little assistant to serve you tea, wash your feet, or warm your bed. Being the boss of Dorm 7? Sounds interesting. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu's big, watery eyes instantly lit up, and she immediately turned to look at Tang San beside her. She grabbed her waist and said in a delicate voice, Little San, I want to challenge you. Tang Ye, please be a person. At this point, Tang San could no longer remain silent. He quickly walked up to Tang Ge, pulled him to a secluded place, and said with a dark face, Tang Ge, my teacher was right. You really have thick skin. It's not bad. Tang Ge was not angry at all and said with a smile. Seeing this, Tang San was completely helpless. So he simply stopped dwelling on it and asked softly, Tang Ge, I thought you had gone somewhere. I've been looking for you, but couldn't find you. Turns out you came here early. But since you didn't report, how did you know we would be assigned to Dormitory 7? Dormitory 7 is the only work-study student dormitory at Notting Academy. And since we are work-study students, it's obvious we have to live here. Isn't this a simple question? Didn't you know? Tang Ge looked surprised and asked in return. Tang San was silent for a while, curling his lips. Of course I know. I'm just worried that you don't. Not far away, Xiao Wu was waiting in boredom. After a while, seeing Tang San and Tang Ge still whispering to each other, she couldn't help but bounce over. What are you guys talking about? I'm chatting with Xiao San about you being a rabbit. Seeing Xiao Wu come over, Tang Ge said with a smile. Huh? What did I talk about Xiao Wu being a rabbit? Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San looked confused. However, the curious Xiao Wu was so scared at that moment that she nearly turned to run, her delicate pink face turning pale. It was vaguely visible that her fragile body was slightly trembling. Tang Ge immediately noticed this scene. At the same time, a system notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocking Xiao Wu, gained 1,000 shock points. 1,000 points. Could it be because Xiao Wu is the incarnation of the 10,000-year soul beast softbone rabbit? Hearing the system notification, Tang Ge was also shocked, but soon he became excited. 10,000 shock points. At this moment, he finally accumulated enough. So when Tang Ge looked at Xiao Wu again, it was as if he was looking at countless precious wool, wanting to clean it out completely. This terrifying gaze made Xiao Wu's face turn even paler. Meanwhile, Tang San finally noticed something was off and couldn't help but ask with concern, Xiao Wu, are you okay? I'm fine. Xiao Wu bit her thin lips and whispered. Seeing Xiao Wu scared like this because of his words, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, just joking, I was actually talking to Xiao San about the 7 houses. Yeah, Tang Ge was talking to me about the 7 houses. Tang San felt something was off, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was, so he just nodded along. Seeing Tang San's sincere expression that seemed unlikely to be lying, Xiao Wu finally relaxed her tense body. She managed to force a smile on her pale face and said, Little Tang Ge, you're really amazing. You actually guessed that my martial soul is a rabbit. Xiao Wu, is your martial soul really a rabbit? Before Tang Ge could speak, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao Wu shyly nodded. Yes, it's a very cute little white rabbit. What about you, Xiao San? My martial soul is blue silvergrass, which just happens to be the food for your martial soul. Tang San heard this and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Tang Ge smiled and said, I didn't expect your martial souls to match so well. It's just right that Xiao Wu didn't bring her bedding. Since that's the case, you two should combine the 2 beds and lie down together. I'll listen to Brother Tang's arrangement. Xiao Wu nodded obediently. However, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in shock, staring at Tang Ge with a dumbfounded expression. You want me to lie down with Xiao Wu? Why? Do you dislike Xiao Wu or something? Tang Ge raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. Xiao Wu followed suit, pinching her little waist with her small hands, puffing her cheeks and glaring at Tang San. Xiao San, do you dare to dislike me? Chapter 18, Heavenly Lottery, 9 Orifices Golden Dan. Faced with the questioning from Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, even the 2-time life Tang San couldn't help but feel flustered. His face turned red as he hurriedly waved his hands. No. How could I dislike you, Xiao Wu? I'm thrilled just to be able to share a bed with you. Really? Xiao Wu's charming big eyes lit up upon hearing this, and a happy smile appeared on her pretty face. The shadow left by Tang Ge in her heart instantly dissipated by more than half. Tang San saw Xiao Wu so happy and quickly nodded. Really? Next to him, Tang Ge couldn't help but tease Xiao San. I didn't expect that just after meeting. You already have your eyes on that little girl. That's impressive. No way. I have to tell the master about this. Are you a devil? Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San's eyes widened. At that moment, he finally understood why the master was so resolute in not accepting Tang Ge as a disciple. With such a thick skin, does he even need a teacher? Taking a deep breath, Tang San suppressed the urge to hit someone and glared at Tang Ge, saying, I don't have any bedding. Are you going to buy it for me? Don't worry, it will be ready soon. You guys just need to push the 2 beds together for now. Tang Ge smiled and arranged it. It will be ready soon? Tang San looked skeptical, but still chose 2 empty beds to combine with Xiao Wu's enthusiastic help, under the assistance of Wang Sheng and the others. Just as they finished, a teacher in his 30s walked in from outside, holding a set of bedding. His gaze swept over the children in Dormitory 7, and the teacher calmly said, Which one is Tang San? Step forward. As soon as Tang San heard this, he hurriedly stood up. However, his gaze was still mostly on the blanket in the teacher's hand. The teacher didn't waste any time and directly handed the blanket to Tang San. "My name is Mo Hen. You can call me Teacher Mo Tang San. This is the blanket that the master gave you." Additionally, there was the matter of the part-time work for the student workers. Next, he went on to arrange part-time cleaning work for Tang San, Tang Ge, and Xiao Wu in the garden on the south side of the playground. He also solemnly mentioned the opening ceremony tomorrow, reminding the three not to forget. Then he turned and left. After the teacher left, Tang San, holding the blanket, could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Tang Ge. "Tang Ge, how did you know the teacher would give me a blanket?" "I guessed." Tang Ge smiled and said. However, he felt quite depressed inside. He didn't even get a single shock value. That guy Tang San was becoming increasingly stingy. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, didn't think too much about it. When she saw that the bedding had been delivered, her face instantly lit up with happiness. She couldn't help but urge Xiao San, "Hurry up and make the bed." Without hesitation, Tang San, hearing Xiao Wu's urging, suppressed his inner doubts and carried the bedding over. Next, just as Tang Ge was familiar with, after combining the two beds, Xiao Wu and Tang San officially began their student life of sleeping in the same bed, using the bundle as a boundary. This made Wang Sheng and the other roommates extremely envious. Even Tang Ge, the instigator, accidentally got a taste of dog food, feeling a bit itchy inside at the sight of Tang San and Xiao Wu bickering on the bed. However, fortunately, lunchtime finally arrived. As soon as she heard there was good food, Xiao Wu immediately jumped off the bed and excitedly asked, "Where are we going? What delicious food are we having? Where else could the work-study students go but the school cafeteria?" Wang Sheng smiled wryly and said, "After all, kids like us from poor families can't afford to eat well, so we can only buy some cheap meals in the cafeteria to make do." Tang Ge then took the opportunity to speak. "I have something to do later and can't go. You all go ahead and just bring me back something when you return." "Tang Ge, you're not going? Is it because you think the cafeteria food is not good?" Tang San looked at Tang Ge with a face full of skepticism. Tang Ge immediately rolled his eyes. "Bro, if I dislike the cafeteria food, why would I ask you to bring it for me? Am I stupid?" Tang San smiled awkwardly, didn't continue to ask further, and agreed to bring back food before leaving the 7th dormitory with Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng. In an instant, only Tang Ge was left alone in the dormitory. Feeling the sudden quietness of the dormitory, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. Finally, everyone had left. Then he eagerly closed the dormitory door and directly sat cross-legged on his bed, immersing his consciousness in the system panel. He looked at the 1,000 shock points he had accumulated at this moment, and Tang Ge silently thought in his heart, "System, I want to start the heavenly lottery." Ding dong. Detecting that the host meets the conditions for the heavenly lottery wheel is now open. Buzz. The void trembled, and a vast and enormous wheel suddenly appeared in front of Tang Ge's consciousness. Under Tang Ge's gaze, this heavenly wheel, which seemed to connect countless worlds, began to slowly spin, with every kind of treasure on it glowing with dazzling golden light. Although Tang Ge couldn't see clearly, he was still extremely excited inside. What would he draw? He secretly looked forward to it. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After a full 2 minutes passed, the rapidly spinning heavenly wheel finally began to slowly stop. The golden light all faded away, and in the end, only one type of treasure remained on the wheel. The system prompt sound immediately rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for starting the heavenly lottery, successfully drawing a 9-aperture golden dan. 9-aperture golden dan? Could be a pill from that world? Tang Ge heard the system notification sound, and his heart stirred. The treasures on the heavenly wheel instantly vanished. The vast and enormous heavenly wheel also turned into nothingness and retreated. After Tang Ge became aware of his separation from the system, he looked down and saw a golden elixir the size of a longan quietly lying in the palm of his hand. At the same time, the information about the golden elixir also appeared in Tang Ge's mind. 9 orifices golden pill, the number 1 foundational and restorative drug in the world of eternal life. Crafted by the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, it has the effect of transforming one's body and soul. Those at the 10th level of physical body who consume it can directly enter the realm of divine abilities. At this moment, Tang Ge only took a whiff, and the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from the 9-aperture golden pill made all the hairs on his body stand on end, instantly giving him a feeling of being light and ethereal, as if he were about to become an immortal. It's a pity that while the 9-aperture golden pill is extraordinary, it ultimately ranks too low among the treasures of the myriad worlds. If only he could draw the 9 revolutions golden pill that would allow a mortal to become an immortal upon consumption. This small difference in wording leads to a vast disparity in efficacy. Tang Ge glanced at his shock value, which was nearly depleted, and couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it. After all, he had already received the four-sword of Jinxian and the primordial sacred body at the start. He couldn't expect too much. This 9-aperture golden pill wasn't too bad either. It was enough for his current needs. Without hesitation, he pressed the 9-aperture golden pill against his heart. Chapter 19. Healing System? Control System? The 9-aperture golden pill was not meant to be swallowed or applied externally. Instead, it was to be inserted by making an opening in the heart and directly stitching it in. This was Feng Han's method in the eternal life world. But Tang Ge was not Feng Han, so he didn't need to do it that way. With the help of the system, as soon as the 9-aperture golden pill was pressed against his heart, a sudden suction force appeared, directly pulling the pill inside. In an instant, Tang Ge felt his heart begin to throb violently. As if he remembered something, he quickly got up and stripped off all his clothes while the effects of the pill had not yet fully manifested. In the end, Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the ground, wearing only a pair of shorts. The violently beating heart stimulated the blood within his body to flow rapidly, each time passing through the heart, continuously flushing and merging with the 9-aperture golden pill. The surging medicinal power gradually integrated into the blood, flowing to Tang Ge's limbs and bones. A strong cooling sensation filled his entire body, even causing sweet saliva to secrete from his lips, which he then swallowed with a gulp. However, from all the pores on Tang Ge's body, a large amount of foul odor was emitted. In a moment, his bronze-colored healthy skin was covered with a layer of black filth. This was the 9-aperture golden pill transforming Tang Ge's body. Not only that, with the assistance of the surging medicinal power of the 9-aperture golden pill, even the previously dormant primordial sacred body began to strengthen. The blood was boiling. The strength was increasing. Tang Ge closed his eyes uncontrollably, feeling comfortable as he began to enjoy the transformation brought by the 9-orifice golden elixir. Time passed slowly like this. After about half an hour, the surging medicinal power emitted by the 9-orifice golden elixir gradually faded away. Tang Ge also opened his eyes. Then, he immediately opened his personal profile panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination, Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Primordial Sacred Body Fusion, Degree 30 Shock Value, 590. His gaze fell on the physique section's Primordial Sacred Body Fusion degree, and Tang Ge was immediately taken aback. It had only increased by 18 points in fusion degree. He could clearly feel that with the help of the 9-aperture's golden core, his strength had nearly multiplied several times. He originally thought that the primordial sacred body had already crossed the fusion degree and entered the awakening stage. But the result was that it was still in the fusion period. This surprised Tang Ge, but at the same time, he was extremely delighted. The medicinal power of the 9-aperture's golden core still had a lot left and could continue to be absorbed to enhance the primordial sacred body. Perhaps it wouldn't take long before his strength could advance further. Moreover, this time he had an even greater chance of hunting high-age soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. After putting away the profile panel, Tang Ge felt again and found that his speed of cultivating soul power had also increased significantly. If he could fuse the first soul ring, he believed he would enter a peak period of soul power enhancement. For a moment, Tang Ge couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, collecting shock value to unlock the heavenly lottery was the fastest way to enhance my strength. However, thinking that so much time had passed and that Xiao Wu and Tang San, who went out to eat, might be back soon, Tang Ge stood up from the ground. Time to take a shower. Sensing the unpleasant odor coming from his body, Tang Ge immediately made a face of disgust. He directly went barefoot into the shower room of the 7th dormitory. Half an hour later, after showering and changing clothes, Tang Ge was lying on the bedboard when he heard footsteps. Wang Sheng and the others, who had gone out to eat, finally returned. However, when Tang Ge took a glance, he did not see Tang San. He couldn't help but wonder, where's Xiao San? Didn't he come back with you? Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, the other kids involuntarily shifted their gaze to Wang Sheng, who suddenly looked very awkward. Tang Ge saw this and thought for a moment before instantly understanding. This guy must have spoken ill of the master in the cafeteria and then was warned by Tang San. So, Tang San must have been called by the master as well. Not only to explain about going to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow, but also to discuss the development of martial spirits with him. With this in mind, Tang Ge decided not to bring it up and shifted his gaze to the lunchbox in Wang Sheng's hand, smiling as he urged, "Hurry up, I've been waiting so long. I'm starving." Don't worry, boss. It'll definitely be enough. Hearing Tang Ge's urging, Wangxing also let out a sigh of relief and quickly handed over the lunchbox. In the afternoon, as the sky began to darken, Tang San, who had disappeared for half a day, finally returned to the dormitory. He glanced around and noticed that the large dormitory only had Tang Ge in it. He looked puzzled and asked, Tang Ge, why are you the only one here? Where's everyone else? They went out to have fun. Tang Ge sat up from the bed and looked at the returning Tang San. As for me, of course, I was waiting here for your return. How is it? Did you confirm with the master about going to the soul hunting forest tomorrow? How did you know again? Were you eavesdropping outside? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was instantly shocked. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. What do you mean by eavesdropping? I'm just being prophetic. However, the system notification sound echoing in his mind made him very satisfied. He successfully reaped the benefits again. How wonderful. Tang Ge couldn't help but laugh and said, Stop being dazed. Just tell me, what's the plan for tomorrow? Don't you know everything? Why do you need me to say anything? Tang San came to his senses and looked at Tang Ge with a complicated expression. This was not the first time. If it weren't for the fact that they grew up together, Tang San would even suspect that the other party was a parasitic worm in his stomach. Otherwise, how could the other person know everything about him? Tang San really wanted to ask what was going on, but after knowing Tang Ge for such a long time, he knew that the other party had already said what they wanted to say. Perhaps this was a secret that couldn't be told to others, just like his own. Tang San thought to himself, ultimately dispelling the thought of asking. He then took a deep breath to calm his mood and repeated to Tang Ge what the master had previously told him. He emphasized the development directions of food type, reconnaissance type, battle type, healing type, and control type martial souls. In the end, Tang San looked at Tang Ge and curiously asked, Tang Ge, your martial soul can heal injuries. Are you planning to choose the healing type? Having witnessed Tang Ge's martial soul ability, Tang San asked this question. However, Tang Ge smiled and shook his head. No, I choose the control type. Control type? Tang San was slightly taken aback, and an image suddenly flashed in his mind of Tang Ge using a larger version of his martial soul scroll to directly ensnare someone. This should also count as a control type, right? Chapter 20. I have it too. Seeking donations. Seeing Tang San in a daze, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile secretly. The healing ability of his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, was just part of it. If it were solely a healing type martial soul, it would be a waste of its potential. However, the yin-yang life and death diagram was different from those offensive martial souls. While it had no lack of attack power, it wasn't very suitable for a combat-oriented path. That's why Tang Ge chose to pursue the control type path. Moreover, considering the capabilities of the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge had already roughly determined the direction for his first soul ring choice. If chosen well, his martial soul's healing ability could not only become a life-saving method for his side, but could also turn into a death warrant for the enemy. Additionally, besides the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge also possessed the primordial sacred body and the currently unusable but powerful four swords of extermination. So he was not lacking in offensive means. Control type? It was just a ruse to hide his true strength. As he thought of some delightful scenario, a smirk appeared at the corner of Tang Ge's mouth, revealing a strange smile on his face. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but shudder and took 2 steps back. He stared at Tang Ge and said, Tang Ge, what are you thinking? Why do you look so scary when you smile? Anyway, it's not about you. So can you stop looking so frightened? Since you're back, I'm going out for a stroll. Tang Ge got up and walked out of the dormitory. He had been at the academy for almost a day, but hadn't had the chance to familiarize himself with the environment yet. After Tang Ge left, a wave of intense fatigue hit, and Tang San lay down on his bed and fell asleep. Before long, he entered dreamland. The next day, in the morning, while the students of the 7th dormitory were still asleep, Tang Ge and Tang San had already left the dormitory and arrived at the entrance of Nodding Academy. A figure had been waiting there for them. It was Master Yu Xiaojing. Seeing Tang Ge following along, Yu Xiaojing seemed to have already known and was not surprised. He waved his hand, signaling the two to follow, and began to speak as they walked. The place we're going to this time is the soul hunting forest, which is where soul beasts are raised by the Empire. You will definitely find suitable soul rings there. Today, the master was dressed in a combat outfit, looking more heroic. However, his stiff face still gave off a sense of disharmony. Before Tang San could say anything, Tang Ge took the initiative to say, Master, please tell us about soul beasts. You don't need to say that. I will talk about it anyway, and you must remember it well, as it will greatly help you in choosing your soul rings in the future. Yu Xiaojing glanced at Tang Ge and nodded. He then began to explain. Based on what he knew, combining it with the 10 core competencies of martial souls, detailing the age of soul beasts, the color of soul rings, and the requirements for hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Since it was the first time hearing this novel information, Tang San listened very attentively. Unfortunately, he didn't have a notebook, otherwise, he would have recorded all this information to ponder over when he had time later. Tang Ge, on the other hand, appeared relaxed. After all, he had the inherent advantage of knowing the plot, and hearing it again was just reinforcing his memory. However, when Yu Xiaojing noticed this, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. What does it matter if he is a genius? How many geniuses in this world have fallen to mediocrity due to their own complacency, even worse than ordinary people? I hope he wakes up sooner after experiencing setbacks. Shifting his gaze from Tang Ge, he saw his disciple listening earnestly, and Yu Xiaojing felt incredibly gratified. Xiao San is such a good child. Next, because Nodding City was a full 400 miles away from the soul-splitting forest, walking there was naturally impossible. So, Yu Xiaojing took Tang Ge and Tang San not to leave Nodding City immediately, but went to the commercial street to hire a carriage. He then bought a large amount of supplies needed for the adventure, including water, cured meat, flatbreads, and fruits. But more than that were white radishes, a total of 20 pounds. What puzzled Tang San was that these supplies were clearly placed on the carriage, but after he got on, all the supplies had disappeared. Sensing Tang San's confusion, Yu Xiaojing, sitting opposite him, revealed a smile. Are you wondering where the items went? Hearing his master's words, Tang San nodded immediately, his eyes showing curiosity. Yu Xiaojing reached for his waist, just about to speak. However, Tang Ge, sitting next to Tang San, suddenly interrupted, Master, I know. That belt on your waist is a legendary soul guide device, which functions as a storage tool. So, the things we bought must be stored in your belt. I'm right, aren't I, Master? Yu Xiaojing was initially indifferent, but after hearing this, he was taken aback, looking at the 6-year-old child in front of him with surprise. He couldn't help but ask, how do you know that this is a storage soul guide? I heard it from my grandpa. Tang Ge showed a proud expression on his face. Just now, he heard the system notification sound in his mind again, which directly increased his shock value by 500. Sitting opposite him, Yu Xiaojing had no idea what Tang Ge was thinking. He only felt that someone who could clearly possess a storage-type soul guide was definitely not an ordinary person. Therefore, Yu Xiaojing immediately became serious and respectfully asked, Who is your grandfather? Could he be a titled Douluo? To which Tang Ge replied, This teacher, my grandfather, is actually the village chief of our Holy Soul village. Moreover, the village chief is just an ordinary person. You saw him at the academy gate when he brought us here yesterday. Tang San couldn't help but speak up after hearing that. As he opened his mouth, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but recall the old man with a cane from yesterday, who looked like he was on the verge of death. In an instant, his face twitched violently, and he finally understood. The little guy in front of him, who had suddenly recognized his soul-guiding device, was trying to fool him again. So when he looked at Tang Ge again, Yu Xiaojing's eyes were immediately filled with hostility. He planned to take this opportunity to teach the other party a good lesson, so that the other party could understand what it means to respect teachers and elders. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive. However, it seemed that Tang Ge didn't notice at all. Hearing Tang San's words, he pouted and said, What's wrong with my grandfather being an ordinary person? Can't he know a bit more? He continued, Besides, it's just a soul-guiding device that can store items. I have one too. As he spoke, he extended his left hand, and the yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from his palm. With a clanging sound, a copper basin suddenly fell into the carriage. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shock Yu Xiaojing, gained 800 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, Shock Tang San, gained 70 shock points. The system's prompt sound followed. At some point, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San had widened their eyes and were staring intently at the yin-yang life and death diagram in Tang Ge's hand. Chapter 21. The 3 cannons that split heaven and earth. The copper basin was directly taken out by Tang Ge from the system space. Summoning the martial soul was just a superficial cover. But Yu Xiaojing and Tang San didn't know that what they saw was just the copper basin falling into the carriage along with the appearance of Tang Ge's martial soul. For a moment, both of them were filled with shock. It turned out to be a martial soul with storage capabilities. Listening to the system's prompt, Tang Ge almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. But he restrained himself and returned to a naive expression, saying, Master, look, my martial soul can store items just like your soul-guiding device. Moreover, I felt that it can store up to 30 cubic meters of items. 30 cubic meters of items. Yu Xiaojing's face twitched violently. This space is even larger than his jade belt. No, he couldn't continue this topic, or he would surely be driven to death by anger. So Yu Shaojiang forced a smile and said a good martial soul, then directly changed the subject, taking off the jade belt wrapped around his waist. Xiao San, this jade belt is a gift for you. Teacher, it's too precious. I can't accept it. Seeing the jade belt handed over by the master, Tang San was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. If he didn't know, it would be fine. But now that he knew this jade belt was a soul-guiding device that could store items, how could he dare to accept it? Take it if the teacher gives it to you. Yu Shaojiang ignored Tang San's refusal and directly stuffed the jade belt into his arms. Tang San was moved and couldn't help but say, "Thank you, teacher." Then he began to observe the jade belt in his hand. The jade belt was a black waist belt with dark stripes all over and evenly inlaid with 24 pieces of milky white jade. Moreover, there was a faint flow of air circulating on it, directly connecting the 24 pieces of jade together. While he was observing, he heard Yu Shaojiang's voice beside him. This is a storage soul guide. You just need to input your soul power into it, and each piece of jade can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space. Little San, try inputting your soul power and feel how the belt works. Tang San nodded and immediately channeled a trace of soul power into the belt in his hand. Then he truly felt the existence of space within each piece of jade, and some of the spaces even contain a large amount of supplies. With a thought, a radish quickly fell out. He repeated this several times. Tang San had initially grasped the use of the belt, and his gaze towards it became extremely fervent. With this storage belt, he no longer needed to worry about the storage of hidden weapons, and his desire for the enhancement of the Xiantian skill reached an unparalleled level. Noticing Tang San's mood, Yu Shaojiang only thought it was his fondness for the belt and couldn't help but smile as he spoke. Let's give it a name. How about calling it the Night of the Bright Moon at the 24 Bridges? Tang San suppressed the excitement in his heart, thought for a moment, and made a decision. The Night of the Bright Moon over the 24 Bridges? Yu Shaojiang was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't understand the meaning, he nodded. It's a beautiful name, just a bit long. Tang Ge deeply resonated with what he heard. Next, taking advantage of the long journey, Yu Shaojiang shared a lot of knowledge about soul beasts, as well as the direction and importance of soul ring selection. During this time, he also inquired about Tang Ge's martial soul abilities and proposed corresponding development directions based on those abilities. Tang Ge expressed gratitude, but in her heart, she had already made her own choice. Thus, time passed slowly. By noon the next day, Yu Shaojiang had taken Tang Ge and Tang San on a journey of 400 miles, finally arriving at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. Due to the preciousness of time, they did not stop at the market outside, but directly passed through the gate into the soul-hunting forest with the token in hand. Inside the forest, unlike the bustle outside, the surroundings were filled with tranquility. The air became very fresh. However, having been warned by their master, Tang San and Tang Ge knew that once they entered the soul-hunting forest, danger would be ever present, allowing for no negligence. Therefore, their expressions became vigilant. At this moment, Yu Shaojiang, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, and his previously despondent eyes brightened. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, and then quickly spread them apart while speaking. "Come out, Luo Sanpao," accompanied by a fluctuation of soul power. A creature suddenly appeared before the three of them. It resembled a dog, but was the size of a pig, over 1.5 meters long, with light purple fur and 2 small ears. However, its light blue eyes blinked, appearing both gentle and very cute. As soon as it appeared, the creature ran to Yu Shaojiang's feet, continuously rubbing its head against his leg. "Teacher, is this your mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao? It looks quite adorable." Tang San couldn't help but speak when he saw it, because on the way here, he was actively asked by Tang Ge and had already learned that the master's beast martial soul was a mutated martial soul that could be summoned. However, this mutation was heading in a negative direction. Tang San didn't dare to ask more, fearing to touch on the master's painful memories. But at this moment, seeing this creature, it didn't seem to have any bad aspects. However, when Yu Shaojiang heard Tang San's words, his facial muscles twitched slightly. This was the first time someone said his martial soul was cute. "Luo Sanpao, lead the way." Without responding to Tang San, Yu Shaojiang directly issued the command. Luo Sanpao let out a series of chirping sounds and immediately shook its head as it walked forward, sniffing along the way. It was searching for the traces of soul beasts. Yu Shaojiang led Tang San and Tang Ge closely behind. Thus a day passed. Under Luo Sanpao's keen sense of smell, they continuously discovered soul beasts hiding in the dark, but unfortunately, either their age was too short or they were not suitable for them. Therefore, no battles occurred. When night fell, The three of them found an open space to set up camp and rest. However, not long after, Luo Sanpao, who was on night watch, seemed to have discovered something and suddenly straightened its body, letting out a chirping sound in a particular direction. Yu Xiaojiang was immediately alerted and stood up. When he saw more than a dozen dim green light spots approaching from the darkness ahead, he didn't exclaim in surprise, but spoke in a low voice. "It's the Nether Wolf, no need to worry." Hearing the master's voice, Tang Ge's spirit immediately lifted. He knew that the appearance of the Nether Wolf was just an appetizer. The real main event was about to come. At this moment, 6 wolf-shaped soul beasts, each about 1.6 meters long, walked out from the darkness. Upon seeing this, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't help but snort coldly. "A bunch of level 10 little wolves dare to disturb me. Sanpao." Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, suddenly inhaling deeply and transforming into a large balloon. At the same time, a yellow halo flew out and enveloped its body. An authoritative low shout echoed in the night. "Fart like thunder. Shake the heavens and the earth, Luo Sanpao." Chapter 22, Barehanded Snake Ripping. As Yu Xiaojiang's voice fell, Luo Sanpao's blue eyes suddenly burst with light. The yellow halo around it quickly changed, almost transforming into a light curtain. Amidst the fluctuation of soul power, Luo Sanpao's balloon-like body bounced and flew into the air. Boom! With a deafening sound, a ball of yellow gas shot out from its rear, heading straight for the Netherwolves. "Get them!" Unbeknownst to Wen, 2 masks had appeared in Yu Xiaojiang's hands. He quickly put one on himself, while handing the other mask to Tang San. As Tang San was feeling puzzled, a hand suddenly reached out and took the mask in advance. When he came back to his senses, he was startled to see that the mask originally meant for him was actually on Tang Ge's face. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Tang Ge immediately turned his head and let out a chuckle. Tang San gritted his teeth in anger, but before he could speak, the yellow gas that had just flown into the group of hell wolves suddenly exploded. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. 6 ferocious-looking hell wolves were directly blown away by the powerful shockwave, as if they were in a torn bag. Instantly, 2 of the hell wolves crashed violently into a tree, and after hitting the ground, they let out mournful cries but could not get up again. The remaining 4, although they shakily stood up from the ground, had a lot of blood coming from their mouths and noses. They glanced over here with fear in their eyes, let out a howl, and quickly turned to flee. Luo Sanpao fell from midair. Tang San's eyes revealed astonishment, not expecting that the previous strike had such great power. He couldn't help but speak up. "Teacher, Sanpao is vomiting." But as soon as the words left his mouth, a gust of wind blew by, and the unique smell in the air immediately caused him to bend over and dry heave. Luo Sanpao happily ran over, but upon seeing Tang San's reaction, he suddenly looked aggrieved. Yu Xiaojiang also had a face full of embarrassment and couldn't help but turn his head and glare fiercely at Tang Ge. After a while, Tang San had recovered somewhat, but his face looked a bit pale. As soon as he thought of the mask that had been snatched away earlier, he glared at Tang Ge with wide eyes. "Tang Ge, the teacher wasn't wrong, you're so bad. The smell just now was really too unique." Tang San still had shadows in his heart, and his body instinctively wanted to stay away from his teacher's soul beast. Hearing Tang San's complaints, Tang Ge shrugged, looking innocent. "The master took out 2 masks, and I couldn't refuse the kind gesture. Besides, what's wrong with smelling Sanpao's fart? Are you still dissatisfied with Sanpao?" As he spoke, Tang Ge bent down and patted Luo Sanpao's head. Luo Sanpao let out a chattering sound, showing an expression of enjoyment, and took the opportunity to turn his head and glance at Tang San. His little eyes were full of dissatisfaction, as if blaming Tang San for disliking his fart. Tang San noticed this and was immediately at a loss for words. He couldn't really blame Sanpao for having a stinky fart. After all, just a moment ago, Sanpao's fart had directly blown away 6 ghostly wolves. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang couldn't stand it any longer. He felt that if this continued, his innocent disciple would definitely be bullied to death by that thick-skinned little guy. Holding a dagger, he walked up to the 2 immobilized ghostly wolves and directly slashed across their necks, then sprinkled some realgar powder to cover the bloody smell. Watching, the soul rings were about to appear. Hearing the master's reminder, Tang San and Tang Ge immediately stopped bickering and focused their attention on the scene. Sure enough, just a short while after the 2 ghostly wolves died, 2 white circles of light rose from them, seemingly ethereal and ready to dissipate at any moment. Tang Ge had killed wolf-type soul beasts back in Holy Soul Village, so he was not surprised to see the soul ring. However, when Tang San saw it for the first time, his eyes suddenly sparkled with curiosity. Seizing the opportunity, Master Yu Xiaojing demonstrated to the 2 how to absorb a soul ring. The soul ring circled around him but did not penetrate his body. After listening to the master's explanation, Tang San understood that this was because the master's soul power was insufficient for advancement, so he could not absorb the soul ring. An hour passed. The two white soul rings dissipated, and Yu Xiaojiang had Tang San feed Luo San Pao 2 white radishes to recover from the earlier consumption of soul power. Watching Luo San Pao eat the radishes with a look of comfort and enjoyment, Tang San's face twitched slightly. He finally understood why that fart had been so stinky. However, just then, Luo San Pao, who had just finished eating the radishes, suddenly let out a series of urgent cries. Luo Luo, Luo Luo, Luo Luo. Be careful. The soul beast coming this time is not simple. Hearing San Pao's cries, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed drastically. He grabbed Tang San and Tang Ge's hands and warned them. At the same time the master spoke, Tang San also heard the rustling sound coming from the darkness ahead. Moreover, he could smell a fishy odor in the air, along with a faint sweetness and tea fragrance. This was poison. Tang San's expression changed slightly as he immediately activated the Xiantian skill and urged the purple extreme demon eye, looking in the direction of the sound. There, when he saw a faint shadow of a snake in the darkness, he immediately pointed at it. Hearing Tang San's warning, Yu Xiaojiang didn't have time to think about how the opponent had discovered them in advance and directly lit a flare and threw it over. In the firelight, a nearly 4-meter-long giant snake was illuminated. Seeing this giant snake, even Yu Xiaojiang, who had a soul power level of 29, couldn't help but gasp. Xiao San, Xiao Ge. Now I'm going to teach you a theory. More souls, more bones, a burst of skill. Fewer souls, fewer bones, just run for it. So what do we do now? Tang San couldn't help but ask. In fact, he wasn't really afraid of the poisonous giant snake that had appeared. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. However, Yu Xiaojiang's expression was serious as he quickly placed his 2 soul rings on a Luo San Pao and said rapidly, "This is a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake. Let San Pao hold it off while we escape." Just as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly felt his hand empty, and a figure suddenly shot out, charging towards the distant mandala snake. When he realized that it was Tang Ge who had rushed out, he was immediately taken aback and couldn't help but shout, "Tang Ge, what are you doing? Come back quickly." Tang San's expression changed upon seeing this, and a sharp dagger involuntarily appeared in his hand. 5 or 6 meters away, Tang Ge, who had just rushed out, heard Yu Xiaojiang's worried shout, but did not stop. As he looked at the increasingly close mandala snake, he felt no fear at all. Instead, he was filled with excitement. It was merely a soul beast that was less than 400 years old. Today I, Tang Ge, will perform a barehanded snake tearing. Chapter 23. Master S. Doubts, Seeking Donations. Tang Ge is not a reckless person, so he would never charge forward to seek death. However, when a mandala snake appeared, he did not feel the slightest threat from it. Therefore, combined with the original plot where Tang San was able to kill the mandala snake without injury, Tang Ge could take this opportunity to test the power of the ancient sacred body after reaching 30 fusion. "Master, you don't need to intervene. I'll handle this snake." After shouting this, Tang Ge accelerated again. But Yu Xiaojiang didn't know this. He watched Tang Ge rushing towards the mandala snake and was instantly furious. Has this brat lost his mind? The mandala snake is nearing its 400-year limit. Even I'm not its match. Isn't he rushing to his death? "Teacher, I know Tang Ge. He definitely won't be in danger." Hearing Master S. worried and anxious scolding, Tang San couldn't help but comfort him. However, his right hand, which was holding the dagger, tightened as he secretly thought that if Tang Ge encountered danger, he would rush over to help. For a moment, both of them stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink, fearing that Tang Ge would accidentally be swallowed whole by the mandala snake. More than 10 meters away, Tang Ge was unaware of Master and Tang San's thoughts. At this moment, he had already charged in front of the mandala snake, and the resistance of the ancient sacred body directly immunized him against the poisonous gas that permeated the surrounding air. Bang! Tang Ge punched out, striking the mandrake snake fiercely. The terrifying force erupted, and even though the scales on the mandrake snake's body were as hard as iron, they were instantly shattered, and its body collapsed. The intense pain immediately made the mandrake snake emit an unpleasant cry. Its elongated, cold snake eyes shot out a chilling and furious light, and a faint yellow glow appeared on its dark green scales. Then, the mandrake snake's thick tail transformed into an afterimage and violently swung towards Tang Ge, creating a popping sound as the air was struck. At the same time, the nearly 4-meter-long body of the mandrake snake coiled into a circle, its triangular head turned around, and it opened its massive mouth to bite at Tang Ge. The sharp fangs glinted coldly in the firelight, with visible venom dripping from them. Facing the mandrake snake's furious double counterattack, Tang Ge showed no signs of tension. As he watched the giant mouth coming down to bite him, he simply waved his hand, and a large stone suddenly appeared in midair. This stone was the same one he had rested on before slipping down the steep slope, which allowed him to successfully activate the system. To keep a memento, he stored the stone in the system space. Now, as Tang Ge took it out again, it just happened to appear in the direction of the mandrake snake's bite. With a crunch, the stone entered the mandrake snake's mouth. The stone did not break, but the mandrake snake's wide-open mouth was directly jammed by the stone, unable to close or spit it out. Tang Ge couldn't help but laugh out loud, and with a swift motion, he punched the snake tail that was swinging down towards him. Bang! With a dull thud, shattered dark green snake scales flew everywhere. Not only that, taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Ge quickly turned around and grabbed the tail of the mandala snake, which was trying to retract. With a powerful pull of his arms, he lifted the entire snake effortlessly, supported by the formidable ancient holy body. The nearly 4-meter-long mandala snake was like nothing in Tang Ge's hands, as he began to smash it violently against the ground. Bang! 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 The earth shook, and leaves fell. The mandala snake, once roaring like a giant stone, completely lost its former ferocity, turning into a dark green whip as it wailed, repeatedly soaring into the air before crashing down. Blood-stained dark green scales flew everywhere. The originally flat ground began to crack and form deep crevices. From a distance, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San were already wide-eyed in shock, staring blankly at the mandala snake, which had no power to resist in Tang Ge's hands. Tang San was fine. He had long known that Tang Ge's body was very strong and his strength was great. At this moment, seeing such a scene, he was only shocked. However, Yu Xiaojiang's heart was like a turbulent sea. His heart was beating so violently it felt like it was going to burst out of his throat. That was a soul beast close to 400 years old. It was being bullied like this by a 6-year-old child. Could it be that I am dreaming? But listening to the continuous sounds of impact, Yu Xiaojiang understood that everything he was seeing was real. For a moment, he couldn't help but swallow, his gaze falling on Tang San beside him. Xiao San, are you sure this little guy you grew up with is human and not a soul beast transformed from the Stardew Forest? It should be human, right? Tang San said uncertainly. More than 10 meters away, after continuous and frantic impacts against the ground, the mandala snake finally gave up struggling completely, with blood continuously pouring out of its mouth as it gnawed on the large stone. Tang Ge didn't know when he had already released the snake's tail and arrived in front of the mandala snake's head, grabbing its upper and lower jaws with both hands. With a powerful pull, the mandala snake's mouth was instantly ripped open by Tang Ge. But just as Tang Ge was about to tear the mandala snake in half, the system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, Shock Yu Xiaojiang, gain 1,000 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, Shock Tang San, gain 100 shock points. The system notification awakened Tang Ge. He immediately stopped tearing the snake and turned to shout at Tang San in the distance. Xiao San, hurry over and kill this snake. Let me kill the snake. Tang San was immediately confused when he heard Tang Ge's shout. However, Yu Xiaojiang beside him showed a hint of joy and urged, Xiao San, your first spirit ring is here. This mandala snake is perfect for you. With your innate full soul power, absorbing this nearly 400-year-old mandala snake's spirit ring will be completely fine. But my martial soul is the plant blue silvergrass. Can it absorb beast-type spirit rings? Tang San expressed his concerns. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang had completely relaxed, his eyes shining with confidence as he explained the theory of martial soul mimicry, one of the top 10 core competencies in the martial soul world. Since Tang Ge was still waiting over there, he spoke very quickly. After hearing what the master had said, Tang San, who was originally worried, immediately felt reassured. He no longer hesitated and quickly walked to Tang Ge's side, directly piercing through the head of the mandala snake with the sharp dagger he held in his hand. Tang Ge released his hand, and the huge body of the mandala snake immediately slammed to the ground. After a while, as faint yellow light spots appeared from the snake's body, a circle of yellow rings began to condense above the mandala snake's body. Xiao San, the snake has helped you solve it. The next process of absorbing the soul ring will depend on you. Tang Ge's gaze fell on Tang San, and he smiled. After all, the other party had provided him with 100 shock points, so his earlier actions were not in vain. Chapter 24. encountering adventurers hearing Tang Ge's words. Tang San was immediately moved. He didn't expect that Tang Ge had risked so much to fight the mandala snake solely to help him obtain his first spirit ring. Although the battle didn't last long, the mandala snake was a spirit beast that was nearly 400 years old and had extremely potent poison. If Tang Ge had made a single mistake, he could have put himself in a life-threatening situation. Perhaps this is what the master referred to as teammates and friends you can trust with your back. Tang San thought to himself. Then he nodded heavily and said, Tang Ge, you can rest assured, I will not let you down. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing also walked over. Seeing the already formed spirit ring, he was worried that delays might cause changes and urged, Xiao San, let's start. Tang San no longer hesitated, following the method instructed by the master. He first summoned his martial soul, Blue Silvergrass. Then he continued to guide his soul power, and under the influence of a pulling force, the soul ring above the mandala snake immediately flew over and enveloped him. In an instant, a tremendous pressure came crashing down. Tang San frowned, suppressing the discomfort of his bones being compressed, and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. The spirit rings began to shrink, and then slowly merged into the blue silvergrass. After a while, seeing Tang San's tightly furrowed brow relax, Yu Xiaojing, who had been anxious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that everything that followed had to be resolved by Tang San himself, and all he could do was stay here and quietly wait for the result. So, shifting his gaze away from Tang San, Yu Xiaojing looked towards Tang Ge. Due to what had just happened, Tang Ge's impression on him had changed. He was no longer the thick-skinned, unreliable little guy he once was. Tang Ge's display of bravery and responsibility made Yu Xiaojing very satisfied. However, he still maintained a stern expression and scolded. This time was just luck. You must not be so reckless in the future. Do you understand? Master, I will remember it in my heart. Tang Ge did not refute and humbly accepted the criticism. Yu Xiaojing finally revealed a smile on his face. He nodded and said, once Xiao San successfully fuses his first spirit ring, it will be time to find a suitable spirit ring for you. Little guy, your martial spirit. Before Yu Xiaojing could finish his sentence, Tang Ge interrupted. He looked at Yu Xiaojing seriously and said, Master, I already have a clear direction for the development of my spirit ring. Therefore, I plan to go find a suitable spirit beast by myself. Once Xiao San's spirit ring fusion is successful, you all don't need to wait for me. Just go back to the academy. This was a decision Tang Ge had made before coming to the soul hunting forest. Now that Tang San's first spirit ring had been found and the master's crisis had been resolved, it was time for him to separate from the two and search for his martial spirit alone. After all, with the ancient sacred body and the yin-yang life and death diagram, Tang Ge was not worried about encountering unsolvable spirit beasts in the soul hunting forest as long as he was careful. Hearing Tang Ge's request, if it had been before, Yu Xiaojing would definitely not have agreed. However, after witnessing the other party kill a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake with his bare hands, he understood that at his own soul power level of 29, he would probably not be a match. And Tang Ge was just a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his soul power. Thinking of this, Yu Xiaojing felt both astonished and an overwhelming sense of desolation and loss. It turned out that he had unknowingly fallen behind the development of the times. So Yu Xiaojing was silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Since you have already decided, I won't persuade you further. I just hope you think twice before acting. Xiao San and I will wait for you outside the soul hunting forest. I will be careful. After receiving the master's consent, Tang Ge did not linger and turned to walk towards the dark forest ahead. It was not until he disappeared from sight that Yu Xiaojing withdrew his gaze. His attention shifted back to Tang San, watching as the spirit ring was gradually absorbed and integrated, with hope shining in his eyes. Perhaps the dream I have always had will be realized through them. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is vast for fish to leap. At this moment, Tang Ge's mood was just like this. After parting ways with the master and Tang San, he suddenly felt exceptionally relaxed and free, no longer deliberately concealing his aura. Along the way, the soul beasts he encountered actively avoided him. However, any that dared to come forward and provoke him were directly beaten up by Tang Ge with his fists. Nevertheless, he did not kill these soul beasts, but instead allowed them to escape in terror. Unknowingly, night passed and morning arrived, with a ray of warm sunlight piercing through the dense treetops and shining into the soul hunting forest. Tang Ge completely left the outskirts and entered deep into the forest. Under a large tree, accompanied by the crackling sound of burning firewood, Tang Ge, who had been on the road all night, rarely stopped to roast a rabbit that had turned orange-yellow. As the seasoning was sprinkled on, A rich aroma immediately wafted out. Tang Ge took a sniff and couldn't help but smile. Soul beasts are indeed soul beasts. Their scent is much more fragrant than that of ordinary wild animals. After a while, the roasted rabbit meat was finally ready. Tang Ge was about to start eating when suddenly, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, 4 figures emerged from the woods ahead. Among the 4 figures were 2 men and 2 women, all dressed in adventure gear. One of the men was a robust giant, standing at about 1.8 meters tall, in his 30s, with bulging muscles that revealed immense strength. He was holding a large shield over a meter high in his hand. The other young man was considerably shorter, gripping a dagger, with cold eyes that revealed his vigilance. However, his gaze frequently swept over his enchanting female companion in a red outfit, not hiding the heat in his eyes at all. Tang Ge quickly confirmed that the 4 people before him were the adventure team mentioned by the master, hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. However, he was puzzled because, among this seemingly normal adventure team, there was a little girl who looked only 8 years old and appeared very weak. At the same time, the 4 adventurers who walked out of the woods also saw Tang Ge, who was roasting meat. Due to the activation of the ancient sacred body, his physique far exceeded that of children his age, making him look nothing like a 6-year-old child. The 4 adventurers were surprised to find someone here and momentarily froze. However, one of them, a burly man holding a large shield, quickly focused his gaze on the golden roasted meat in Tang Ge's hands. His eyes lit up, and he let out a hearty laugh. Little brother, meeting his fate. Do you mind if we share this delicious food? Chapter 25. A unique martial soul, seeking recommendation votes. The burly man laughed as he walked over, and without waiting for Tang Ge to agree, he squatted down and reached for the golden roasted rabbit meat without any courtesy. However, during this time, his other hand never left the large shield. Clearly, even though Tang Ge seemed young and showed no signs of soul power fluctuations, the seemingly cheerful burly man remained vigilant. Just as he was about to grab the roasted rabbit meat, another hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. The burly man raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, and he suddenly increased the strength in his arm. However, soon cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Why is there such great strength? The burly man was filled with shock. For a moment, when he looked at Tang Ge, who was holding his wrist, a forced smile appeared on his face as he spoke. Brother, what do you mean by this? Nothing much. Just want to tell you that this roasted meat is very expensive, and you can't afford it. Tang Ge said coldly, listening to the system prompt in his mind. Then he exerted strength with his hand, and the burly man felt a sharp pain in his wrist, followed by tremendous force that sent him tumbling several meters away along with his shield. Zhou Sun Ge, seeing the burly man suddenly roll out after just sitting down, the remaining 3 were startled and quickly rushed over. The burly man propped himself up with his shield and stood up. He brushed off the dust from his body and awkwardly shook his head. Don't worry, I'm fine. However, when he looked at Tang Ge, whom he called Zhou Sun, his eyes were filled with fear. As if sensing Zhou Sun's gaze, the 3 companions who rushed over immediately shifted their attention to Tang Ge. Looking at this boy, who seemed to be around 11 or 12 years old, a graceful woman in a red outfit frowned, and then smiled as she spoke. Little friend, you are here to hunt soul beasts for soul rings too, right? Where are your elders? Aren't they with you? Tang Ge ignored the woman, and with his stomach growling, he directly picked up the roasted rabbit meat and began to eat it happily. A rich aroma wafted through the air. The little girl standing next to the graceful woman in a red outfit couldn't help but swallow, her bright eyes fixed on the roasted meat in Tang Ge's hands. The other 3 were left standing there, their expressions fluctuating. However, after confirming the unusual nature of the young boy from their companion, Zhou Sun's gaze, they had to hold back their dissatisfaction, even though they felt it. After a while, Tang Ge finally finished the roasted rabbit meat in his hands and looked up to see Zhou Sun and the other 3 still standing nearby. He couldn't help but ask with a strange expression, why are you still standing here? Are you waiting to eat the bones I left behind? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the young man holding the dagger was so enraged that he almost shouted back. But before he could say anything, the little girl standing next to the graceful woman suddenly exclaimed, wow, little Tuan has reacted. 100-year-old soul beast has appeared nearby. Somehow, a jelly-like transparent substance had appeared in the little girl's hands. At that moment, with her exclamation, yellow light began to emanate from the transparent substance, forming a light arrow. Once the light arrow was fully formed, it pointed directly in one direction. Both the graceful woman and the burly man, Zhou Sun, showed excitement on their faces upon seeing the yellow light arrow. The young man with the dagger urged eagerly, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly find this soul beast. It might be exactly what we need. Saying this, he hurriedly ran towards the direction indicated by the yellow light arrow. The other 3 teammates quickly followed suit. In an instant, only Tang Ge was left alone. Tang Ge felt slightly awkward. He never expected to be so overlooked on his first time. However, what concerned him more was that the 4 adventurers had actually determined that a century-old soul beast was nearby and clearly knew its location. Thinking about the jelly-like, transparent object that had appeared in the little girl's hand, a light sparkled in Tang Ge's eyes. What a peculiar martial soul. Able to sense the age and location of soul beasts in advance. Could it be a mutated beast martial soul like Luo Sanpeio's? Immediately, he dashed after the direction the 4 adventurers had taken. A little over 100 meters away, in an open area, a massive iron net with hooks descended from the sky, instantly enveloping a hedgehog martial soul that was charging wildly. As it curled up, all its sharp spines pierced into the tiny holes of the iron net, binding it tightly. Not far away, the originally strong and robust man, Zhou Sun, was lying on the ground, groaning in pain. At least 3 long sharp spines were embedded in his body, and blood continuously oozed from the wounds, while a giant shield, also covered in spikes, was thrown aside. Seeing the hedgehog trapped in the iron net, Zhou Sun couldn't help but shout, "Hurry up and kill this iron-spined hedgehog. It's going to kill me with pain." The iron net was thrown by a young man wielding a dagger to ensnare the century-old iron-spined hedgehog. He himself had been struck by a spine and was leaning against a large tree, holding his wound. At this moment, the only one uninjured was the graceful woman. As for the little girl standing next to her, who looked pale with fear, apart from the jelly martial soul in her hand having some effect, she had no combat power at all. Hearing Zhou Sen's urging, the graceful woman glanced at the hedgehog trapped in the iron net, her face showing a dilemma. Although this soul beast was only a little over 100 years old, and she was already a level 23 Great Soul Master, the strongest in the 4-person team, the hedgehog was curled up with its spines exposed, leaving no place to attack, unless they used a shield-type weapon to smash it directly. There was no way to kill it. However, Zhou Sun, who wielded the giant shield, was injured and unable to move. The other companion was also an agile martial soul and couldn't do it either. The graceful woman held a whip, which was fine for striking the iron-spined hedgehog from a distance. But who knew how long that would take? After all, this was the soul-hunting forest, where various dangers lurked, and no one could guarantee that attacking the iron-spined hedgehog wouldn't attract other soul beasts. For a moment, the graceful woman hesitated. Did she really have to give up? Just as she was thinking, footsteps suddenly sounded behind her, followed by a familiar voice. "How's it going? Do you need my help?" "Who?" The graceful woman was startled, instinctively activating her 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, before turning to see where the voice came from. Tang Ge had appeared 7 or 8 meters away. Looking at the graceful woman who had activated 2 soul rings, Tang Ge was secretly astonished. She was actually a great soul master, but he wasn't afraid. He smiled and spoke again. "I'm a healing martial soul. If you don't mind, I can help heal your companion." Chapter 26. Target. Millennium Soul Beast. The appearance of Tang Ge slightly surprised the graceful woman, as she didn't expect the other party to follow her. However, she did not let her guard down, and her gaze fell on Tang Ge as she suspiciously asked, "Are you really a healing type, martial soul?" "Of course, but before I treat your companion, I need you to agree to a condition." Tang Ge nodded. The beautiful woman frowned and asked, "What conditions?" "Help me find a Millennium Soul Beast that meets my requirements." Tang Ge stated his conditions. That's right. After parting ways with Master and Tang San, Tang Ge had no intention of hunting a 100-year soul beast, but instead set his sights on a 1,000-year soul beast. After all, even Tang San was able to successfully absorb the nearly 400-year mandala snake soul ring. With his ability to tear the mandala snake apart with his bare hands and possessing the ancient sacred body constitution, absorbing a 100-year soul ring would seem like a waste of talent. Therefore, Tang Ge wanted to find a 1,000-year soul ring as his first soul ring. However, while 100-year soul beasts could still be found in the soul hunting forest, 1,000-year soul beasts were so rare that they were almost impossible to encounter. Now that he had met a soul master with a martial soul capable of sensing the age of soul beasts, how could Tang Ge easily let this opportunity slip away? Unfortunately, when the enchanting woman across from him heard his request, she immediately refused without hesitation. "That's impossible. A 1,000-year soul beast is far beyond what we can handle." In the distance, the cold young man, leaning against a tree to recover his soul power, also saw Tang Ge, remembering their previous unpleasant encounter. A hint of killing intent appeared on his face as he coldly spoke. Yue, this kid, doesn't he look very strong? There's no need to waste words with him. Just capture him directly. If he refuses to heal us, we could just kill him. I'm not strong. Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and suddenly laughed. Then, before the graceful woman could react, he instantly left his spot and charged towards the cold young man. Tang Ge moved quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of the cold young man. Then he struck with a palm. The wind from the palm howled as it came. The cold young man was startled and stabbed forward with a dagger without thinking. Bang! With a dull sound, the dagger in the cold young man's hand was first knocked away, and then he was directly slammed to the ground. That palm not only caused him excruciating pain all over his body, but his head also buzzed. After a while, the cold young man became somewhat aware again. He wanted to get up, but a foot was firmly pressed on him, followed by a mocking voice in his ear. How does it feel? Do you still think I'm weak now? You despicable. You attacked me from behind. The cold young man's face turned red, and he gritted his teeth in defiance. In the distance, the enchanting woman had come back to her senses. However, for some unknown reason, she did not make a move against the cold young man who was being stepped on by Tang Ge. As for the giant man Zhou San, who had several spikes embedded in him, he had already witnessed Tang Ge's strength and was pretending not to see anything at that moment. Tang Ge showed a satisfied expression upon seeing this. Ignoring the cold young man who was still putting on a brave front, he continued to speak to the graceful woman. Rest assured, I only need you to help me find the 1,000-year soul beast. As for hunting the 1,000-year soul beast, I can handle that myself. As long as you assist me, I can not only help heal your injuries for free, but also deal with that spiky hedgehog. Initially, the graceful woman did not want to agree, but upon hearing his offer to deal with the hedgehog, she hesitated. Glancing at the frail and frightened little girl not far away, the graceful woman finally gritted her teeth and nodded. I can't be sure if they will agree, but as long as you can leave the final blow to the iron-spiked hedgehog for Xiao Chan, I will agree to help you find the 1,000-year soul beast. Xiao Chan must be the name of the little girl. Tang Ge could tell that the little girl with the unique martial soul had a special relationship with the graceful woman in front of him. So when he heard the woman's request, he nodded in agreement. As for the cold young man and the giant Zhou San, they had no choice but to compromise and accept Tang Ge's treatment. When they were truly certain that their injuries had completely healed, both the cold young man and Zhou San were utterly shocked. They never expected that this young boy, who was not much older than them, actually possessed a healing martial soul. But why was the other party's power so great? Could it also be a mutated martial soul? At that moment, Tang Ge had already struck the iron-spiked hedgehog trapped in the barbed wire until it was left with only a breath, which was then directly killed by the little girl with her eyes closed. Upon seeing the yellow halo emerging from the iron-spiked hedgehog, the graceful woman was overjoyed and quickly urged, Xiao Chan, hurry up and absorb this soul ring. The little girl nodded and bravely summoned the soul ring to begin the absorption and fusion. The cold young man and Zhou San couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy at this scene. Meanwhile, the graceful woman's gaze shifted to Tang Ge. Biting her lip, she said, My name is Lin Yue. Thank you for helping my sister. It's just mutual assistance. Tang Ge shook his head. Soon, everyone fell silent and waited quietly. About half an hour later, the little girl successfully absorbed the soul ring. As soon as she finished, she joyfully jumped up from the ground and ran to Lin Yue. Sister, look, I got a soul skill. Saying this, she summoned her transparent jelly martial soul, and a nearly transparent fine arrow was condensed from her soul power, suddenly shooting out with a whoosh. Then, in the distance, a large tree was directly pierced through its thick trunk by this fine arrow. Seeing the scene, the cold young man and the giant Zhou San were filled with envy. The graceful woman, Lin Yue, let out a slight sigh of relief, and then smiled as she patted the little girl's head. Xiao Chan is really amazing. Hee. The little girl couldn't help but laugh joyfully. At this moment, Tang Ge suddenly spoke up. Now that the soul ring has been absorbed, shouldn't we set off to help me find a 1,000-year soul beast? Hearing Tang Ge speak, the little girl, who had just been laughing, remembered what had happened earlier and immediately got scared, quickly hiding behind Lin Yue. Upon seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but roll her eyes. Am I really that scary? Lin Yue patted the little girl's head, reassuring her not to be afraid. Then she looked at Tang Ge and nodded, saying, with Xiao Chan's current soul power level, locating a 1,000-year soul beast shouldn't be a problem. But once we find the 1,000-year soul beast you need, I will leave with Xiao Chan. Yes, as long as we find the 1,000-year soul beast I need, you can leave at any time. Tang Ge did not refuse. There was no time to waste. They no longer stayed here to waste time, and as the little girl summoned her jelly soul, They immediately followed the sensation of the jelly soul into the dark forest again. Chapter 27. The Thousand-Year Soul Beast, Dream Fox. Although Tang Ge had already witnessed the little girl's ability to sense soul beasts with her jelly soul before, he was still greatly amazed upon seeing it again. The master was indeed right. There are no completely useless martial souls, only those who do not know how to use them. Along the way, Tang Ge saw the originally transparent jelly spirit continuously changing from white to yellow, and then from yellow back to white, in a repetitive cycle. These constantly changing colors indicated the presence of 10-year and 100-year soul beasts around the 5 of them. Moreover, at the top of its body, there was a light arrow pointing in the direction where the soul beast was hidden. It must be said that with this kind of jelly spirit, there was no need to worry about not being able to find a suitable soul beast in the vast soul-hunting forest. Tang Ge was even more fortunate to have encountered this adventure team. Otherwise, he didn't know how long it would take to find a 1,000-year soul beast. During this time, the cold young man and the giant Zhou Sun also expressed their desire to kill a 100-year soul beast to obtain a soul ring. As both of them had reached level 20 in soul power, they came to the soul-hunting forest this time to acquire their second soul ring and break through to the great soul master realm. Therefore, when they saw the 100-year soul ring that emerged after the previous 100-year soul beast, the iron spike hedgehog, was killed, envy appeared in their eyes. Unfortunately, Tang Ge completely ignored the requests of the cold young man and the giant, and did not allow them to leave. Thus, time slowly passed. Unknowingly, another day and night had gone by. Despite the help of the little girl's jelly martial soul, they encountered several decent 100-year soul beasts, but still had not met a 1,000-year soul beast. Tang Ge even doubted whether there were any 1,000-year soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. He almost took a step back and chose a 100-year soul beast instead. Fortunately, by the next morning, things finally took a turn. In a dark forest, the giant Zhou Sun held a large shield and walked at the forefront, while the dagger-wielding youth moved around, on guard against sudden attacks. Tang Ge, Lin Yue, and the little girl Lin Yuechan walked in the middle. At that moment, the jelly spirit that had been held in the little girl Lin Yuechan's arms began to tremble gently, and its originally white light started to change violently. Faintly visible, purple light spots began to appear within the white light. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge was first taken aback, then overjoyed. He immediately said, "Stop!" Upon hearing Tang Ge's command, everyone immediately halted their advance and focused their attention on the jelly spirit in Lin Yue's arms. The purple light spots indicated the presence of a 1,000-year soul beast. Their appearance at this moment signified that the jelly spirit had sensed the presence of a 1,000-year soul beast nearby. In an instant, everyone became extremely tense, observing the changes in the jelly spirit while also watching their surroundings. However, since the purple light spots were not numerous, the white light still dominated. Tang Ge frowned slightly, about to ask the little girl to gather a light arrow and point out the location of the 1,000-year soul beast. Suddenly, a series of whimpering sounds echoed ahead, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At some point, a colorful fox with vibrant fur appeared on a thick, lush tree about 7 or 8 meters away. It was half-crouched on a branch, its slender fox eyes quietly watching this way. At the same time, the jelly spirit's soul that the little girl held, which originally only had faint purple light dots, rapidly changed and instantly turned deep purple. A 1,000-year soul beast. Seeing the appearance of the colorful furred fox and the transformation of the jelly spirit soul, the dagger youth stammered in fear. Then, without hesitation, he turned and fled into the distance. Unfortunately, he escaped a few meters when, accompanied by another whimper, he suddenly froze in place. Strangely, there was no fear on the face of the frozen dagger youth, but rather an expression of enjoyment. At that moment, not only the dagger youth stood eerily frozen, but Lin Yue, the little girl, and the shield-bearing Zhou Sun also shared the same expression of enjoyment. They seemed to be dreaming a beautiful dream. Whimper! The soul beast fox called out again, elegantly leaping down from the branch to the ground. After landing, it slowly walked towards the nearest dagger youth, and it was faintly visible that with each step it took, purple soul power radiated from its body. Pucci! When it reached the dagger youth, the soul beast fox stood upright, and with a light wave of its front paw, the dagger youth's head flew off. Blood gushed from his severed neck, and as his body fell, it instantly stained the green grass red. Immediately after, the shield-bearing strongman Zhou Sun also turned into a headless corpse. 7 or 8 meters away, Tang Ge, who had been still, suddenly trembled, and his previously closed eyes opened wide, just in time to witness this scene. His heart filled with shock. Two soul masters with level 19 soul power were so easily killed. But soon his attention shifted to the soul beast fox, his gaze becoming fervent. At this moment, Tang Ge had recognized the identity of the fox. It was a 1,000-year soul beast, the dream fox, capable of confusing its opponents with soul power. Once the confusion succeeded, the opponent would fall into a beautiful environment, allowing the dream fox to easily harvest them. Just now, Tang Ge had been caught off guard and fell into the trap as well. Fortunately, he possessed the ancient holy body, which provided significant resistance against such mental attacks. So he quickly broke free. However, for Tang Ge, a dream fox with mental type attacks was precisely the most suitable soul beast for him. Once he absorbed the opponent's soul ring and gained a similar soul skill, it would greatly benefit his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram. Tang Ge did not expect his luck to be so good. The first Millennium Soul beast he encountered was the most suitable for him. As for whether he could kill the opponent, he was completely unconcerned. At the same time, the Dream Fox, which had just killed the dagger-wielding youth and the giant shield Zhou Sun, also noticed Tang Ge, who had opened his eyes. A hint of confusion was revealed in its slender fox eyes, as if it couldn't understand how this human could wake up, so it let out a whimper. In an instant, a peculiar force rushed towards Tang Ge. Tang Ge was somewhat prepared this time and was not affected, but he still closed his eyes, pretending to show a hint of joy on his face. Seeing this, the dream fox was satisfied and elegantly walked over with small steps. The distance between the human and the fox was getting closer. Finally, the dream fox arrived in front of Tang Ge, stood on its hind legs, and raised its paw, revealing the sharp claws hidden in its flesh. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes. As he extended his right hand, a mini sword slowly emerged from his palm. Chapter 28. Slay. First soul ring. When he made his move, it was like a thunderbolt. Facing the dream fox, a soul beast that had lived for at least 1,000 years, Tang Ge, despite his immense confidence, did not dare to be careless. Nor did he hold back in the slightest. As the mini sword, one of the 4 swords of extermination, the L11 NGN, was summoned. The already dark forest environment became even darker. Boundless oppression was released from the L11 NGN. The wind suddenly appeared and became extremely violent, raging through the forest with a howling sound. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and distant thunder began to rumble. At that moment, all soul beasts within several miles were frightened and lay trembling on the ground. As for the 1,000-year-old dream fox facing the L11 NGN, it was directly frozen in place under the aura of slaughter, its eyes filled with terror. Seeing the dream fox unable to move, Tang Ge was extremely surprised. The 4 swords of extermination, being his strongest martial soul, could not be fully utilized, yet due to his own strength limitations. However, summoning a sword was still possible. Thus, Tang Ge decided to summon the L11 NGN and, enduring the pain that felt like his body was being torn apart, forcibly used his soul power to urge the L11 NGN to release a trace of its aura. As a result, merely this trace of aura not only caused a change in the sky, but also suppressed the 1,000-year-old dream fox, rendering it unable to act. However, the ancient sacred body had only a 30 fusion rate and could not withstand the backlash from summoning the L11 NGN for long. Seeing that the 1,000-year-old dream fox had been subdued, Tang Ge did not dare to waste time. While retracting the L11 NGN, he quickly summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram, inputting his soul power into it, causing it to instantly become enormous. Trap! Tang Ge let out a low shout, and the immense yin-yang life and death diagram was like a giant hand, reaching down to scoop up the dream fox. As the soul power was continuously consumed and transformed into yin power, it invaded the dream fox's body. Yep, the dream fox, which had just recovered, immediately let out a mournful cry. The excruciating pain from the constant corrosion within its body made it feel a strong threat of death, causing it to struggle desperately. Tang Ge's soul power was rapidly depleting. However, he did not allow the fox to struggle freely. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the opponent was trapped, he directly unleashed the power of the ancient sacred body and charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. Through a layer of martial soul, Tang Ge continuously struck the body of the dream fox with punch after punch. With each punch, the terrifying force combined with the power of darkness invaded the dream fox's body, directly causing its internal organs to rupture. Crimson blood gushed from the dream fox's mouth and nose, instantly dyeing its colorful fur blood red. The piercing screams became increasingly unbearable. In the end, as he saw his soul power nearly exhausted and the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram becoming unstable. The heavily injured dream fox attempted to break free. After throwing countless punches, Tang Ge suddenly let out a low shout. Gaoti kruk amer technique. At that moment, he relied on the powerful physique of the ancient sacred body. Using his fist as a hammer, concentrating all his strength into his right fist, and instantly executed the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous, crashing sound. Tang Ge's fist struck heavily on the dream fox's head. Whimper! The dream fox let out a desperate and piercing cry. Then the sound abruptly ceased. When the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram dissipated, a headless corpse immediately fell to the ground, and the scalding blood quickly stained the surrounding ground red. Due to nearly exhausting his soul power, Tang Ge was also exhausted and sat down heavily on the ground. However, when he saw a purple light circle gradually forming above the dream fox's corpse, a smile appeared on his slightly pale face. Finally, he could take a break. Then, Tang Ge closed his eyes and began to recover the depleted soul power. During this time, due to the residual aura released by the killing immortal sword, there was no trace of any soul beast nearby. Lin Yue and the little girl, who had narrowly escaped disaster, were still unconscious and had not woken up. Therefore, Tang Ge was not worried about being disturbed. While recovering his soul power, he only left a sliver of consciousness to keenly observe the dynamics of the outside world. Half an hour passed. Tang Ge reopened his eyes, and his originally pale face regained its color. Feeling the soul power within him had fully recovered, and glancing at his personal profile panel, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. The 9 Apertures Golden Pill truly lived up to its name. Not only had his soul power recovered so quickly, but even the fusion degree of the ancient sacred body had increased by 2 points after this battle. Indeed, as long as there are resources to support it, combat is the best way to enhance the ancient sacred body. At this moment, Tang Ge even thought about staying in the soul-hunting forest to fight 1,000-year soul beasts. Of course, that was just a fleeting thought, not to mention whether the medicinal power of the 9 Apertures Golden Pill was enough to sustain him. Finding a 1,000-year soul beast would be a stroke of great luck, just like the dream fox that had just been killed. The moment he thought of the dream fox, Tang Ge immediately focused his mind and shifted his attention to the purple 1,000-year soul ring in front of him. Looking at the soul ring, Tang Ge's eyes lit up. This soul ring was perfectly compatible with his martial soul. First, he would absorb the soul ring, feeling the peak state of his body and mind. Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the ground and gently waved his hand with soul power. The 1,000-year soul ring, which had been floating above the dream fox's corpse, immediately flew towards him. As soon as the soul ring was placed on him, Tang Ge heard a mournful scream in his mind, and then a phantom of the dream fox lunged at him ferociously. Oomph! Even in death, you dare to cause trouble. Obediently let me absorb you. Tang Ye hummed softly, releasing a wisp of the aura of the Zhu Xian sword once again. It was immediate and retracted, not even a second of lingering time. Yet the illusory dream fox that had just emerged was instantly torn apart and completely vanished. The soul ring, which had originally resisted fiercely, regained its calm, slowly merging with the appearing yin-yang life and death diagram. On the seemingly black and white yin-yang life and death diagram, other colors had inexplicably appeared. However, Tang Ge did not notice this situation. His consciousness was entirely focused on his body, rapidly transporting soul power that was circulating within. The soul power, which had reached its peak, began to grow rapidly. After an unknown period of time, at the moment when a cracking sound echoed within his body, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened his left hand as if inspired. The yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from his palm. Below him, a clear purple halo formed and slowly rose, beginning to rotate around Tang Ge's body. This was a significant characteristic of a one-ring soul master. Chapter 29. Milk can save lives. It can also kill. Tang Ge opened his eyes and saw the purple soul rings spinning around him. His gaze was intense as he suppressed the urge to laugh out loud and directly summoned his personal profile panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge level, 13th rank Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Ring, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skill, Joy Martial Skill, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 32 Shock Value, 3120 compared to before. The personal profile panel had undergone significant changes, with an additional soul ring and soul skill option. More importantly, Tang Ge, who had been stuck at the 10th level of Soul Master, finally broke through, jumping 2 levels to become a 13th level Soul Master. Moreover, his first soul ring completely exceeded the Master's theoretical research, reaching the purple 1,000-year level, feeling the soul power that began to grow continuously after breaking the limits. Along with the surging power within his body, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile and murmur to himself. He really wanted to find a master right now and see the shocked expression on his face. Then his attention turned to the soul skills section. In an instant, information about the soul skills appeared directly in Tang Ge's mind. Soul skill, joy active skill. When using the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram with yin or yang power, integrating joy can put the opponent in a state of pleasure, lowering their guard. Perhaps due to the fusion of a martial soul, the ability originally belonging to the 1,000-year dream, Fox underwent some changes. But Tang Ge was very satisfied with this change. This was precisely the skill he had envisioned for his first soul ring. Whether it was yin or yang power, it could be perfectly fused and used. The only thing that puzzled Tang Ge was that he saw other colors appearing in the yin-yang life and death diagram after fusing the soul ring. Could it be due to the influence of the soul ring? However, considering that Tang San's blue silver grass also changed after fusing with the mandala snake soul ring, he temporarily set aside this concern. Looking at the headless 1,000-year dream, Fox on the ground, Tang Ge didn't waste any time and directly stored the corpse in the system space. The martial soul and soul ring were also retracted back into his body. Just after doing all of this, with a groan, Lin Yui, who had fainted due to the aura of the Juxian's sword, finally slowly woke up. At the same time, a confused voice rang in her ears. "Sister, what just happened?" Lin Yui, hearing the question from the little girl who had also just woken up beside her, did not answer but looked in shock at the 2 headless corpses not far away. She recognized that these 2 headless corpses were her companions who had come with her. But now both of them were dead here. Could it be that 1,000-year soul beast? Remembering the fox soul beast she had seen before fainting, Lin Yui's body trembled violently, and she instinctively pulled the little girl into her arms. She immediately began to scan her surroundings, searching for traces of the 1,000-year soul beast. As a result, Lin Yui did not see the soul beast, but she saw the boy who had hired them to find the 1,000-year soul beast. He was actually still alive? Shocked, Lin Yui couldn't help but blurt out, "What about the 1,000-year soul beast? It didn't kill you?" Tang Ge replied, "I'm too handsome. Even the 1,000-year soul beast couldn't bear to kill me. So after it killed those 2 ugly ones, it just left." Tang Ge said with a dark face. If it were a man who dared to say such things in front of him, he would definitely slap the other person to death. It seemed that Lin Yui also realized she had said something wrong. Her pretty face slightly flushed, and she quickly changed the subject. She asked, "So, will you continue to search for the 1,000-year soul beast? I've finished my business and no longer need to search. Therefore, you and your sister can safely leave the soul-hunting forest." Tang Ge shook his head. However, he thought of something and immediately asked, "By the way, were you planning to go after leaving the soul-hunting forest?" Because they had received the answer that they no longer needed to search for a 1,000-year soul beast. Lin Yui's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. So she didn't think much about why he asked where she planned to go, and reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair, showing a gentle expression. This time, the main purpose was to help Xiao Chan find a soul ring. Now that she has successfully fused with the soul ring, I plan to take her to live in Soto City next. Soto City, huh? A flash of bright light flickered deep within Tang Ge's eyes. He then calmly nodded. "All right, let's go. Thank you." Although Lin Yui didn't understand what had just happened, she knew that her and her sister's survival was certainly related to the mysterious boy before her. However, Lin Yui didn't ask much more. After thanking him, she found a place for her 2 temporary companions to bury their bodies. Only then did she hurriedly leave with her sister. In an instant, Tang Ge was left alone. Feeling the forest quiet down once again, he glanced around and couldn't help but smile lightly. This is a great place to test soul skills. He then didn't leave, but instead found a clean spot to sit down and began to cultivate. Time slowly passed. Unknowingly, it was afternoon, and the scorching sunlight finally broke through the dense canopy, adding a bit of brightness to the deep forest. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, a wild boar soul beast with 2 sharp tusks suddenly emerged from a thicket. This was the first 100-year soul beast to appear since the 1,000-year soul beast. The dream fox was killed. However, because the residual scent of the 1,000-year soul beast's blood had not yet dissipated, the wild boar soul beast hesitated when it saw Tang Ge sitting on the ground, its savage eyes filled with vigilance. At this moment, Tang Ge also opened his eyes. Upon seeing the wild boar soul beast about 7 or 8 meters away, he smiled slightly. "I've been waiting for you." Tang Ge raised his left hand, and as the yin-yang life and death diagram emerged, a rich force of sunlight fused with the joyful soul skill and shot out instantly. The wild boar soul beast was startled and was about to charge forward with its hoofs. But the moment the incoming force of sunlight merged into its body, its 2-meter-tall frame first stiffened, then fell to the ground with a thud. Umph, umph. Under Tang Ge's peculiar gaze, the wild boar soul beast, which had looked extremely fierce, was now lying on the ground with its limbs in the air, making comfortable sounds. Even when Tang Ge approached it, it showed no reaction. Looking at the wild boar soul beast lying in front of him with its eyes closed and a look of enjoyment, Tang Ge's eyes became exceptionally bright. He then circulated his soul power, raised his palm, and slammed it down fiercely, instantly shattering the wild boar soul beast's heart with a splat. The milk can save lives. It can also kill. Chapter 30. My soul ring is dyed with color. Brothers and sisters, please vote for recommendations. Please give 5-star reviews. Otherwise, I'll dye color on your heads. The wild boar died very peacefully, feeling not a trace of pain. Tang Ge was very satisfied with this. Although the experimental subject he chose was just a soul beast and not a human. The situation just now had already proven that his choice of the first soul ring's characteristics was correct, with the soul skill of joy as assistance. Perhaps the power of darkness would be guarded against by the enemy and wouldn't have much effect. However, the power of light is fundamentally the power of life, full of vitality and capable of healing injuries. If Tang Ge used the power of light against the enemy, even if it invaded the enemy's body, its rich vitality would not provoke any resistance from the enemy's body. Essentially, he was healing the enemy. But if he added the soul skill of joy, the enemy receiving the treatment would become so comfortable that they would be unable to help but indulge in it. Then, this enemy would end up like the 100-year-old wild boar soul beast from earlier, easily killed by Tang Ge, with a look of enjoyment on their face as they died. Therefore, the milk can save lives, but it can also take lives. But if I have too many enemies, when my soul power reaches the title Douluo level, will they give me a title of poisoned milk Douluo? Just thinking about this made Tang Ge shiver involuntarily. He didn't dare to continue his wild thoughts. He calculated that he had already stayed in the soul-splitting forest for quite some time, and Master and Tang San might still be waiting outside. Worried that the two would be concerned, Tang Ge collected the corpse of the wild boar soul beast and left the place directly. Outside, the soul-hunting forest. At the exit, 2 figures were waiting there, Master Yu Xiaojang and Tang San. The night before last, after they came out of the forest, they didn't leave, but stayed directly to wait for Tang Ge's appearance. However, this wait had lasted nearly 2 days. Seeing that the academy's students had already started classes yesterday, but Tang Ge still hadn't come out of the soul-hunting forest, Tang San began to feel anxious. Besides worrying that the qualifications of the two as reading students would be affected due to missing classes, he was even more afraid that his companion, who had grown up with him, would encounter trouble. Sensing Tang San's worry, Master Yu Xiaojang patted his shoulder and spoke to comfort him. "Don't worry. That kid Tang Ge is tough. Even soul beasts probably can't bite him. He won't get into any trouble. Let's wait here a little longer. And if he still doesn't come out, we can go in and find him." "Okay." Hearing his teacher's words, Tang San nodded. Thus, the two waited in place for another 2 hours. As the sun moved westward and evening was approaching, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but start to worry. Could something really have happened? Just as he was thinking this, Tang San suddenly shouted in surprise, "Over here!" Facing the golden sunset in the dim, soul-hunting forest, a figure was quickly approaching them. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two. Who else could it be but Tang Ge? Looking at Tang San and Yu Xiaojang waiting here, Tang Ge couldn't help but grin and said, "Xiao San, Master, sorry to keep you waiting." Yu Xiaojang finally relaxed. He stepped forward, pinched Tang Ge's arm, and patted his shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad. Still as sturdy as before. It seems you weren't bullied by soul beasts during your disappearance. So, did you find a suitable soul ring? If I don't bully soul beasts, how could I possibly be bullied by them?" Tang Ge secretly thought to himself upon hearing Master S' words. However, he didn't hide anything about the soul ring. After confirming that there were no other people around, without further ado, he revealed the soul ring. Buzz! The space trembled, and the martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, immediately manifested from the palm of Tang Ge's left hand. Following that, a large number of purple light spots appeared beneath his feet. quickly condensing into a purple ring, which slowly rose and began to rotate around his body. Under the sunset, the purple light illuminated the surroundings, and suddenly it became eerily quiet. Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San both widened their eyes, staring blankly at the purple ring rotating around Tang Ge's body, as if they had seen a ghost. What is this? A 1,000-year soul ring? Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Yu Xiaojiang, gaining 1,000 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, gaining 150 shock points. The moment he revealed the soul ring, the system prompt sound echoed in his mind. Gaining over 1,000 shock points at once made Tang Ge extremely satisfied. Looking at the stunned master and Tang San, he chuckled and said, I got a bit lucky. I accidentally fused a 1,000-year soul ring and even gained a soul skill. Tang San regained his composure. He glanced again at the purple soul ring on Tang Ge and frowned slightly, turning to ask Yu Xiaojiang beside him. Teacher, didn't you say that the limit for the first soul ring is 423 years? Come on, that was just a theoretical result. 99% of soul masters are like that. Who knew I would encounter such a little freak today? And do you have to have a student who directly undermines the teacher's authority? Hearing Tang San's question, Yu Xiaojiang's face twitched, and he couldn't help but glare at him fiercely. Then he turned to Tang Ge, scolding him with a dark expression at such a young age. You're already learning bad habits, dyeing your own soul ring. Why not just dye it red directly? But let's let this slide for now. Don't scare people with dyed soul rings in the future. Let's go. I remember I have unfinished projects at the academy, so let's head back. After saying that, Yu Xiaojiang turned and walked toward the market with his hands behind his back. Tang Ge was left stunned, unable to believe that the master, who was renowned as the strongest in theoretical knowledge in the world of martial spirits, would say that his 1,000-year soul ring was dyed. Can we have some dignity? In that moment, Tang Ge really wanted to shout, Master, stop. Give me a red soul ring. Beside him, hearing the teacher's earlier remarks, Tang San also wore a bitter smile. He shouldn't have spoken up just now. However, looking at the purple soul ring on Tang Ge, he knew it definitely wasn't a dyed soul ring, and out of shock and curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, Tang Ge, can you tell us about your experience in obtaining this soul ring? No problem. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. He then embellished his experiences, sharing everything with Tang San except for what shouldn't be mentioned. Both his unique martial soul that could sense soul beasts and the 1,000-year soul beast, the Dream Fox, captivated Tang San, making him regret not being with Tang Ge at that time. In the end, thinking about Tang Ge's powerful physical qualities that could tear apart a mandala snake, it seemed quite normal for him to fuse a 1,000-year soul ring. However, what surprised Tang San was that Tang Ge's soul power level, after fusing the 1,000-year soul ring, had only just reached level 13. This immediately relieved Tang San. He had previously learned from his teacher that although his soul power strength needed to be assessed at the Spear Hall, it was estimated to be at least level 12. So, there wasn't much of a gap between him and Tang Ge. Tang San couldn't help but think to himself. Chapter 31, Boss, Avenge Us. That evening, Master Yu Xiaojiang didn't linger in the market outside the soul-hunting forest and directly hired a carriage to take Tang Ge and Tang San away. This time, the carriage traveled quickly. So even though they stopped for lunch along the way, the three of them returned to Shrek Academy at 1 o'clock the next day. Upon arriving at the academy, Yu Xiaojiang left first due to other matters, so Tang Ge and Tang San went directly to the 7th dormitory. However, to their surprise, the 7th dormitory was eerily quiet, with not a single shadow in sight. As Tang Ge entered and saw this situation, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is there no one here? Wang Sheng and the others should still be eating and haven't come back, right?" Tang San yawned, not caring much. He had been sitting in the carriage for over a day and now felt very uncomfortable all over, just wanting to lie down and rest. Seeing Tang San's exhausted face, Tang Ge also decided to take this opportunity to have a good sleep. However, before the two of them could take action, a sudden commotion of hurried footsteps outside the 7th dormitory broke the tranquility. Among them were angry curses filled with grief and rage. Damn it, it's just too despicable. That Lu Long lost the duel because of his own carelessness. Yet he blames Sheng Ge for the sneak attack, and even called in the 6th year Xiao Lada to take revenge for him. It hurts so much. Xiao Lada was too ruthless. My face is still swollen. Sheng Ge, Sister Xiao Wu, when will Tang San Ge and the others come back? If they were here, we definitely wouldn't have gotten beaten so badly. Yeah. When will they come back? They didn't even tell us when they went out. When Tang Ge and Tang San heard this commotion and came out of the 7th dormitory, they immediately saw the original members of the 7th dormitory supporting each other as they walked toward them. Each of them looked battered and bruised, looking quite miserable, especially Wang Sheng among them, whose face was so swollen he was almost unrecognizable, and his academy uniform was tattered. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge was first taken aback, then quickly understood what was going on. Before he could speak, Tang San furrowed his brows and asked, "What happened? Who beat you?" At this moment, the 8 members of the 7th dormitory who returned also saw Tang Ge and Tang San standing at the entrance. Their previously sorrowful faces immediately turned excited. Among them, Wang Sheng reacted the most intensely. He not only burst into tears, but also broke free from the support of 2 companions and stumbled toward Tang San. Seeing Wang Sheng charging toward him, tears flying everywhere, Tang San wanted to take a step back. But as Wang Sheng was about to tackle him, it seemed he remembered something, suddenly stopped, turned his body, and plopped down to squat by Tang Ge's feet. He directly hugged Tang Ge's legs and began to cry bitterly. Old boss, woo, I got beaten so badly. Look at my face, look at my stomach. All this was done by that Xiao guy. Boss, you have to help me take revenge. Woo. Tang San, seeing this scene, couldn't help but twitch his face slightly. At that moment, he suddenly felt an urge to smack Wang Sheng. Tang Ge didn't understand Tang San's thoughts. He looked at Wang Sheng, who was squatting on the ground, hugging his legs and crying, and couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He said, "Why are you crying? Get up quickly. Woo, boss, it hurts. If you don't agree to take revenge for us, I won't get up." Wang Sheng disregarded everything, and his tears kept soaking into Tang Ge's legs. Feeling his pants getting wetter, Tang Ge couldn't take it anymore and had to nod in agreement. "Okay, I agree. Now, get up quickly. If you don't get up, I'll hit you too." Swish. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng, who had been crying just moments ago, quickly scrambled to his feet. Looking nothing like someone who had just been beaten, he looked at Tang Ge and stammered, So should we go over now? Are the ones who hit you still around?" Tang Ge frowned. Wang Sheng quickly nodded. Yes. That person with the surname Xiao and Lu Long are in the woods behind the academy. I'll take you there right now, boss. Little 3, do you want to take a look?" Tang Ge ignored Wang Sheng and turned to Tang San beside him, smiling as he said. Tang San could only nod helplessly when he heard this. "Since you've all gone, how can I not go? In that case, let's go." Wang Sheng lead the way. All right. Immediately, the group of 7 headed towards the woods on the back mountain of the academy, led by Wang Sheng. Especially after learning that Tang Ge and Tang San had both fused with soul rings to become soul masters. Wang Sheng and the others who had been beaten up felt their confidence soar, wishing they could sprout wings and fly over. In a grove on the back mountain of Nodding Academy, the work-study students from the 7th dormitory had just experienced an asymmetrical fight here, and to be precise, they had been beaten badly and ran away in tears. The onlooking students saw there was no more show to watch and also dispersed. In the end, only a dozen senior students remained, all of whom were flattering one student with a proud and self-satisfied expression on his face. Xiao Laoda is indeed Xiao Laoda. He beat those work-study students to tears right away. Let's see if they dare to stand against us again. And Wang Sheng is so stubborn. After being beaten, he still dares to say that Xiao Laoda is no match for that Tang Laoda of his. How strong can a first-year freshman be? Exactly. Our Xiao Laoda has already fused with a soul ring. Even if that Tang Laoda comes, he would probably be scared to wet his pants. Wet his pants? Ha. The student being flattered was named Xiao Kelang, known as Xiao Laoda among this group of senior students. Listening to these flattering words, he unconsciously puffed out his chest. Striking a mystérieux pose. However, at that moment, one of the senior students casually glanced into the distance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Hey, aren't those the work-study students from the 7th dormitory who just got beaten? Why are they back?" Upon hearing this, the other students who were talking couldn't help but look over. Sure enough, 10 figures appeared about 10 meters away, walking straight towards them. However, in addition to the 7 who had just been beaten, there were 2 more people who seemed to be reinforcements brought by Wang Sheng and his group. Xiao Laoda. It seems this group of work-study students hasn't had enough of being beaten. Lu Long, who had suffered at Wang Sheng's hands earlier, couldn't help but sneer. Hearing Lu Long's words, Xiao Kelang remained expressionless and calmly shook his head. Beating them isn't the goal. I just want them to understand that they need to learn to bow their heads. Chapter 32. Are you crazy? Soon, Tang Ge and his group of 10 arrived just a few meters away from Xiao Kelang and the others. After stopping, Wang Sheng immediately pointed at Xiao Kelang, who looked like he needed a beating, and gritted his teeth as he said, "Boss, that's Xiao Kelang. Everyone calls him Xiao Laoda. Xiao Laoda. What a nice name." Hearing Wang Sheng's words, Tang Ge's gaze fell on Xiao Kelang, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he maintained a calm demeanor on the surface and nodded. Well, since I'm here, I won't let the 7th dormitory people be bullied by others. Ha! That's just hilarious. Just as Tang Ge finished speaking, a wave of mocking laughter came from the opposite side. It was Lu Long, standing beside Xiao Kelang, who finally couldn't hold back and said loudly, Wang Sheng, if I'm not mistaken, these two beside you should be the new freshmen who just arrived at the academy, right? I never expected you, a senior student, to call freshman boss. If I were you, I would turn around and leave right now, then find a crack in the ground to hide in to avoid embarrassment. Hearing Lu Long's words, the other senior students also couldn't help but burst into laughter. In an instant, a barrage of mocking and disdainful gazes focused on Wang Sheng, making his expression turn extremely ugly. He shouted angrily at Lu Long, if you have the guts, come out. This time, I will definitely make you cry for your mother. Don't think that just because you won against me once by luck means you can beat me. Lu Long sneered. However, he didn't accept Wang Sheng's challenge, which made Wang Sheng want to rush over and fight. But as Tang Ge patted his shoulder, he gradually calmed down. After getting Wang Sheng to step back, Tang Ge walked out of the group, looking at Xiao Kelang, who was acting like an adult, and smiled as he spoke. So, Xiao Laoda, I heard you're already a soul master? Level 11, one-ring battle soul master, martial soul wolf. So you, a newly enrolled freshman, should understand that you and the people behind you are not my opponents. Hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, Xiao Kelang did not hide it and said proudly. Next to him, Lu Long chimed in. Did you hear that? My Xiao Laoda is a level 11, one-ring battle soul master. If you don't want to end up like that Wang Sheng and get beaten, you could better scram. His words were full of arrogance. A cold light flashed in Tang Ge's eyes as he glanced at Tang San beside him. Little San, teach him a lesson. Why me? Tang San couldn't help but ask. Tang Ge shrugged. I'm the leader of the 7th dormitory. Have you ever seen a leader step in right at the beginning of a duel? Besides, this is for the brothers of the dormitory to take revenge. Are you unwilling, Xiao San? As soon as he said this, Wang Sheng and the other 7 who had come along all turned their gazes to Tang San, as if also asking, Are you unwilling? Tang San felt extremely frustrated and could only nod. All right, I'll go. He then picked up a handful of stones from the ground, stepped out of the line, and looked at Lu Long on the opposite side, casually saying, I said I'm going to hit your left arm. Do you believe it? What a joke. Before Lu Long could finish his sentence, accompanied by a whoosh of air, a stone really struck his left arm hard, causing him to cry out in pain. Now I'm hitting your right arm. Tang San seemed to want to vent the frustration in his heart, and did not stop. After his voice fell, another stone shot out from his hand. Lu Long, who had just been hit, hurriedly hid his right arm. However, the flying stone seemed to have a mind of its own, turning in midair and suddenly appearing behind him, hitting his right arm again. Wow. If you have the guts, stand there and don't move. I'm going to break your legs with my stick. Lu Long's face twisted in pain. Then he directly summoned his martial soul stick and rushed towards Tang San. Tang San continued to shoot stones from his hand. Hit your right leg. Hit your left leg. At a distance of 5 or 6 meters, this moment became the most painful and regrettable experience for Lu Long, as the stones infused with soul power made it impossible for him to move. In the blink of an eye, he became bruised and battered. Finally, Lu Long could no longer endure this torment and shouted as he turned to run back into his group, not daring to show his face again. Originally proud, Xiao Kelang's expression darkened. To maintain his own dignity, he had to send out several senior students from his side, including the strong Ling Feng. As a result, just like Lu Long, they all ended up defeated by Tang San. From beginning to end, Tang San did not use his martial soul. At this point, even Xiao Kelang, no matter how dense he was, could see that the opponent was also a soul master who had fused with soul rings, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. How could a mere first-year student be at the soul master level? What was the identity of the opponent? Just as he was pondering, Tang San suddenly spoke up. You're the only one left. Aren't you coming out? Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Kelang, in order to maintain his dignity, despite his uncertain feelings, still walked out with his usual pride. He looked at Tang San and said, Xiao Kelang, 6th grade academy, martial soul wolf, level 11, one-ring soul master. Xiao Kelang repeated his situation. This was his respect for an opponent of the same level. A few meters away, Tang San nodded, having learned this rule from the master, and said, Tang San, 1st grade. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Xiao San, come back. Let me take over from here. Didn't you say to let me take action? Tang San turned his head and looked at Tang Ge, feeling somewhat unhappy. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. In a battle of kings against kings, generals against generals, since you have already dealt with that group of minor characters, this final boss, Xiao Laoda, should naturally be left for me to handle. What's wrong? Judging by your expression, am I wrong? No, you're absolutely right. I, Tang San, have no words to say. Facing Tang Ge's explanation, Tang San felt a surge of anger building in his chest, gritting his teeth in frustration. But in the end, he turned around and returned to the team. Now, the empty area was left with only Tang Ge and Xiao Kelang. Looking at the lazy and unserious expression on Tang Ge's face, Xiao Kelang couldn't help but frown and said angrily, "Show me your martial soul." "What martial soul should I show? To deal with you, I just need to make you go crazy." Tang Ge looked disdainful. This was the first time he had been underestimated. So when he heard Tang Ge's words, Xiao Kelang, the son of the city lord of Nodding City, could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, "You're seeking death." Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, a white light suddenly appeared and rushed directly into his body. In an instant, Xiao Kelang, who was about to charge at Tang Ge, froze in place, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his previously angry face. Chapter 33. I would call you the strongest. Since Xiao Kelang was facing the students of the 7th class, the change in his expression was immediately noticed by them. Why is this person suddenly so happy? For a moment, Wang Sheng and the other 8 couldn't help but feel puzzled. Only Tang San, being a first-ring soul master, understood something and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Could it be a soul skill? He thought to himself. However, the group of senior students standing behind Xiao Kelang did not know this, so they were quite confused about why their leader, who had just made fierce remarks, was now doing nothing. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "Lu Long, look at Xiao Laoda, what's going on?" Lu Long was somewhat reluctant, but feeling the fierce gazes of his seniors urging him to go over, he could only brace himself and walk over. Approaching Xiao Kelang, Lu Long hesitated for a moment, then reached out a finger and gently poked Xiao Kelang's back. "Xiao Laoda." Xiao Kelang did not respond. Lu Long poked again, but still no reaction. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly moved his finger down and poked hard. "Ha ha!" With an unbearable burst of laughter, the originally motionless Xiao Kelang suddenly turned around and slapped Lu Long to the ground. Lu Long's face instantly swelled up. At this moment, Xiao Kelang's confusion gradually dissipated, and as his gaze refocused, he saw Lu Long on the ground with a face swollen like a pig. He frowned and said unhappily, "Who hit him?" "This was done by you, Laoda." Lu Long, who had just been slapped, felt wronged as tears began to well up in his eyes after hearing Xiao Kelang's words. "I did." Xiao Kelang's face showed a hint of confusion, but then he seemed to remember something, and his previously confused expression suddenly changed as he turned to look at Tang Ge. "What did you do to me just now?" Looking at Tang Ge, Xiao Kelang spoke with a mix of fear and anger. He only remembered a light rushing into his body, and then it felt like he had fallen into an endless, tender embrace, losing all awareness. 5 or 6 meters away, Tang Ge heard the system notification sound in his mind. "Ding dong, congratulations host, you have shocked Xiao Kelang and gained 120 shock points." Perfect. Another opportunity seized. So, to thank Xiao Kelang, he waved his hand again, unleashing a wave of sunlight power containing the soul skill of joy directly into his body. The originally furious Xiao Kelang once again showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. This time, the more than 10 senior students behind him, no matter how slow they were, finally understood why boss Xiao suddenly stood still. That white light was strange. So, their gazes once again landed on Lu Long, who had just gotten up from the ground. But Lu Long wasn't foolish either. As soon as he saw this situation, he rolled his eyes and fell back to the ground. The group of students exchanged glances, and no one was willing to go up and wake Xiao Kelang. Just like that, the atmosphere in the small forest suddenly became tense. Fortunately, Xiao Kelang was a first-ring battle soul master, and after experiencing the gentle realm once, he had developed some resistance, and soon he woke up by himself. As soon as he woke up, without saying a word, he charged straight at Tang Ge. Midway, another white light flew over. Xiao Kelang immediately shouted, "Martial soul possession." Instantly, an illusory battle wolf howled, wrapping around him completely. The wolf's claws swept through the air, leaving behind shadows of claws. Unfortunately, the incoming white light seemed to be just white light. Even with the help of his martial soul, Xiao Kelang couldn't block it. So, as the white light entered his body, the originally aggressive Xiao Kelang once again froze in place. His face was filled with an expression of enjoyment. Then, Xiao Kelang woke up again. He looked at Tang Ge with shock and anger, shouting, "What the hell did you do to me?" "Ding dong, congratulations host. You have shocked Xiao Kellen and gained 180 shock points. Hearing the system notification sound ringing in his mind again, Tang Ge chuckled, releasing another white light. You ding-dong, you ding-dong. Finally, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, Xiao Kellen, who had been tormented by the white light 6 or 7 times, could no longer endure it. This time, as soon as he woke up, before the white light could appear again, he knelt down with a thud. Looking at Tang Ge, who was still over 4 meters away, Xiao Kellen, completely exhausted of soul power, was in tears, crying out, I, Xiao Kellen, am willing to call you the strongest. Do whatever you want, just please stop tormenting me. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and others from Dormitory 7 were first stunned, then erupted into excited cheers. Ha ha, the boss is indeed the boss. I knew that Xiao wasn't a match for him. Did you see that? Even Xiao Kellen is begging for mercy on his knees. Who would dare to bully us from Dormitory 7 in the future? Boss, I love you to death. In the end, under Wang Sheng's urging, all 8 of them rushed over and lifted Tang Ge above their heads without saying a word. Tang San didn't join the commotion, but his eyes were filled with envy. He had clearly put in effort before. Why couldn't he be lifted up along with them? As for the dozen or so senior students opposite him, they never expected that the usually formidable Xiao would kneel and beg for mercy at this moment. In an instant, the tall image of Xiao they had built up in their minds collapsed. However, the greater feeling among these senior students was fear of Tang Ge's bizarre abilities. They had witnessed firsthand how he had tortured a rank 1 soul master into a complete breakdown without shedding blood. The process was simply terrifying. No way. This person absolutely cannot be provoked. After secretly noting Tang Ge's appearance in their hearts, the senior students present felt too embarrassed to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Almost fleeing, the exhausted Xiao Kelang was also supported by the swollen-faced Lu Long as they walked away. Under the glaring sunlight, Tang Ge, celebrated for his victory by the 7th dormitory students, squinted his eyes. As the system notification sounds echoed in his mind, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. So good. Another day of harvesting a lot of rewards. Next, after the excitement wore off, when it was heard that Tang Ge and Tang San had just returned with their first spirit ring from outside, the usually stingy Wang Sheng also became generous for once. To celebrate the successful revenge, he directly took out his savings and treated everyone from the 7th dormitory to a big meal at a nice restaurant in Notting City. It wasn't until nearly 3 in the afternoon that the group of 10 returned to the academy. Chapter 34. Sudden inspiration. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news spreads quickly. The duel in the small woods behind the academy had just ended, and this news rapidly swept through the entire academy. In an instant, everyone knew that 6th grader Xiao Kelang had been defeated by a new student who had just enrolled, and it was a very humiliating defeat. According to rumors, the new student hadn't even activated a spirit ring at the time, just waved his hand casually, and the rank 1 soul master Xiao Kelang had knelt down to beg for mercy. It sounded incredible, but there were witnesses present to verify that it was all true. Because of this, many curious senior students sought out Xiao Kelang to learn the details. However, Xiao Kelang would never admit to such a disgraceful incident. After sending those classmates away, he hurriedly left the academy with a cold face. In fact, he didn't show up again for several months. However, the gossiping students learned quite a bit from the lower grade student Lu Long about what had transpired. As a result, the story became more and more sensational. When even the academy's teachers were stirred and personally stated that the low-grade student who defeated Xiao Kelang had mastered a soul skill, many students were shocked. A soul skill. It should be known that even when a soul master integrates their first soul ring, not just any soul master can obtain a soul skill. This depends not only on the quality of the soul ring, but also on the soul master's own talent. And now, a newly enrolled work-study student actually had a soul ring. This was truly astonishing. Could it be that he came from some big family? In Notting City, the 7th dormitory group had just finished their meal and left the restaurant, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the academy. While they were walking, Tang Ge suddenly stopped, a strange expression on his face. Seeing this, Tang San couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, Tang Ge?" The others also looked at Tang Ge with confusion. Tang Ge thought for a moment and said, "I just remembered that I need to take care of some things, so I can't go back to the academy yet. Why don't you all head back first? Aren't you going to attend the afternoon class?" Tang San said in surprise. Tang Ge hugged Tang San tightly and said with a smile, "What class? Do those teachers in the academy really think their teaching abilities can compare to a master? So, after you get the cultivation experience from the master, just come back and tell me." Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he didn't refuse. After breaking free from Tang Ge's arms, he nodded and said, "No matter what, We just started school, so it's better not to skip too many classes. I understand. Let's hurry back. Tang Ge. Thus, Tang San no longer said much and left with Wang Sheng and the others. Tang Ge then turned around and quickly found a cheap inn along the way back, paying some copper soul coins to secure a temporary room. As soon as the door closed, Tang Ge stood at the door, eagerly shifting his attention to the system. In an instant, the system notification sounds that he had just muted began to ring continuously in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations host. Shocking Sile, you have gained 6 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host. Shocking Wu Liao, you have gained 8 shock points. By the end, the system notifications had sounded over 130 times. If it weren't for Tang Ge timely converting the sound notifications into information flow, the incessant ringing in his mind would have driven him to madness. However, Tang Ge's attention was completely focused on the suddenly increased shock points. Although the shock points gained each time were not many, when he added them all up, he found that his shock points had actually increased by a total of 1050 points, which truly delighted him. But soon, Tang Ge was filled with confusion again. What on earth did I do to suddenly gain so many shock points? Could it be due to the previous battles with Xiao Kelang and his group at the academy? He couldn't help but think of the numerous names that appeared in the notifications. These names seemed to belong to the students of Notting Academy. If they really were academy students, then they weren't present at the time, yet they could still provide him with shock points. Could it be that after his strength improved, the system had a new feature? Was it possible to indirectly gain shock points? Tang Ge sat down on a chair while thinking. As he focused his mind, the personal information panel was immediately brought up. Shock system host. Tang Ge level. Level 13 soul master martial soul. Twin martial souls, yin yang life, and death chart. Exquisite 4 swords soul ring. Yin yang life and death chart purple soul skill. Joy martial skill. Chaotic cloak hammer method physique. Ancient sacred body fusion degree 32 shock value. 7050. His gaze fell to the bottom of the panel. On the shock value section, and seeing the number behind it, Tang Ge was filled with delight. He was surprised that he had unknowingly approached 10,000 points again. He felt that if he made a little more effort, he might be able to gather enough shock value today and then activate the multiverse lottery once more. But how could he continue to gain shock value? Tang Ge couldn't help but ponder in his heart. After a while, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he immediately raised his right hand. That's right, it was his right hand. As he activated his soul power, a mini sword that constantly changed its form slowly emerged in the palm of Tang Ge's right hand. This was his martial soul, the 4 swords of extermination. As soon as the 4 swords of extermination appeared, a terrifying sword aura radiated from it, instantly bringing immense pressure to Tang Ge's body. He stared at the 4 swords of extermination, and memories of the heavenly changes caused by using the killing sword in the soul-hunting forest flooded into his mind. Since even the competition could indirectly earn shock value, it made no sense that using this wouldn't earn shock value, right? With an expression of anticipation, Tang Ge not only did not retract the 4 swords of extermination, but instead began to channel more soul power into it. Buzz. In an instant, the originally calm 4 swords of extermination trembled slightly, showing signs of wanting to split into 4. The pressure also increased several times instantly, accompanied by the rampant illusory sword aura. The closest table to Tang Ge was instantly crushed with a puff, and the ground was marked with intertwining sword scars. Seeing the scene, Tang Ge was startled and had to divert some of his focus to restrain the overflowing sword aura. Otherwise, at this rate, he wouldn't even get to experiment with the results he wanted, and this one would probably be directly demolished. Fortunately, the 4 swords of extermination were Tang Ge's own martial soul, and although the terrifying sword aura overflowed, it wouldn't harm him. So, gritting his teeth, Tang Ge endured the immense pressure surrounding him and continued to increase the input of soul power into the 4 swords of extermination. Then the sky finally changed. Chapter 35. Overwhelmed with pleasure at this moment, it was originally afternoon, and the weather was clear. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting blinding light, and the residents of Notting City felt lethargic and unwilling to move. But suddenly, it seemed as if an invisible hand summoned all the dark clouds from afar. The sky above Notting City was instantly covered with dark clouds. A fierce wind arose, and the sky turned dark in an instant. The residents of the city, seeing this scene, couldn't help but show surprise on their flushed faces. It was going to rain. Instantly, many vendors began to pack their things, preparing to find a place to hide from the rain while taking advantage of the rainy day to cool off. However, as time passed, not a single drop of rain fell, and instead, the dark clouds that originally only covered Notting City rapidly spread in all directions. By the time the residents of the city realized something was wrong, the entire sky was completely dark. Not a glimmer of sunlight appeared. Suddenly, it sounded as if a sword was ringing in their ears. Immediately after, an indescribably terrifying aura swept in like a gale. Thud! Thud! The citizens of Nodding City felt as if an invisible giant hand suddenly slapped down, directly knocking them to the ground. That chilling and terrifying sensation, like a sword hanging over their throats, left them all in fear. What in the world is happening? Are we going to die? Inside the Lord's mansion, a tall and powerful man was sitting in the hall. Beside him was the previously frantic Xiao Kalang. At this moment, Xiao Kalang had a face full of grievances, crying, "Dad, I want to transfer schools. I can't go to Nodding Academy anymore. What is going on?" The powerful man, who was Xiao Kalang's father, Lord Xiao, frowned and asked. Just as Xiao Kalang was about to explain what happened at the academy, the originally bright hall suddenly turned dark, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping in from outside. Lord Xiao, a soul master, was also startled and instantly stood up from his chair. He thought a strong enemy had come and rushed out of the hall while shouting, "Who goes there?" Swish, swish, swish. Soon, a large number of city lord guards rushed over. "My lord, what are your orders?" But at this moment, Lord Xiao was already too shocked to pay attention to the arriving guards, staring up at the completely cloud-covered sky, his face full of astonishment. The sharp sword aura filling the air could be felt clearly, even by someone who didn't have a sword martial soul. A treasure? A powerful being? Not only that, in Nodding City, because the dark clouds had covered the sun, it not only alarmed the Lord's mansion, but also startled the strong individuals in Nodding Academy and the leaders of the martial soul branch. They had powerful strength, and thus did not collapse to the ground like ordinary citizens under the pressure of the overwhelming aura. However, even so, the powerful sword aura that filled the air, which seemed to tear through the void, shocked all the great soul masters, soul elders, and soul masters. Immediately, these major factions dispatched personnel to investigate the situation and contacted higher authorities to inform them of the changes in Nodding City. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous inn in Nodding City, Tang Ge, who was forcibly activating the aura of the extermination sword, also noticed the changes outside. After all, the room had suddenly turned dark. It would be strange not to notice. He raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished that the aura of the extermination sword could cause such a commotion. Suddenly, a series of system prompt sounds rang in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Wang Air, earning 1 shock point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Zhao Wu, earning 1 shock point. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Lu Feng, earning 200 shock points. In just a short while, the system prompt sounded more than a dozen times and continued to ring. Tang Ge had never felt the system's notification sound as annoying as this time, like the buzzing of mosquitoes, making him extremely uncomfortable. So, Tang Ge quickly muted the notification sound, allowing it to transform into a stream of information that began to refresh on the panel. The buzzing sound immediately disappeared. Tang Ge couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the information on the system panel refreshing like a waterfall, he immediately became excited, his face flushing red. He had never felt this exhilarating before. In just a short while, his shock value had increased by over 1,000 points. Moreover, the shock value showed no signs of stopping and continued to soar. Additionally, within the constantly refreshing system information, Tang Ge noticed that several names had directly contributed hundreds, even thousands, of shock points to him. Among them, there seemed to be someone with the surname Xiao. Looking outside through the window at the darkened sky, Tang Ge immediately understood that the commotion caused by him activating the aura of the Excalibur was indeed substantial. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many shock points. Glancing again at the system panel, he found that the shock value, originally over 7,000, had astonishingly reached over 40,000. Gritting his teeth, Tang Ge steeled himself. Ignoring the enormous strain on his body, he made the mini Excalibur grow just a little bit larger. But that little bit seemed to provoke the heavens. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel suddenly appeared in the void, causing everyone in Nodding City to close their eyes. Even some soul masters and grand soul masters who had originally intended to investigate the situation quickly hid away, trembling in fear. Boom! Boom! Following that were continuous roars of thunder, as if they were going to swallow the entire Nodding City. The residual power of the lightning pressed towards the inn where Tang Ge was staying. In Tang Ge's hand, the Excalibur, which had merely been emanating an aura, suddenly trembled violently as it sensed the residual power of the thunder, seemingly feeling provoked. A thin strand of sword energy was actually generated from it, piercing through the window and directly slashing towards the sky outside. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, boundless sword light appeared, tearing through the thunder and ripping apart the dark clouds that obscured the sky. The clouds dispersed, and a hole appeared in the sky, which took a long time to heal and disappear. At that moment, the entire nodding city suddenly became unusually quiet. However, Tang Ge, who was residing in the inn, could no longer hold on after the Excalibur's counterattack and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting the blood, he immediately fell from the stool, lying flat on the ground. Feeling as if countless hammers were pounding on his body, the pain expanded, threatening to tear him apart. He was in unbearable agony. Tang Ge's pale face suddenly turned bitter. This time, he truly overindulged. Chapter 36, Heavenly Lottery, 10 Consecutive Strikes. At this moment, the thunderous roars outside had completely vanished, and the thick dark clouds covering the entire nodding city had dispersed, revealing the sun behind them. However, the lingering aura in the air made everyone in the city understand that what they had just witnessed, resembling the apocalypse, was not a dream. It had all truly happened. Fortunately, though, the terrifying events did not occur. As the scorching sunlight fell again and shone down, the residents of Nodding City had never felt the warmth of the sun as they did now. They were unaware that the terrifying sword energy that had shattered the thunder not only frightened them, but also alarmed some of the top existences on this continent. In a distant, mysterious palace, a woman dressed in a luxurious long robe with black and gold patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple gold crown, was lazily reclining in a chair. She had an almost perfect face, radiating an aura of nobility and divinity that made one involuntarily want to worship her. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes. She frowned slightly. Her thin red lips parted slightly, producing an almost inaudible sound. Is this aura from the north? Immediately, someone transmitted the order from the palace and rushed towards the north. In another city, a middle-aged man with a sharp aura was practicing swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand transformed into his martial soul, splitting into 12 sword shadows, each causing the mountain ahead to lower a few more inches. Finally, accompanied by a loud rumble, the several-meter-high hill completely collapsed, turning into flat ground. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, preparing to retract his martial soul. Unexpectedly, the sword martial soul in his hand suddenly emitted a low hum, trying to break free from his grasp and fly towards the distance. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he immediately used his soul power to bind the martial soul in his hand. Even so, he could clearly feel a sense of submission contained within the martial soul. What a powerful sword intent! The middle-aged man couldn't help but gasp, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if he could see the scene of sword energy soaring like a rainbow, his eyes filled with shock and fighting spirit. In the depths of an expansive forest, the usually school-attending Xiao Wu had inexplicably appeared here, still dressed adorably in her pink outfit. However, at this moment, she wore a worried expression, seemingly talking to herself. I just went to the academy and haven't even mentioned that my martial soul is a rabbit, but Brother Tang already knows about it. Did he discover my true identity? If I'm really found out, do I still have to go? Ming, you said to bring him over and then slap him to death? No. He is my friend. I can't kill him. But if I don't kill him, what if he really knows and reveals my identity? What should I do? Xiao Wu's face was filled with conflict, unsure of what to do. Just then, accompanied by vibrations in the ground, a massive figure that blocked out the sky and sun suddenly emerged from the dark forest. It turned out to be a titan giant ape. After emerging, it did not look at Xiao Wu, but directly raised its head towards the north and suddenly let out a deafening roar, as if feeling threatened. Hello! In Nodding City, still in that unremarkable inn, behind the tightly closed door, Tang Ge was lying on the ground in a star shape, and his body, which had been strengthened by the ancient sacred body, was now oozing a large amount of blood. He felt as if a giant stone had been stuffed inside him, expanding and threatening to burst his body apart. The pain was unbearable. Tang Ge did not expect that he was just trying to make a little extra profit by leveraging the aura of the Zhu Xian sword. But he did not anticipate that the Zhu Xian sword also had its own temperament. He felt great initially, but he ended up going too far. Feeling his body completely powerless, unable to even move a finger, Tang Ge couldn't help but let out a. Next time, he must not act so recklessly. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have shocked the sword Douluo Continent and gained 5,000 shock points. Just as the system's sound suppression was lifted, a notification sound rang out. The commotion was so great that even the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was shocked. Hearing the notification sound, a look of surprise appeared on Tang Ge's pale face. However, he was puzzled, since even the sword Douluo could be shocked. It didn't make sense that other beings with the same status as the sword Douluo wouldn't perceive the sword aura released by the Zhu Xian sword just now. But why did only the sword Douluo trigger the system notification? Could it be because the other party had a sword martial soul? Tang Ge was baffled. However, as waves of intense pain surged through his body, he lost the desire to think about the shock value and quickly used his soul power to activate the remaining 9 aperture golden pill in his heart. The medicinal power of the 9 aperture golden pill was stimulated and began to gradually repair Tang Ge's body in conjunction with the soul power. Tang Ge slowly closed his eyes. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when Tang Ge awoke again, the 9 aperture golden pill, which had gone through several uses, had finally exhausted its medicinal power and completely disappeared. In its place was Tang Ge's body, which had recovered significantly, along with a slight increase in the fusion of the primordial sacred body. However, even so, Tang Ge still felt a wave of fatigue. He understood that if he wanted his body to fully recover, it would likely take some time. And then there was the 4 swords of extermination. Thinking of this, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and his personal data panel was summoned. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 13 Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls. Yin Yang Life and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Ring. Yin Yang Life and Death Map Purple Soul Skill. Joy Martial Skill. Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique. Primordial Sacred Body Fusion Degree 33 Shock Value. 103500. The shock value displayed a 6-digit number that nearly blinded Tang Ge. He had thought there would be a lot, but he never expected it to be this much. A full 103,500 points of shock value. In an instant, Tang Ge was excited. Ignoring his body, which had just regained some strength, he quickly got up from the ground. After sitting on the bed, Tang Ge silently recited in his mind, "System, activate the heavenly roulette. I want to do 10 consecutive draws." The system confirmed, detecting that the host's shock value met the requirements, successfully activated the heavenly roulette, and began the 10 consecutive draws, asking the host to wait patiently. The system's prompt sounded. Following that, just like the first lottery, an indescribably huge roulette appeared and began to slowly spin. Fixated on the heavenly roulette, Tang Ge couldn't help but clench his fists and mutter to himself, 10 consecutive draws. Even if I just draw 1 treasure like the 9 aperture golden pill, it will be worth my efforts. Chapter 37. Feeling like life has reached its peak, the heavenly roulette slowly spun, and the treasures above were shrouded in a layer of light, making it impossible to see what they were. Soon, the first draw ended. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew a 9 aperture golden pill. The system's prompt sounded. Tang Ge, who was waiting for the result, was stunned for a moment after hearing the prompt, then slapped himself without saying a word. Of course, he couldn't bear to hit himself. He just gently touched his handsome face. Even so, Tang Ge was extremely frustrated. I was just joking earlier. How could the system really give me a 9 aperture golden pill? There are so many treasures in the heavenly world that are more precious than the 9 aperture golden pill. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew another 9 aperture golden pill X2. The system's prompt continued. Crack. A piece of wood by the bed was grabbed by Tang Ge, his teeth clenching and making a grinding sound. With a dark expression, he said angrily, "System, you have the ability." Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew a feather from the holy Kaisa. Huh, did I draw something good? Before he could finish speaking, Tang Ge changed his tone and said sternly, "I knew the system was the best. It has the ability to make me bow down in admiration." The system seemed quite pleased with Tang Ge's flattery. So, it promptly revealed all the results of the remaining 7 draws. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew a multiverse crossing talisman. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew the Sea God's Baptism Week. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew a soul ring from the 1,000-year soul beast, Wind Sparrow. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew the walking character secret. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew the Hell Furnace. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Successfully drew the Heaven's Divine Fist, Remnant. A massive explosion. When the final 7 draws ended, dazzling golden light burst forth from the roulette, nearly blinding Tang Ge's eyes. Especially after hearing the names of the treasures drawn, Tang Ge stood up from the bed in sheer excitement. If it weren't for considering that he was still in the inn, he would have wanted to shout, "Awesome!" After a while, as the heavenly roulette faded away, the surging golden light also disappeared. Tang Ge took a deep breath, finally calming his boiling heart. As he sat down again, his consciousness immersed itself in the system's space, eagerly beginning to tally the 10 treasures he had drawn this time. First, the 3 9-opening golden pills had the same effects as before, which could heal injuries and enhance soul power, as well as slowly promote the fusion of the primordial sacred body. At least in the early stages, the 9 opening golden pills could still meet Tang Ge's needs. Secondly, a feather from the holy Kesha, the angel king of the Super God Academy, was filled with a rich, sacred aura, but its functions were unclear. The world-crossing talisman, as its name suggests, allows travel to any world in the myriad realms upon use, though the randomness is too strong. The sea god's baptism, weak, can elevate a soul ring under 10,000 years to a 10,000-year level. Tang Ge planned to use it only after the fusion degree of the ancient holy body reached its maximum value or his soul power reached at least level 30. Therefore, along with the soul ring of the 1,000-year soul beast, the wind swallow, these 4 treasures are indeed precious. But they cannot be used at the moment and can only be temporarily stored in the system space. Now, let's take a look at the last 3 treasures. The Xingzi secret, one of the 9 secrets in the Jitian world, a representation of speed, capable of traversing formations, and, at a certain level, can even pause time. The Hell Furnace, originating from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world. This technique condenses the Hell Furnace within a body. Once the furnace is established, it can refine everything and devour all. The Heavenly Divine Fist, fragment also from the supreme ruler of the Holy King world. This fist technique resonates with the ancient heavens. With the strength of heaven, it can intimidate all demons, extinguish worlds, and destroy the universe with every move. Due to the incompleteness of the fist technique, it cannot reach the highest realm of the hand of God. These 3 treasures are top tier, even in the myriad worlds. And just taking out one of them could stir countless world-level powers. And now, they all belong to Tang Ge. Without hesitation, looking at these 3 most precious treasures stored in the system space, Tang Ge focused his thoughts and immediately took them all out and chose to fuse them. 3 beams of golden light surged and instantly rushed into his body. The Xingzi secret fusion is complete. Tang Ge felt a lightness in his body. As he casually took a step forward, he abruptly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing at the door. The Hell Furnace had completed its fusion. Tang Ge felt as if there was an infinitely tall, giant furnace condensing within him, and upon activating it, an unimaginable, terrifying suction force immediately emanated from it. A 9-orifice golden pill was thrown inside, and in an instant, it was refined into a surging medicinal power that began to enhance Tang Ge's soul power, nourishing his parched ancient sacred body. The fusion of the heavenly fist was complete. A sacred and majestic aura instantly radiated from Tang Ge's body, driving away all darkness, and the room suddenly became bright. Finally, when all 3 treasures were fused, Tang Ge, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. A surging and turbulent power, like a volcano about to erupt, gathered within him, giving him an overwhelming impulse, making him feel as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. It had to be vented. Therefore, Tang Ge punched down at the floor of the room. Boom! In an instant, amidst the panicked screams, this already dilapidated 3-story inn in Nodding City could no longer withstand the test and collapsed like a withered tree. Clouds of dust rolled up and spread in all directions. During this time, a figure like a ghost continuously threw out one guest after another. It wasn't until there was no one left in the ruins that this figure flickered and disappeared. Under the piercing sunlight, a few silver glimmering coins could still be seen spinning in the air, whizzing into the ruins. About 100 meters away from the collapsed inn, at the entrance of an alley, a figure abruptly stopped. It was Tang Ge, who had escaped from the inn's ruins using the walking character secret. Even from a distance, he could see the dust being blown into the air after the mud walls collapsed, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Impulsiveness is indeed the devil. However, fortunately, it was broad daylight, and there weren't many guests staying in the inn, all of whom Tang Ge had saved in time. So his impulsiveness did not cause any harm. Seeing that the huge commotion had even startled the guards of Nodding City, Tang Ge did not stay here any longer and directly headed towards the academy. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Martial Soul Hall, Nodding Academy. When Tang Ge returned to Dormitory 7, there was no one in the dormitory. He didn't mind, first taking a shower and changing into new clothes, then sitting on the bed to sort out the gains from this 10 consecutive draw. It must be said that the hell refining method in the divine elephant suppression technique was indeed incredibly powerful. Refining a 9-orifice golden pill was a matter of minutes. There was no longer a need for Tang Ge to slowly absorb the medicinal power by integrating it into his heart. Just the 9-orifice golden pill that had been refined and absorbed helped Tang Ge recover most of the bodily injuries caused by the backlash from the Excalibur, and his recently broken through soul power at level 13 sword directly passed the next 3 levels, reaching level 17, and there were still 2 9-orifice golden pills left. Tang Ge even wondered if he would directly break through to the Great Soul Master level if he were to refine and absorb these 2 9-portal golden pills in one go. After all, there was still a 1,000-year soul ring in the system space. However, he ultimately resisted this impulse. With the hell refinement method, he believed that even without relying on pills for cultivation, no one could match his speed in increasing soul power. It was better to keep these 2 9-portal golden pills for emergencies. Besides that, the fusion of the word secret and the heaven's divine fist also provided Tang Ge with new and very powerful attack methods. When combined with the primordial holy body, it could definitely kill anyone who stood in his way. Therefore, Tang Ge planned to treat these 2 secret techniques as his trump cards. Unless his martial soul abilities couldn't suppress the enemy, he wouldn't use them easily. Finally, upon reflection, considering the damage caused by the backlash of the Juxian sword, being able to obtain so many treasures at once made Tang Ge feel that this time he truly got his money's worth. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he muttered to himself. So, as the saying goes, the bold die of overeating while the timid starve. Crack! Just then, the door that was originally closed was suddenly pushed open, and a figure walked in from outside. Tang Ge's attention was drawn, and he immediately saw Tang San returning. He put away his chaotic thoughts and smiled as he spoke. "How's your learning with the master?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's voice, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he reacted, looking surprised. "Tang Ge, when did you come back? You haven't been back long. Is there something you need to talk to me about?" Tang Ge replied with a smile. His question was originally asked casually, but to his surprise, Tang San nodded after hearing it. "The teacher said that we have already fused our spirit rings and become soul masters, and we can have our soul power levels more accurately assessed at the spirit hall. Moreover, after registering as soul masters, we can also receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the spirit hall. Tang Ge, I am ready to go. Are you going? Let's go." Tang Ge thought for a moment and agreed. For him, identifying the spirit power level was useless since the system had already displayed it directly. The key was still that monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. If he could get something for free, he wouldn't refuse, especially since he could also gain a wave of shock value. Just thinking about it made him feel great. Just right, the weather was still early. Once they reached an agreement, Tang Ge and Tang San didn't waste any more time, leaving the dormitory and heading straight to the Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City after exiting the academy. The Wuhuan Hall, as a superpower on the Douluo Continent, had countless registered soul masters, and even the 2 great empires and various sects and families were extremely wary of it. The Wuhuan Hall was divided into several levels: the Wuhuan Branch Hall, Wuhuan Sub Hall, Wuhuan Main Hall, Wuhuan Sacred Hall, and the Pope Hall. Above the Pope Hall, there was actually the legendary Offering Hall, which could only be entered by soul masters at the Douluo level or above, making it extremely prestigious. The Wuhuan Branch Hall was the lowest level and was found in cities all over the continent. The Wuhuan Hall in Nodding City belonged to this level. However, even so, when Tang Ge and Tang San arrived at the entrance of the Nodding City Wuhuan Branch Hall, they were still attracted by its grand and solemn atmosphere. They soon composed themselves, and after stating their purpose of coming to evaluate their martial souls, the guard at the entrance let them in and reminded them to look for Master Yun. Unfortunately, perhaps due to the time being off, they did not encounter Su Yun Tao along the way. So Tang Ge and Tang San went directly to the reception area on the first floor of the Wuhuan Branch Hall, where they found the steward Yun. Next, just as Tang Ge had learned from a plot, Steward Yun first explained the hierarchy of the Wuhuan Hall on the continent, then tested Tang San's spirit power. He was not only surprised by the opponent's 13th level spirit power, but also shocked that the opponent had fused the soul ring of the mandala snake. Especially when he learned that Tang San's teacher was the renowned master, he enthusiastically invited the other party to join the Wuhuan Hall. However, Tang San directly refused. This made Steward Yun quite regretful, and after temporarily giving up the invitation, he looked at the little guy still standing beside him. Little guy, it's your turn. Tang Ge nodded and walked directly forward. However, unlike Tang San, he did not summon his martial soul, but instead channeled his soul power into the soul-testing stone held by Elder Matthew. Buzz. As the golden light surged, a rune representing level 17 immediately appeared within it. This is actually 17-level soul power. How is that possible? Seeing the reaction of the soul-testing stone, Elder Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tang San's 13th level soul power surprised him, then the 17-level soul power displayed by Tang Ge completely shocked him. How could a 6-year-old child, who had just absorbed a soul ring and broken through to become a soul master, jump 7 levels? Could it be because of the soul ring? Thinking of this, Matthew looked at Tang San and immediately urged him impatiently. Little guy, hurry. Let me see your martial soul and soul ring. Hey, I've got another opportunity. Hearing Matthew's urging, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel secretly pleased and then cooperatively presented his martial soul and soul ring. The martial soul was the yin-yang life and death diagram, with a scroll-like appearance. Matthew was momentarily taken aback upon seeing it, but was not overly surprised. After all, he had seen many strange martial souls while presiding over soul master evaluations. However, the purple soul rings surrounding Tang Ge's body made Matthew gasp in shock. 1,000-year soul ring. He finally understood why this little guy reached 17-level soul power upon breaking through to become a soul master. However, even a master who researched the 10 core competitiveness of martial souls had stated that the first soul ring a soul master could fuse with should not exceed 500 years. And now, someone had shattered this theory with facts. Could it be that the master was wrong? Thinking of this, Matthew couldn't help but speak up. Little guy, come here. Let me check your body. Chapter 39. Another blind person, seeking recommendations. To check my body? Hearing Elder Matthew's words, Tang Ge was slightly taken aback. However, he quickly understood what the other party wanted to do, so he did not refuse and walked over after retracting his martial soul and soul ring. With the help of the system, Tang Ge was not worried that the secrets within his body would be discovered. Matthew was unaware of this. As he watched Tang Ge approach, he directly reached out and placed his hand on the boy's shoulder. Tang Ge felt a surge of soul power suddenly enter his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Once this soul power disappeared, a voice filled with disappointment immediately rang out. Just blindly pursuing the age of your soul ring, without regard for the limits your body can withstand. Little guy, didn't your teacher tell you the consequences of doing this? And don't you feel pain all over your body now, as if you might collapse? The words were spoken by Matthew. Tang San, who was still in shock over Tang Ge's 17-level soul power, couldn't help but be startled upon hearing this. Looking at Tang Ge with confusion, Tang Ge wanted to roll his eyes and tell Deacon Matthew that he was not feeling pain all over his body, and it was impossible for him to be falling apart. At most, he had sustained some internal injuries that would heal after a period of rest. Moreover, the injury he had now was not due to forcibly merging with the 1,000-year soul ring, but rather a result of accidentally being backfired by the power of the sword of extermination. So, it could be said that this Matthew was just a bit better than Su Yun Tao as a tool user, not considering his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, to be a useless martial soul. But unfortunately, Tang Ge possesses the powerful physique of the ancient sacred body, and as long as he solely pursues the age of the soul rings, there really isn't any problem. So the Spirit Hall has gained another blind tool. But no matter what Tang Ge wants is this effect. He wants the other party to be unable to see his true situation, just like Su Yun Tao. Of course, while thinking this in his heart, he cannot say it out loud. Faced with the disappointed expression of Elder Matthew, Tang Ge pretended to be stubborn and resolutely shook his head. I know the cost of forcibly merging a 1,000-year soul ring, but my talent is not as good as others. Even if I exhaust this life, I probably won't be able to go too far. Rather than that, I would rather learn from the ephemerals. Even if the time is short, I hope to burst forth with a dazzling brilliance that will amaze the world. So, Elder Matthew, you don't need to persuade me anymore. As long as there's an opportunity, I will continue to merge a second 1,000-year soul ring, or even a third one. Even if I die, I believe the spirit world will remember me as a pioneer who was overwhelmed by soul rings. At the end, Tang Ge smiled happily. Elder Matthew couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this. But then he shook his head and sighed helplessly. What a stubborn child. Well, everyone has their own fate, and the path is walked by oneself. Others cannot force it. I just hope you won't regret it in the end. Seemingly affected by Tang Ge's decision, Matthew no longer mentioned inviting the two to join the Spirit Hall, but simply registered them and sent them away. After leaving the spirit hall, it wasn't until they had walked quite a distance that Tang San could no longer help but break the heavy and oppressive atmosphere between them. He stared at Tang Ge and said seriously, "I don't believe it." "What don't you believe?" Tang Ge was left feeling puzzled by Tang San's nonsensical words. Tang San turned his head and pointed to the distant spirit hall. "It's just like what you said to Deacon Matthew before. I know you didn't forcibly fuse with a 1,000-year soul ring, but why did you say that before?" This was the doubt in Tang San's heart. However, after listening, Tang Ge just smiled and shook his head. "Little San, what I said is true. Indeed, my physical quality is very strong. I can even kill a mandala snake. But do you feel that what the master said is wrong? You must know that the master is a great figure in the spirit world, and even Title Douluo admires the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits that he proposed. This world is vast. It's impossible that no one has physical quality like mine. If that's the case, why don't they fuse with a 1,000-year soul ring for their first soul ring? If such examples truly exist, do you think the master would still be the master? The 10 core competitiveness he proposed would have long been overturned and discarded. Yes, if someone could fuse a 1,000-year soul ring for their first soul ring, then how could the master still be revered by the soul masters in the spirit world? If it were possible to fuse a 1,000-year soul ring, why did the master only let me choose a soul ring of over 400 years back then? Was the master doing it on purpose? No, the master would never do that. So, Tang San, who was disturbed by Tang Ge's words, gradually sorted out his thoughts and then looked up at Tang Ge with a determined expression. "Tang Ge, although I don't know why you want to do this, I will go find a master. I believe the master must have a way to solve the problem you have." "All right, another child I've tricked." Tang Ge completely saw through Tang San's changing expressions just now. Hearing the other party's words at this moment, he couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. But on the surface, Tang Ge appeared calm, as if he were not worried about his injured body at all, smiling and urging, "All right, stop thinking too much. Weren't you planning to find a blacksmith shop to continue practicing your forging skills? It's getting dark, so hurry up and go look for it. As for me, I'll head back to the academy first." Tang San was still thinking about what had just happened when he heard Tang Ge's words and couldn't help but nod. I was going to. But just halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Wait, when did I ever tell Tang Ge that I was looking for a blacksmith shop? Tang San's face showed shock. Just when he wanted to ask Tang Ge for more details, he saw that Tang Ge had already walked far away and heard his laughter. "Xiao San, hurry up and work hard. The wool on you is getting less and less. Wool is getting less and less." Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was puzzled. However, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Tang Ge had indeed become more and more eccentric. "Forget it. I won't think about him anymore. I should find a blacksmith shop and ask if they're hiring." With that, Tang San turned and walked in another direction. Nottingham Academy. On the way back to the dormitory, Tang Ge casually checked the system prompt sounds. "Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Matthew Nual, gain 1,000 shock points." "Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Tang San, gained 150 shock points." "Ding dong, congratulations host, shocked Tang San, gained 150 shock points." 3 prompt sounds, a total of 300 shock points. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face as he nodded. It was indeed worth going out. Now he's close to 5,000 shock points. With a bit more effort, he could activate the celestial roulette again. Just as he was thinking, he had already arrived outside the 7th dormitory. However, when Tang Ge looked over, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion. Why are there so many people? Chapter 40. The new generation of the Golden Iron Triangle Nottingham City, Spirit Hall. After Tang Ge and Tang San left, they were unaware that Su Yun Tao, who had previously helped them awaken their martial spirits, had suddenly returned from outside. In the reception hall on the 1st floor, seeing the returning Su Yun Tao, Matthew Nual asked, "How is it? Have you made any progress in investigating the heavenly changes that happened earlier?" "Not yet." Su Yun Tao shook his head. Matthew Nual, after hearing this, was not disappointed, simply saying it's normal not to find anything. After all, it happened suddenly, and no one would expect such an event. However, I've received a notification that there will be a temple envoy coming to investigate this matter. Additionally, the Empire's eldest prince will also be coming. So we need to prepare in advance. When? Su Yun Tao asked. Matthew Nual shook his head. I was only notified, but I wasn't told when exactly. Is that so? Su Yun Tao immediately had an idea in his heart, but just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, Master Steward, I noticed you looked heavy-hearted earlier. Did something happen? Sigh, it's actually because of those 2 little guys who came to register as soul masters. Matthew Nual showed a helpless expression, sighed, and recounted his previous encounter. 1,000-year soul ring? Su Yun Tao, unprepared, was also shocked to hear that someone's first soul ring was a 1,000-year soul ring. Wait, a graphical martial spirit and blue silver grass? However, upon hearing the names of the martial spirits of the registering soul masters, he suddenly recalled his experience in Holy Soul Village and couldn't help but ask quickly, Master Steward, do you know the names of those two children? Let me think. Yes, they're called Tang San and Tang Ge. Matthew Nuo thought for a moment and said, it really is them. After confirming, Su Yun Tao couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. And then he told Matthew Nuo about Tang Ge and Tang San being innate full soul power. After hearing this, Steward Matthew Nuo was also quite shocked. Immediately, he glared at Su Yun Tao fiercely. This matter is so important. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Master Steward, I've been too busy lately and forgot about it. Su Yun Tao smiled bitterly. Matthew Nuo didn't pursue the matter further, just shook his head helplessly. Forget it. They have already left, and there's no use in saying anything more. If necessary, when the main hall envoy arrives, I will mention this matter to them. Perhaps, with the capabilities of the main hall or the sacred hall, they might be able to solve the problems that kid has. Su Yun Tao didn't speak, just his eyes flickered constantly, as if he was thinking about something. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Shocked Su Yun Tao gained 300 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Shocked Matthew Nuo gained 500 shock points. At the academy, just as Tang Ge arrived at the door of the 7th dormitory, his body paused, surprised by the two system prompt sounds that suddenly rang in his mind. Why did I receive shock points from those two here without any reason? Tang Ge was secretly surprised. However, he soon lost interest in thinking about this matter, as his attention was drawn to the large number of academy students gathered outside the 7th dormitory. At the same time, the students gathered there also noticed Tang Ge. Look, he's Tang Ge, the one who defeated Xiao Kelang. A sudden exclamation rang out from the crowd of students. What? This person is Tang Ge? Upon hearing the exclamation, the gazes that had already landed on Tang Ge instantly changed, filled with surprise and doubt. But more so, there was excitement and fervor. Being stared at by so many eyes, even Tang Ge couldn't help but be startled and took a step back. What do you want? Get him! As a result, someone shouted loudly, and then nearly 100 students gathered in front of the 7th dormitory rushed towards Tang Ge like madmen. They looked so excited, as if they wanted to tear Tang Ge apart. Damn it, you guys are ruthless. After cursing inwardly, Tang Ge turned around and fled into the distance. As night fell, the once quiet nodding academy suddenly became lively. With a large number of onlookers joining in, the crowd chasing Tang Ge grew larger and larger. Fortunately, the academy's teachers eventually appeared and put a stop to the escalation of this farce. After the incident, Tang Ge learned from Wang Sheng, who had also experienced a tragic encounter, that it was all because Xiao Kelang lost the duel. As a first-ring soul master, Xiao Kelang was among the top in Nodding Academy. However, he was defeated by a newly enrolled student, and the loss was quite humiliating. It was said that he ended up begging for mercy on his knees. Once this incident spread, it directly embarrassed the upperclassmen. Coupled with the infatuation of many senior sisters and brothers, many students began to feel uncomfortable, thinking, what right does a newcomer have to ride on our heads? Thus, after some instigation by certain individuals, Tang Ge became the target of everyone's ire. Eventually, the upperclassmen organized themselves, forming a united front with a strong determination to teach Tang Ge a lesson until he was thoroughly subdued. Upon learning the cause and effect of the situation, Tang Ge became furious. He had originally intended to lay low and focus on his training, but unexpectedly, trouble found him. Did they really think he ran away out of fear? Therefore, after confirming with his master that it was fine to take action as long as he didn't seriously injure anyone, Tang Ge decided to stay at the academy. Initially, a large number of upperclassmen came to challenge him, hoping to enhance their reputation in the academy by defeating him. Unfortunately, these challengers all ended up like Xiao Kelang, kneeling before Tang Ge and begging for surrender. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, the other students were immediately terrified and gave up on their challenges. But Tang Ge wouldn't let them have their way. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? Did they really think this was a marketplace? So, starting with the 6th-year students, regardless of whether they were soul masters or whether they accepted the challenge, he beat them all up. Later, finding it too slow, Tang Ge dragged Tang San and Xiao Wu back from outside to join the fray. No matter the gender or grade, everyone got a beating first. In this way, a year passed unknowingly. The students at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy were not many to begin with, and eventually, none were spared. All were beaten by the Tang Ge trio. Whenever the three of them passed by, everyone would step back 3 feet afraid to come near. Even the 7th dormitory became an untouchable presence in the eyes of the academy students. Of course, the academy's higher-ups did not stop this from happening. Especially after noticing that the students trained even harder after being beaten, they were actually pleased to see such events occur more frequently. Moreover, since Tang Ge and his companions always acted together, some teacher, in a moment of inspiration, gave the trio the nickname Golden Iron Triangle. From then on, this nickname quickly became popular in the academy. Chapter 41. I'm still that young boy. A year passed, and Notting Academy welcomed its holiday. As a large number of students left for home, the entire academy suddenly became empty. One morning, at the entrance of the academy, Master Yu Xiaojiang was sending off Tang Ge and his companions. Teacher, we're leaving. Take care of yourself in the academy. We'll be back soon, Tang San said, unable to hold back as he looked at the lone master. Yu Xiaojiang reached out and patted Tang San's head, smiling as he spoke. Don't worry. The teacher will take care of himself. As for you, it's been a year since you went home. It's time to visit your family. Also, even though the academy is on break, you must not slack off in your training. Keep working hard. Now go ahead and head home early while the weather is good. Okay, teacher, we are leaving. Tang San nodded heavily. Soon after, when Tang Ge and Xiao Wu also bid farewell to the master, the three of them boarded the carriage that the master had hired for them and headed towards the outskirts of Notting City. Yu Xiaojiang stood at the entrance of the academy, watching as the carriage gradually disappeared. It was only when he could no longer see the three of them that he withdrew his gaze, his eyes filled with both reluctance and an unprecedented expectation. The Golden Iron Triangle truly hoped they could continue like this, rather than ending up like me. Finally, Yu Xiaojing turned and walked into the academy. The morning sun rose, casting soft sunlight that illuminated a lonely figure gradually moving away. Creak, creak, accompanied by the sound of the wheels of the carriage. Tang Ge and the others sitting inside seemed to be unusually lively as they were returning to Holy Spirit Village after a year. The three of them chattered nonstop. To be precise, Tang Ge and Tang San were listening while Xiao Wu kept talking. The name Golden Iron Triangle. I don't know who gave us this title. It really sounds terrible. It feels like a muscle man group. It's a pity that the academy is on break, and those classmates and seniors have all gone home. Otherwise, as their Xiao Wu sister, I would definitely make them change to a nicer name. Oh dear, this carriage is so uncomfortable to sit in. Little San, Brother Tang. Where exactly is Holy Spirit Village, and how much longer until we arrive? The Golden Iron Triangle is the title earned by Tang Ge and the others after defeating the students of Notting Academy. But like Xiao Wu, Tang Ge also did not like this title. Not to mention that it indeed sounds like a muscle man group. This title originally belonged to Master Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Long, and Flender. Yu Xiaojiang, the corner of wisdom. Flender, the corner of flight. Lu Erlong, the corner of slaughter. This title sounds so good. Moreover, those three also have the martial soul fusion skill, Golden Sacred Dragon, which is not only grand, but also incredibly powerful. Thinking about his and Tang San's and Xiao Wu's martial souls, if they could unleash a martial soul fusion skill. A scene of a little white rabbit dancing on a grass-covered yin-yang diagram suddenly flashed in Tang Ge's mind. This image was too eye-catching. Upon thinking of this, Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver, quickly stopping his wild thoughts. Tang Ge, what's wrong with you? Tang San, seeing Tang Ge's reaction, couldn't help but ask. Tang Ge shook his head. It's nothing. Then he smiled and looked at Xiao Wu, saying, when we get to Shenghun Village, are you planning to stay at my house or at Xiao San's? I won't stay at your house. I want to stay at Xiao San's. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but lift her chin, looking quite proud. Tang San was taken aback for a moment and honestly said, but Xiao Wu, my family is very poor and I don't have much to offer you. Also, my dad doesn't have a good temper. It's okay, I'll be very well behaved, Xiao Wu said with a smile. Tang San shook his head helplessly. I hope so. What's wrong? Xiao San, don't you want me to stay at your house? No matter what, I want to live at your place. If you don't agree, I'll bite you. After saying that, Xiao Wu pounced directly at Tang San. Tang Ye, who was already sitting at the back of the carriage, couldn't help but chuckle at the playful duo, who said rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrow. Truly inexperienced. Thus, the three of them chatted and laughed in the carriage, and before they knew it, half a day had passed. By noon, the outline of Shenghun Village could finally be seen in the distance. The carriage stopped here, and after the three of them got off, it turned around and headed back to Notting City. Feeling nervous upon nearing home, looking at the distant Shenghun Village, Tang Ge and Tang San couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Xiao San, Tang Ge, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Up ahead, Xiao Wu urged impatiently. Tang Ge took a deep breath, a smile reappearing on his face. He turned to Tang San and said, "You and Xiao Wu wait for me here for a moment. I'll be right back." After saying that, he turned and rushed into the dense forest ahead. Xiao Wu, not knowing when she had come to Tang San's side, saw Tang Ge leave and couldn't help but show a look of confusion on her small face. She asked, "Xiao San, where did brother Tang go?" Tang San replied, "I don't know either, but let's wait here for a while." Tang Ge said he would be back soon. Tang San shook his head. After hearing this, Xiao Wu could only stay in place with Tang San, waiting in boredom. Time slowly passed. After about a quarter of an hour, the bored Xiao Wu, who was jumping around, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing at the forest ahead and shouting, "Tang San, look quickly. Brother Tang seems to be coming back with 2 big things on his back." Carrying big things? Tang San was puzzled. But as he looked in the direction pointed out by Xiao Wu, a black line immediately appeared on his forehead. Soon, a figure appeared before them. It was Tang Ge, who had left earlier. However, at this moment, he was carrying a wild boar carcass, about the size of a calf, over each of his shoulders, with fresh blood still flowing from the bodies, clearly having just died not long ago. Looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were still waiting there, Tang Ge smiled and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's head back to the village. Don't you have a storage space? Why are you still carrying it?" Tang San couldn't help but say. Tang Ge shook the 2 large wild boar corpses on his shoulder, smiled mysteriously, and did not answer. Instead, he strode directly toward the direction of Holy Soul Village. Soon, a strange humming sound came from ahead. "I'm still the same boy as before, with not a bit of change. Tang San, what exactly is brother Tang saying? I don't understand at all." Xiao Wu tilted her head and asked Tang San in confusion. Tang San withdrew his gaze from Tang Ge. As he recalled the experiences from a year ago when he was still in the village, he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Just consider it that the guy wanted the praise and recognition from the aunts and uncles in the village for some unspoken reasons. Oh, it turns out brother Tang is so pitiful. Let's praise him more in the future. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu immediately showed sympathy on her face. Chapter 42. The Old Village Chief's Secret Collection. Regarding the conversation between Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang Ge did not hear it. Otherwise, he would have been so angry that he would throw away the corpses and turn around to give that gradually going astray kid, Tang San, a good beating. Soon, Tang Ge arrived back at Holy Soul Village ahead of time. As soon as he returned, the villagers noticed him carrying the 2 huge wild boar corpses. Since it had only been a year, the villagers quickly recognized Tang Ge. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted. "Oh, isn't that the little guy from Village Chief Jack's family? I remember he seemed to have gone to study in Notting City. Why has he suddenly come back?" A year had passed, and little Tang Ge's sudden return must mean that the academy was on break. However, I wonder if little Tang Ge has become a soul master? How silly. Being able to carry such large wild boar corpses must mean he is a soul master. My goodness, little Tang Ge has become a soul master at such a young age? Thinking about my kid who is still cutting grass in the field with his awakened sickle. I'm really so angry. Should I go to the field and give my kid a beating? I also want to beat my kid. How about we team up? Listening to the villagers chattering around him and the constant system notification sounds ringing in his mind, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile secretly. Indeed, it's the simple villagers who are the most enjoyable to harvest. Then, to celebrate his return after studying abroad, he directly demonstrated in front of the villagers, using his hands like a knife to swiftly cut the 2 huge wild boar corpses into countless pieces. The blood that flowed out was caught in an empty wooden barrel taken from the system space. The surrounding villagers, having never seen such a spectacle, gasped in amazement. Tang Ge looked at his hands, which were not stained with a drop of blood, and felt very satisfied. Then he smiled and shouted loudly, "If you pass by, don't miss out. Wild boar meat is free for the taking, limited to 1 piece per household. The fat uncle with the knife. Yes, don't look at anyone else. I'm talking about you. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and come get it." The fat uncle pointed out by Tang Ge was the village's butcher, and beside him was a little girl who was gnawing on her finger. She looked up at Tang Ge, tilted her head in thought, and suddenly started crying loudly. "Daddy, he took Yaya's sugar-coated hawthorn." "What? How dare he take my daughter's sugar-coated hawthorn?" The butcher uncle, who was just thinking about going over to try, changed his expression, and his right hand involuntarily raised the butcher knife. Tang Ge's expression twitched slightly, feeling a bit awkward. He didn't expect the little girl to have such a good memory at such a young age. But really, it was just a string of candied hawthorns. Was wild boar meat that valuable? So, while the villagers around them hadn't figured out what was happening yet. Tang Ge quickly signaled 2 fingers to the butcher uncle across from him. The butcher uncle understood immediately. He then gave his daughter a slap on the backside. What are you talking about? That big brother is such a good person. Would he really steal your candied hawthorns? Stand still. Daddy will get you some wild boar meat. After saying that, the butcher uncle happily ran over to Tang Ge. He quickly wrapped a piece of meat in his apron and then held another piece in front of him. Little Tang, come over to my house sometime. Yaya likes you so much. You have to treat her well. Feeling the satisfying weight in his arms, the butcher uncle became more and more pleased with Tang Ge. However, hearing his daughter crying loudly behind him, he could only reluctantly turn and leave. Tang Ge looked at the back of Uncle Butcher, speechless. Starting to sell his daughter at such a young age. Doesn't he fear that when she grows up, she'll sell him instead? With that thought, Tang Ge's gaze shifted back to the crowd of villagers. With Uncle Butcher leading the way, the onlookers no longer hesitated and rushed over to receive the wild boar meat. Seeing their happy faces as they left, Tang Ge felt very satisfied. In the distance, Tang San and Xiao Wu had followed them without him noticing. Seeing the genuine smile on Tang Ge's face as he distributed the wild boar meat to the villagers, even Tang San couldn't help but be moved. He nodded and said, Xiao Wu, you were right before. We should treat Tang Ge better in the future and praise him more. Yeah, Xiao Wu agreed enthusiastically. They didn't go over to help. Instead, they watched for a while and then headed towards their home at the west end of the village. Tang Ge's distribution of wild boar meat did not last long. The villagers were very enthusiastic, and within less than a quarter of an hour, 1/3 of the wild boar meat was gone. In the end, even the bucket of pig's blood was not spared, as it made its way into various pots and bowls. Tang Ge didn't care about this. After leaving the wild boar meat he needed, he turned and walked towards home. Soon, Tang Ge returned home. He shouted as he pushed open the courtyard gate and walked in. Grandpa, I'm back. However, no one answered. Tang Ge walked around the house and suddenly remembered that Grandpa Jack should have gone to Tang San's house. If that's the case, Tang San's father must have left Holy Soul Village for Nodding City by now. Recalling the plot development, Tang Ge murmured to himself. Instead of going out to look for Grandpa Jack, he headed straight for the kitchen. It was just noon, and Tang Ge decided to personally prepare a sumptuous lunch. Soon, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling, a delicious aroma wafted out from the kitchen. Just as Tang Ge was cooking lunch, Old Jack returned from outside, leaning on his cane. Upon smelling the fragrance, a look of confusion crossed his aged face. Who is cooking? Could it be that little Tang Ge has come back? Thinking of this, Old Jack immediately walked towards the kitchen. When he finally reached the kitchen door and saw that familiar small figure inside, he couldn't help but smile with relief. Little Tang Ge has grown up. Tang Ge was still cooking and seemed unaware of Old Jack's return. Old Jack also didn't call out to Tang Ge. Instead, he first closed the gate and then went into the room for a moment. When he came out again, he was holding a box that looked like it had been sitting for a long time. The box was even moldy. However, Old Jack held the box as if it were a treasure, careful and cautious. Just then, Tang Ge finished his work in the kitchen and walked out. Upon seeing Old Jack not far away, he immediately walked over with joy. Grandpa, when did you come back? I just returned not long ago. I didn't expect that after a year, little Tang Ge has grown so tall, Old Jack said, reaching out to pat Tang Ge's head with a sense of satisfaction. Then, as if he remembered something, he handed the box in his hand to Tang Ge. Grandpa doesn't have any precious items, so this is the only personal treasure I can give you. Personal treasure? Hearing Grandpa Jack's words, Tang Ge looked curious and reached out to take the box. Grandpa, what's inside? Tang Ge took the square box while curiously asking. Old Jack smiled mysteriously. You can open it and see for yourself. Seeing his grandfather's mysterious expression, Tang Ge's curiosity grew even stronger. He glanced at the decayed lock on the box, reached out his right hand, applied a little force, and with a crack, the decayed lock was crushed. When the lid of the box was opened, at the moment he saw what was inside, Tang Ge, who had been curious, was momentarily stunned and then directly shocked. It was actually a dark golden gauntlet. Moreover, feeling the soul power fluctuations emanating from the gauntlet, Tang Ge knew that this gauntlet was a soul guide device, just like Tang San's belt. But how could Grandpa the village chief have a soul guide device? After the shock, Tang Ge looked up at the smiling Old Jack and couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, do you know what this is? Slap. Just as he finished asking, Old Jack tapped him on the head while also scolding him. Little Tang Ge, how can you speak like that? What do you mean does Grandpa know what this is? Grandpa may be a bit old, but his eyes are still sharp. Besides, Grandpa was always sitting at home. He has ventured out before. Not becoming a soul master is Grandpa's regret. but his knowledge is much greater than many others. With that, old Jack's face was filled with pride. Tang Ge had lived with old Jack for 6 years, so she knew him very well. At this moment, upon hearing his words, she thought that the legendary soul saint in the village was actually him. However, since Grandpa Village Chief is not the soul saint, why does he have a soul guiding device? Tang Ge couldn't help but voice his confusion. However, in response to Tang Ge's question, old Jack simply shook his head. I can't say much about the rest. I don't know the details of what happened back then. You just need to remember that our Holy Soul Village really produced a soul sage. And the soul tool gauntlet you have in your hand was left behind by that soul sage. So Holy Soul Village really did have a soul sage. Hearing the village chief's words, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel secretly astonished. However, since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, he didn't press further. Following the usage method of the soul tool, he took out the gauntlet and directly infused it with a trace of soul power. Buzz! As the dark golden light flickered, the gauntlet that Tang Ge had been wearing on his right hand instantly vanished. But after sensing it, Tang Ge realized that the gauntlet hadn't disappeared. It had transformed into another form and hidden away. As long as he activated his soul power, he could summon it at any time. Not only that, as a legendary soul tool, the power of the gauntlet also left Tang Ge secretly amazed. Although he hadn't tested it, he could clearly feel that if this soul tool gauntlet was combined with the heavenly god fist, he could potentially kill a soul master of the same level with a single punch in close combat. How about it? Do you like it? Old Jack's voice rang out. Tang Ge withdrew his gaze from the boxing gloves and looked at his kindly grandfather, nodding immediately. I like it. Thank you, Grandpa. What thank you? Come on. Didn't you make lunch? It's just right for Grandpa to taste little Tang Ge's cooking. Saying this, old Jack grabbed Tang Ge's hand and headed towards the kitchen. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, after the village chief grandfather took a break, Tang Ge quietly left home. He initially wanted to go to Tang San's house, but thinking that the other party was probably out with Xiao Wu to relax after his father's departure, Tang Ge directly left Shenghun village and walked towards the small hillside where he and Tang San often trained in the village. At this moment, on a hillside covered with blue silver grass, 2 figures were lying head-to-head on the ground, with their eyes slightly closed, enjoying the sunlight. These 2 were Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the tranquil and comfortable atmosphere, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Xiao San, can I not call you brother? Why? Tang San, who was lying down, couldn't help but sit up, staring at Xiao Wu intently. Xiao Wu's face turned red under his gaze, and with a huff, she got up from the ground and bounced away to a distance. Spinning around in the sea of blue silver grass, she proudly said, after all, at Nodding Academy, those students I defeated all call me Sister Xiao Wu. If they hear me calling you brother, wouldn't that be so embarrassing for me? Hearing Xiao Wu's reason, Tang San smiled helplessly. All right, you can just call me Xiao San. As long as I know in my heart that you are my sister, that's enough. Then he caught up with Xiao Wu and took off a strange gadget from his right arm, handing it to her. Here, Xiao Wu, this thing is for you. What is this? Xiao Wu asked curiously as she received the strange gadget. Tang San smiled and explained this is a sleeve arrow, which can also be called a silent arrow. Come on, Xiao Wu, I'll help you put it on, and then teach you how to use it. Saying this, he walked behind Xiao Wu, lifted her arm, and put the sleeve arrow on her. But just as Tang San was about to teach Xiao Wu how to use it, a sudden coughing sound broke the silence. At the same time, a teasing voice came over. I was wondering why I couldn't find you guys. Turns out you were hiding here. But what are you 2 doing? You're almost hugging each other. At the sound, Tang San and Xiao Wu were startled. Immediately, Xiao Wu's face turned red, and she quickly pulled her arm away and retreated about 4 or 5 meters. Tang San also felt incredibly awkward. However, when he saw Tang Ge walking over from a distance, he immediately put on a serious face and said, I was just teaching Xiao Wu some techniques. Don't talk nonsense. Exactly, Xiao Wu said, pouting with her hands on her waist, looking angry. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. I know you're teaching Xiao Wu some techniques. A very unique technique. No need to explain. After being with Tang Ge for such a long time, Tang San already knew that the other person liked to say some strange things. Although he didn't quite understand this remark, he could tell it was certainly not a compliment. And he suddenly felt an impulse to have another fight with Tang Ge right there. However, before Tang San could speak, Xiao Wu couldn't help but directly unleash her beast martial soul and attach it to her body. She stared with big eyes and angrily shouted at Tang Ge, Tang Ge, I want to challenge you. You want to challenge me? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang Ge was slightly surprised, but he immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. All right, You and Tang San can attack together. I, Tang Ge, am not afraid of 1 against 2. Chapter 44. Level 24, Great Soul Master. After a year of training, Tang San's soul power had risen from level 13 to level 17, which was an extraordinary speed among his peers. This was thanks to the merits of his Xiantian skill. Therefore, Tang San believed that after a year, even if he hadn't caught up to Tang Ge, the gap between them was getting smaller. At least, Tang San does not think that Tang Ge has already obtained the second soul ring and has broken through to the Great Soul Master level. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu has also been training rapidly after obtaining her first soul ring, and now she has reached a soul power level of 16. If the two of them join forces, Tang San believes that even if they encounter a powerful soul master, they can still fight back. But now, Tang Ge actually plans to take on 2 opponents at once and let himself and Xiao Wu attack together. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? At this moment, no matter how good-natured Tang San is, he couldn't help but feel quite angry at Tang Ge's words. He looked at Tang Ge and said seriously, "Are you sure you want me and Xiao Wu to attack together? Since it's a challenge, Xiao Wu and I will definitely give it our all." "Exactly. Xiao San and I will beat you up so badly that you'll have a bruised face and swollen eyes. Just to teach you a lesson." Xiao Wu chimed in. Tang Ge listened to the conversation between the two and shook his head with a smile. "Come on, let me see how much progress you two have made in the past year." Xiao San, stop wasting word with Tang Ge and just take him down." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Wu rushed towards Tang Ge first. Halfway there, with the yellow soul ring flickering around her, she pushed off the ground with her little shoes and soared into the air. In mid-air, her light body flipped a few times before landing right behind Tang Ge, delivering a powerful kick towards his head. First soul skill, waist bow. Buzz. A tremendous force burst forth, causing a slight tremor in the air. However, in the face of this, Tang Ge still wore a smile. He simply extended his hand and unleashed a force of 1,000 pounds, directly grabbing Xiao Wu's kicking ankle. A wave of pain surged through Xiao Wu, causing her delicate face to change slightly. She had to rely on her soul skill to turn her body into a boneless snake, quickly escaping from Tang Ge's grip, and forcefully pushed off to retreat 5 or 6 meters away. At this moment, a voice came from not far away, Tang San's voice. "Soul skill bind." Swish, swish, swish. Yellow light flashed, and countless blue-silver grasses rapidly mutated under the surge of soul power, writhing across the ground like snakes rushing towards Tang Ge. Behind Tang San, the faint silhouette of a mandala snake emerged, emitting a series of hissing sounds. It was evident that many students from Nodding Academy had previously crumbled and knelt in surrender, having been caught off guard by the strange nature of Tang Ge's first soul skill. Tang San did not want to be treated this way. Therefore, to prevent Tang Ge from unleashing his soul skills, he took advantage of the moment when Xiao Wu attacked Tang Ge and immediately used his own martial soul skills. The blue-silver grass, made exceptionally tough by the mandala snake's soul ring, moved quickly and, in the blink of an eye, climbed to Tang Ge's feet. Tang Ge seemed unaware, allowing the tough blue-silver grass to continuously crawl onto him. In the blink of an eye, he was bound tightly like a rice dumpling, unable to move. Only then did Tang San let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the trapped Tang Ge, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "Tang Ge, once entangled by my martial soul, you won't be able to break free. Moreover, the blue-silver grass has a paralyzing effect. Don't you feel weak all over, unable to use your soul power? Unable to use soul power?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, a strange expression appearing on his face. He could clearly feel the soul power within him, and there was no problem in mobilizing it. As for the paralyzing effect that Tang San mentioned, when his whole body was entangled by the blue-silver grass, Tang Ge did indeed feel a sensation of numerous fine thorns trying to pierce into his body. But unfortunately, even without fully activating the ancient sacred body, its powerful defenses were not something these blue-silver grasses could break. So, can a bunch of grass really trap me? Tang Ge began to exert force gradually, and the surging power gathered quickly like a awakened beast. Coupled with the operation of soul power, it burst out all at once with a loud bang. Uft, uft, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds. At this moment, Tang San's seemingly indestructible blue-silver grass was like fragile paper, being torn apart and shattered one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the blue-silver grass entangled around Tang Ge was completely destroyed. Tang Ge walked out with a calm expression. "Tang Yi, how did you witness this scene?" Tang San was extremely shocked and couldn't help but speak up. But before he could finish his words, A beam of white light suddenly descended and surged into his body, making him feel so comfortable that he closed his eyes. A whistling sound of wind suddenly came from behind. Tang Ge, who had just given Tang San a pleasant glow, didn't even look back and smiled as he flicked his hand again, causing another beam of white light to fall. Thud! Xiao Wu, who was preparing to sneak attack Tang Ge from behind, fell to the ground just like Tang San, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream, with a rosy hue appearing on her delicate face. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Tang San, gaining 150 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Xiao Wu, gaining 140 shock points. Two system notification sounds echoed in his mind. Tang Ge looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had been subdued by his two joy techniques, and couldn't help but clasp his hands behind his back, tilting his head to the sky with a light sigh. The coldness at such heights is unbearable, and loneliness is truly hard to endure. Immediately, a virtual panel appeared before his eyes. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 24 Great Soul, Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin Yang Life and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin Yang Life and Death Map Purple, Purple Soul Skills, Joy, Flying Martial Skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement, Heaven Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 65 Shock Value. 6120. Looking at this personal information panel in front of him, Tang Ge's face was filled with a smile. Not bad. With the assistance of the 9 Aperture Golden Core, combined with the devouring power of the Hell Refinement Cultivation Method, Tang Ge's soul power cultivation speed was exceptionally fast. In just 1 year, he had already surpassed the level 17 Soul Master he was when he registered at the Martial Soul Hall, leaping to become a level 24 Great Soul Master. Moreover, with the Millennium Soul Ring of the Wind-Soaring Swallow he had previously drawn in a lottery, Tang Ge's breakthrough was unknown to anyone. Additionally, his Ancient Sacred Body Fusion degree had directly reached 65, just 35 away from successfully entering the awakening stage. Therefore, facing the joint attack of Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, it was like an adult bullying a child. Winning was effortless. However, the only thing that made Tang Ge feel frustrated was that perhaps because his luck was exhausted from the previous 10 consecutive draws, in the subsequent 2 lottery draws, he received nothing but trash that no one would even pick up. As for what exactly it was, it's better not to mention it. Chapter 45. The overbearing Hell Refinement. Tang Ge's first soul skill, Joy, had remarkable effects, but its duration was not everlasting. In just a moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu both broke free from it. Upon seeing herself lying on the ground, Xiao Wu blushed and quickly got up. She didn't make another move. Instead, she shot a fierce glare at Tang Ge. Brother Tang, how could you be so awful, treating a girl like this? You were the one who challenged me, and now you're blaming me? Tang Ge looked speechless. Then he turned to Tang San and said, so what do you think? Do you want to continue? Forget it. You win. Hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San shook his head and smiled wryly. He originally thought that with himself and Xiao Wu teaming up, even if they couldn't defeat Tang Ge, at least it would be a 50-50 chance. But the result was completely unexpected. The two lost too quickly and suffered greatly, especially when he thought about the indescribable feeling he experienced after being hit by Tang Ge's soul skill. Tang San felt a chill run down his spine. If this were an enemy, he and Xiao Wu would have been dead long ago. Thinking of this, Tang San couldn't help but feel curious and asked Tang Ge, what level is your soul power now? I'm afraid telling you might discourage you, so I won't tell you, was the reply. Tang Ge smiled and said, afraid of hurting me? Hearing Tang Ge's response, Tang San's breath hitched, and he immediately felt that the conversation couldn't continue. Xiao Wu also puffed her cheeks and angrily said, Little San, don't mind him. Let him be proud by himself here. Saying this, she directly took Tang San's hand and ran away. Watching the two leave, Tang Ge smiled faintly and followed them out. Due to the fact that Tang San's father had passed away, he only stayed at home for 1 day before returning to Nodding City with Xiao Wu. Tang Ge did not leave with them, but stayed in Shenghun Village to accompany Grandpa Old Jack for more than 10 days. As the holiday was coming to an end, Tang Ge finally said goodbye to his grandfather and left Shenghun Village. He returned with 2 others, riding a horse-drawn carriage, but departed alone. However, even on foot, he moved quickly through the jungle, and in just over an hour, he returned to Nodding City. But he didn't rush to Nodding Academy. Instead, he purchased some daily necessities in Nodding City before heading straight to the soul-hunting forest. With some time left before the academy opened, Tang Ge planned to take advantage of this time to train harder. Team up, team up. We urgently need a healing-type soul master. Join us and get a beautiful girl. The excrement of the century-old soul beast, the ghost leopard, won't let you down or be deceived. It's your guarantee for a peaceful night's rest. Only one gold soul coin. As usual, the market outside the soul-hunting forest was filled with various selling voices. However, upon Tang Ge's arrival, the attention of the gathered soul masters shifted entirely to him. It seemed they all recognized Tang Ge, and their gazes were filled with fervor. At that moment, the leader of a team that had just called for a healing-type soul master hurriedly rushed over. He approached Tang Ge and said eagerly, "Little brother Tang Ge, are you going to the soul-hunting forest? Join our team. Look, we have a beautiful girl in our team this time. If you join us, she'll be yours in the upcoming adventure." As he spoke, he pointed toward his team. Tang Ge followed the direction the other person pointed and indeed saw a charming woman trying to flirt with him. TCH, this kind of woman thinks she can seduce me? Dream on. Tang Ge curled his lips, ignoring the other person, and continued walking forward. Soon, a large number of soul masters rushed over, offering various benefits to persuade Tang Ge to join their teams. However, Tang Ge rejected them all and quickly left the market, disappearing into the dim gate in the distance. For a moment, all the soul masters in the market were filled with disappointment. It should be noted that this was not the first time they had seen Tang Ge come here in the past year. Originally, these soul masters didn't care much about a boy who was only in his teens. However, after one lucky team managed to have Tang Ge join them, they witnessed his extraordinary martial soul healing technique. This healing technique not only healed injuries but also brought a sense of joy to the body and mind, making them want to indulge in it forever. Unfortunately, the news was leaked by some clueless member of that team. As a result, when other teams confirmed the information, the soul masters coming to the soul-hunting forest for spirit rings went crazy. Whenever Tang Ge appeared, he became the object of their competition. It's a pity that while gold is easy to find, Tang Ge is hard to come by. Not all teams were lucky enough to have Tang Ge join them. As for those teams that had sinister intentions of wanting to kidnap Tang Ge, they never came out after entering the soul-hunting forest. This made other adventurer teams even more hesitant to have any ulterior motives. In the soul-hunting forest, although Tang Ge was unaware of the situation in the market outside, he could roughly guess it. However, for Tang Ge, it was just a minor episode that didn't need attention. If they couldn't even see his true age, how could they expect him to join? Dream on. With that thought, Tang Ge quickened his pace, not lingering on the outskirts, and headed straight for the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Having visited many times with the hand order issued by the Martial Soul Hall over the past year, Tang Ge was very familiar with the soul-hunting forest. Before long, he arrived at a small valley deep in the forest. After driving away the soul beasts living there with some solid punches, he surveyed the lush green plants covering the mountains and hills, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This is the place. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged on the ground. As he activated his soul power, a massive furnace gradually formed within Tang Ge's body and began to spin. This was Tang Ge's cultivation method, the Hell Furnace. The Hell Furnace gradually coalesced into a swirling vortex resembling a tornado, creating a terrifying pulling force centered around Tang Ge's body. As soon as this pulling force was emitted, the nearby lush green grass visibly turned from vibrant green to withered yellow, and with a gust of wind, it turned to ashes scattered everywhere. At the same time, an extremely rich life force was drawn in through the pulling force and directly absorbed into the Hell Furnace. Even though it wasn't his first time cultivating, Tang Ge was always amazed by the domineering, devouring power of the Hell Furnace. It was precisely because of this that he was able to raise his soul power to level 24 in just 1 year. The Hell Furnace continued to spin and began to expel the refined life force outward. Feeling the unparalleled energy filling his body, Tang Ge dared not hesitate and immediately focused his energy to absorb this pure energy to enhance his soul power. Chapter 46. Could this aura be her? In the valley, Tang Ge was sitting cross-legged on the ground, quietly cultivating. However, at some point, a thick green vortex had formed around him. This vortex spun rapidly, releasing a terrifying, devouring force that continuously consumed the streams of emerald green light coming from all directions. The light seemed to struggle violently, as if it had a life of its own, but ultimately it was still swallowed into Tang Ge's body. As time passed, the vitality that condensed on Tang Ge grew increasingly rich. His exposed skin became even whiter, translucent like beautiful jade, shining with dazzling light under the sun. But looking around, the valley, which should have been filled with lush greenery, now seemed to have undergone a catastrophic disaster, with not a single intact flower or grass left. Everywhere was dry grass and black ashes. Even the ancient trees on the distant hillside had become completely bare, with not a single leaf remaining. Strangely, although all these plants had clearly died, devoid of any vitality, the breeze that swept through carried a strong essence of life. At some point, a group of ghostly wolves had gathered at the entrance of the valley, over 100 meters away. They seemed to be attracted by the rich vitality here, greedily staring at Tang Ge, who was enveloped in the thick green vortex within the valley. Among them was a ghostly wolf king with a sole age of 100 years, letting out a series of low growls. However, due to the strange environment of the valley, this ghostly wolf king lingered and refused to enter. But soon, the devouring force spread to the valley's entrance. The vegetation on the ground was affected, rapidly changing from the tips of the leaves to the roots, slowly turning yellow. A strong sense of crisis approached. The ghostly wolf king did not retreat. Instead, it let out a long howl. A woo! With this howl, the dozen ghostly wolves around immediately followed suit and charged into the valley. The ghostly wolf king that also entered the valley moved much slower. Its bloodthirsty wolf eyes were filled with cunning and a hint of vigilance. Swish! 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 The dozen ghostly wolves that charged into the valley moved quickly, racing like a black mountain peak, and in just a few flashes they were only a few meters away from Tang Ge. Their wolf eyes were filled with greed, as if swallowing this human would allow them to leap to the status of a wolf king. However, these ghostly wolves did not notice that at the moment they stepped into the valley, their vitality began to leak out little by little, closer and closer. Finally, when they were only 2 meters away from Tang Ge, the dozen ghostly wolves could no longer contain their eagerness, howling as they pounced. They dove straight into the thick green vortex. Buzz! At that moment, the thick green vortex suddenly trembled and then erupted with an even more terrifying devouring force. A series of mournful cries immediately came from within the vortex. The dozen ghostly wolves that had just rushed into the vortex were frozen in midair, struggling and howling. Their once greedy wolf eyes now filled with terror and despair. It was visible to the naked eye that their bodies were withering. In place of their bodies, streams of rich vitality were extracted and fused with the surrounding green light, all drilling into Tang Ge's body. In the end, as all the vitality was extracted, the dozen emaciated, ghostly wolves frozen in midair disintegrated like they were weathered by the wind, turning to dust. Not far away, the ghostly wolf king, who had been waiting for an opportunity to charge in, was terrified by this scene, quickly using its claws to stop its massive body from moving, scraping against the ground to halt. Then, it hurriedly turned to flee outside the valley. But at that moment, Tang Ge, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Seeing the ghostly wolf king fleeing towards the valley's exit, he smiled slightly. The yin-yang life and death diagram emerged from his left hand and shot straight towards the ghostly wolf king. Whoosh! Under the stimulation of soul power, the scroll-like yin-yang life and death diagram flew out with the feeling of a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing ghostly wolf king, unfurled, and instantly enveloped it, then shot up into the sky like a rocket. After an unknown amount of time, a shadow fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The flat ground was directly smashed into a deep pit. As the vortex disappeared, Tang Ge used the hell furnace to absorb the last trace of vitality, finally completing his cultivation. He stood up and walked slowly to the edge of the deep pit, looking down at the nearly turned to mush ghostly wolf king, unable to help but click his tongue in admiration. To experience the feeling of flying, you, wolf king, have died with purpose. What Tang Ge had just used was his second soul skill, flying, which allowed him to gain the ability to fly using his martial soul. The yin-yang life and death diagram. Of course, if one only heard the name, they might think it was an auxiliary skill like the first soul skill, and its effect certainly did not seem worthy of being a 1,000-year soul ring skill. But if an enemy dared to underestimate it, Tang Ge would make them understand that auxiliary soul skills could also turn into killing techniques. Just like just now, after collecting his thoughts, Tang Ge no longer focused on the ghostly wolf king that had died in the deep pit. He looked at the valley that he had drained into a wasteland and shook his head helplessly. The hell furnace was indeed powerful, but it was too overbearing. Wherever it went, not even a blade of grass could survive. Forget it, this place can't stay. Let's move to another location. Then, Tang Ge summoned the yin-yang life and death diagram again, preparing to fly away. But at that moment, a whistling sound suddenly came from behind him, followed by a chilling sensation piercing into the back of his head, causing a sharp pain. Tang Ge's expression suddenly changed. Without thinking, he wrapped himself in the yin-yang life and death diagram and flew directly over 10 meters away. In the place where he had originally stood, a blinding golden light fist appeared and struck heavily against his afterimage. Boom! As the golden light fist exploded, the space immediately let out a loud bang. Then, a slender figure emerged from behind the golden light shield. It was an exceptionally handsome young man with golden tousled hair, appearing to be around 16 years old, exuding an air of nobility. More importantly, when Tang Ge saw this mysterious young man who suddenly appeared and attacked him, he actually sensed a familiar aura from him. Sacred, bright. This aura was exactly the same as that of the feather he had drawn from the sacred Kesha earlier. And on the Douluo Continent, apart from that clan, no one else possessed such a sacred aura. Thinking of this, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be her? Chapter 47. A violent beating as soon as the mysterious young man appeared. His cold eyes fell directly on Tang Ge, who was over 10 meters away. What a sinister soul master, daring to openly appear in the soul-hunting forest. Aren't you afraid of dying? His voice was filled with killing intent. However, upon hearing the mysterious young man's words, Tang Ge, who was secretly pondering the situation, couldn't help but be taken aback. When did I become a sinister soul master? But as soon as he saw the situation in the valley, he suddenly realized. It turned out to be the fault of his earlier cultivation. Tang Ge naturally understood what a sinister soul master was, knowing that they practiced by devouring soul power, soul rings, mental power, flesh and blood, souls, martial souls, etc. On the Douluo Continent, sinister soul masters were universally hunted down. If that were the case, Tang Ge's method of directly devouring the vitality of plants and soul beasts for cultivation was indeed no different from that of a sinister soul master. That's why the mysterious young man attacked him without hesitation. However, even so, Tang Ge would not consider himself a sinister soul master. He would at most admit that his cultivation method was just a bit overbearing. Thus, he looked at the mysterious young man and said sternly, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Have I killed someone or set fire to something? You say I'm a sinister soul master? Let me tell you, I am a person of integrity and never lie, so don't wrongfully accuse me, or I will get angry." Strongly arguing. First capture you and interrogate you about the forces behind you. The mysterious young man's expression was cold. He didn't believe Tang Ge's words at all. After a low snort, he charged directly at Tang Ge. The distance of over 10 meters was covered in an instant. When the mysterious young man appeared before Tang Ge, a yellow halo immediately emerged from him. Then, dazzling golden light flashed, and, as the mysterious young man threw a punch, it instantly transformed into a golden fist mark rushing towards Tang Ge's heart. At that moment, Tang Ge clearly felt his soul power being suppressed and trending towards dissolution. He was secretly surprised, but not afraid. As the golden fist mark approached, a purple halo suddenly appeared beneath Tang Ge's feet. The martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram buzzed, and the power of yin transformed into a black light column descending from the sky. When it collided with the golden fist mark, it made a sizzling sound as if water met fire. In the blink of an eye, the golden fist mark was corroded and disappeared. The remaining power of yin then surged towards the mysterious young man. Unfortunately, as a golden light shield appeared in front of the mysterious young man, it directly blocked this power of yin. Standing behind the light shield, the mysterious young man's gaze fell upon the purple halo swirling around Tang Ge. He was secretly shocked, but his expression grew even colder on the surface. He never expected that your first soul ring would actually be a 1,000-year soul ring. I absolutely cannot let you go. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shock Shui Qinghe, Qian Renshua, gained 500 shock points. The system prompt suddenly sounded. It really is him, her. Hearing the name that appeared in the system prompt, Tang Ge's eyes brightened. Early on, when he sensed the sacred aura from the other party, he had some suspicions. Now, combined with the system's confirmation, the identity of the mysterious young man was clear. Qian Renshua, the daughter of the martial soul hall's Pope Bibi Dong. At the same time, she was now the great prince of the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Ge never expected to encounter Qian Renshua in the soul hunting forest at this time. However, although he couldn't understand it, that didn't stop him from indulging in some of his little thoughts. For example, giving Qian Renshua a good beating. On the opposite side, the mysterious young man, who was actually Qian Renshua disguised as Shui Qinghe, was unaware that her identity had been exposed. She only felt that the boy across from her suddenly looked at her with a scorching gaze. It felt as if she was stripped bare, making her extremely uncomfortable. Qian Rinchue's expression immediately darkened, and she scolded lightly, seeking death. Immediately, a yellow halo emerged from her body. But this time, before Qian Rinchue could make a move, Tang Ge had already activated the secret of the action character. Accompanied by an extreme speed, he instantly disappeared from his original position, and when he reappeared, he was already standing behind Qian Rinchue. Heaven's divine fist. A deep voice echoed, followed by a surge of sacred and vast aura. Tang Ge threw a punch, and a milky white light fist condensed and slammed towards Qian Rinchue's chest. The punch carried a dense, sacred aura that rushed towards her, causing Qian Rinchue to be greatly shocked. At that moment, she felt as if she was facing her grandfather. Could it be that he is from the same clan as me? However, there was no time for Qian Rinchue to think further. As she saw the sacred light fist approaching, her second soul ring suddenly lit up. Wings faintly appeared behind her, and then she entered a state of nothingness. This was Qian Rinchue's second soul skill, Wings of Nothingness. In this state, she could almost become immune to attacks from her opponent, and her own speed would also increase. But at the moment Tang Ge's glowing sacred fist made contact with her chest, Qian Rinchue's expression suddenly changed drastically. How is this possible? He can actually hurt me? Who are you? For a moment, Qian Rinchue couldn't help but look at Tang Ge, her expression a mix of shock and anger. At the same time, a third soul ring unexpectedly appeared beneath her feet. Moreover, it was a purple thousand-year soul ring. But upon seeing this scene, Tang Ge burst into laughter. Ha ha, it's too late. Suddenly, a white light beam appeared from above and directly poured into Qian Rinchue's body. Qian Rinchue's shocked and angry expression froze momentarily, and her earlier injuries instantly healed. At the same time, a wave of extreme comfort washed over her, causing her to let out a moan and revealing an expression of seductive enjoyment on her face. Tang Ge, seeing this, showed no mercy. Taking advantage of the moment when Qian Rinchue had just emerged from the state of nothingness and had not yet broken free from the limitations of his soul skill's pleasure, he transformed his fist into a palm and gripped her slender neck. Then, with a swift motion, Tang Ge lifted his arm up and then swung it down. With a loud thud, Qian Rinchue, caught in a state of pleasure, was violently slammed to the ground. The ground immediately caved in, leaving a human-shaped imprint. Crack! At that moment, it was as if something suddenly shattered, and right after, in Tang Ge's line of sight, Qian Rinchue's short golden hair instantly transformed into long, flowing locks like a waterfall. Even her previously handsome face changed into an unparalleled beauty that seemed to belong to a fairy. Her flat body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was propped up into two magnificent peaks, swaying precariously. Tang Ge couldn't help but rub his eyes, confirming that he wasn't seeing things. This Qian Rinchue was indeed a beauty. Although she was still young, she already had some resemblance to her mother, Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, she had now fallen into his hands. Thinking of this, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile smugly as he looked at the unconscious Qian Rinchue, who had just been knocked out by him. He raised his hand and slapped down. Chapter 48. Unexpected Appearance. 10,000-Year Soul Beast. Slap, slap, slap. In the now quiet valley, accompanied by the howling wind, there were rhythmic slapping sounds. The unconscious Qian Rinchue lay on the ground, unresponsive, her originally charming face covered in dust, and her waterfall-like golden hair in disarray. Meanwhile, Tang Ge squatted beside her, his raised hand coming down again and again, forcefully slapping her on the butt. Each slap felt bouncy. Tang Ge didn't even want to stop. Not only that, to leave no traces. He occasionally used a burst of the power of the sun, activated by the pleasure soul skill, to heal Qian Rinchue. In the end, Tang Ge fought to his heart's content, as Qian Rinchue's injuries were treated while she was unconscious. Her skin not only showed no scars, but her face also became pleasantly flushed. However, perhaps due to her own divine attribute soul power, as the treatments increased, Qian Rinchue gradually built up resistance to this restrictive soul skill. Finally, as her injuries completely healed, she suddenly opened her eyes. Tang Ge's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair, and then he quickly retreated. As soon as he moved back, the spot he had just occupied was directly smashed into a deep pit by a golden light fist. At some point, Qian Rinchue had already stood up from the ground. She looked at her true self, which had returned, and the strange sensation in her body made her suddenly raise her head and fix her gaze on Tang Ge. What exactly did you just do to me? Qian Renshue said coldly, gritting her teeth. Tang Ye fruget. I didn't do anything. Moreover, I even treated your injuries. How about it? Do you feel very comfortable now? Go to hell. Qian Renshue suddenly exploded. At this moment, she completely let go of her reservations. And with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings rising from beneath her feet, 6 snow-white wings suddenly appeared behind her in the golden light. Martial soul, 6-winged angel revealed. Accompanied by the wings, Qian Renshue began to rise slowly off the ground. It looks like she's about to unleash a big move. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but frown, and a serious expression appeared in his eyes. However, immediately beneath his feet, 2 purple spirit rings emerged, and the power of his martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, gradually transformed into a huge yin-yang formation as it rotated. Tang Ge stood on the yin-yang formation, which also rose from the ground. In an instant, the two stood dozens of meters above the ground, separated by more than 10 meters, their gazes locking in a way that seemed as if lightning had collided, causing the void to tremble violently. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. However, at that moment, a system notification sounded in Tang Ge's mind. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocking Qian Renshue, gain 2,000 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations host, shocking Qian Renshue, gained 1,700 shock points. One was a previous notification, and the other was the current one. Yet, such notifications not only raised Tang Ge's shock points from over 7,000 to more than 10,000, but also made him almost unable to suppress his laughter. Looking across at Qian Renshue, whose face was covered in dust and cold as ice, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in Tang Ge's mind, seemingly calm, but actually panicking inside. Although he could see through it, he did not expose it, instead speaking lightly. I'm not an evil soul master. You should have already realized that. So actually, the two of us are completely, just as Tang Ge was about to finish his sentence. A thunderous tiger roar suddenly echoed in the previously quiet soul hunting forest, and a terrifying sound wave stirred up a tempest. Following, there was an overwhelming wave of evil aura and bloodthirsty, killing intent. Both Tang Ge and Qian Renshue, who were in confrontation, changed their expressions drastically and looked towards the direction from which the tiger roar had come, floating dozens of meters in the air. They clearly saw countless tall trees in the soul hunting forest collapsing at an astonishing speed, as if the ground were caving in, with dust billowing up. Among them, a large number of soul beasts had gathered into a herd, no longer fighting amongst themselves, but desperately fleeing in one direction. However, at that moment, with another tiger roar, a powerful pulling force emerged, directly sweeping a large group of fleeing soul beasts backward. In midair, these soul beasts had completely turned into skeletons, leaving only a dense mass of soul power and life force. A giant beast suddenly descended from the sky and opened its mouth to swallow them whole. Above the valley, Tang Ge and Qian Renshue finally saw the true form of the giant beast. It was a massive tiger with a completely black body, black wings on its back, and a scorpion tail. But it was precisely because they saw it clearly that both of them couldn't help but gasp in shock. Tang Ge exclaimed in shock, "Is this the dark demon, evil god tiger? Isn't it in the Douluo forest? How could it suddenly appear in the soul hunting forest?" It's no wonder Tang Ge lost his composure. The giant tiger in the distance was not an ordinary soul beast, but a dark demon, evil god tiger with a soul age of 10,000 years. Tang Ge was aware of the plot and knew that the dark demon, evil god tiger in the Douluo forest was a top-tier soul beast. Even 100,000-year soul beasts, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, couldn't do anything to each other. And now, this top-tier soul beast with a 10,000-year soul age had actually come to the soul hunting forest. Was it just out for a leisurely stroll? More than 10 meters away, Qian Renshue heard Tang Ge's exclamation. Although she hadn't heard of the dark demon, evil god tiger, she could sense the dense, evil aura emanating from the soul beast in the distance, as well as the black light that appeared when it used its soul power. This was a soul power aura that only 10,000-year soul beasts possessed. Qian Renshue was extremely shocked. Moreover, she instinctively thought that the sudden appearance of a 10,000-year soul beast in the soul hunting forest had something to do with the mysterious boy on the opposite side. Just as she was thinking, a voice urging her suddenly reached her ears. "That silly girl, hurry and run. Can't you see that the big guy is coming over? Do you want to be eaten and then become a pile of dung it leaves behind?" Qian Renshue came back to her senses and immediately saw the boy on the opposite side, swiftly flying away on a painting. Then she turned back to take a look. got scared and shivered, and chased after him. Deep in the soul-hunting forest, the dark demon, evil god tiger, was continuously devouring one soul beast after another, using the absorbed soul power and life force to heal its internal injuries. Suddenly, the dark demon, evil god tiger, seemed to notice something. Its evil eyes immediately turned towards the distance. In its perception, there was a weak but extremely annoying aura there. Another aura was filled with rich life force. The dark demon, evil god tiger, felt that as long as it devoured this life force, not only would its injuries improve, but its strength would also advance further. At that time, it could return to the Stardew Forest and take revenge on those two detestable guys. Chapter 49. Solution: Seeking Recommendation Tickets. Roar. In an instant, the dark demon, evil god tiger couldn't help but let out an excited roar. After terrifying a group of weak soul beasts, it soared into the air, chasing after the two auras it sensed. Its dark, evil wings flapped, stirring up gusts of wind along the way, causing patches of forest below to collapse. An evil aura was released. The soul beasts affected by it immediately had their eyes turn blood red, as if they had lost their rationality, and began to fight each other. The numerous soul master teams adventuring in the soul-hunting forest were caught off guard by this situation, and before they could react, they were tragically killed by the soul beasts. But more of them began to desperately flee towards the edge of the forest. In midair, more than 100 meters away from the valley, Tang Ge and Qianrenshua, who had been fleeing, had now stopped. It wasn't that they didn't want to escape, but there was no way forward. The dark demon, evil god tiger, was catching up, even without using all its strength. The 10,000-year soul beast with dark wings could catch up to Tang Ge and Qianrenshua in just a few breaths. Its massive tiger body appeared dozens of meters away, emanating a terrifying aura that nearly suffocated the two. What to do? Qianrenshua, after all, was just a 16-year-old girl. Even with years of experience in disguise, she couldn't help but panic at this moment. She couldn't help but whisper to Tang Ge beside her. Tang Ge felt powerless to complain upon hearing this. Sister, I'm just a 7-year-old child. How can you turn the question back on me? However, he only thought this in his mind, knowing that it wasn't the time for banter, and he decisively made a decision. The dark demonic god tiger was clearly coming for the two of them, and if they didn't want to die, they would have to muster all their strength and fight to the death. That said, Tang Ge had already quietly hidden a talisman in his sleeve. The talisman was the world-crossing talisman he had drawn earlier. As long as there was any danger of death, he was ready to use this talisman to send the dark demonic god tiger to another world. Would he use it himself? Tang Ge is not foolish. Of course, aside from the universal crossing talisman, Tang Ge also has the ultimate weapon, the sword of extermination. However, he won't use it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he hasn't killed the dark demon evil god tiger yet, he might end up being backlashed and killed himself, which would be quite unfortunate. Meanwhile, Qianrenshua naturally doesn't know Tang Ge's thoughts. Upon hearing that the other party was prepared to fight to the death, she showed no hesitation. And 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, immediately appeared beneath her feet. As she activated her soul power, a rich golden light enveloped Qianrenshua. Finally, 6 wings violently flapped, transforming her into a golden light shadow that fiercely struck towards the dark demon, evil god tiger, forming a massive fist imprint that gathered power and slammed down from dozens of meters away. This is Qianrenshua's 3rd soul skill. Even though Tang Ge had just beaten Qianrenshua badly, seeing this move now made him secretly marvel in his heart. What a powerful punch! Just as this thought arose, Qianrenshua, who had just rushed towards the dark demon evil god tiger, was directly swatted down by a single palm from the opponent. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening noise. A cloud of dust immediately rose into the air. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge's heart twitched violently. Even so, he gritted his teeth and rushed towards the dark demon, evil god tiger, ready to test just how strong he could become with his ancient sacred body combined with the Xingzi secret and the explosive power of the heavenly divine fist. Boom! In an instant, Tang Ge, with the physique of the ancient sacred body, stepped into the void, and suddenly there was a loud explosion. Following, there was an extreme speed that broke through space, creating ripples in the fabric of reality. Finally, he enveloped his fist with a divine aura, condensing an incredibly powerful fist shadow. At the moment he charged in front of the dark demon, evil god tiger, Tang Ge suddenly let out a furious roar. Heavenly divine fist. At the same time, a trace of the aura of the Excalibur was secretly released by him. Once the aura of the Excalibur emerged, the world instantly changed its color. The dark demon evil god tiger, which originally had a mocking look in its eyes, was not only affected but also froze with its massive body, displaying a look of fear on its fierce face. Even Qianrenxue, who had just flown out of the deep pit below, disregarded her disheveled appearance and looked at Tang Ge with her beautiful eyes filled with shock. A year ago, an astonishing aura that caused a change in the heavens appeared, shocking countless powerful beings. Qianrenxue received a notification from her mother and came to Nodding City in her identity as the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire to investigate the cause of the incident. But a year had passed. Just when she was about to give up, she never expected to feel that astonishing aura again, just like a year ago, right here from the boy in front of her. Who exactly is he? How can he unleash attacks with the same divine properties as the angel clan? In that moment, Qianrenxue suddenly had the thought of wanting to leave the Heaven Do Empire to find her grandfather. But just as she thought of this, a thunderous roar of anger suddenly echoed. Qianrenxue looked up and immediately saw that the enormous dark demon evil god tiger was actually spraying blood from its nose. At the same time, a figure was directly sent flying by the shockwave produced by the roar. This person was able to injure a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Qianrenxue couldn't help but be shocked again. However, seeing the figure about to crash into the mountain behind, she gritted her teeth and flapped her 6 wings, quickly pursuing after it. In midair, the previous roar sent Tang Ge rolling uncontrollably, unable to stop. Behind him was an incredibly tall mountain. Just as he was about to crash into it, a figure suddenly flew over, caught him, and forcefully slid for 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a stop. "Are you okay?" At the same time, a pleasant but somewhat cold voice rang in his ears. Tang Ge rubbed his slightly dazed head and turned to see that it was Qianrenxue who was holding his waist. He immediately shook his head. "For now, there was no problem, but if we couldn't deal with that ancient soul beast, we would have trouble." At this moment, Qianrenxue also realized that she was still holding on to Tang Ge, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she quickly released her grip. After stepping back 2 meters, her expression returned to indifference, and her gaze fell on the dark demon, evil god tiger in the distance. Perhaps due to Tang Ge's punch just now, the dark demon, evil god tiger finally became completely enraged. With thunder erupting, waves of rich, evil aura were continuously released from its body. Seeing this, Qianrenxue's expression grew serious as she said, "It has an extremely evil aura, and a holy aura can restrain it. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. If my grandfather were here, even if he couldn't defeat this ancient soul beast, he could still drive it away." Aodioha. Hearing Qianrenxue's words, Tang Ge's heart stirred as he suddenly remembered the feather from the holy Kesha that he had kept in the system space. Chapter 50, Holy Kesha, Judgment of Heaven's Blade. Tang Ge had always been unsure how to use the feather he drew from the holy Kesha, the Angel King of the Super God Academy. He had tried to activate it with soul power, but unfortunately, there was no reaction. Now, prompted by Qianrenxue's mention of holy attribute soul power, Tang Ge suddenly recalled the Heaven's Divine Fist he had used before. The two shared a similar aura. Perhaps it could be useful. Therefore, Tang Ge's heart moved, and the holy Kesha feather, which he had originally placed in the system space, appeared directly in his right hand. In an instant, an extremely rich holy aura was released from the feather. Even the waves of evil aura coming from all directions were instantly purified. Not far away, upon sensing the appearance of this holy aura, Qianrenxue's beautiful eyes widened. She stared fixedly at the feather in Tang Ge's hand, as if facing the deity her clan believed in, her body trembling uncontrollably. "How could you have this? How is that possible?" The system prompt sound echoed in his mind again. However, Tang Ge had no intention of paying attention to this and ignored Qianrenxue's shock. As soon as he took out the feather, he directly activated the Heaven's Divine Fist to summon the power of heaven, continuously pouring it into the feather. Finally, the holy Kesha feather seemed to have absorbed enough energy, and its golden light surged. It flew out from Tang Ge's palm and soared into the sky. Then, under the gaze of both Tang Ge and Qianrenxue, the feather suddenly released a brilliant golden light. The two were forced to close their eyes. However, this brilliant golden light did not last long. When Tang Ge and Qianrenxue opened their eyes again, they were astonished to see countless golden lights condensing into a figure made entirely of holy power. This was a woman with cascading golden hair. But unlike Qianrenxue, the woman who appeared not only had an unparalleled beauty, but also exuded an aura of nobility and holiness. She merely stood there, seemingly representing the center of the world, captivating yet sacred and inviolable. Behind her, a pair of snow-white wings gently flapped, stirring up waves of holy wind. She was the Holy Kesha, known as the Angel King and the King of Gods in the Super God Academy. They actually summoned Holy Kesha? Although Tang Ge already knew from the system that the Holy Kesha in front of him was only formed from that feather, he was still incredibly surprised. So this is how the feather is used. But then Tang Ge felt a bit pained, as he had finally drawn a trump card only to use it up so quickly. As for Qian Renshua, upon seeing the appearance of Holy Kesha, she was completely stunned. The emergence of a true angelic deity stirred up a tremendous storm in her heart. In the distance, the dark demon, evil god tiger's nose had stopped bleeding, and its crimson eyes were fixed tightly on the figure in the sky that exuded an aura it detested. With a soul age of 10,000 years, it felt an intense sense of danger from this figure. Without hesitation, the dark demon, evil god tiger, suddenly let out a roar and flapped its pitch-black wings, charging forward. A dense evil power quickly gathered, forming a cloud of evil around the dark demon, evil god tiger. At the same time, bolts of thunder fell, directly enveloping the area within 100 meters. Tang Ge was frightened by this scene and quickly pulled the still-dazed Qian Renshua to retreat rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, they had retreated several miles away. The place where they had been was now left with only the Holy Kesha standing quietly. She finally turned around slowly, her indifferent eyes landing on the dark demon, evil god tiger that was rushing towards them. All evil must be purified, she murmured. Then, she lightly raised her palm and gently brought it down. Boom! A surge of holy power erupted, condensing into a massive hand that overshadowed the dark demon, evil god tiger. In an instant, the evil clouds surrounding the dark demon, evil god tiger were dispersed and purified. The holy giant palm continued to press down and struck heavily on the dark demon, evil god tiger. Ow! The intense pain caused by the holy power invading its body made the dark demon, evil god tiger, let out a heartbreaking roar. Its massive body crashed down into the forest below, like a collapsing mountain. As for the countless falling thunderbolts, they were blocked by a golden light barrier before reaching the Holy Kesha. In an instant, the thunder roared, adding to the majesty of the Holy Kesha. Tang Ge, who had already hidden several miles away, floated in midair and witnessed the scene that had just unfolded. He was truly amazed by the Holy Kesha, who had slapped the dark demon, evil god tiger down. What a powerful king of angels. This is just a clone made of feathers. If the true body descends, even the true gods of this world might not be able to withstand it. He wondered if the dark demon, evil god tiger was dead at this moment. Just as he thought of this, he saw a black shadow suddenly soar into the sky from the cloud of dust raised by the falling dark demon, evil god tiger. Following that, he felt as if the entire world had suddenly quieted down, with his consciousness experiencing a momentary stagnation. When Tang Ge broke free from this uncomfortable state of stagnation, he immediately saw that the golden light barrier surrounding the originally dominant Holy Kesha had shattered. She had fallen into the claws of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Roar, accompanied by a deafening tiger roar. The dark demon, evil god tiger opened its mouth wide and savagely bit down at the Holy Kesha, who was caught in its claws. Tang Ge was suddenly startled and thought to himself, could it be that the situation has turned against us? Just as he was contemplating this, a figure suddenly rushed past him, swiftly heading towards the distant dark demon, evil god tiger. Tang Ge came to his senses and was astonished to find that the figure was actually Qian Renshua. He couldn't help but shout, "What are you doing? Save her!" Qian Renshua only replied with 2 words, then resolutely quickened her pace again. Bang! As expected, Qian Renshua, who hadn't even touched the dark demon, evil god's tiger fur, transformed into a falling light once more, and was slapped down by the dark demon, evil god tiger. Tang Ge, coming to his senses, twitched his face slightly and was about to chase after her to save her. But then he seemed to sense something, suddenly stopped, and looked again at the Holy Kesha, who was being caught by the dark demon, evil god tiger in the distance. Unbeknownst to him, a blinding golden light erupted from Holy Kesha once again. This golden light transformed into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky, and then gradually condensed into a towering long sword engulfed in blazing holy flames. Buzz! At the same time, accompanied by the trembling of the void, another faceless knight, also formed from golden light, appeared behind the towering long sword. When it extended its hands and firmly grasped the sword's hilt, a voice that shook the soul suddenly resonated through the heavens and the earth. Heavenly Blade Judgment. Chapter 51. Did we gain or lose? heavenly blade judgment. Accompanied by the soul-shaking voice resounding through the heavens and the earth, the faceless knight, formed from golden light, slowly began to raise the towering long sword. Even though its speed was not fast, it made the dark demon, evil god Tiger feel an immense sense of death crisis. Moreover, what made it even more furious was that an invisible force completely locked onto it. Its massive body seemed unable to escape the towering long sword no matter where it fled. Finally, the faceless knight, holding the sword hilt, lifted the towering long sword completely, then violently swung it down. The blinding golden light surged. The towering long sword directly tore through space, appearing above the dark demon, evil god Tiger in an instant. And the holy radiance instantly purified all evil. Cracks appeared on the dark demon, evil god Tiger's body, and as crimson blood sprayed out, it transformed into swirling snow mist. A piercing roar erupted from the dark demon, evil god Tiger's mouth. However, it seemed that the intense pain reaching deep into its soul had completely stimulated its original ferocity. Faced with death, it not only did not evade, but directly opened its mouth and swallowed the trapped holy Kesha whole. Immediately, the dark demon, evil god Tiger unleashed all its power, flapping its pitch-black wings, and violently collided with the descending towering longsword. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed. The entire world was completely filled with the dual auras of holiness and evil, intertwining with each other, gradually being dissolved and decomposed. Several miles away, Tang Ge forced himself to open his eyes against the blinding light. He looked at the sky in the distance, still shrouded in gold and black, and his mind was filled with the scene of the faceless knight raising his long sword to strike down. Having watched the Super God Academy, Tang Ge naturally knew that the Blade of Judgment was the strongest attack unleashed by the Holy Kesha based on the cutting-edge technology of the Angel Clan. However, what he didn't expect was that in this world, without the support of the Angel Clan civilization, a mere avatar of the Holy Kesha would once again unleash the Blade of Judgment. The terrifying power that seemed to be able to split the heavens left Tang Ge utterly shocked. He didn't know if the dark demon evil god Tiger was dead or not, but even if it wasn't dead, that strike from the Holy Kesha would definitely severely injure it. So, looking at the battlefield still enveloped in gold and black in the distance, Tang Ge felt both anticipation and anxiety in his heart. Time slowly passed. After about 15 minutes, the remaining black evil aura was finally completely purified, leaving only the residual golden light slowly shrinking. Then, a familiar figure reappeared. It was none other than the Angel King, the Holy Kesha. However, compared to the beginning, her originally solid body had become incredibly ethereal, as if it would dissipate with a gust of wind. As if realizing her condition, the Holy Kesha looked down with her beautiful eyes that held a hint of radiance, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up into a smile. The aura of our race. She then waved her hand, and a ball of holy light immediately separated from her body, transforming into a golden light shadow that flew downwards. After doing all this, the Holy Kesha turned into golden light and completely vanished. In the place where she stood, only a dim golden feather remained. Before the feather could fall from the air, Tang Ge, who had just flown over from a distance, quickly reached out to catch it, and information about the feather appeared in his mind. Feather of sublimation, a trace of holy power condensed from the Angel King, the Holy Kesha of the Super God Academy. Absorbing it can enhance the quality of soul rings. Enhance the quality of soul rings? Seeing the information about the feather, Tang Ge was surprised by this unexpected outcome. However, this was not the right time to study it in detail. After temporarily placing the feather of sublimation into his system space, he flew directly downwards. Soon, Tang Ge discovered Qian Rinxue lying flat at the bottom of a deep pit. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's clothes were tattered and in disarray. Large areas of her snow-white skin were exposed, but they were covered in dirt mixed with blood. Her hair was disheveled, making her look even more disheveled. Initially, Tang Ge was worried that the dark demon evil god Tiger would crush Qian Rinxue with a single claw, but upon seeing her chest slightly rising and falling, he immediately felt relieved. Not only that, Tang Ge also felt a sacred aura filling Qian Rinxue's body, continuously healing her injuries. It seems this was due to the sacred light orb that sacred Kasha had cast before dissipating. At this rate, not only would Qian Rinxue's injuries be healed, but her bloodline and martial soul would likely receive a qualitative enhancement as well. After all, it was a gift from the King of Angels. However, Tang Ge felt a sour discomfort in his heart at that moment. After all, that sacred kasha was formed from a feather he had extracted. It was originally meant to be a trump card, but it ended up being consumed by a suddenly appearing 10,000-year-old beast. It would have been one thing if it had just been consumed, but that dark demon evil god tiger was clearly dead, leaving no trace behind. Yet the soul ring never appeared. All Tang Ge could obtain was that feather that could enhance the quality of the soul ring. Compared to sacred kasha's feather, did he gain or did he lose? Tang Ge was uncertain for the moment. He only knew that compared to himself, the real beneficiary at this moment was Qian Renxue, who was still lying in the pit. For a moment, a mix of emotions surged in Tang Ge's heart, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it. It was already good enough to be alive. Why think so much? As for the dark demon, evil god tiger, it might have chosen to perish together in the end. After comforting himself, Tang Ge was afraid that the previous commotion would attract powerful beings, so he didn't dare to linger any longer. He directly carried the unconscious Qian Renxue out of the deep pit and used his martial soul to fly away at a rapid speed. Not long after Tang Ge left with Qian Renxue, two figures rushed over from distance. From the display of their soul rings, they were undoubtedly two soul emperors. However, even so, when they saw the scene before them, which looked like the end of the world, the two soul emperors couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that there really was a tidal Douluo and a 10,000-year soul beast fighting here before? First, find the crown prince. We can deal with other matters later with stronger soul masters. One of the soul emperors, after calming down, revealed a serious expression and said, "The other soul emperor," upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile bitterly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. However, he said nothing and nodded. Then the two separated to search in different directions. Chapter 52, The Second Soul Ring. Promotion to 10,000 years. After the two imperial soul emperors separated, they began searching in this heavily damaged area. They were naturally looking for Qian Renxue, who was disguised as the crown prince Shuiqinghe. However, Qian Renxue had already been taken away by Tang Ge, so they definitely wouldn't find her. Moreover, the two imperial soul emperors also didn't believe that if the crown prince had been here in such a devastated place, he could still be alive. They were simply making a final effort. But during the search, one of the imperial soul emperors didn't notice that a shadow was slowly approaching him. It wasn't until the strange shadow climbed up his leg that the soul emperor sensed something was wrong. What the? He wanted to shout out loud. However, before he could finish his sentence, the strange shadow suddenly dove into his mind. The expression of terror on the face of this imperial soul emperor froze. And after a moment, he suddenly revealed a strange smile. However, there was a chilling murderous intent in his eyes. Humans dieselbe tu die. In the distance, the other soul emperor seemed to hear the commotion and couldn't help but shout, "Qiu Ming, what happened?" "Nothing, just saw something interesting, but I've already dealt with it." The imperial soul emperor named Qiu Ming retracted the murderous intent from his eyes, and his face returned to calm. After replying to his companion, he continued searching. After a while, the two had no choice but to give up. When they returned to the imperial capital with news of the crown prince's incident, the entire empire was immediately shaken. As a result, the soul-hunting forest was directly sealed off, and a large number of imperial soldiers began a comprehensive search. However, all of this was just a follow-up, while the one who caused this incident, Qian Renxue, was still quietly lying in a hidden cave. After a long time, accompanied by a low moan, Qian Renxue finally woke up slowly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she suddenly stood up from the ground, wholly attribute soul power involuntarily erupting from her body. However, upon confirming that her clothes were tattered but intact, Qian Renxue let out a sigh of relief. Moreover, she did not feel any unusual sensations in her body, recalling the events that had occurred before, and now finding herself in this quiet cave. The mysterious young man who had shocked her several times surfaced in Qian Renxue's mind. Did he bring me here? Qian Renxue couldn't help but feel a complex and indescribable emotion arise in her heart. Not only that, at this moment, Qian Renxue also sensed that her body was filled with a denser and more powerful soul power than ever before. She was certain that her strength had at least improved by 3 levels. Especially the holy light aura contained within her soul power made her involuntarily think of that divine being. That was definitely the deity of her angel clan. This matter is of great importance. I must go back to see my grandfather. A fiery light shone in Qian Renxue's eyes as she murmured. Then she directly left the cave. Tang Ge was not aware that what had happened this time had directly caused Qian Renxue to abandon her disguise that she had maintained for several years. After placing Qian Rinxue in a safe cave, he flew towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Due to the earlier appearance of the dark demon, evil god tiger, the soul-hunting forest had become chaotic. With the soul beasts rampaging, adventurers were fleeing in all directions. Tang Ge descended from the high sky as he approached the outskirts, blending in seamlessly among the adventurers, making himself hardly noticeable. After exiting the soul-hunting forest and traveling nearly 100 miles, he finally chose to settle in a hotel in a small town. Once he checked into a room and closed the door, it was not until he sat on the bed that Tang Ge finally let out a sigh of relief. He did not rush to take a shower. Instead, he first pulled up his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 25 Grand Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life, and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Flight Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Method, Secret of the Word Xing, Hell Refinement, Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 66 Shock Value, 15, 820. Looking at his information compared to before, not only had his soul power increased by 1 level, but even the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body had also improved slightly. Most importantly, his shock value had once again surpassed 10,000, reaching over 15,000 points. Tang Ge felt that this trip to the soul-hunting forest was more of a thrill than a danger. However, as he ventured further, not only did the increase in soul power slow down, but the resources needed for the fusion of the primordial sacred body were becoming increasingly exaggerated. It was important to note that he had previously used the Hell Furnace to refine so much life energy, and almost half of it had been absorbed by the primordial sacred body, resulting in only a slight improvement. One can imagine, if he wanted to successfully pass through the fusion period of the primordial sacred body, Tang Ge still didn't know how much life energy he would need to devour, equivalent to a valley of that size. If, at that time, he accidentally attracted a titled law who insisted he was an evil soul master, it would truly be a case of a rat crossing the street, with everyone shouting to beat him. Just thinking about some terrifying scenarios made Tang Ge shiver. No, he needed to be more cautious and couldn't be unprepared like this again. After secretly reminding himself, Tang Ge shifted his attention from the data panel and reached out to take the sublimation feather from the system space. How should he use it? Just as he was about to ponder this while looking at the sublimation feather in his hand, the system voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Does the host choose to use the sublimation feather? Use it. Tang Ge raised his eyebrows in surprise, but quickly agreed. As soon as he finished speaking, the ascension feather, which had been quietly lying in his palm, suddenly transformed into a golden light and shot into his body. Immediately after, the second 1,000-year soul ring, which had merged with Tang Ge during his time as a great soul master, appeared. This 1,000-year soul ring emitted dazzling purple light and began to absorb the golden light mass formed by the ascension feather bit by bit. At the very moment the golden light mass was completely absorbed, the purple light suddenly surged, and then spots of black began to appear. Tang Ge felt a sudden tremor in his heart at this scene, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Then, under his incredulous gaze, the originally small black spots rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye, they completely enveloped the purple 1,000-year soul ring. Boom! With a slight tremor in the void, the purple instantly faded away, replaced by a rich black light. At this moment, the 1,000-year soul ring successfully advanced to a 10,000-year soul ring. At the same time, the martial soul, the yin-yang life and death diagram, autonomously manifested, splitting into 2 streams of black and white life and death energy that coalesced behind Tang Ge into a pair of black and white wings. Chapter 53. 5 years later, seeking recommendation votes. For the ascended wings, Tang Ge didn't actually hold much hope. He would have been very satisfied if any of his soul rings could have increased by several hundred years. But now, watching his second 1,000-year soul ring directly change from purple to black was astonishing. Tang Ge was truly shocked. If the shock system also had an effect on him, there must have been a continuous display of 100 shock values popping up above his head. Not only that, but Tang Ge also discovered that he had sprouted 2 soul power wings on his back, one black and one white. With a thought, the black and white wings flapped and lifted him off the bed, floating in midair. Finally, as his second soul ring successfully advanced to a 10,000-year soul ring, the black light settled down, and the information about this soul ring's soul skill appeared in Tang Ge's mind. Second soul ring, soul skill, yin-yang wings. After activating the soul skill, two light wings appear behind him, one black and one white, allowing him to fly and also to unleash a life and death array that could be switched at any time. Standing in the life array, allies would continuously receive healing. Standing in the death array, every attack on enemies would continually cause corrosion from soul power to body to soul. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. When Tang Ge saw this information, he realized that his second soul ring had undergone a qualitative change from the inside out. A 10,000-year soul ring. Two major soul skills. If it weren't for the pitch-black halo around the soul ring, it could easily be mistaken for a 100,000-year soul ring. At that moment, overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Ge fell directly from midair. With a crack, the already unstable bed collapsed under him. But Tang Ge didn't care at all. It was just a small loss of money. He even thought about demolishing the entire hotel. However, in the end, Tang Ge kept silently reminding himself, calm down, calm down. Slowly, his heart finally settled down. Glancing at his disheveled appearance, Tang Ge stored away the soul ring and went to take a shower. After changing into a new outfit and resting for a while, he finally left the hotel and exited the small town. Outside the town, on a secluded little path, Tang Ge stopped, scanning the surroundings and confirming that no one was around. He couldn't help but smile. This is the place. Then, with a thought, the second soul skill was activated, and two light wings, one black and one white, instantly formed behind him. The yin-yang wings flapped, stirring up a wave of energy in the flow of life and death power. Tang Ge shot up into the sky like a cannonball, then transformed into a blend of black and white light as it sped away into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he completely vanished from sight. Thus, 5 years passed quietly. 5 years later, at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there lay a vast and boundless forest. Countless powerful soul beasts lived here, known as the Star Do Forest, a forbidden land on the continent. However, it was precisely because of the numerous soul beasts that many adventurers were drawn here. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, 5 adventurers were besieging a wind wolf. Through the purple soul power, it was evident that this was a wind attribute soul beast with a 1,000-year soul age. Wind whirlwinds continuously formed around it, resisting the attacks from the 5 adventurers. Unfortunately, these 5 adventurers were all soul sovereigns with 3 soul rings, and their roles were clearly defined. In just half an hour, under their extremely coordinated efforts, the 1,000-year soul beast wind wolf was severely injured. Conserve your strength. Let the final blow be for Xiao Chan. At this moment, a middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader, suddenly spoke loudly. Hearing his words, the other 4 immediately slowed down their attack speed. Meanwhile, 7 or 8 meters away, a boy and a girl had been quietly observing from start. The two appear to be around 13 years old. With the middle-aged man's words, the boy's face broke into a smile. He looked at the girl and said, Xiao Chan, a 1,000-year soul ring, is that okay? Of course, the girl named Xiao Chan shyly shook her head. But then she regained her composure, and as she channeled her soul power, her emerald green dress fluttered, and she underwent a significant transformation. In the end, the girl completely transformed into an elf with long black hair and pointed ears. 2 yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet, and a vibrant green longbow materialized in her hands. Then, the girl drew the bow, generating a long arrow, and with a swift motion, released it towards the wind wolf 7 or 8 meters away. There was no surprise. Under the pressure of the 5 adventurers, even the 1,000-year soul beast wind wolf was directly pierced through the head by the long arrow. Thud! As the wind wolf's body fell, a purple soul ring immediately emerged from its corpse. Upon seeing this scene, the 5 injured adventurers let out a sigh of relief. They then turned to look at the boy opposite them, their eyes filled with anticipation. Seeing this, the boy smiled slightly, and a purple soul ring appeared beneath his feet. He then waved his hand, and 5 milky white light pillars directly infused into the bodies of the 5 adventurers. Even though it wasn't the first time they had witnessed it, the 5 adventurers were still amazed by the boy's powerful soul skill. However, they soon had no chance to think further, as they were completely immersed in the joy of being healed. It was evident that their injuries were rapidly improving. After releasing the light pillars, the boy's gaze returned to the elf girl. Go ahead. The elf girl nodded and walked straight to the wind wolf's corpse. She then sat down, summoned the purple soul ring with a wave of her hand, and began to fuse it with her own martial soul. Faintly visible, an ethereal figure resembling her appeared behind the elf girl. This was her martial soul, what once looked like a jelly, had now transformed into a martial soul that resembled herself, Tang Ge named this martial soul forest spirit. That's right. The extremely handsome young man who had somehow walked to the side of the elven girl was none other than Tang Ge, who had left the Holy Soul Village 6 years ago. Now, it had been a full 5 years since he parted ways with Tang San and left Notting City. During these 5 years, not only had Tang Ge himself undergone tremendous changes, but even the elven girl before him seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. The elven girl's name was Lin Yuechan, the jelly girl who had once appeared in the soul-hunting forest. If it weren't for witnessing the drastic changes in her from head to toe over the 5 years they had spent together, Tang Ge would never have believed that this was the same person. The transformation was indeed significant. In a moment, Tang Ge couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 54, Spiral of Wind, Seeking Recommendation Tickets. Looking at Lin Yuechan, who was closing her eyes to merge her 1,000-year soul ring, Tang Ge reflected on the experiences of the past 5 years that involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Ever since he had narrowly escaped from the soul-hunting forest after encountering the dark demon Evil God Tiger, the entire soul-hunting forest had entered a state of martial law shortly after. Soldiers from the Tiando Empire were everywhere, conducting a prolonged investigation into the soul masters outside the soul-hunting forest. Because of this, Tang Ge had no choice but to give up continuing his training in the soul-hunting forest. Moreover, since his cultivation level had already reached level 25 at that time, staying at Notting Academy was no longer useful for him, so he simply left a note for Tang San and departed from Notting City. In the first year, Tang Ge didn't rush to find a place to settle down. Instead, he went with the flow and wandered around. During this time, he encountered good people, faced bad ones, dealt with merchants, and even secretly snuck into entertainment venues to let loose a bit. However, the owner of that entertainment venue was quite strict, and upon discovering that Tang Ge was a child, he unceremoniously kicked him out. This left Tang Ge feeling quite frustrated for a long time. Disappointed, Tang Ge, feeling disheartened, decided to abandon his wandering and change direction towards Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. He planned to find a place to stay there and wait until he drew a new soul ring from the Heavenly Roulette before going to the Stardo Great Forest for serious training. But unfortunately, drawing a soul ring was not easy. After consuming the 3 lottery chances accumulated over the past year, Tang Ge only obtained 2 9-aperture golden pills and a meditation technique. The name of the meditation technique is quite simple, called the Forest Spirit Meditation. Tang Ge initially tossed this meditation technique directly into the system space. Later, he encountered Lin Yuechan. That shy little girl who once hid behind her older sister was now being grabbed by several adventurers, seemingly to be sold off to someplace. Tang Ge timely rescued her, and, after asking a few questions, learned that the other party's sister had died during an adventure. Out of compassion, and since he was about to go to the Stardo Forest for training and to obtain the soul rings needed for level 30, the little girl's martial spirit was just helpful to him. So, Tang Ge took her in. Thus, the originally solitary Tang Ge gained a little follower, and the two spent 4 years together. Later, after careful consideration, Tang Ge took the opportunity when Xiao Yuechan wasn't paying attention to slap the Forest Spirit Meditation method he had previously drawn into her mind. With his Forest Spirit Meditation method, Xiao Yuechan's training speed significantly increased. Moreover, Xiao Yuechan became increasingly attached to Tang Ge, even begging pitifully to share a room with him when they returned to the city and stayed at a hotel. As a result, Tang Ge began living on the floor from then on. His scattered thoughts gradually returned. Looking at Xiao Yuechan, who had become more beautiful and charming under the influence of the Forest Spirit Meditation method, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He didn't know what changes would occur after she fused with her 3rd soul ring. Time passed slowly. The 5 adventurers had already woken up, and, at Tang Ge's gesture, they reluctantly said their goodbyes and turned to leave. After Xiao Yuechan completely absorbed and fused with the soul ring, she finally opened her eyes. Upon seeing Tang Ge, a happy smile appeared on her pretty face as she stood up directly from the ground. "Brother, I've told you, you're 2 years older than me. Why do you always call me brother? It makes me seem so old." Tang Ge couldn't help but reach out to ruffle Lin Yuechan's hair, laughing as he spoke. Lin Yuechan's face turned red, but she still firmly called out again, "Brother. All right, brother it is. Anyway, I'm not losing anything." Tang Ge shook his head helplessly. Then he changed the subject and said, "Since your 3rd soul ring has successfully fused, show me your 3rd soul skill." Lin Yuechan had no hesitation in revealing anything to her most trusted brother, Tang Ge. As soon as Tang Ge asked to see her soul skill, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared beneath her feet, and a green longbow appeared in her hand. At the moment, a gust of wind arose. Lin Yuechan miraculously lifted off the ground. Although her feet were less than a meter above the ground, it still left Tang Ge in great astonishment. Could this be the other party's third soul skill? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly saw Lin Yuechan, surrounded by a gentle breeze, shout sharply, and a condensed arrow was immediately shot out by her. However, compared to before, this arrow flew faster, and one could faintly see a mini tornado enveloping it, spinning rapidly during its flight. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck fiercely against a small hill in the distance, accompanied by a loud rumble. The small hill was pierced through and quickly collapsed into a pile of rubble. Behind it was a deep ravine extending several dozen meters outward, with spiral patterns visible on its surface. Tang Ge was taken aback by the scene. He then immediately turned to Lin Yuechan, his eyes shining as he asked, "What an impressive soul skill, what's its name?" "Wind spiral," Lin Yuechan said as she landed back on the ground after putting away her soul ring. Feeling Tang Ge's intense gaze, she couldn't help but blush and added, "It allows me to briefly leave the ground and move within a small area." She seemed worried that he might not understand. So she quickly explained, "And if combined with my first soul skill, it becomes the wind spiral arrow, which is as powerful as what you just saw." "Wind spiral, huh?" Hearing Lin Yuechan's explanation, Tang Ge immediately confirmed that this was indeed a displacement-type soul skill, which enhanced her self-protection capability. Moreover, the fact that her third soul skill could combine with her first to boost its power was quite impressive. He had to admit, Lin Yuechan was very lucky. So, seeing the expectation in her eyes after she finished speaking, Tang Ge smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's a very powerful soul skill." Upon hearing Tang Ge's praise, Lin Yuechan shyly lowered her head. But in her heart, she felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. Tang Ge found it somewhat amusing upon seeing the situation. However, thinking about the important events that were about to happen, he decided not to stay here any longer and reached out to touzle Lin Yuechan's soft long hair. "Let's go back to Soto City." As the black soul ring appeared, the wings of yin and yang materialized behind Tang Ge. He then embraced Lin Yuechan and soared into the air, flying rapidly towards the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. Chapter 55, Long Time No See. Seeking donations. In the kingdom of Balak, Soto City. After Tang Ge brought Lin Yuechan back from the Stardo Forest hundreds of miles away, they left their original residence and found a new hotel. This new hotel was called the Rose Hotel. The Rose Hotel was 3 stories high, decorated quite uniquely, and its exterior was entirely rose red, resembling a giant rose. At first, Lin Yuechan didn't understand why Tang Ge suddenly brought her to this hotel. But after paying and arriving at their room on the 3rd floor, she immediately saw the enormous heart-shaped bed in the pink room. Moreover, red rose petals were scattered on the bed, emitting a fragrant floral scent. Lin Yuechan was momentarily stunned, and after realizing something, her pretty face instantly turned crimson. She couldn't help but weakly say, "Brother Tang, how about we change to another room?" "No need to change. All the rooms in this hotel are decorated like this." Tang Ge turned his head to glance at Lin Yuechan, a teasing smile on his face. Then he walked directly towards the heart-shaped bed in front of him. Watching Tang Ge's back, Lin Yuechan hesitated for a long time. In the end, she felt she wasn't ready yet and couldn't help but blush as she said softly, "Brother, I'm going out to buy something." After saying that, Lin Yuechan turned and fled the room like she was escaping. Bang! The door to the room was immediately slammed shut. Tang Ge, who had just reached the edge of the bed, turned around to take a look and shook his head with a smile. This girl is just imagining things. Then he took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed. Inhaling the rich scent of roses, Tang Ge's heart stirred, and a personal data panel suddenly appeared before him. Shock system host. Tang Ge level 39 soul, master martial soul, twin martial souls, yin-yang life and death diagram. 4 swords of extermination soul rings, yin-yang life and death diagram purple, black soul skills, joy, yin-yang wings, life and death array. Life and death great seal martial skills, chaotic wind hammer technique, walking character secret, hell refinement. Heaven's divine fist physique, ancient sacred body fusion degree, 99 shock value. 3250 compared to 5 years ago. Tang Ge's strength has seen a leap in improvement. Not only has his soul power level broken through to level 39 soul master, but the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body has also reached 99. This is mainly because Tang Ge has invested most of his resources into the ancient sacred body. If he had only pursued soul power level without considering the years of soul rings, he might already be a soul zone expert. However, Tang Ge believes that with his current strength, if he exerted all his power, even a soul zone expert would not be his match. This is the benefit of having a deep foundation. Unfortunately, while improving soul power is easy, enhancing the ancient sacred body is extremely difficult. Even if there's only one progress left, passing this point to successfully awaken the ancient sacred body would require a massive amount of resources, which Tang Ge feels he would have to expend. Therefore, he has already planned his mind to go hunt 10,000-year soul beasts once he reaches level 40. Then, he would try to use the energy released from merging the 10,000-year soul rings to break through the ancient sacred body into the awakening phase. Hopefully, he would be successful then. However, Tang Ge didn't have much confidence in this and couldn't help but sigh softly. Soon, his attention shifted to the soul skill section. 1 purple and 2 black. It was definitely a luxurious configuration. However, Tang Ge hadn't hunted any 10,000-year soul beasts. Instead, he had upgraded the last 2,000-year soul rings to 10,000-year ones through the feather of sublimation and the baptism of the sea god. For this reason, he gained a 3rd soul skill, Life and Death Great Seal. Life and Death Great Seal. The power of yin and yang condenses into a life and death hand seal, transforming into a giant palm that can strike down, causing harm to enemies, and can also absorb the opponent's vitality to replenish oneself. This 3rd soul skill can be said to be Tang Ge's first offensive soul skill, so he was very satisfied with it. As for the remaining first 1,000-year soul ring, although it was somewhat lacking in quality, he could only think of a way to deal with it later. Tang Ge shook his head and stopped thinking too much. After putting away the information panel, he got out of bed and walked directly towards the door. He couldn't be at ease leaving Xiao Chanjan alone outside. Besides, it was time to prepare for school enrollment. As he seemed to think of something, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face, and his figure gradually disappeared. Soon, 3 days passed. During this time, Tang Ge spent most of his time in the room cultivating. As for Lin Yuechan, he simply couldn't stand her being too shy, so he had to book her another room. Although the layout of the room was still the same, at least he didn't have to worry about being seen by her when doing private things at night. By the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge was practicing alone in the room when Lin Yuechan, who had gone out, suddenly rushed in. "Brother, there's a fight downstairs. What's the hurry? Take your time and tell me what's going on." Tang Ge opened his eyes and looked at the panting Lin Yuechan, reproaching her a bit. Lin Yuechan's pretty face flushed red, and after she explained the situation she had observed. After listening to Tang Ge, his heart stirred, and he suddenly understood that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He couldn't help but smile and got out of bed. "Let's go down and join the fun." "Huh?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Lin Yuechan couldn't help but look confused. But after coming to her senses, she hurriedly followed Tang Ge, who had already gone out. At the Rose Hotel, in the lobby on the 1st floor, under the gaze of many guests, 2 figures were engaged in battle. However, as a 3rd purple soul ring appeared on one of them, a low shout suddenly emerged from his mouth. "White Tiger, Vajra transformation." Boom! The dazzling golden light erupted with terrifying power. The boy, with a white tiger phantom emerging behind him, simply exerted a bit of strength and tore apart the incredibly tough black vines that were entangling him. Then, he charged forward rapidly, his sharp claws striking down, instantly sending the other boy, who only had 2 yellow soul rings and was fighting him, flying away. Bang! Finally, the boy with 2 soul rings stopped only after crashing into the platform behind him, just as he was about to counterattack. He looked up and suddenly showed a look of astonishment, as if he saw something. That person is, unbeknownst to them, at the staircase leading to the 2nd floor in the lobby, a man and a woman had appeared. These 2 were none other than Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, who had just come down from the 3rd floor. When Tang Ge's gaze met that of the boy who had crashed into the platform, a smile appeared on his face as he waved his hand and said, "Long time no see, Tang San." Chapter 56. Still moving? Then let's have another round. "Long time no see, Tang San." Tang Ge's voice was not loud, but as soon as he spoke, it left the boy across from him stunned. After a long while, he tentatively said, "Why, you are Tang Ge?" "Huh, he is Tang Ge." Another girl who had come with the boy ran over, and upon hearing his words, her delicate face also showed surprise. These 2 were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had lived in the same room as Tang Ge 5 years ago. However, compared to before, they had changed significantly, now fitting the types of handsome and quirky. If it weren't for knowing the plot, and given that Tang San's martial soul was highly recognizable, Tang Ge might not have been able to recognize them. However, Tang Ge still feels that he is more handsome and dashing. So when he walked up to Tang San, he reached out to pull him up while smiling and said, "What? Are you shocked by my handsome and dashing appearance?" Tang Ge's voice was not loud, but because the hall was very quiet, many people heard it. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Huh? Someone actually dared to laugh? Tang Ge frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the laughter. Then he saw two beautiful and tall twin sisters standing in the corner of the hall. Tang Ge's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but speak up. "Two beautiful ladies, how about we have dinner together tonight and go for a drive?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's invitation, the twin sisters just giggled but didn't respond. Beside them, Tang San came back to his senses and couldn't help but ask, "What does driving mean?" It wasn't easy to explain, but it was definitely very fun. If you don't believe it, you and Xiao Wu can give it a try when you have the chance. Hearing Tang San's question, Tang Ge immediately smiled mysteriously. Is it really fun? Xiao Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. Even Lin Yuechan couldn't help but pinch her clothes, her watery eyes looking at Tang Ge, showing a desire to speak but hesitating. Clearly, she also wanted to try this fun game of driving. However, at that moment, a displeased voice suddenly came from nearby. "That little brat, where did he come from? How dare he target my woman as soon as he arrives? Do you believe I'll beat you up?" Tang Ge and the others couldn't help but turn their heads, and they immediately saw the young man with the strength of a soul master looking at them angrily. However, the young man's gaze was primarily focused on Tang Ge. After all, it was Tang Ge who was openly trying to take his woman. Tang Ge, he was the evil-eye white tiger Dai Mubai, a soul master of level 37. Tang San's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he spoke in a low voice. Hearing Tang San's reminder, Tang Ge naturally understood the strength of the evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mubai, and also knew that the other party was a prince of the Star Luo Empire. But so what? Just a 37th level. So when Tang Ge saw Dai Mubai's proud expression, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Just a mere 37th level. And he got his clothes in such a state from a fight, exposing this and that. Someone who didn't know might think he came to the Rose Hotel to sell himself. Don't you think so, Tang San? This. Hearing Tang Ge's merciless insults, Tang San was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. But the little dance beside him couldn't hide her laughter. Clearly still angry that Dai Mubai had hurt her little brother just now. Opposite them, Dai Mubai was so angry that he was trembling all over. He couldn't help but glare fiercely at Tang Ge, his eyes a bit red as he said, "Kid, tell me your name." Dai Mubai. Do not bully nameless small characters. Sorry, but telling you my name would be an insult to me for a small character like you, Tang Ge said with a smile, showing no mercy. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was in an uproar. Many people in the first floor hall recognized Dai Mubai and had witnessed the previous battle, so they naturally understood his immense power. However, now someone dared to openly provoke Dai Mubai and even said such harsh words. The challenger was either stronger than Dai Mubai or simply seeking death. Even the pair of twin sisters who came with Dai Mubai couldn't help but retract their smiles, looking at Tang Ge with surprise. Their eyes also revealed a glimmer of interest. Upon sensing the twins' gaze, Dai Mubai was on the verge of exploding. He had never been humiliated like this before, so he immediately threw a gold soul coin to the hall manager and spoke with a gloomy expression. "Clear the hall immediately. I, Dai Mubai, will compensate for all losses afterward at full price." Faced with Dai Mubai's demand, the hall manager naturally did not dare to refuse and quickly called for everyone to leave the hotel. In the end, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Lin Yuechan, and the two twin sisters remained to watch. However, to avoid interfering with the duel, all five retreated to a corner of the hall. Once everyone had cleared out, Dai Mubai, with his heterochromatic eyes, coldly stared at Tang Ge and said, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance to apologize to me. Otherwise, after today, you'll remember me, the evil-eye white tiger Dai Mubai, forever." Tang Ge rolled his eyes and couldn't help but silently complain. "Just fight already. Why so much nonsense? Is my earlier mockery not enough?" So he replied, "Evil-eyed white tiger? Huh, I think it's a blind white tiger. All right, I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Brother Tang Ge, beat him up." In a distant corner, Xiao Wu's excited shout came. Even Lin Yuechan beside her was affected, clenching her little fists and waving at Tang Ge, whispering, "Brother, go for it." Tang San, who was accompanying them, felt quite helpless upon seeing this. This was really making things bigger than they needed to be. However, no matter what, after 5 years without seeing each other, Tang San was still very curious about Tang Ge's strength, so he was looking forward to the battle between him and Dai Mubai. At this moment, Dai Mubai could no longer maintain his previous composure. With 3 soul rings of 2 yellow and 1 purple appearing beneath his feet, he instantly activated his 2 soul skills, White Tiger Barrier and White Tiger Vajra Transformation. With a tearing sound, the clothes on Dai Mubai's upper body were completely shredded, revealing the terrifying muscle outline beneath. At the moment when the concentration of soul power reached its peak, he faced Tang Ge and suddenly roared. White Tiger's fierce light. Suddenly, a milky white pillar of light descended from the sky, directly pouring into Dai Mubai's body from above his head. The roar abruptly stopped. Dai Mubai couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. However, this situation didn't last long. When Dai Mubai regained consciousness again, he happened to meet Tang Ge's strange gaze, and he couldn't help but be startled, wanting to strike first. But just as he raised his hand, another milky white light pillar appeared, giving him no chance to react, and it surged directly into his body. At the same time, Tang Ge's light laughter echoed. Hee hee, there's nothing that a beam of light can't solve. If it doesn't work, then just add another one. Chapter 57. The eavesdropping Flander. It appeared. It finally appeared again. When Tang Ge's purple soul ring emerged beneath his feet, and 2 beams of light pinned Dai Mubai in place with a wave of his hand. Tang San and Xiao Wu's hearts trembled. Because they had experienced the uniqueness of this light, they naturally understood the magical feeling after being hit. However, if the two were to compete against Tang Ge, they would rather admit defeat than experience it again. Therefore, their gazes towards Dai Mubai were filled with sympathy. Another boy was about to be harmed by Tang Ge. Lin Yuechan had also witnessed Tang Ge using this move to bully soul beasts, so she wasn't surprised. But the 2 twin sisters were unaware. They looked at Dai Mubai, who usually appeared very powerful in their eyes, being so easily subdued at this moment, and couldn't help but feel doubt. Could this guy be all show and no substance? At the same time, the appearance of Tang Ge's 1,000-year soul ring also shocked the 2 twin sisters greatly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking by Shui, gained 50 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking by Nian, gained 50 shock points. 2 system notifications rang in his mind. After using his 2 soul skills to make Dai Mubai comfortably indulge, Tang Ge couldn't help but curl his lips. Combined, it was only 100. Indeed, looking good was useless. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, after 5 years apart, they had also become stingy. Forget it, I'll bypass them this time. There will be plenty of opportunities later. With this thought, Tang Ge's attention shifted back to Dai Mubai. He slightly raised his hand, as if to continue releasing the previous soul skill. Just as Dai Mubai, who had just escaped from the peculiar state, saw this scene, his heart trembled, and he couldn't help but shout out loud. If you have the ability, fight me, Dai Mubai. Fairly, don't play dirty. Tang Ge was startled by the shout and nearly unleashed another light beam at the opponent. However, seeing the dignified, evil White Tiger Dai Mubai looking so aggrieved that he was about to cry, he managed to suppress that impulse. Under Dai Mubai's almost pleading gaze, Tang Ge finally nodded. All right, as you wish. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai was instantly overjoyed and shouted out the words he had previously held back. White Tiger Light Wave. However, before the sound of wave could finish, a fist suddenly appeared and heavily struck his face. With blood splattering from his nose, Dai Mubai was sent flying back, tilting his head back as he was hit. A sharp pain surged through him, and just as his consciousness was about to plunge into darkness, he saw Tang Ge, who had just retracted his fist. What the hell? Didn't we agree on a fair fight? Why did you sneak attack me? Dai Mubai was filled with frustration. Thud! After he crashed to the ground, perhaps realizing he had embarrassed himself, he immediately lost consciousness without hesitation. Tang Ge walked up to Dai Mubai, looking at his face covered in blood, and couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, still too young. Indeed, children who haven't experienced the harshness of society are incomplete. He then turned to the 2 dazed twin sisters. Xiao Shui, Xiao Nian, why aren't you taking your brother Dai Mubai to get his injuries treated? And don't forget to check his head. On the ground, as Tang Ge spoke, one could faintly see Dai Mubai's face twitching. However, he continued to lie quietly without getting up. As for the twin sisters, they were startled when Tang Ge directly called out their names. How did he know our names? Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask, and hurriedly called for someone outside to help carry Dai Mubai away. Once everyone had left, the hotel lobby manager came back in. He initially intended to demand a hefty compensation from Dai Mubai, but upon seeing that the lobby was not significantly damaged, he felt incredibly frustrated. Wasn't it said that he was a soul master? Shouldn't this have ended quickly? Helpless. The lobby manager looked at Tang Ge and couldn't help but speak up. You see, the loss is in the lobby. Stop. Whoever promised you that, go find them. I won't compensate you. Don't even think about it. Before the lobby manager could finish, Tang Ge immediately interrupted him. He then turned to Tang San, who was not far away, and smiled, urging him, Xiao San, isn't there one room left in this hotel? Hurry up and pay, let's go upstairs. Also, let Xiao Wu and Xiao Chan share a room, and you can stay in the one you just booked. Nonsense. I stay in a room alone. You want to share a room with Xiao Wu? Dream on. After saying that, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. However, for Tang San, hearing Tang Ge's arrangement made him breathe a sigh of relief. Only Xiao Wu seemed a bit unhappy, huffing at Tang Ge. Next, the last room was indeed on the third floor. So after Tang San paid, the four of them headed to the third floor of the hotel together. Immediately, only the lobby manager was left in the lobby. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, wanting to cry but having no tears. Thus, after 5 years, Tang Ge and Tang San met again, and before they knew it, 2 more days had passed. Since they both knew that Tang Ge had come to Soto City for the same reason as himself, which was to attend Shrek Academy. On the morning of the 3rd day, Tang San and Tang Ge, along with their group of 4, left the Rose Hotel together. They first exited from the south gate of Soto City and then walked towards the outskirts, which was the direction of Shrek Academy. However, the journey seemed to be much longer than expected. Originally, Xiao Wu wanted Tang San to carry her, but seeing Lin Yuechan silently following behind Tang Ge, she felt embarrassed. Therefore, Xiao Wu directly vented her frustration on Shrek Academy. She couldn't help but complain, Xiao San, did the master get the address wrong? How could a school be built in such a remote place outside the city? And we haven't seen a single person yet. How much longer do we have to walk? Behind her, Tang Ge heard this and smiled, cooperating as he spoke. Xiao Wu is right. The master must have gotten the address wrong. Besides, if Shrek Academy is really built in such a remote area, it must be so poor that they can't even afford a place to stay. Xiao Wu, think about it. Making a girl like you sleep in a broken house full of cockroaches every day, isn't that terrifying? Cockroaches everywhere, seemingly recalling some unpleasant images. Xiao Wu instantly shivered. Then she hurriedly looked at Tang San, pitifully saying, Xiao San, how about we switch to a better academy? Just as she finished speaking, not far behind them, with a crack of a breaking branch, a figure suddenly fell from a tree. The attention of the 4 talking was instantly drawn to it. Shrek Academy's Dean Flender? Especially for Tang Ge, when he saw the person who had fallen, he was secretly astonished. Chapter 58, Scared Away, Seeking Recommendation Votes. 7 or 8 meters away. The person who had just fallen from the tree was none other than Flender, the Dean of Shrek Academy, a powerful soul sage with a soul power level of 78. Because his martial soul is an owl and he wears glasses, he has the nickname Four-Eyed Cat Owl. However, Flender was feeling very embarrassed at the moment. As a dignified soul sage, he had accidentally fallen from a tree. If this news got out, where'd he put his face? But it was all because of that little brat Tang Ge, who dared to slander his academy by saying it was full of cockroaches, which made him lose his composure and led to this incident. So Flender had already planned in his heart that if the other party could enter his academy, he must let them understand that some words should not be carelessly spoken. Tang Ge didn't expect that the dean of the academy would actually eavesdrop. How nosy could he be to do that? As for whether the other party would hold a grudge after hearing what he just said, he wasn't worried at all. Once they entered the academy, Tang Ge would make this eavesdropping soul say and understand what the truth is fragrant law really means. While he was thinking, a surprised voice suddenly sounded nearby. Xiao San, isn't that uncle the one who sold you the ores before? How'd he end up here? It turned out that Xiao Wu also recognized the bespectacled Flander. However, she didn't know the other party's true identity and thought he was still the shop owner. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San nodded. Then he looked at Flander, who was not far away, and frowned as he spoke. This uncle, why are you following us? Do you regret selling me the metal before? Following you? Wait, I am following you, but am I such a petty person as a dignified soul saint? It's just a worthless piece of, or how could I possibly regret it? Flander was almost so angered by Tang San's words that he would reveal his identity. However, he held back and coldly snorted. A bunch of little kids. I'm not so idle as to follow you. After saying that, without caring whether the kids believed him, Flander walked away with his hands behind his back, gradually disappearing from sight. Watching the strange uncle's back as he left, Tang San and the others exchanged glances. Finally, Lin Yuechan quietly said, Brother Tang, should we still go to Shrek Academy? Tang Ge was about to speak when Tang San seemingly afraid that this guy would lure away his Xiao Wu, quickly interjected. Since Shrek Academy was recommended by our teacher, it can't be as bad as Tang Ge said. How about we go take a look first before making a decision? If Xiao San says to go, then I'll go. Xiao Wu, who had been reluctant before, raised her hands in support. Tang Ge shook his head helplessly upon seeing this. People, can't they have a little more trust in each other? Soon, under the circumstances of a 2-to-1 vote and one person abstaining, Tang Ge and his 3 companions continued to move forward. Fortunately, this time they didn't have to walk for long. Before long, a small village with about 100 households, surrounded by a fence, appeared in their view. At that moment, a crowd was gathered at the entrance of the village, seemingly engaged in some activity. However, beyond these people, they could see an old wooden archway at the village entrance, with a sign hanging above it that read Shrek Academy in large letters. In front of the 5 characters, there was also a green avatar that looked like a humanoid monster. Could this be Shrek Academy? Upon seeing the sign, Xiao Wu immediately showed a look of surprise and couldn't help but speak up. Little 3, how can there be an academy built in a village? It can't really be like what Brother Tang Ge said, with cockroaches everywhere, right? At this moment, Tang San was also somewhat taken aback. However, after hearing Xiao Wu's words, he immediately pretended to be angry and said, "Don't listen to Tang Ge's nonsense. There won't be any cockroaches." Just kidding. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue at Tang San. Then she bounced off towards the village entrance where people were gathered. After Xiao Wu left, Tang Ge looked at Tang San and suddenly spoke with a teasing smile. "Little San, if there really are cockroaches, you might as well prepare to not sleep at night and catch cockroaches for Xiao Wu all night long. TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it is pitiful. Xiao-chan, let him regret it here for a bit, and we'll go check on Xiao Wu." Lin Yue-chan suppressed her laughter and nodded. Tang San stayed behind, watching the departing figures of Tang Ge and the others. He seemed to recall some unpleasant images and couldn't help but shiver. He quickly shook his head to dispel the thoughts and reassured himself. It was just catching cockroaches. How could it possibly take all night? Then, Tang San hurried to catch up at the entrance of the village. When Tang Ge and the others arrived, there was already a long line formed, mostly consisting of younger children accompanied by their parents. At the front, an elderly man sat behind a table, collecting registration fees while reaching out to touch the hands of the registrants. Clearly, he was in charge here. However, at that moment, a father and son pair had a confrontation with the old man due to dissatisfaction over their inability to enroll and the refusal to refund the registration fee. The father couldn't contain his anger and exclaimed, "Since my child wasn't selected, why won't you refund the registration fee? You're clearly just trying to scam us. If you don't refund our fee today, we won't leave. I want everyone to know that your so-called Shrek Academy is a scam." His loud voice immediately caught the attention of those waiting in line behind him. In an instant, many parents who had brought their children to register began to hesitate. Some even turned around and walked away. The elderly man behind the table frowned at the scene and said calmly, "Move by. Someone wants a refund. You handle it." Not far away, a figure was pretending to doze on a large tree. Upon hearing the old man's words, the figure quickly leaped down and appeared in front of the group of registrants. It was Dai Mu Bai, whose injuries had healed, revealing a look of helplessness. Just as he was about to follow the old man's orders and use his soul ring to scare off the troublemaking father and son, he accidentally glanced back and saw Tang Ge and the others waiting in line. At that moment, Tang Ge also looked at Dai Mu Bai with a smile. Their eyes met. Dai Mu Bai's previously helpless expression suddenly froze. Then, under the astonished gaze of the old man, he seemed startled and quickly turned to flee into the distance. Until his figure vanished, his somewhat panicked voice drifted back. "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to leave for a bit." Chapter 59. I feel I could be more high profile now at the back of the line. When Dai Mu Bai appeared, not only did Tang Ge see him, but Tang San and Xiao Wu also spotted the opponent who had been knocked unconscious by Tang Ge's punch earlier. However, before they had the chance to greet him, he suddenly ran away again. But they clearly heard Dai Mu Bai's last words. Xiao Wu immediately scoffed. "What stomachache?" He clearly got scared off the moment he saw us. Tang San listened and agreed. However, thinking that the other person should also be a student of Shrek Academy, he shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu, they might really have a stomachache, so let's not say such things anymore." Oh, although Xiao Wu seemed a bit headstrong, she listened to Tang San's words, so she nodded and stopped talking. At this moment, Lin Yue-chan, who had been very quiet, suddenly gasped as if she saw something. "Brother Tang, look over there. What happened?" Tang Ge and the others were startled by Lin Yue-chan's sudden exclamation, their faces filled with confusion. However, when their attention shifted back to the front, they were taken aback. The old man sitting behind the table had originally intended to have Dai Mubai deal with the troublemaking father and son, but Dai Mubai had outright refused to take action. This left the old man with no choice but to step in himself. As he stood up and walked out from behind the table, he cast a faint glance at the father and son, instantly releasing an incredibly powerful aura. As this aura emerged, everyone fell silent. Even Tang Ge and the others felt an immense pressure. But what truly shocked them was that, as a rich red light radiated from the old man, a long staff with countless intricate patterns appeared in his hand. At the same time, 6 soul rings rose from beneath the old man's feet, their dazzling brilliance becoming the focal point of the scene. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This old man turned out to be a super strong soul emperor above level 60. When Xiao Wu saw the 6 soul rings beneath the old man, she couldn't help but exclaim. Nearby, Tang San also gasped in surprise. It was known that even in the entire Barak kingdom, soul emperors at level 60 were few and far between. Yet now, right at the entrance of Shrek Academy, there was actually a level 60 soul emperor in charge. Indeed, the teacher's recommendation made sense. Shrek Academy was no simple place. Just as he was thinking this, the long staff in the old man's hand struck the ground heavily, creating a crack on the surface. Immediately, a deep, muffled sound spread out. The old man's gaze landed on the father and son in front of him as he said indifferently, "Do you still want to pay the registration fee?" "We don't want it. We don't want it." The man, pale with fear, shook his head desperately. Then he hurriedly took his child and fled. In an instant, the entire scene fell silent. After the old man put away the long staff, the 6 soul rings gradually disappeared as his soul power receded. He swept his authoritative gaze over everyone present and spoke lightly, "Don't blame me for bullying the weak. Before recruiting students, Shrek Academy has already announced the registration rules. If you didn't understand and came here, it's just throwing away your registration fees. However, I am not unreasonable. I can repeat it to you now. Since our academy is named after monsters, it means we only accept monsters and not ordinary people. Therefore, if any of you are over 12 years old, or if your soul power is below level 21, you don't need to waste your time here." After speaking, the old man turned around and sat back down behind the table. Faced with a soul emperor-level powerhouse, no parent dared to question him again. As the academy's recruitment rules were announced once more, about 90% of the parents showed looks of disappointment and silently left with their children. In an instant, only a few dozen people remained in line. The old man was unfazed and continued his registration work. At the back of the line, a smile appeared on Tang San's face. He looked at Xiao Wu and said, "An academy that only accepts monsters. We really didn't come to the wrong place this time." So does that mean we are all monsters?" Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu couldn't help but make a funny face. Tang San nodded. "Yes, we are all monsters, but monsters also symbolize genius. So, Xiao Wu, you are a genius." As he spoke, he couldn't help but affectionately poke Xiao Wu's nose. Next to them, Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver at this scene. So cheesy. However, at that moment, he also noticed that Lin Yuechan seemed a bit down and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Brother, do you think I won't be able to enter Shrek Academy?" When she said this, Lin Yuechan was almost in tears. Tang Ge thought it was something serious, but upon hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. He comforted her, saying, "Don't worry. Didn't that teacher say the admission requirements are no more than 12 years old or a strength level above 20? Even though you're 2 years older, your strength is enough to join this academy. If they really don't accept you, I'll leave with you. After all, there are other academies." After hearing this, Lin Yuechan's bright eyes were filled with surprise. She couldn't help but ask, "Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? All right, stop overthinking it. We'll be up soon." Tang Ge smiled and ruffled Lin Yuechan's hair. Lin Yuechan bit her lip and silently whispered a thank you to her brother before waiting quietly. Tang Ge looked at Lin Yuechan and, after not thinking too much, withdrew his gaze to observe the remaining dozen or so applicants. He remembered that in the storyline, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was among this group. Sure enough, after the old man checked a few more children, a girl in a white long dress with golden hair appeared in front of him. This girl was not accompanied by any parents. The old man merely checked her wrist and frowned. "Do your family know you're here?" Upon hearing the old man's inquiry, the girl did not answer but smiled and said, "It is said that there are no classes in teaching. Since I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason not to accept me. All right, you passed. But wait over there for now." The old man, feeling helpless, could only nod. Naturally, Tang Ge listened to their conversation. Adding to that, when the girl turned around and revealed her exquisite face, Tang Ge immediately understood. This girl should be Ning Rongrong. In that case, it wouldn't be long before Zhu Zhuqing would appear as well. Thinking about the future geniuses about to gather here, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile and thought to himself, I feel like I could be a bit more high profile now. Chapter 60. One purple and two blacks, the brightest one in the crowd. The old man was quick, and soon the dozen or so students in front had all been tested. Unfortunately, only a few remained, standing together with the girl in the white long dress. Seeing this, the old man frowned and looked somewhat angry. What is taking Mu by so long? Where is he? He then looked up at the last four applicants who had yet to be tested and was about to urge them when another figure suddenly came walking from a distance. Soon, this figure appeared before everyone. It was a girl, around 11 years old. She had long, flowing black hair with cat ears tied on both sides, while the rest fell over her shoulders. Though the girl was young, her figure was exceptionally striking, especially since she was wearing a tight black leather outfit that completely showcased her figure, making her look extremely alluring. The moment she appeared, she instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, despite the fiery gazes, the girl showed no reaction at all. On the contrary, her expression was very indifferent, a kind of coldness that came from within, and her dark eyes didn't even show a hint of anger. This cold feeling, when contrasted with her very beautiful face, created an awkwardness. Yet, it was this awkwardness that made people unable to resist, wanting to get closer and explore further. Tang Ge was closest to the girl, as she had stopped right behind him. Therefore, he could most feel the lack of anger emanating from her. As for the girl's identity, besides Zhu Zhuqing, there was no one else present who could have such a proud figure. Just as he was observing, a soft grunt suddenly sounded in his ear. Tang San, why don't you just stand here while I go into the academy by myself? It turned out that Xiao Wu was dissatisfied because Tang San had glanced at Zhu Zhuqing a few times. She was currently glaring fiercely at Tang San and even pinched the back of his hand. Tang San gritted his teeth in pain, especially when he saw Tang Ge's teasing smile directed at him, which made him feel extremely embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, the old man sitting behind the table also urged them, what are you standing there for? Both of you come over for the test. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and quickly took Xiao Wu's hand to step forward. Next, just as Tang Ge had learned from the storyline, both Tang San and Xiao Wu easily passed the preliminary test. Moreover, it was quite surprising to the elder in charge of the initial examination that Tang San was able to cultivate his soul power to such a level with his blue-silver grass martial soul. As for Lin Yuechan, her fairy-like appearance after activating her martial soul also drew a round of gasps. Additionally, she possessed the cultivation level of a soul Zun at level 31, which astonished both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Sister Xiaochan is actually a soul Zun? Then, the two couldn't help but shift their gaze to Tang Ge. Up until now, they still didn't know Tang Ge's specific soul power level. At this moment, due to Lin Yuechan's soul Zun strength, the elder couldn't help but laugh out loud for the first time. Haha, you're only 2 years younger. Our Shrek Academy welcomes geniuses like you to join. Go ahead and wait with them over there. Thank you. Lin Yuechan dispersed her soul ring and returned to her normal appearance before obediently walking to the side. In the end, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing remained. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge smiled and said, why don't you go first? I'll stay for last. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang Ge with no emotion in her eyes and then lowered her head again. Tang Ge helplessly added, don't get me wrong. I have no other intentions. I'm just afraid that once I go over to test, all of you geniuses will be overshadowed. So, I'm willing to give you a chance to showcase your abilities. After hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing raised her head again, although her eyes still appeared cold. There was a hint of other colors in them. Tang Ge read it out, and there was a hint of disdain in his tone. Just then, a cool but pleasant voice came to his ear. Naive. When Tang Ge reacted, he saw Zhu Zhuqing in a black leather outfit twisting her hips and walking forward. He looked at her back and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Sigh. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. After saying that, Tang Ge followed her. The old man moved quickly, and after confirming Zhu Zhuqing's age and seeing her martial soul, the nether cat, he announced that she had passed the preliminary test. At this point, Tang Ge was the only one left in line. The group of Tang San who had just passed the test all turned their gazes to Tang Ge. The old man in charge of the preliminary test was in a very good mood, having encountered several good talents this year. He looked at Tang Ge, who was much taller than the others, and couldn't help but smile. Little guy, you haven't exceeded 12 years old, right? And now there's only you left. Feeling any pressure? Hearing the old man's words, Tang Ge also smiled. Whether I have exceeded 12 years old, senior, can't you tell by looking? As for pressure, at this point, Tang Ge paused for a moment before continuing. To be honest, the ones who should feel pressure next should be them. As soon as he finished speaking, an incredibly strong confidence radiated from Tang Ge. Even the old man was momentarily taken aback by this. Then he laughed heartily. Haha, good kid, you have guts. In that case, extend your hand. Tang Ge, disregarding the hostile gazes all around him, extended his right hand in front of the old man. The old man checked with his soul power and nodded. Indeed, he was not yet 12 years old. Let me see your. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling light of intertwined black and white soul power suddenly appeared before him. Following that, a purple and two black brilliant rays soared upwards. When he realized that these three rays of light were released from the three soul rings of the little guy in front of him, the previously calm old man suddenly stood up from his chair. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted in shock. 1,000-year soul ring and two 10,000-year soul rings. Kid, did you dye your soul rings? The old man was so excited that he even swore. It was evident that his body was trembling. As for Tang San and the others who had passed the preliminary test and were still watching, they were also completely stunned by the three soul rings displayed by Tang Ge. One purple, two black. At that moment, just standing there, Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star of the entire scene. Chapter 61. The law of true fragrance is not lacking in another world. As the one purple and two black soul rings were released, even the old man with the cultivation of a soul emperor couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star of the entire venue. The system's voice kept ringing in his mind like the sound of iron beams clinking. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, Shock Tang San, gained 1,000 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, Shocked Zhu Zhuqing, gained 800 shock points. After a while, Tang Ge noticed that his shock points had skyrocketed from over 3,000 to over 12,000. Most of these points were contributed by Tang San and his companions, as well as the old Soul Emperor, and there was still plenty of time left before it ended. So while Tang Ge was secretly pleased, he looked at the old man who was shocked by his three high-age soul rings and complained, "What do you mean died? My soul rings are genuine." However, if Yu Xiaojing were here, he would definitely strongly agree with the old man's earlier words. After all, looking back at history, no soul master had ever created such a luxurious combination of one purple and two black soul rings at such a young age. At this moment, in the old man's eyes, Tang Ge was no longer a monster, but a prodigy. So when he heard Tang Ge's complaint, he finally realized that he had lost composure earlier. However, instead of being bothered, he eagerly took out a soul testing stone and said, "Come, quickly test it. Let me see what level your soul power is now." Although Tang Ge knew his level, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he confidently placed his hand on it. As his soul power was inputted, a blinding light suddenly surged, revealing the soul power level inside. Level 39? The old man widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing this. Soon after, there were gasps of astonishment from the crowd. As for Tang Ge, he seized this rare opportunity, happily reaping a bunch of benefits, bringing his shock value closer to 20,000. This time, the elder responsible for the initial test could no longer contain himself. He suddenly activated his soul power and shouted loudly towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. "Dean Flander, if you don't come soon, a once-in-a-thousand-years genius is about to slip away from our academy's doorstep." This shout echoed, as if amplified countless times, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Even Tang Ge had to take a few steps back, using his soul power to dispel the lingering shout around his ears. However, looking at the elder in charge of the initial test, Tang Ge felt speechless. "I never said I wouldn't join your academy. Was it necessary to shout so loudly?" Just as he was thinking, another voice came from the village. "Old man, why shout so loudly? I'm not deaf. But what kind of genius could possibly make you lose your composure like this?" "I, Flander, want to take a look." Accompanied by the howling sound, a shadow rushed in from the sky and appeared above the village entrance in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy, a soul sage with a soul power level of 78. At this moment, he had summoned his spirit, the owl, so a pair of black wings appeared on his back, flapping as he hovered in midair. As soon as he arrived, Flander looked down at the elder. He was about to ask what was going on, but when his gaze swept over the young boy beside him, his previously calm breathing suddenly became rapid. One purple and two black? How old is this kid to already have two 10,000-year soul rings? Flander's eyes glimmered with purple black light, staring intently at the soul rings beneath the boy's feet. Unable to believe it. However, he soon realized that this boy must be the genius-level talent the old man mentioned. So, suppressing his shock, Flander continued to look up, wanted to see what the boy looked like. But when he finally saw the boy's smiling face, his soul power suddenly fluctuated violently, nearly causing him to lose control of his wings and fall. At the same time, a series of intense coughs erupted from his mouth. After a while, Flander felt his breath stabilize a bit, but began to hesitate whether to land or not. Because he finally discovered that this genius-level boy standing at his academy's doorstep was actually the same brat who had previously claimed that his academy was infested with cockroaches. Moreover, this brat had almost caused him to embarrass himself back then. Therefore, Flander had been preparing to properly train the boy if he was lucky enough to join Shrek Academy. Now, it seems this kid really had good luck, but it was suddenly disadvantageous for him. For a moment, Flander's face was filled with conflict. Below, seeing Flander hovering in midair after arriving and not coming down, the elder in charge of the initial test thought he was also stunned and couldn't help but laugh proudly. How about that? This kid is only 12 years old and already a level 39 soul master, with 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. Such a genius is something you want to beg for. He is definitely suitable for our Shrek Academy. So the next steps are up to you, Dean. Then, he turned to Tang Ge, patted him on the shoulder, and encouraged him with a smile. Little guy, this Dean is a soul sage with a soul power level of 78. Feel free to make any requests. I believe the Dean will certainly fulfill them. Thank you, Senior. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. However, Flander in the sky couldn't help but frown, secretly wondering how such a soul emperor with an unconventional approach could appear in the academy. But now that things had come to this point, and with so many people watching, Flander felt that as the dean, he should be magnanimous. What past grievances could matter in front of a genius? With this thought, Flander felt much more at ease. He made an effort to show a gentle smile on his face, flapping his wings to descend from the sky, landing in front of Tang Ge. Little guy, your name is really fragrant. Tang Ge suddenly took a deep breath, revealing a look of comfort on his face. So fragrant? His words were interrupted, and Flander, instead of being angry, looked a bit puzzled and asked, "What do you mean by so fragrant?" "It's nothing, Dean. My name is Tang Ge. Please continue." Tang Ge shook his head and smiled. Flanders nodded, feeling that it was normal for a prodigy to have a quirky temperament. He continued from where he left off. "Tang Ge, right? You heard earlier, I'm the principal of Shrek Academy. Feel free to express any requests you have. As long as I can fulfill them, I will do my best to satisfy you. But the premise is that you must join our Shrek Academy." Chapter 62. Dai Mubai's Curtain Call. Oscar takes the stage. Seeing Flanders' kind demeanor, Tang Ge wanted to laugh. Even more so, he wanted to shout out, "I will always be the father you can never have." However, he felt that if he really dared to shout that out, even if he was a prodigy with 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, he would probably end up getting beaten up. So Tang Ge resisted the impulse, shook his head, and pretended to be sincere, saying, "I will follow the arrangements of Principal Flanders." "Follow my arrangements?" Flanders was momentarily taken aback by Tang Ge's words. Then he couldn't help but complain in his heart. "I actually wanted you to pay to join my Shrek Academy. If I really believed your sincere demeanor, then I must be blinded by now." However, despite his complaints, if he were to be stingy and unwilling to put forth good things, it would only embarrass Shrek Academy. So Flanders thought for a moment and then looked at Tang Ge seriously. He said, "Since you came here to enroll, it shows that you are inclined to join my Shrek Academy. As the principal, I will not treat you poorly. If you are willing as a soul sage, I can accept you as my personal disciple. Moreover, all your expenses for food, clothing, and accommodation in the academy will be covered by me. In addition, I will do my utmost to help you obtain the soul rings you need to advance from soul master to soul sage, with a duration no less than your current 10,000-year soul ring." In that instant, Flanders listed all the benefits he promised. Not to mention becoming a disciple of a soul sage. Not only would the resources be abundant, but the identity would also help avoid a lot of troubles while traveling the continent. Furthermore, Flanders personally guaranteed to help Tang Ge obtain the soul rings from soul master to soul sage, all with a duration of at least 10,000 years. This was the real deal. It was evident that Flanders sincerely wanted Tang Ge to join Shrek Academy. With so many conditions combined, not only was Tang Ge moved, but even Tang San and others who had been watching from a distance were filled with envy. Unfortunately, it was not their turn. Just then, Dai Mubai, who had previously left under the pretense of a stomach ache, probably fearing the anger of the elder responsible for the preliminary test, had dawdled for a long time before returning. He thought that after such a long time, the kid who embarrassed him earlier should have already entered the academy. But as soon as he approached, Dai Mubai heard Flanders' promises to Tang Ge and the conditions almost made him fall flat on his face. So without saying a word, Dai Mubai turned around and fled back to the academy. He even decided in his heart that as soon as he returned, he would pack his things and go out for training immediately to avoid encountering that person again, lest he lose face. At the registration place, at the village entrance, Dai Mubai came and went without disturbing anyone. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Principal Flanders and Tang Ge. After finishing his conditions, Flanders looked directly at Tang Ge and said very seriously, "These are all the conditions I can promise. Are you willing?" Tang Ge shook his head after listening. Flanders was taken aback, thinking that the other party had rejected him, and immediately showed a disappointed expression. It was understandable that he looked down on their academy. After all, a genius like him could go elsewhere. But before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted, saying, "Who said I don't want to join your academy? I want to join. I just shook my head to refuse being your direct disciple. The other conditions are fine." Flinder felt his heart racing with the ups and downs of emotions. However, no matter what, at least the academy had finally received a top-tier genius student who could dazzle people upon appearance. Thinking this, Flinder felt much more at ease. So he said with a hint of regret, "Perhaps I'm not qualified to be your master. But since you're joining the academy, I will still treat you as my direct disciple. So I should now be an official student of the academy, right?" Tang Ge asked with a smile upon hearing Flinder's words. Flinder nodded. Not far behind, Xiao Wu, who had been watching the scene, could no longer hold back and shouted, "Uncle Dean, what about us?" "You?" Flinder turned to look at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, and with a serious expression, said, "Though you are also geniuses, there is still a considerable gap between you and Tang Ge. So let's continue to follow the academy's procedures." "What? Continue with the procedures?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu almost couldn't contain her anger. In the end, it was Tang San with a bitter smile, who pulled her back and cast a resentful glance at the specially treated Tang Ge. Seeing this, Tang Ge shrugged, indicating his inability to help. "Won't be done. After all, there is a gap even between geniuses." As the dean, Flandre naturally wouldn't care about the little grievances of a group of children. He looked at the elder in charge of the preliminary test and said, "You can arrange for them. I have other matters to attend to and need to leave for a while." The elder nodded upon hearing this. Immediately, Flandre soared into the air, flapping his wings and flying out of the village, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After he left, the elder looked at the group of students who had passed the preliminary test and couldn't help but frown, thinking to himself, "What is going on? Why hasn't Team Mubai come yet? Forget it, I want to look for him." With this thought, the elder shouted towards the village, "Oscar, come out." This time, no one replied. However, after a while, shouts grew closer, and soon a figure was seen rushing over on a small cart. It was evident that the person was a bearded man, continuously shouting, "Hey, there's so many people here. Would you like to buy a sausage to try?" The elder heard this, and his face twitched slightly. Then he looked at Tang Ge, Tang San, and the others, pointed to the approaching cartman, and smiled. "This is Oscar. He hasn't been in the academy for long, but he is very familiar with it, so he can take you to the next test. He is also a student of the academy." Following the direction the elder pointed, everyone saw the bearded man on the small cart, and their expressions instantly turned strange. Xiao Wu, being straightforward, couldn't help but say, "Teacher, doesn't your academy only accept students under 12? How come you've accepted an uncle?" Hearing Xiao Wu's words, the bearded man who had just pushed the cart stumbled and fell directly from a cart. Once he got up from the ground, he anxiously shouted, "Classmate, did you just call me an uncle? Please, I'm Oscar, only 14 years old. When I shave my beard, you'll see my handsome, charming, and elegant side." Chapter 63. I want another one. "Please, I'm Oscar, only 14 years old. When I shave my beard, you'll see my handsome, charming, and elegant side." After saying this, Oscar struck a pose that he thought was very cool. The elder in charge of the preliminary test couldn't bear to watch any longer and directly kicked Oscar. "You were brought here to take the preliminary students for the next assessment, not to talk nonsense. Hurry up and get going." "All right, teacher, ding ding ding. Hop on my beloved little cart. Classmates, follow me." Oscar adjusted the goggles on his forehead and immediately jumped back onto the sausage cart, heading towards the village. After Tang Ge, Tang San, and the others said goodbye to the old man, they followed him into the village. Upon entering the village, after mutual introductions, Tang San, Ning Rong Rong, and Zhu Zhuqing got to know each other. However, after a while, perhaps because there was no teacher present, Oscar couldn't help but start promoting his sausages again. "Do you guys want to try a sausage?" Feeling the eager gaze from Oscar, Tang San found his face quite awkward. He still skeptically asked, "Are you really only 14? Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately became unhappy. He stopped his little cart and said very seriously, "You can doubt my character, but you absolutely cannot question my age. I, Oscar, am 14 years old this year, a first-year student of Shrek Academy. You can ask anyone, and they will know I am 14. So, just because I have a bit of thick hair, don't call me uncle." Tang San was speechless after hearing this. Looking at Oscar's thick beard, he thought to himself, "Your hair can't just be described as lush." However, despite these thoughts, Tang San sincerely apologized. "Senior, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now. How much do these sausages on your cart cost? I'd like to try one." Upon hearing this, Oscar was instantly delighted. He quickly skewered a sausage that was about 10 centimeters long with a bamboo stick and handed it to Tang San, happily saying, "As long as you eat my sausage, I won't be angry. 1 sausage for 1 silver soul coin." Tang San nodded, took out a silver coin, and gave it to Oscar. Then he took a bite of the sausage in his hand, and his eyes suddenly brightened as he couldn't help but exclaim, "This sausage is quite delicious." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes instantly squinted with joy. He then eagerly began to promote it to others. "Would you like a sausage?" Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu poked him with her finger and whispered, "Is it really delicious?" Tang San nodded. After receiving Tang San's confirmation, the food-loving Xiao Wu couldn't help but speak loudly, "Give me one. I want one too." Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, followed up. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she still had her cold and distant demeanor. Soon, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each held a sausage and began to eat. Then came a series of exclamations. "Wow, what is this sausage made of? It's really delicious." Ning Rongrong said, "I've eaten all kinds of things and it's just a sausage. But it's quite tasty. Is there more? I want another one." Seeing the two beautiful female classmates enjoying their sausages so happily, Oscar was moved to the point of almost tearing up. He couldn't help but say, "It's fine. Eat as much as you want. I have plenty here." Saying this, Oscar looked at Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan with anticipation and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" Hearing Oscar's words and noticing that Xiao Chan beside him also looked eager, Tang Ge held back his laughter and nodded. "The sausages on this cart have been out for a while. How about you give me a fresh one? Not far away." Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were enjoying their food. Upon hearing that Tang Ge wanted a fresh one, both of their pretty faces showed disdain. Ning Rongrong even huffed, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Don't pick and choose, yet you a guy are being so picky. It's really embarrassing." Regarding Ning Rongrong's disdain, Tang San just smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had been cheerful, suddenly froze, looking hesitant. "What's wrong? Is there no fresh one?" Tang Ge urged with a smile. In helplessness, Oscar could only extend his right hand and called out in a somewhat lewd tone with his soft voice, "I have a big sausage." As the yellow light gathered in his palm, 2 yellow halos immediately rose from beneath his feet. Then, a sausage identical to the one roasting on the grill appeared in Oscar's palm. In front of the vehicle, when Tang San heard Oscar's words, "I have a big sausage," he froze for a moment. Then, upon seeing the big sausage materializing in Oscar's hand, he suddenly felt a churn in his stomach. As for Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were happily eating, they directly tossed aside the sausages in their hands and bent over to vomit. It was vaguely visible that Zhu Zhuqing, with her cold expression, was slightly trembling, seemingly trying to hold back her laughter. However, when she looked at Oscar, her eyes were filled with malice. Beside Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan came back to her senses, and her little face turned even redder. She couldn't help but pinch the corner of her clothes and said softly, "Brother, did you know about it all along?" "What do you mean by knew all along?" "Don't talk nonsense, I don't know anything." Tang Ge immediately shook his head in denial. What a joke. If he dared to admit it, he would probably be surrounded and attacked by a group of fierce women. Sure enough, after Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong vented their anger, they immediately turned their fierce gazes toward Oscar. One could faintly sense the fluctuation of soul power starting to rise from them. Just as Oscar was about to explain, he felt a jolt of fear and, without saying a word, abandoned the vehicle and bolted away. Behind him, sharp cries filled with rage erupted. Furious, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong directly unleashed their martial souls and chased after the fleeing Oscar. Tang Ge and others did not expect this outcome, fearing something might happen, so they hurriedly chased after it. In this way, the group unknowingly missed the second and third assessments of the entrance exam and rushed straight towards the direction of the final test. When Oscar was finally caught up by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong and received an unresisting beating, they were shocked to realize they had run too far. Suddenly, a tall figure came into view, just a dozen meters away under the eaves. A very sturdy but slightly short middle-aged man was lying with his eyes closed on a wrought tan chair, making a deafening snoring sound. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were still not finished venting their anger and were about to continue when Oscar was startled. He quickly made a mournful face, pointed at the man on the rattan chair, and whispered, "Ladies, calm down. Can't you see that SR Academy's teacher, Zhao Wujie, known as the Unmoving King? If we anger him, we'll all be in trouble." Chapter 64. Unmoving King Zhao Wujie. Unmoving King Zhao Wujie. Hearing Oscar's warning, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had just raised their fists, immediately lowered them. Under the pleading gaze from Oscar, the two of them snorted. "We'll let you off this time, but don't ever sell that lousy sausage in front of us again." As they said this, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but recall the previous scene, and their stomachs churned again. Moreover, as they slowly calmed down, they realized something was off. Why did Tang Ge wait until they finished eating before asking for a fresh sausage? Did he know beforehand? So, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, walked up to Tang Ge. She looked up at the boy who had even startled the academy's principal and angrily said, "Tell me, were you doing this on purpose? Beauty, I consider you a classmate. You can't wrongfully accuse me." Tang Ge looked innocent, but Ning Rongrong didn't believe him at all. She revealed a pair of small tiger teeth, hands on her hips, threatening fiercely. "Oomph, I don't care how powerful your soul ring is. If I find out you lied to me, Ning Rongrong, will definitely not let you off." After saying that, Ning Rongrong turned and walked away, leaving Tang Ge with a proud back. Tang Ge smiled and was not angry. His gaze shifted back to Oscar. "Senior Oscar, can you tell us about that teacher Zhao?" Oscar did not answer, but first turned his head and let out a few low groans, followed by a fluctuation of soul power. By the time he turned back around, the injury on his face had surprisingly improved. Tang Ge was stunned. It seemed that he had just been secretly eating sausages. Oscar immediately felt embarrassed as he sensed Tang Ge's strange gaze. But he quickly composed himself and said in a low voice, "Originally, Senior Dai Mubai was supposed to bring you here today, but he seems to have disappeared, so I was tasked with guiding you to participate in the test. For what I understand, Teacher Zhao is in charge of supervising the 4th round, testing the practical abilities of the new students. It's just a test of practical abilities. Little San and I are the least afraid of practical combat," Xiao Wu said nonchalantly after hearing this. Tang San reached out and tugged at Xiao Wu, signaling her to stay silent, then smiled at Oscar and said, "Senior, please continue." Oscar nodded. "The 4th test is to assess practical combat experience. Some students have good martial souls and are skilled in controlling them. However, because they grew up in noble families sheltered from the world, they have little understanding of everything outside, let alone combat. Therefore, the Academy does not accept such students. The Dean has stated that pampered individuals are not welcome." Xiao Wu fell silent this time, but Ning Rongrong couldn't help but interject, "Are you selecting students or wives? This is too strict. Besides, who says that children from noble families are all spoiled? I'm different." By the end, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but tilt her head proudly, as if to prove how exceptional she was. Oscar, who had just been on the receiving end of this young lady's wrath, dared not refute her. He simply pointed to a figure lying on a rattan chair in the distance and sighed. "But even with rich combat experience, it won't be easy in this final test. Do you know? Teacher Zhao is a level 76 soul sage with a beast martial soul, and he is the vice president of the Academy, second only to the Dean in overall strength. If Teacher Zhao suddenly decides to personally test your combat abilities, you would really be in trouble." As he said this, Oscar seemed to recall some unpleasant imagery and couldn't help but shiver. Tang San and the others' pupils slightly contracted. Level 76? If we add the Academy's Dean, doesn't that mean Shrek Academy has 2 Soul Sage level powerhouses? At this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. He is actually the immovable king Zhao Wujin who had a conflict with the Spirit Hall. He has been missing on the continent for 10 years, and I didn't expect him to be a teacher at Shrek Academy. I heard that back then. Immovable King Zhao Wujin had a grudge with the Spirit Hall, and they wanted to punish him, but he managed to break through the siege of 16 bishops. Later, that matter just faded away. It's known that the bishops of the Spirit Hall are all at least Soul Emperor level, over level 60. At that time, Zhao Wujin should have only been in his 60s, but now he has become a Soul Sage. That's really impressive." Just as Ning Rongrong finished speaking, a thunderous laughter suddenly erupted. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that after being missing for 10 years, a little girl would know about my past history. I was going to pretend to sleep, but since you all are so interested in me, I will make an effort. I will conduct your final practical test." Over 10 meters away, the sturdy figure that had been lying on the recliner stood up and walked directly toward them. Soon, this figure appeared in front of Tang San and the others. It was none other than Zhao Wujin, known as the immovable king. Here, Tang Ge was the tallest, almost reaching 1.70 meters. Tang San was slightly shorter, only around 1.60 meters. However, the approaching Zhao Wujin was actually a bit shorter than Tang San, but his robust physique gave a very strong impression. He scanned Tang Ge and the 5 others with his gaze and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. It seems like I can warm up a bit. Teacher Zhao, isn't the 4th round arranged by the dean supposed to be handled by Senior Dai Mubai? Moreover, I just remembered that they haven't gone to the first 3 testing points yet. Hearing that Zhao Wujin was really going to take the field himself, Oscar was greatly shocked and hurriedly spoke up. Then he wanted to signal Tang Ge and the others to leave. But unfortunately, since Zhao Wujin had stood up, how could he let these people leave? He directly reached out and grabbed Oscar by the collar, tossing him away, while expressing his dissatisfaction. Dai Mubai isn't here. Why are you talking so much? Go sell your sausages. Thud. Oscar immediately fell into a bush about 7 or 8 meters away, and after a while, he crawled out in a sorry state. However, he didn't leave but shouted directly, "Classmates, Teacher Zhao is coming out. You better prepare yourselves, but don't worry. I have various recovery sausages and healing sausages that I can provide to you for free." In the distance, Tang San and the others ignored Oscar, who was still trying to promote his sausages, and focused their attention on the imposing Zhao Wujia, knowing that he was a soul sage. Tang San took the initiative to speak up. "May I ask, Senior, how will we be judged as passing this final assessment?" Chapter 65. Are you sure you want me to join? Hearing Tang San's question, Zhao Wujia nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You can remain calm even after knowing I am a soul sage. You are indeed qualified to stand before me. Since that's the case, let's start by introducing our names and soul power levels, so I can see what kind of strength you have. If your strength is sufficient during the upcoming assessment, as long as you can last in my hands for more than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, even if only one of you remains at the end, I will consider you to have passed the assessment. After speaking, he crossed his arms and stood to the side. More than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Huh? Tang San took a deep breath and was the first to speak. My name is Tang San. My weapon spirit is blue silvergrass, and I am a level 29 control-type soul master. Xiao Wu, with a beast spirit of a rabbit, added, I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault-type soul master. After hearing Tang San speak, Xiao Wu followed up with her introduction. Next were Lin Yuechang and Zhu Zhuqing. Lin Yuechang, with a beast spirit of the forest elf, is a level 31 assault-type soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with a beast spirit of the nether spirit cat, is a level 27 agility-type soul master. There's actually a level 31 soul master among them. And when did blue silvergrass reach level 29? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's strengths and spirits were quite standard, but upon hearing about Tang San and Lin Yuechang, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but raise his thick eyebrows. Especially Lin Yuechang's level 31 soul master strength surprised him. For a moment, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but think, it seems the academy has recruited quite a few good talents this year. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, dressed in a white long dress, hesitated for a moment before speaking up. I am Ning Rongrong. My weapon spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tile, and I am a level 26 support type weapon master. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt everyone's gaze focused on her. Tang San was surprised and said, Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tower. Does that mean you are from the 7 treasure glazed sect? With so many people looking at her, Ning Rongrong felt a bit embarrassed. She stuck out her cute little tongue and said, Don't look at me like that. I'm no different from ordinary people. Wait a moment. I'll provide you with support, and it should be no problem to last for a stick of incense. The 7 treasure glazed tower is a martial soul that is passed down through generations, and only direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed sect on the entire Douluo Continent are likely to possess it. Soul masters evaluate the 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul with a simple phrase: the most powerful auxiliary martial soul in the continent. The best partner for all battle-type soul masters. This is enough to show how welcome this sect is on the continent. However, unfortunately for Zhao Wujia, it did not pose a threat. He was just surprised that the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed sect actually ran away from home to join Shrek Academy. Finally, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell on Tang Ge, the only one who had not introduced himself yet. Little guy, what about you? Me? I don't think I need to. Tang Ge was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and said. Upon hearing Tang Ge's refusal, Zhao Wujia frowned, his face showing displeasure. Fortunately, Tang San spoke up in time to explain. Teacher Zhao, Tang Ge's situation is special. At the first testing point, he was personally admitted to the academy by the dean. He is just here to familiarize himself with the environment and does not need to participate in the assessment. Huh. What kind of talent does this kid have that is worth the dean personally bringing him into the academy? Hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wuji immediately thought of the previous loud shout and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge a few more times. Then he didn't continue to ask, nodding to Tang San and the others. In that case, it will be you 5. Additionally, to prevent some people from saying, I bully children, let me first tell you about my abilities. My martial soul is the powerful beast martial soul, the great strength diamond bear, which is good at defense, almost indestructible. There's nothing else to say, and saying more would be pointless, so don't hold too high of expectations. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Tang San and the others couldn't help but feel speechless. Is it really necessary to discourage people like this? However, it didn't say anything, and after getting a stick of incense for preparation time from Zhao Wuji, they hurriedly gathered together to discuss tactics. As for Zhao Wuji, who had nothing to do for the time being, he was staring intently at Tang Ge, making Tang Ge feel uneasy. Fortunately, the incense time passed quickly. Zhao Wuji finally shifted his gaze away from Tang Ge, and as Tang San and the others quickly dispersed, he directly inserted a newly lit stick of incense into the ground. Then, he announced directly, the assessment starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a wave of soul power, Zhao Wuji, who looked exceptionally burly, was directly possessed by his martial soul, transforming into an immensely strong violent bear. Tang San and the others showed no hesitation and immediately began their attack. 7 or 8 meters away, Tang Ge didn't know when he had appeared beside Oscar, sitting on a rock, intently watching the struggle between Tang San and his group and Zhao Wuji in the empty arena. Next to him, Oscar also realized that Tang Ge had been admitted without an entrance exam. He couldn't help but ask Tang Ge, do you think Tang San and the others can last a stick of incense's time against Teacher Zhao? It's tough. Tang Ge shook his head and said, although the situation at this moment had Lin Yuechan added compared to the original plot, Zhao Wujing directly used his martial soul possession from the very beginning. He did not, as in the original story, get knocked down headfirst right at the start. Moreover, after Zhao Wujing activated the first soul ring's soul skill, the Unmoving King, he became both offensive and defensive, completely transforming into the true Unmoving King. Tang San and the others' attacks landed on him, not only failing to injure him, but also causing them to be hurt by the rebound force. A stick of incense's time? Unless, like in the original plot, Tang San directly used his hidden weapon in the end, it would really be difficult to last that long. Oscar naturally did not know this situation. However, he understood Zhao Wuji's strength, so upon hearing Tang Ge's words, he nodded in deep agreement. It is indeed very difficult. It is difficult, but if I were to join the fight, the outcome would be different. Tang Ge smiled and added, sure enough, not long after, as Zhao Wuji increased his strength, the 4 girls, including Xiao Wu, couldn't hold on and were swept out of the arena, leaving only Tang San. And by now, the incense stick stuck in the ground had barely burned down to less than half its length. However, whether it was because he heard Tang Ge and Oscar's discussion, at the moment when Xiao Wu fainted and Tang San was about to unleash his full power and anger, Zhao Wuji suddenly stopped. He shouted directly towards Tang Ge, hey, the kid named Tang Ge, stop watching, I'm talking about you. Come here, let me test your strength. Tang Ge raised his eyebrows slightly and stood up. He chuckled softly. Teacher Zhao, are you sure you want me to join? Chapter 66. Tang Ge enters the strongest support. Teacher Zhao, are you sure you want me to join? Tang Ge stood up from the ground, smiling lightly as he spoke. 7 or 8 meters away, seeing Tang Ge's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Wuji suddenly felt a surge of anger and couldn't help but shout, at such a young age, you're so fussy. Just come over when I ask you to. Why are there so many unnecessary words? Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes at what was said. However, he still lifted his foot and walked toward the opposite side. After all, if he wanted to reap the benefits, he couldn't just sit back and expect a lot of rewards to fall from the sky, right? Behind him came Oscar's encouraging voice filled with anticipation. Tang Ge, go for it. Get the sausages ready, as it seems that after the battle, Teacher Zhao will need to eat some. Tang Ge laughed and waved his hand without turning back. These words immediately made Zhao Wuji's chest nearly explode with anger, and the 7 soul rings representing the soul sage uncontrollably appeared beneath his feet. When Tang Ge walked over, he glared at him with wide eyes and spoke fiercely. You little sharp-tongued brat, I'll make you wish you were never born. Not necessarily. Tang Ge smiled and replied, then looked at Tang San, who was holding the unconscious Xiao Wu. and asked, "How is it? Can we continue?" "We can continue, but it will be just the two of us." Tang San's expression was somewhat serious. But before he could finish speaking, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted, saying, "Who said it's only the two of us?" After saying this, under the puzzled gazes of Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, the martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram appeared in Tang Ge's hand. At the same time, two soul rings, one purple and one black, appeared at his feet, since they were still unaware of what had happened at the village entrance. When Zhao Wujie saw the two soul rings emerging from Tang Ge, his initially angry eyes widened in disbelief. This kid actually has a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring? Is he kidding? Ding dong, congratulations to the host, shocking Zhao Wujie, earning 800 shock points. Wow, contributing his own wool so quickly. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Tang Ge's eyes brightened instantly, and without hesitation. He continued to unleash his first and second soul abilities. Tang Ge first summoned a milky white beam of light that directly infused into the unconscious Xiao Wu's body. As Xiao Wu's pale face gradually regained its rosy color, seemingly on the verge of waking up, he then marked several of his companions with his martial soul imprint. Finally, after the life array in the life and death formation appeared, it directly enveloped a 10-meter radius. Within this range, whether it was Tang San, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Yuechan, they all felt their injuries rapidly healing. In the blink of an eye, they had completely recovered, and even the soul power they had previously consumed was restored to more than half. Moreover, Tang San and the others could clearly feel that as long as this white large array on the ground existed, they would continue to receive ongoing healing. This filled the four of them with surprise and shock. Just then, the unconscious Xiao Wu also slowly woke up. When she realized she was lying in Tang San's arms, her pretty face first turned red, and then she couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Xiao San, didn't I get injured and faint? Why do I feel like I'm not hurt anymore?" "It was Tang Ge who used his soul skill to heal you," Tang San explained. Seeing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but tease with a smile. "Xiao Wu, you're awake. Why aren't you getting up? This isn't the time for you and Xiao San to be lovey-dovey. I won't let you control me." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiao Wu's face flushed again, and she couldn't help but huff playfully. However, despite saying that, she quickly left Tang San's embrace and stood up from the ground. In an instant, the previously batter-challenged team of 5 not only fully recovered to their peak, but also gained a genius student like Tang Ge, who was directly admitted without examination. On the opposite side, Zhao Wujie witnessed everything that happened before him, although he couldn't understand the effect of the white array light on the ground. Seeing Xiao Wu awaken unharmed and the injuries of Tang San and the others heal made Zhao Wujie's perception of Tang Ge increase exponentially. Thus, Zhao Wujie finally retracted his previous disdain. He looked at Tang Ge, who had single-handedly turned the tide, and admiration couldn't help but show in his eyes as he laughed and said, "Little guy, you're starting to ignite my fighting spirit. Gome, tell me, what level is your soul power now?" Tang Ge, martial soul yin-yang life and death diagram. Level 39 soul ancestor, the strongest support soul master. Tang Ge finally spoke the name of his martial soul for the first time. At the same time, his third soul ring, the 10,000-year soul ring, rose from beneath his feet. In that moment, Tang Ge was once again surrounded by one purple and two black soul rings, dazzling and eye-catching. Zhao Wujie, upon seeing this, momentarily froze with a smile on his face, feeling a surge of jealousy arise within him. He could no longer maintain the image of a teacher. He squatted down and suddenly sprang up, charging towards Tang Ge. In midair, Zhao Wujie's loud shout echoed out. The competition continued. At this moment, it was clear that Zhao Wujie had completely given up on Ning Rongrong and had made Tang Ge his first target to eliminate. One purple and two black, starting off with a full resurrection. This healing type support ability could no longer be described as exaggerated. It was simply monstrous. If Tang Ge were allowed to continue, Zhao Wujie had an ominous feeling that he might face defeat today. That is why he chose to strike at Tang Ge without hesitation. However, as Zhao Wujie soared into the air, the experienced Tang San instantly realized the opponent's intention. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, use all your strength to entangle Teacher Zhao. Don't let him get close to Tang Ge." Not far away, hearing Tang San's instructions, Ning Rongrong felt a bit unwilling. After all, she had previously been the strongest support in the team, someone who needed to be protected. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had to step up to protect others. Naturally, Ning Rongrong felt extremely uncomfortable. However, she knew that this was not the time to dwell on these feelings. So she gritted her teeth and directly unleashed her 2 soul skills. The 7-treasure glazed tile in her hand spun rapidly, and then she called out lightly. The 7 treasures have a name. The first is strength. The 7 treasures have a name. The second is speed, accompanied by her shout. Beams of light shot out and landed on Tang Ge and the others. They immediately felt a significant increase in both strength and speed. Tang San seized the opportunity, and with the blue-silver grass bursting forth with blue light, he directly condensed more than 10 thick vines that soared into the air, wildly rushing toward Zhao Wujia, who was still in midair. Chapter 67. Powerful Vajrapalm versus life and death grade hand seal, since they had already clashed before. Tang San knew that his second soul skill, Parasite, would have no effect on Zhao Wujia, who had super strong defense and abundant soul power. So at this moment, Tang San fully activated his first soul skill bind. With the appearance of numerous vines, like venomous snakes, they swiftly spread toward Zhao Wujia, wrapping around him completely. At the same time, Tang San shouted, "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer." Whoosh! Beside him, Xiao Wu immediately jumped, using her toes to push off a shoulder, then leapt forward again, aiming to kick Zhao Wujia's head. Zhao Wujia saw this and laughed heartily, preparing to tear apart the vines wrapped around him. But at that moment, a milky white beam of light suddenly descended, directly pouring into his body. Zhao Wujia's smile froze, and his expression became slightly dazed. Although he quickly regained his composure, Xiao Wu, taking advantage of Tang San's martial soul, appeared right in front of him. Bang! With a dull sound, Xiao Wu used all her strength to kick Zhao Wujia hard in the chest. Then, Zhao Wujia, still entangled in vines, crashed down to the ground, creating a large pit upon impact. But the attack did not end there. When Zhao Wujia broke free from the vines and stood up from the pit, Lin Yuechan, who had been ready in the distance, instantly released her fingers. Wind spiral arrow. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air, a rapidly rotating sharp arrow appeared before Zhao Wujia, trailing a green flame. Zhao Wujia's gaze sharpened, and after releasing his powerful soul power, he instantly tore apart the vines wrapped around him. Then, he reached out to grab the spiraling arrow that appeared before him. But just as Zhao Wujia raised his hand, another white beam of light fell from the sky. Damn it! At the moment he felt his consciousness blur again, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger, glaring at Tang Ge, who stood in the back. At that moment, Zhao Wujia truly felt the impulse to tear Tang Ge apart. At the same time, the spiraling arrow flew unimpeded and slammed into Zhao Wujia's chest. Zzz. The spiraling arrow, spinning rapidly, clashed against Zhao Wujia's immovable body, creating a harsh, grinding sound as if metal were scraping against metal. Bang! Zhao Wujia finally regained his senses, suddenly raising his hand to smash the spiraling arrow. But when he looked down, he was shocked to find blood seeping from his chest. "I'm actually injured?" At that moment, Zhao Wujia was astonished, while a strong surge of anger uncontrollably welled up within him. He suddenly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, who was approaching rapidly like a shadow in midair. "You little brats have really angered me." Roar! A roar erupted from Zhao Wujia's mouth. The sound wave, infused with soul power, not only left Tang San and the others dazed, but also caused Zhu Zhuqing, who was rushing over, to fall from the air. A look of pain appeared on her icy face. At the same time, a large hand suddenly attacked, reaching directly for her neck. Behind her, Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. "Be careful! Xiao Wu, make your move." Tang San also noticed this scene and immediately shouted urgently. Hearing Tang San's arrangement, Xiao Wu, who was already prepared beside him, flashed a red light in her eyes and instantly directed it towards Zhao Wuji, who was rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing. Charm skill, activate. Unfortunately, as soon as the red light landed on Zhao Wuji, Xiao Wu suddenly let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. However, shortly after, a milky white light column descended upon her, starting to heal her injuries. The white array beneath her feet also allowed Xiao Wu to enjoy continuous healing. Tang San seemed to have known this in advance and was not worried about Xiao Wu. At the moment the opponent used their charm skill, a slender vine rapidly extended out. In the end, this vine quickly wrapped around Zhu Zhuqing's body, pulling her back swiftly to a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been closely observing the situation, smiled slightly as the rich soul power within him surged wildly, allowing him to continuously unleash his first soul skill. At the same time, the white formation covering the ground quickly transformed into a black formation. Dead formation. Activate. Puff. 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 As Zhao Wuji rushed to the spot where Zhu Zhuqing had originally been, he once again felt the mockery of fate. The columns of milky white light descended, continuously pouring into his body, making him feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but stop. Damn it, what kind of healing skill is this? I should be angry, but why do I feel pleasure? Zhao Wuji's body was out of his control, and he could only scream desperately in his heart. Hurry up. Seeing the scene, Tang Ge couldn't help but urge. Tang San and his companions felt the enhancement of the new formation beneath their feet, exchanged glances, and then launched another attack on Zhao Wuji without hesitation. Due to the corrosive nature of the death formation on soul power, Zhao Wuji's immovable king body had its power greatly reduced, unable to withstand the toxins carried by Tang San's blue-silver grass. In just a short while, he became a disheveled mess, his entire body swollen, as if stung by countless scorpions. Moreover, after Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul manifested, her sharp claws left deep gashes on Zhao Wuji's body. Suddenly, a sharp spiral arrow shot through the air and pierced Zhao Wuji's arm, causing blood to spurt out instantly. At the same time, the dark power attached to the arrow began to invade Zhao Wuji's body, wreaking havoc within him. However, thanks to the continuous healing from the milky white columns of light released by Tang Ge, Zhao Wuji was receiving constant treatment. Even so, the pain finally jolted him awake. He glanced at the incense not far away, which had burned down to the lowest point. Zhao Wuji felt a surge of frustration. He never expected that as a dignified soul sage, he would be brought to such a state by a group of children barely in their teens. And the instigator of all this was that detestable brat who could release the light columns. No way, I must take revenge. Gravity enhancement. With this thought, Zhao Wuji could no longer endure and immediately unleashed his third soul skill. At that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt as if a mountain had fallen on their shoulders, causing them to collapse to the ground, unable to move, let alone continue their attacks. Zhao Wuji didn't even glance at the little ones. His gaze was fixed coldly on Tang Ge, the only one still standing at the back. His eyes were icy as he gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, I've tolerated you for long enough. Now that your companions have fallen, let's see how you continue to hide behind them." Great strength diamond palm. With a roar, Zhao Wuji suddenly raised his palm, condensing a golden giant hand to strike directly at Tang Ge. Facing the incoming palm of energy, Tang Ge not only didn't feel fear, but instead smiled faintly. "Teacher Zhao, who said I was hiding all this time." Then, he formed a hand seal, and with the fluctuation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, he also condensed a giant hand in midair, constantly swirling with yin and yang energy. At that moment, great strength diamond palm versus life and death great hand seal. Chapter 68. Zhao Wuji, angered and embarrassed. Since Tang Ge entered the arena, all the light columns he used for healing and restriction, as well as the black and white light formations covering the ground, corresponded with his claim of being a support soul master. Therefore, apart from Lin Yuechan and Tang San, who had witnessed Tang Ge tear apart the Mandragora serpent with his bare hands, everyone else believed that Tang Ge was indeed just a support soul master. Even Zhao Wuji, a soul sage, was no exception. Thus, after using gravity enhancement to suppress Tang San and the others, he thought dealing with a support soul master like Tang Ge would be a piece of cake. As soon as he unleashed the great strength diamond palm, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You little brat, today I must spank your little butt." However, before his laughter faded, the black and white light entering his eyes suddenly made him widen them in shock. On the opposite side, Tang Ge, who seemed to have no power to fight back, suddenly manifested the yin-yang life and death diagram, and at that moment, yin and yang energy surged out, quickly forming a giant hand in midair, half black and half white. "Life and death great hand seal." Tang Ge's deep voice echoed, and the giant hand he had clashed violently with the incoming great strength diamond palm. Boom! A sound like thunder erupted. Under the incredulous gazes of Tang San and the others, the great strength diamond palm was crushed in just a moment. Meanwhile, the black and white giant hand did not lose any power, directly enveloping Zhao Wuji and pressing down heavily. Before the palm print even got close, Zhao Wuji felt a rapid drain of his soul power. Even the vitality within his body seemed to be siphoned away, continuously flowing outward. Damn it. What kind of soul beast did this kid kill to obtain such a bizarre 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujie couldn't help but roar in his heart. In a desperate move, he bypassed his fourth soul skill and unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. Accompanied by a roar, a black 10,000-year soul ring finally lit up on Zhao Wujie's body. Under the impetus of his powerful soul power, the space above his head seemed to collapse, creating waves of distortion. The life and death palm print that had just been pressed down made contact, instantly erupting with blinding light. Countless yin-yang energies were continually torn apart and dissipated. The yin-yang giant handprint also grew smaller and smaller. However, due to the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the yin-yang giant handprint that Tang Ge unleashed was far more powerful than before. In the collision of the two 10,000-year soul skills, Zhao Wujie's gravity compression ultimately could not hold out until the end. The remaining yin-yang giant handprint then slammed down heavily onto Zhao Wujie's body under his furious gaze. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening roar, dust and smoke billowed up, causing everyone present to shiver involuntarily. Then they looked at Tang Ge, their eyes filled with shock and complex emotions. When did support soul masters become so powerful? Tang Ge naturally felt the gaze of the crowd, as the system's notification sound kept ringing in his mind. While secretly delighted, Tang Ge also let out a slight sigh of relief. Although he was powerful and had reached the 39th level of Soul Master, continuously releasing soul skills had exhausted him considerably, especially the last yin-yang Great Hand Seal, which nearly drained the little soul power he had left. Fortunately, it was all worth it. The shock value was finally nearing the 30,000 mark. With this thought, a smile appeared on Tang Ge's face as he directly sat cross-legged on the ground. Not far away, amidst the swirling dust, a figure slowly emerged. It was Zhao Wujie. However, compared to his previous imposing demeanor, Zhao Wujie's clothes were now in tatters, and his swollen face was covered in dust. As soon as he saw Tang Ge sitting on the ground, he said nothing and raised his palm once again. Tang Ge was startled and quickly said, "Stop, stop, stop. What? Are you finally ready to admit defeat?" Zhao Wujie grinned, revealing a chilling smile. Tang Ge looked helpless and pointed to the ground not far away. "Teacher Zhao, you misunderstood. I just want to tell you that the incense has burned for the allotted time. Time's up." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, both Zhao Wujie and Tang San couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Sure enough, the incense that was originally inserted into the ground had burned down to the bottom, leaving only a small flicker of flame. Seeing the scene, Tang San and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Wujie's expression suddenly darkened. As a 76th level soul sage, if word got out that he was defeated today by 6 kids in their 20s, where would he put his face? No, it absolutely can't end like this. With that thought, Zhao Wujie's gaze shifted back to Tang Ge. He sneered and said, "You weren't even part of this assessment, so logically speaking, those 5 kids have already lost. However, if you can let me slap you and still remain standing, I might consider acknowledging that they passed the assessment." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others changed their expressions. Xiao couldn't help but shout loudly, "You're cheating?" That's right. The dignified, unmoved king actually dares not admit his defeat. If this gets out, it will only embarrass you. Ning Rongrong added angrily. Zhao Wujie paid no heed to the words of the 2 girls. He sneered, "In this academy, besides the dean, I have the highest authority, so what I say goes. Of course, if you don't agree, you can turn around and leave now. Shrek Academy does not accept cowardly students." Xiao Wu and the other 3 girls gritted their teeth in anger. But after Tang San shook his head at them, he stood up from the ground. Looking at Zhao Wujie, Tang San spoke very seriously, "Since teacher Zhao said so, then let the students and teacher Zhao start over and have a truly fair competition. Are you sure you want to start over?" Hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wujie's eyebrows raised in surprise. "I'm sure." Tang San was extremely resolute. At this moment, when Zhao Wujie looked at Tang San again, his eyes were filled with appreciation. He liked students who were tenacious and did not give up easily. Therefore, Zhao Wujie was ready to nod in agreement. However, before he could say anything, a voice filled with helplessness suddenly came over. "You two have said so much. Have you considered my opinion as the person involved?" When Tang San and Zhao Wujie looked in the direction of the voice, they suddenly realized that Tang Ge, who had originally been sitting on the ground recovering, had somehow stood up. "Tang Ge." Tang San regained his senses and wanted to speak. However, Tang Ge waved his hand and directly interrupted him, then looked at Zhao Wujie with a fearless smile on his face. Since teacher Zhao wants to hit me so badly, I can only reluctantly satisfy his wish. Chapter 69. Tang Ge, convince people with reason. As Tang Ge spoke, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell on him once again. He frowned and said, "Little guy, are you sure you've thought it through to take my palm, standing up? If I use a bit more strength, it could be deadly." However, while saying this, Zhao Wujia thought to himself that he would hold back his strength when he struck, just to teach the other party a lesson. Otherwise, if he couldn't even handle these few kids as their teacher, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? But what Zhao Wujia didn't expect next was that after hearing his words, the originally determined Tang Ge hesitated for a moment and suddenly shook his head. It could be deadly? Well, I think I'll pass. After all, as a support-type soul master, it's not really suitable for me to join in on this kind of excitement. Who? Zhao Wujia was almost so angry that he spat blood, and his breathing became heavy. He could hardly imagine how someone with such thick skin could appear at Shrek Academy. A support-type soul master? Who the hell has ever seen a support-type soul master who could directly crush my powerful golden palm with a single strike? Someone couldn't help but suddenly burst into laughter. Tang Ge turned his head and was surprised to find that the laughter actually came from Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, the originally cold Zhu Zhuqing suddenly had a different kind of charm. So, Tang Ge couldn't help but compliment her. "Zhu Zhuqing, your smile is a bit strange." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression immediately stiffened, and she returned to her usual cold demeanor. On the side, Ning Rongrong thought that Tang Ge was mocking her and angrily defended. "Tang Ge, what's strange about Sister Zhu's smile? Can you be more clear? It's quite cute." Tang Ge added with a smile. Ning Rongrong. She suddenly felt that she had been foolish just now, wondering why she would bother with such a detestable villain. Even Tang San and the others looked at Tang Ge with strange expressions in their eyes. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her face and neck were completely flushed. If the assessment hadn't ended yet, she would have wanted to escape right away. Suddenly, a grinding sound broke the tension. Tang Ge, who had just playfully teased Zhu Zhuqing, remembered that there was a big shot watching nearby. He quickly shifted his attention to the now distorted face of Zhao Wujia and said apologetically, "Teacher Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I just wanted to ease the tense atmosphere here. So, are you going to keep bantering with me like this?" Zhao Wujia glared at Tang Ge, his fists cracking ominously. Tang Ge shook his head, and his expression immediately became serious. He said earnestly, "Teacher Zhao, I sincerely want to ask, do you really think that with the strength and talent of Xiao San and the others, they can't get into Shrek Academy? Fine, you can continue to remain silent. But I want to say, I came here with them, and if they can't stay today because of you, I will leave as well. I believe that whether it is my talent or that of Xiao San and the others, getting into other academies is not a problem at all. You can't possibly think that there are no other academies on this continent besides Shrek Academy, right? Moreover, as the saying goes, leave a line in everything for future encounters. If teacher Zhao goes too far now, it won't be good for you. Who knows? One day someone stronger than you might just beat you up." At the end of his words, Tang Ge looked at Zhao Wuji calmly. Feeling the calm gaze from this 12-year-old boy, Zhao Wuji for the first time felt a sense of pressure. Moreover, he was actually threatened, being told that someone would beat him up. Zhao Wuji felt extremely uncomfortable, but he had to admit that what this kid said made sense. However, he was also in a difficult position. If he bowed to a group of children, wouldn't he completely lose face as a dignified Douluo? At this moment, Zhao Wuji became incredibly conflicted. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wuji's thoughts, Tang Ge's serious expression changed, and he suddenly smiled and said, "Of course, I also know that teacher Zhao does this for our own good. After all, jade must be carved to become a gem. Xiao San, right? Huh. Yes, teacher Zhao is doing this for our good." Tang San, who was not far away, was taken aback by Tang Ge's sudden question, almost not reacting in time, and then quickly nodded. Tang Ge secretly laughed as he looked at Zhao Wuji, whose expression had relaxed significantly. He continued, "Teacher Zhao, think about it again. As the second in command of the academy, you will definitely have to teach us in the future, right? Not to mention that I am a super genius with 1 purple and 2 black at such a young age. Just based on the talents of Tang San and the others, they have already surpassed 99 of their peers. Just think, if any one of us becomes a title Douluo in the future, wouldn't you then be known as the teacher of a title Douluo? The teacher of a title Douluo? Are you really willing to let such a chance to make a name for yourself slip away? If it were me, I definitely wouldn't." After saying so much, Zhao Wuji couldn't hold back any longer. He snorted, "I'm not stupid, of course. I won't give this opportunity to others. All right, I suppose you have a way with words." Zhao Wuji, will reluctantly be your teacher for a few years. Oscar, what are you standing there for? Give me some sausages to eat. Got it. Oscar's voice came from a distance. But before Oscar could come over, Tang Ge smiled and said, Teacher, let me treat you. Without waiting for Zhao Wuji's agreement, he waved his hand, and a milky white light column without any soul skills appeared, directly pouring into Zhao's body. A rich vitality was released, and Zhao Wuji immediately felt his injuries rapidly healing. He nodded in satisfaction. This soul skill is not bad, just a bit too mouthy. That needs to change in the future. Since you have passed the assessment, let Oscar help arrange your accommodations next. After saying this, Zhao Wuji turned around and walked away with his hands behind his back, a clear look of pride on his face. Tang Ge couldn't help but curl his lips. Then, when he withdrew his gaze, he noticed that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others were staring at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. Is there something on me? Tang Ge asked in confusion. Everyone shook their heads. Ning Rongrong pointed in the direction Zhao Wuji had left, seemingly still in a daze, and said, You just made teacher Zhao so angry, and he just left like that? I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's this. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a confident smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. Tang Ge, win people over with reason. Chapter 70. Win a prize first thing in the morning. In the distance, Oscar finally came running over with 2 crispy little sausages. However, apart from seeing the few new classmates who had participated in the 4th round of assessments earlier, he did not see Zhao Wuji's figure. Oscar looked puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Where's teacher Zhao? Just left. Tang Ge smiled and patted Oscar on the shoulders, saying, And you don't have to worry. Teacher Zhao's injuries have already been treated by me. Really treated? Oscar looked at the small sausage, still in his hand, then glanced at the classmates in front of him who had gone through a battle but had not sustained much injury, and suddenly felt a bit down. He had wanted to take advantage of this great opportunity to sell a few more sausages. However, Oscar's mood quickly brightened again. Remembering the spectacular assessment he had just witnessed, he became excited and said, Classmates, you are so amazing. I thought it was impossible for you to pass teacher Zhao's personal assessment, but not only did you pass, you even made teacher Zhao look so disheveled. And Tang Ge, you actually have 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. That's truly incredible. What was the name of the soul skill you used at the end? It actually broke teacher Zhao's strong Vajra palm. I almost want to call you boss. Seeing Oscar more excited than himself, Tang Ge felt a bit speechless. However, upon hearing the last sentence, he smiled and replied, Why think about it? Just call me boss. I won't refuse you. But I think Dai Laoda will be angry if he finds out. Oscar's voice suddenly became much weaker. Dai Laoda? You mean that guy Dai Mubai? Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and smiled. I would like to find an opportunity to meet this Dai Laoda you mentioned. Maybe he will agree as well. But let's not worry about that for now. Since the assessment is over, you should take us to the place where we'll be staying, right? Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about this. Classmates, follow me. The dean has already made arrangements. As Oscar quickly finished off the small sausage in his hand, he nodded. Under his lead, Tang Ge and the other 6 left the assessment point. Although Shrek Academy appears to be a bit poor compared to other Advanced Soul Master academies, being poor has its advantages. At least having the academy located in such a fresh air little village is quite beneficial for the students' cultivation. Soon, Oscar led Tang Ge and the others to the accommodation for students. Here, there were 2-story wooden lofts, but only the 2nd floor was occupied. Perhaps because of the special admission, Tang Ge was fortunate enough to have a small loft all to himself, allowing him to enjoy the beautiful view. The others were paired up, and Tang San and Oscar successfully became roommates. In an instant, Tang Ge became the envy of several girls, who wished they could directly occupy his place. However, Tang Ge had no intention of giving up the loft. As soon as he entered the room, he shut the door tightly. The moment he took off his shoes and sat on the bed, he finally relaxed, feeling the nearly empty soul power within him. Tang Ge smiled slightly and murmured to himself. If he could raise his soul power to level 40 soon, he could prepare for the 4th soul ring. He then stopped thinking too much and closed his eyes to begin cultivating. As the hell furnace was slightly activated, special elements in the air began to gather slowly toward him and then entered Tang Ge's body. Under the refining of the hell furnace, Tang Ge's soul power also began to grow gradually. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes after a night of cultivation. Hearing footsteps moving on the roof of the loft in the distance, he couldn't help but smile and shake his head. After 5 years, this little San has actually learned to climb onto the roof to gather the essence of the sun and moon. By the way, it seems I heard the system's notification sound during my cultivation last night. Thinking of this, Tang Ge was immediately immersed in the system panel. Sure enough, there were two system notifications. One was from Zhao Wujia, directly providing 3,500 shock points. The other was from Shrek Academy's Dean, Flender, with 3,100 shock points. Logically, Flender's strength is greater than Zhao Wujia's, so he should provide more shock points. But the result is clearly not the case now. Tang Ge felt that perhaps it was because Flanders was not as shocking as Zhao Wuji. However, how could these two big shots be shocked by him in the dead of night? Could it be because of the beating he received from that person? Tang Ge couldn't figure it out for a moment. But it didn't matter if he couldn't understand. As long as he got the shock value, that was enough. So, seeing that it was still early outside, Tang Ge immediately pulled up his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 39 Soul, Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life and Death Map. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Map Purple, Black Soul Skills. Joy, Yin-Yang Wings, Life and Death Formation. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills. Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique. Walking Character Secret. Hell Melting, Heaven's Divine Fist Physique. Primordial Holy Body Fusion Degree, 99 shock value. 31. 150. Wow, it's already 30,000. Tang Ge's gaze briefly scanned the 10 lines and directly fell to the last column of shock value. Looking at the more than 30,000 shock points, his eyes immediately lit up. Receiving shock points this early in the morning, it seemed today was his lucky day. He should draw a prize first. Then, Tang Ge silently chanted in his heart, "Activate the Heavenly Roulette." Ding dong, consuming 10,000 shock points. The Heavenly Roulette activated. With the system's prompt sound, a giant wheel appeared before Tang Ge's eyes and began to slowly spin. Tang Ge was already accustomed to this and just quietly waited. After a while, the celestial roulette stopped, and with the flashing of light, the system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn 1 Thunder Calamity Pill. Huh? Thunder Calamity Pill? Tang Ge looked confused and couldn't help but check the information of a thunder glowing pill that had been stored in the system space. It was then that he discovered that the main function of this Thunder Tribulation Pill was to increase the success rate of overcoming tribulations. But he didn't need to undergo tribulation. Tang Ge felt a bit depressed, but did not stop and continued to draw again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn a Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan. Yin-Yang Xianlong Dan, when seriously injured or on the brink of death. Taking this will not only restore your injuries, but also allow you to break through and advance your strength. Oh, this is a good elixir. Let's keep it for now. The second time, although the draw was still an elixir, its effects made Tang Ge's eyes light up, and his previously gloomy mood immediately improved a lot. At this point, there were still 10,000 shock points left, so he could only draw once more. Tang Ge felt that he was quite lucky and, gritting his teeth, directly used this last opportunity. Then, when the heavenly wheel stopped spinning, a blinding blue light suddenly surged up. Chapter 71, Meteor Tears. Buzz. The dazzling blue light suddenly intensified, almost blinding Tang Ge's eyes. However, instead of complaining, he was instantly filled with excitement. The fact that the heavenly wheel emitted such a glaring light definitely meant he had drawn an extraordinary treasure. In a moment of excitement, Tang Ge stood up from the bed. Ignoring the ceiling that was almost hitting his head, he fixed his gaze on the heavenly wheel filled with deep blue light. Gradually, the deep blue light receded. A drop of deep blue crystal, resembling a tear, suddenly appeared before Tang Ge's eyes. Could this be? As if realizing something, Tang Ge's body trembled with excitement. At the same time, the system's prompt sounded in his mind, along with the appearance of the deep blue crystal. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully drawn 1 drop of Meteor Tears. It really is Meteor Tears. Hearing the system's prompt, Tang Ge couldn't help but clench his fists. He didn't expect such good luck this morning, drawing such a precious treasure all at once. It should be noted that Meteor Tears are the tears of the Life God King in the world of star transformation, formed from the energy of his whole body before his death. Meteor Tears can not only heal injuries and provide a continuous source of energy for cultivation, but also contain the Life God King's understanding of the laws of space and time. Such Meteor Tears are only 2 drops in the entire star transformation, and once fully obtained, they will surely lead to becoming the future Life God King. Tang Ge did not expect that 1 drop of Meteor Tears would fall into his hand. Of course, he did not hope to become a god of life, but was concerned about the terrifying energy contained within the Meteor Tears. Tang Ge believed that with this drop of meteor tears, during the process of merging with the oppressive force of the 10,000-year soul ring on his body, he would definitely be able to elevate the ancient sacred body to the awakening stage in one go. Moreover, from then on, the meteor tears would provide him with a continuous source of energy. Thinking of this, Tang Ge suppressed his inner excitement and eagerly took out the meteor tears. A deep blue crystal, resembling tears, appeared in his palm, and as it radiated light, Tang Ge immediately felt as if he was enveloped by a phantom. The soft and comfortable sensation made him unable to resist the urge to indulge in it. Buzz! Then, the meteor tears slipped from Tang Ge's palm and directly drilled into his heart. The hell furnace began to operate uncontrollably on its own. Waves of surging deep blue energy started to pour out from the meteor tears, continuously being absorbed into the hell furnace. After an unknown amount of time, when someone suddenly knocked on the door of the room, Tang Ge, who had been sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Within him, a certain barrier seemed to be breached, and what followed was an overwhelming surge of soul power. Although Tang Ge didn't look at his personal profile panel, he instantly understood at this moment that his soul power had risen to another level. Level 40 Soul Master. Is this the power of meteor tears? Feeling the meteor tears that had already fused with his heart, and noticing that there was no change after the recent consumption, Tang Ge was both amazed and filled with joy. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Ge, are you awake? Just then, there was another knock on the door, followed by Tang San's inquiry. Tang Ge took a deep breath, allowing his emotions to gradually calm down. He knew that after his strength reached level 40, he could go to the Stardew Forest to look for a suitable spirit ring. However, since he had just entered the academy, Tang Ge decided to take it steady and wait for a while before making any moves. Moreover, with the assistance of meteor tears, he believed that once he broke through to the Spirit Master level, he would experience another significant leap in his strength. Falling behind? Absolutely impossible. With this thought, Tang Ge smiled slightly, got out of bed, and walked toward the door. Outside the door, when Tang Ge came out, he raised an eyebrow and found that in addition to Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the other girls were all there. Even Oscar had shaved his beard and was yawning, looking listlessly around. As soon as Tang Ge walked out, his vacant eyes suddenly lit up, and he eagerly urged, Tang Ge, you finally woke up? Now that everyone is here, let's go eat. Oh, Oscar, am so pitiful. I can't even take a lazy nap. Hearing Oscar's complaint, Tang San shook his head with a wry smile, because he was the one who woke Oscar up. Xiao Wu, however, didn't think much of it. As soon as she heard about food, her eyes lit up. Her stomach had been grumbling for a while, so when she saw Tang Ge come out, she immediately grabbed Ning Rongrong, Lin Yuechan, and Zhu Zhuqing, and they headed towards the dining hall. Didn't you call me? Stop dawdling, let's go. Tang Ge said with a smile as he walked down from the loft, looking at Oscar and Tang San, who were still there. The three of them then quickly followed after. Since it was still early and Shrek Academy had rented half of the village, the path they walked was quite peaceful. However, just as Tang Ge and the others approached the dining hall, which was at the center of the village, they suddenly saw two figures coming from the other half of the village. As the distance closed, when they recognized the approaching figures, Oscar suddenly shouted in surprise, Duh. Over here. He waved his hand towards them. Hearing Oscar's voice, the two figures across the way immediately stopped. One of them was Dai Mubai, who had shown up all day. He was quite surprised to see Oscar, but just as he was about to greet him, his gaze glanced to the side, and he involuntarily turned to leave. Tang Ge saw this and immediately smiled as he spoke. Oh, it's you. What's going on? Are you leaving without catching up with an old friend? Then he walked over at a leisurely pace. Oscar looked confused and couldn't help but ask Tang San, does Tang Ge know Boss Dai? Tang San hesitated, unsure whether to speak or not. However, when Xiao Wu recognized Dai Mubai as well, she immediately began to cheerfully recount what had happened between her, Xiao San, and Tang Ge at the Rose Hotel. Upon hearing that Dai Mubai had taken two twin girls to the Rose Hotel, Ning Rongrong's pretty face turned red, and she snorted. What a big lecher. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't say anything, a flash of disgust crossed her indifferent eyes as she looked at Dai Mubai in the distance, standing next to Tang San. Oscar was also in shock. He never expected that his boss Dai had such a glorious history. No wonder he would suddenly disappear when bringing new recruits. Speaking of which, the new classmate Tang Ge was quite impressive, actually beating up boss Dai before even enrolling. At that moment, Oscar suddenly felt that having a new boss might not be so bad after all. Chapter 72, nicknamed Dai Lao Air. without discussing the subsequent remarks of Xiao Wu and the others. When Tang Ge walked up to Dai Mu Bai, he immediately smiled and said, I remember seeing you at the village entrance yesterday. I wanted to greet you, but you suddenly left. Dai Mu Bai could tell from Tang Ge's teasing tone that he was quite annoyed and felt like giving him a punch. However, thinking that he couldn't win against Tang Ge, he decided to let it go. He could only put on a thick face and pretended to be innocent as he spoke. I had a stomach ache at that time. Besides, if I had known you were coming, I definitely would have greeted the teacher in charge of the preliminary assessment. By the way, did you and your friends pass the assessment? This was just Dai Mu Bai's way of further proving that he knew nothing, in order to ease the awkwardness of suddenly encountering Tang Ge. But unexpectedly, the sturdy boy next to him seemed to recognize Tang Ge and suddenly exclaimed, Are you Tang Ge, the genius who displayed 1 purple and 2 black soul rings at the village entrance yesterday, startling even the dean? Tang Ge's attention was drawn to the sturdy young man. From the prompt sound that had just appeared in the system, he already knew the other person's identity, but still smiled and said, If you're referring to the genius Tang Ge who startled the dean, that should be me. May I ask what your name is? Hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, the sturdy young man immediately patted his chest and proudly declared, Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Phoenix, level 28 Battle Spirit Master. Well, a future Phoenix. But right now, it seems like you should still be a chick. Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The sturdy young master, Ma Hongjun, naturally had no idea what Tang Ge was thinking. After recognizing Tang Ge, he immediately looked at Dai Mu Bai. Since he had just heard the conversation between Dai Mu Bai and Tang Ge, Ma Hongjun was quite surprised. Boss Dai, Oscar, and Tang Ge are together, which means they must have passed the assessment. Everyone knows this, and you actually didn't? Are you pretending? Feeling the suspicious gaze from Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai finally experienced the destructive power of a clueless teammate for the first time. The platform he had painstakingly created for himself was completely dismantled by a clueless ally. It was really infuriating. However, Dai Mu Bai couldn't scold Ma Hongjun at that moment and could only awkwardly smile and explain, I went out for a bit earlier, so I'm not very clear on things. Tang Ge smiled without exposing the truth, his gaze falling on Ma Hongjun, who was staring at Xiao Wu and the other girls in the distance with a lecherous look. He reached out and patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, squinting as he asked, So, how is it? Pretty, right? Pretty. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but nod his head. Tang Ge's eyes squinted to almost align, a cold light flashing through them, causing Dai Mu Bai, who was beside him, to shiver involuntarily and take a few steps back. However, Ma Hongjun was unaware of this and even rubbed his hands together, awkwardly saying, Tang Ge, don't you know these beautiful female classmates? Can you introduce one to me? Sure. Tang Ge agreed immediately. Ma Hongjun didn't expect this result, but after being taken aback for a moment, he became excited. His face turned red, and he said eagerly, Let's go over there now. Don't rush, come over here. Let me give you some tips first. Tang Ge smiled and walked straight towards the cover ahead. At that moment, Ma Hongjun was filled with thoughts of women and didn't think of anything else, quickly following after her. But not long after, a series of loud banging sounds mixed with piercing screams came from behind the cover. Although Dai Mu Bai couldn't see what was happening, the sound of the screams conjured a tragic scene in his mind. He shivered and dared not think further. After a while, Oscar and Tang San walked over from a distance. Just then, Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun also emerged from behind the cover. When they saw Ma Hongjun's face swollen and looking like a pig's head, everyone was momentarily stunned. What happened? Tang San couldn't help but ask. Tang Ge smiled and said, This is classmate Ma Hongjun. He has been suffering from severe internal heat due to eating some bad food recently, which is why he looks like this. Am I right? Classmate Ma Hongjun. Huh? Yes. Yes. Big brother Tang Ge is right. I have internal heat. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words and recalling what had just happened, Ma Hongjun's body trembled, and he quickly nodded. As for the thoughts he had earlier, he no longer dared to think about them. It really could be deadly. However, Tang San and the others did not believe Tang Ge's explanation. Could eating bad food really cause such severe internal heat? That's ridiculous. After all, Tang San and the others had seen the flirtatious Dai Mu Bai secretly trying to hold back his laughter as well. Tang Ge seemed to have noticed the situation as well, and his gaze directly shifted to Dai Mu Bai. With a gentle smile on his face, he asked, I heard Oscar and Ma Hongjun calling you Boss Dai. Should we also call you Boss from now on? As soon as these words were spoken, Dai Mu Bai, who was trying hard to suppress his laughter, suddenly froze. He had a vague feeling that if he didn't respond well, something unpleasant might happen. So, Dai Mu Bai could only pretend to be calm, waving his hand and saying, What Boss Dai? That's just a false title. Besides, with you, Tang Ge, here, How could I dare to let you call me boss? I should be calling you boss and the second best. Tang Ge suddenly called out. Dai Mu Bai's voice came to an abrupt halt, and he stared at Tang Ge, momentarily unable to process what was happening. What the heck? Seeing Dai Mu Bai's dazed expression, Tang Ge wanted to laugh, but he restrained his amusement, stepped forward, straightened Dai Mu Bai's slightly wrinkled collar, and said earnestly, Dai Lao Er, although I will be your leader from now on, your position as the second is also very important. You must fulfill your role well and think more about the students' welfare. Don't let me down, okay? Dai Mu Bai's voice trembled, and he couldn't even respond. Tang Ge patted his shoulder again, then turned to look at Tang San and the others, who were equally stunned. His gaze fell directly on Oscar, and he smiled as he spoke. Oscar, now you know what to call me, right? Oscar came back to his senses, glanced at Dai Mu Bai, and then at Tang Ge. He cautiously said, Big Brother Tang Ge? It's Big Brother Tang Ge. Ma Hongjun, who had just been beaten, said firmly. The girls, including Xiao Wu, immediately showed their disdain upon hearing this. However, compared to Tang Ge becoming the boss, they preferred Dai Mu Bai, the lecher, to be demoted to second in command, preferably for a long time. Then, Tang Ge called out, and everyone headed toward the cafeteria together. In the end, only Dai Mu Bai was left alone in place, his eyes filled with emptiness. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I become the second in command? Chapter 73. Accompanying you to eat, drink, and play ding ding ding. In the morning, a sudden ringing of bells echoed throughout Shrek Academy. After having breakfast, Tang Ge and his group learned from Dai Mu Bai that the principal was summoning the students, so they hurried to the academy's sports field. During this time, they had all gotten to know each other's names and soul power levels. In particular, Ma Hongjuan's bizarre, mutated martial soul made Xiao Wu and the other girls blush, secretly cursing how there could be such a perverse martial soul. Ma Hongjun felt innocent about it, but having been beaten by Tang Ge before, he didn't dare to retort. As for Dai Mu Bai, the original boss, after being honorably demoted to second in command, he had also come to terms with it. He couldn't win in a fight, and he didn't have as many partners. Even if they voted, he wouldn't win. Thinking about it, he was only at level 37, while the others were already at level 40. His soul ring age couldn't compare either. Forget it, it is what it is. So on the way to the sports field, Dai Mu Bai chose to lower his head for the first time and called Tang Ge Big Brother. However, after calling out, he suddenly realized that being second in command wasn't so bad after all, so Dai Mu Bai no longer dwelled on the issue. Soon, the group arrived at the sports field of Shrek Academy. There was no one there yet. However, at that moment, there were actually only 9 students, including Tang Ge, in the entire Shrek Academy. At the same time, a middle-aged man dressed in black and wearing glasses walked over from distance. Seeing this middle-aged man, Tang Ge and the others quickly fell silent. With the sound of footsteps, the bespectacled middle-aged man approached the 9 of them. It was none other than Flender, the principal of Shrek Academy. However, upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that there were actually bruises on the principal's face, causing them to be shocked. Could it be that the principal was beaten by someone? Tang Ge was also surprised and quickly thought of the system prompt he saw in the morning. He secretly wondered what the dean had said last night that was inappropriate, causing him to get beaten up. Could it be that he was dragged down by Zhao Wuji? While he was pondering, Flender, who had just arrived, suddenly spoke up. He glanced over everyone present and said, I am very pleased that our academy has gained 6 more little monsters this year. As the dean of the academy, I welcome your joining. Later, each of you will pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. Mu Bai. Dean. Dai Mu Bai responded and walked directly out of the crowd, looking at Flender with respect and admiration. Flender continued, You will be responsible for explaining the academy's rules to these junior classmates, and then each of you should return and try to adjust your state to the best before dark. Your first class will start tonight. And don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching in this academy is different from other academies. You may even encounter danger, so remember what I just said. All right, everyone else can leave. Xiao San, remember to come to my office later. Oscar and Ning Rong stay. After this statement, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and others turned around and left. Tang Ge was also about to leave when he suddenly heard Flender's voice. Tang Ge, you stay too. In the end, only Tang Ge, Oscar, and Ning Rong remained. After briefly focusing his gaze on Tang Ge, Flender turned to Oscar and Ning Rong and spoke. The reason I've kept you two here is that you are both support soul masters. Although support soul masters do not need to participate in battles on the battlefield and are protected by their teammates, it is precisely because of this that support soul masters are in greater danger and will become the primary targets that enemies want to eliminate. Therefore, as support soul masters, your first priority in assisting your teammates is to ensure your own survival. The task I've arranged for you today is physical training. From now on, run around the village 20 laps quickly. If you haven't finished by noon, don't bother coming back for lunch. During this time, you can use your martial souls to assist yourselves. Now, get started. Upon hearing this, Oscar immediately looked dejected. He knew that the 20 laps the dean mentioned were not just around the village, but included the farmland outside the village as well. When calculated, 20 laps was quite terrifying. Even with a level 20 soul power, it would be exhausting. However, even so, Oscar didn't dare to voice any complaints. The dean's orders must be followed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang Ge, who was also present, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Is he running with us?" "He won't run with you, but he will supervise you while you run," Flinder replied indifferently. "What? You want me to stay here to supervise Ning Rongrong?" "Dean, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you?" Upon hearing Flinder's words, Tang Ge couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. Others might not know, but he understood that Ning Rongrong was definitely a little witch. Forget about running 20 laps. She probably wouldn't even run 2 laps. If Tang Ge were to force Ning Rongrong to run those 20 laps without thinking, he would definitely become the #1 enemy in her eyes. And she would hold a grudge against him. After all, the little witch of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is not to be underestimated. Thinking of this, Tang Ge smiled, nodded, and said, "Don't worry, Principal, I will definitely supervise them seriously." Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly unwilling, but she turned around and slowly started running towards the outside of the academy. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had already taken action, Tang Ge and Oscar also did not linger and began to run as well. Once everyone had left, Flinder, who remained behind, could not help but touch his slightly bruised face. He twitched slightly and muttered, "Evil people need to be tempered by evil people. This old bone can't take it anymore." Outside the village, the 3 of them were slowly running forward. However, as they got further away from the village, Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped. She looked at Tang Ge and Oscar, but her attention was mainly on Tang Ge, hands on her hips, and said, "I'm not running anymore. You guys go ahead." "That's not good. The principal asked us to." Oscar wanted to persuade her. But before he could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong shot him a fierce look that made him immediately shut his mouth. On the side, Tang Ge, who had also stopped, smiled and asked, "If you're not running, where are you going?" "I'm going to the city. I'm not wasting time here." Ning Rongrong's pretty face was filled with disdain, and she had already thought of how to deal with Tang Ge's obstruction. What surprised her was that Tang Ge not only didn't stop her, but instead nodded in agreement. "It's not safe for a girl to go to the city alone. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you. Oscar can just run here by himself." "Huh? You really want to accompany me? You're not lying to me, are you?" Ning Rongrong asked suspiciously. But at this moment, Tang Ge had already started walking ahead, and his voice came with a hint of laughter. "Let us go. Today I'll reluctantly accompany you to eat, drink, and play. We won't go back until it gets dark." Chapter 74. She suddenly realized, watching Tang Ge walk ahead, Ning Rongrong came back to her senses, and her face immediately flushed. She stomped her foot and pretended to be dissatisfied. "What do you mean by accompanying me to eat and play? Clearly, it's you who wants to be lazy." "Humph, but since you're my classmate, I'll reluctantly agree to you." "Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me." In an instant, Ning Rongrong lifted her white long skirt and hurried to catch up. As for the bad impression Tang Ge had left on her before, at this moment, it was all forgotten. Anyone who could play with her, Ning Rongrong, was a good friend. Meanwhile, Oscar stood there alone, dazed, watching Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong, who should have been running with him, gradually move further away. He couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Are they just leaving like this? Not caring about me at all?" Looking around at the endless fields, Oscar suddenly felt that running was no longer appealing. "How about I go to the city too?" Oscar couldn't help but entertain this thought. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew by. Accompanied by flying leaves, a bird's feather floated gently into Oscar's view. There was even a faint ripple of soul power on the feather. Upon seeing this feather, Oscar jolted, and without a second thought, he resumed his task of running 20 laps. At a certain moment, a shadow flashed above Oscar's head and quickly disappeared. It has to be said, going out to play with rich people is nice, especially when the other party is a beautiful and wealthy girl. After Tang Ge agreed to go to Soto City to play with Ning Rongrong, the little princess from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she generously took on all the expenses. As Soto City is the 2nd largest city in the Barak Kingdom, its prosperity is among the best. In just one day, Tang Ge kept his word and fully fulfilled his responsibility of accompanying her for meals and play, while Ning Rongrong took on the expenses. Both of them enjoyed their meals and had a great time playing. It seemed like they had completely forgotten about the running laps arranged by the dean, until it was close to evening, and because she remembered that the academy had arranged training tasks for Xiao Wu and the others later that night. Ning Rongrong reluctantly ended their day trip to Soto City and headed back with Tang Ge towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. On the way back to the academy, the evening glow fell from the sky, casting a beautiful light on the two handsome young men and pretty women. As they walked, they suddenly saw a large expanse of fertile fields ahead, and it seemed that the village where the academy was located was not far off. Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped. She turned her head to look at Tang Ge and, with a slight blush, whispered, "Tang Ge, you know very well that if we don't complete the running, the dean will definitely be angry and punish us. But why were you still willing to accompany me to Soto City today? Are you really worried that something might happen to me, a girl?" Tang Ge also stopped, facing the somewhat shy Ning Rongrong at this moment. He gave a faint smile. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" "The truth? A lie?" Ning Rongrong didn't understand why Tang Ge asked this, but still answered, "I want to hear the truth. The truth is, I am already level 40. Tang Ge said with a hint of pride, "Level 40? Then that means you're about to become a soul master, right? How did you get so fast?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim in shock upon hearing Tang Ge's words. She remembered that during the assessment yesterday, he seemed to have just reached level 39, and now, merely after one night, he had actually leveled up. Thinking about herself, she seemed to only be at level 26. At this moment, Ning Rongrong felt a mix of emotions, feeling quite upset and also unwilling to accept it. After all, she was the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Why should someone without a sect background surpass her in soul power? As for Tang Ge, although he heard the system notification in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Rongrong's description of him. "What do you mean I'm so fast? I've always been quick, cough, cough, cough. I've been fast in my cultivation, okay?" Then, regardless of what Ning Rongrong was thinking at that moment, Tang Ge continued with a smile. "Besides my soul power being at level 40, I also have 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. And if nothing unexpected happens, I will soon get my 3rd black 10,000-year soul ring. At that time, I will immediately break through to become a soul master at the age of 12. Also, you saw yesterday's assessment. My soul skills can not only heal teammates, but also have powerful attack capabilities. Even Zhao Laoshi, who has the cultivation of a soul sage, was at a disadvantage against me. So, the conclusion from all these advantages is, even if I don't run for a day, or even if I don't run for a month, there's no one my age who can surpass me in soul power and soul rings. And when the dean learns about my soul power level, not only will he not punish me, but he will praise me for balancing work and rest, and will do his utmost to help me obtain my 4th soul ring. Lastly, even if one day I go to the battlefield, even if my extraordinary healing ability is discovered by the enemy and they want to kill me first, can they really kill me?" This speech was entirely Tang Ge boasting about himself, and everything he said was indeed the truth. However, when Ning Rongrong heard it, she felt every word pierce her heart, shaking her body and making her pretty face turn increasingly pale. 2 tears, shimmering with a rosy glow, silently slipped from the corners of her eyes. In the end, Ning Rongrong bit her pale lips and suddenly turned to run away into the distance. Soon after, her stubborn cry could be heard. "Tang Ge, you go back first. Ning Rongrong, must complete the 20 laps that the dean arranged for me today." A gust of wind swept by, and then a figure descended from the sky beside her. It was none other than Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy. He looked at Ning Rongrong, who was gradually getting further away, and frowned slightly, saying, "What is she going to do? Running laps?" Tang Ge seemed to have anticipated that Flander would show up, showing no surprise at all. "Didn't you assign her 20 laps today, Director?" "She hasn't finished yet. But hasn't that girl decided not to run anymore? You spent the whole day going crazy with her in the city." At this point, Flander felt a wave of frustration. He had clearly assigned this kid to supervise Ning Rongrong and Oscar, but instead, the kid had gone off to Soto City to have fun with Ning Rongrong. However, Flander did not stop them and waited until now to suddenly appear. Next to him, Tang Ge understood what Flander was thinking. However, he didn't offer any explanation for himself, instead smiling and saying, "Isn't at the result you wanted to see that Ning Rongrong continues to insist on running laps? As for why she suddenly wants to persist, perhaps after a day of playing, she suddenly realized something." After speaking, Tang Ge continued walking towards the academy. Chapter 75. The Great Spirit Arena, she realized it herself? Watching Tang Ge's departing figure, Flander paused for a moment, then couldn't help but snort. Did he really think I didn't hear what he just said? eating others' food and drinking others' drinks, and in the end, bullying a little girl. What a clever little guy. But this saves me from having to intervene personally. Moreover, this kid has already reached level 40 so quickly. It seems I need to go back and make a good plan with Zhao Wujia. At this point, Flander's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. Then, he didn't linger, but directly fused with his martial soul and soared into the air, chasing after the direction Ning Rongrong had just left. In the evening, as the sky darkened slightly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others came out from their respective residences after a day of rest, gathering together on the Academy's playground. Oscar was not among them, clearly. After running 20 laps, he had already collapsed into his bed, sound asleep, when Tang Ge walked over from a distance. All eyes fell on him, revealing a hint of curiosity. Big brother Tang, I heard you spent the day with Ning Rongrong in Soto City? Dai Mubai even walked up beside Tang Ge and asked in a low voice. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. Dai Mubai don't bow down to anyone, but I bowed down to you. After receiving confirmation, Dai Mubai said with admiration, even if it were him, he wouldn't dare to openly defy the tasks assigned by the dean. Yet Tang Ge not only did it, but also faced no punishment. This is what made Dai Mubai have to admire him. However, he seemed to think of something and couldn't help but say, since you, Boss Tang Ge, are back, what about Ning Rongrong, who was with you? She should still be running laps, right? Tang Ge was uncertain. Running laps? Wait, weren't you just saying you were going to the city to have fun? How did it suddenly turn into running laps? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Dai Mubai immediately looked puzzled. Just as he was about to ask further what was going on, a figure in the distance was slowly walking towards them. Soon, this figure appeared in front of Tang San and the other 7. It was none other than Dean Flander. However, besides him, the previously mentioned Ning Rongrong was also lying on his back, her eyes tightly closed, and her originally fair face was covered in a lot of dirt. Dean, Dai Mubai wanted to ask what was going on. However, Flander, who was walking over, did not stop and directly passed through the playground, heading towards the place where the students lived. It wasn't until a little more than a quarter of an hour later that he returned alone. Noticing the puzzled and worried gazes from the group of students, Flander explained, this girl got too tired running and fell asleep. So I just took her back to her room to rest. Since you are all here, let's set off now. He didn't mention where they were going, and it seemed he intended to test Tang Ge and the others. With just a light tap of his toes on the ground, he floated away. Once they left the village, Flander maintained a rather quick pace. In order to avoid being left behind, Tang San and the other 8 could only exert their utmost effort to reach their fastest speed, and for a moment, due to the speed difference, they formed a straight line. Tang Ge was not in a hurry at all. Knowing the destination, he leisurely followed at the back. Lin Yuechan, who could easily keep up with the group, also deliberately slowed down to accompany Tang Ge. Naturally, Flander at the front noticed this issue, but he really had no way to deal with Tang Ge, who had great talent and strength. Helpless, Flander could only vent his frustration on Tang San and the others, directly increasing his speed by almost double. Therefore, by the time everyone arrived at the training destination, Soto City, Tang San and Dai Mubai were so exhausted they were on the verge of collapse. In contrast, Tang Ge and the blushing Lin Yuechan strolled over leisurely, which filled the eyes of the 6 with resentment. Damn the dean, he actually treats them differently. Fortunately, Flander also realized that Tang San and the others were not in good condition. Once they entered Soto City, he immediately found a tea shop, sat down, and started to rest while drinking tea. The night in Soto City was still brightly lit and bustling, with crowds coming and going on the spacious streets. Even while sitting down to drink tea, Ma Hongjuan's eyes were restless, darting around to look at the passing women. He almost lunged at one of them as they walked by. As the dean, Flander couldn't bear to watch and snorted, "Sit still and stop staring." Oh. Ma Hongjun felt the dean's stern gaze and shrank his neck in fright, reluctantly retracting his gaze. After a while, seeing that the students had rested enough, Flander suddenly stood up from his chair. He pointed to the opposite side and said, "Do you see that? That is the place where you will have your first training class tonight." Tang San and the others followed the direction pointed out by the dean, and what came into view was a vast array of towering buildings, nearly 100 meters high and incredibly massive. In the night, faint glimmers of light could be seen flickering within the buildings. Upon seeing this structure, Dai Mubai's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but say, "Dean, are you sending Tang San and the others there on their first day? Remember, you're all monsters, not ordinary people. Since you're monsters, you must have the cultivation methods of monsters." Facing the puzzled expressions of Tang San and the 4 girls, Flinder said lightly, "That building is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. a place for soul battles, where soul masters fight against each other. Only city-level capitals can have such a place. The academy can teach you how to use your martial souls and how to obtain better soul rings, but practical experience must rely on yourselves. Therefore, your first lesson is practical combat, and that place is your classroom. Finally, I give you the task of obtaining at least a silver soul badge before graduation. Now, let's go. I will take you in to familiarize yourselves with the environment, and Dai Mubai will explain the badge levels and promotion rules to you. With that, he stepped ahead towards a massive structure. Let's follow him. Meanwhile, I'll explain the levels of the badges and the promotion rules to you, Dai Mubai said, appearing quite helpless as he looked at Tang San and the others, who still didn't fully understand the difficulties ahead. Tang San and the others had no objections and nodded. So along the way, Dai Mubai, according to Flanders' instructions, first explained the 8 levels of badges, from Iron Badge, Iron Fighting Spirit, to Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. Then he talked about the points required for each level upgrade of the badge, as well as the point deduction and addition methods after winning or losing. At first, Tang San and the others didn't think much of it. However, when they learned that Dai Mubai had 29 wins and 27 losses, but only had 2 points, they were suddenly shocked, realizing the difficulty of all. Chapter 76. Sorry, I really didn't mean to. The Soto Great Fighting Arena is overall elliptical in shape, with a height of 120 meters. It is divided into one main fighting arena and 24 sub-fighting arenas. This place is not only for soul masters to spar and communicate, but also for various forces to showcase their strength. Therefore, to meet the viewing demand, the entire Great Fighting Arena can accommodate 60,000 spectators at the same time, including 100 VIP boxes. Tang San and the others felt nothing special outside. But once they entered, they were directly shocked by the scene inside. They suddenly understood why the dean said that the scale of a large battle soul arena could be a symbol of a city's or even a country's strength. In front of them was a huge stone tablet, engraved with countless names. Beside it, Flanders said lightly, "Did you see that? The names on it are of the deceased from the battle soul arena. So if you don't want to become one of them, then give it your all." After speaking, he walked directly into the large battle soul arena. Only Tang San and his group remained, feeling the atmosphere somewhat heavy. Dai Mubai smiled and said, "Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. Here, there are 3 types of battle souls. One is a sparring match, which means mutual practice, forbidden from using lethal force. The second is a life and death fight, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last type is a betting fight, with a large battle soul arena as the referee. Both sides send out the same number of soul masters to compete, and the final winner will receive everything from the bet. Our main purpose this time is to participate in the sparring matches, to increase our practical combat experience." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjun chimed in. "If it were that easy to die, I would have died 12 times after losing 12 matches." Upon hearing this, Tang San and the 4 girls couldn't help but laugh. Then they didn't say much more and went straight to the registration area to measure their soul power and leave their names, ages, places of birth, and martial souls, successfully receiving their Iron Battle Soul badges. However, the registration actually required 10 gold soul coins, which made Tang San and the others feel a pang of heartache. Fortunately, they only needed to win 1 match to earn a reward of 10 gold soul coins. In the resting area, many competitors were relaxing. When they saw a group of 11 or 12-year-old children enter, they all showed surprise in their eyes, thinking perhaps they were students from some academy coming to train. After all, such occurrences were too common at the Soto City Battle Soul Arena. However, although these competitors were surprised and curious, they did not ask much, but continued to meditate to recover their soul power, striving to maintain their best condition for the next match. The ones who came were naturally Tang San and his group of 8. However, after sitting for a while, Xiao Wu couldn't help but say to Tang San, "Xiao San, how about we sign up for a 2-on-2 battle soul match? That way we can earn points faster." "No problem. After all, we're here to improve our practical combat experience. Having more practical experience is good." Tang San smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Tang Ge and the others, asking, "Are you going?" Dai Mubai wanted to go and was eager to team up with Zhu Zhuqing. However, on one hand, their soul power levels did not match, and on the other hand, for some unknown reason, she completely ignored him. Instead, he noticed that most of Zhu Zhuqing's attention was focused on Tang Ge. Although most of those looks were just curiosity, as someone experienced with women, Dai Mubai understood deeply that once a man sparked a woman's curiosity, something more serious than mere curiosity would surely follow. This left Dai Mubai feeling unwilling yet incredibly dejected and helpless. For a moment, He said with a hint of gloom, "You guys go ahead, I'm already a soul sage. It won't make much difference if I go." Tang Ge. What about you and Xiao Chan? Hearing Dai Mu Bai's refusal, Tang San looked again at Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan. Tang Ge was originally not interested, but noticing Lin Yuechan's curious and expectant gaze, he thought for a moment and smiled, nodding. "All right, let's go take a look." Lin Yuechan also showed a happy smile on her face. Immediately, the four of them left the lounge and headed directly towards the 2v2 registration area. The 2v2 registration area was not far from a lounge. After the four of them arrived, they explained their purpose. The staff in charge of registration said directly, "The registration fee is 10 gold coins, and if you win a match, you will receive a total of 10 gold coins. Additionally, please give your team a name." A name? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly urged Tang San, "Xiao San, hurry up and think of a nice name for our team. How about this? Let's call it." Tang San pondered for a moment, just about to say the name he had in mind. However, Tang Ge, who was standing nearby, seemed to think of something and couldn't help but joke. "How about we call it the Singing and Dancing Group? Sounds great for those who can sing and dance." But Xiao was not pleased to hear this. She tilted her head proudly and said, "I'm in a duo with Xiao San, not with you. I won't be part of your singing and dancing group. If anything, it should be called the San Wu Group. How about it, Xiao San? What do you think of the name San Wu Group?" Before Tang San could nod in agreement, a staff member who had been busy in front suddenly spoke up. "All right, the Singing and Dancing Group has been registered." As he spoke, he handed over 2 Iron Soul badges. Tang San and Xiao Wu took their Iron Fighting Soul badges and saw the 4-word song and dance combination engraved on them. Their faces instantly darkened. Xiao Wu, even more enraged, said to the staff, "I clearly said San Wu combination. How could you engrave it as song and dance combination? Didn't you say so?" The staff member was slightly taken aback and pointed to Tang Ge beside them. Feeling the furious and murderous glare from Xiao Wu, Tang Ge looked awkward and said, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Tang San was also quite speechless. He looked at the staff and asked, "Can it be changed?" "It can be changed, but you need to re-register for the Iron Fighting Soul badge to do so. At the same time, all the achievements you have gained will be erased," the staff replied. Upon hearing the staff's words, Lin Yuechan tugged at Xiao Wu's hand and said softly, "Xiao Wu, don't be angry anymore. The name can be changed." Just then, a voice suddenly came from the distance. It was Dai Mu Bai. "Xiao Wu, your one-on-one fighting soul match is about to start. Hurry over." For the sake of Sister Yuechan, I won't be mad at you anymore." Hearing the call, Xiao Wu could only glare fiercely at Tang Ge before immediately running towards the one-on-one fighting soul area. Seeing this, Tang San could only helplessly abandon the plan to re-register for the Iron Fighting Soul badge and went with Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan to the special viewing area prepared for the contestants. Chapter 77. Finally, it's my turn. The Great Fighting Soul Arena is divided into the main Fighting Soul platform and the sub-Fighting Soul platforms. But only soul masters who reach a certain level of strength can compete on the main platform. Therefore, Tang Ge and the others were assigned to the sub-Fighting Soul platform together. However, despite being a sub-platform, it was still quite large with a diameter of 20 meters, providing enough space for the soul masters to showcase their abilities. Unfortunately, the number of spectators near the one-on-one fighting soul platforms in these 14 sub-arenas was not many, with only about 1/5 of the seats filled. As it was finally Xiao Wu's turn to compete, Tang Ge and his group arrived at a special area on the lowest tier of the audience seats. This was the viewing area specially prepared for the contestants. At this moment, as a middle-aged man in a tailcoat, the host of the Fighting Soul platform announced the start of the first match. A great soul master named Qing Bao stepped onto the stage first. This great soul master had a beast martial soul, the Iron Horn Bull, which made him appear extremely robust, standing about 2 meters tall. Moreover, he was a 3-time consecutive winner. Therefore, when a newly participating Xiao Wu stepped onto the stage, a wave of murmurs arose from the audience. Many spectators looked on with doubt and concern. In their view, the new contestant was not only a girl, but also very young. Facing a 3-time winner, whether this young contestant could last even a minute was questionable. In the contestant viewing area, upon seeing Xiao Wu's opponent, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, "This guy looks pretty strong. Can your Xiao Wu handle it?" Hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang San smiled calmly and said, "Just wait and see. Xiao Wu's soul skills are quite afraid of power-type soul masters. But that is only if the opponent's strength far exceeds hers. At the same level, a power-type battle soul master is not likely to win once they get close to her." At this time, the match on the Fighting Soul platform had already begun. Tang San and the others immediately stopped discussing and began to focus on watching the match. Knowing the plot well, Tang Ge naturally knew that the winner would be Xiao Wu. And indeed, it was just as he expected. Under the carelessness of the strength-type contestant Qing Bao, the seemingly fragile Xiao Wu quickly approached him with incredible speed. Then, with a swift flick of her long leg, she kicked towards his neck while her body was airborne. Xiao Wu's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she closed the distance of several meters. With a light kick, she lifted her body off the ground and aimed a kick at Qing Bao's neck. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and Qing Bao did not take a step back. Xiao Wu's kick did not bounce away either. Instead, she hooked her foot around Qing Bao's neck, while her other foot rose up and pressed against his solid chest. As pink light surged forth, two shiny yellow rings appeared around Xiao Wu. At that moment, she proved her identity as a great soul master to all the spectators with her soul rings. In the audience area, when Tang San saw Xiao Wu's right foot accurately hook around Qing Bao's neck, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Goodbye. Bang! As soon as Xiao Wu unleashed her soul skill, Qing Bao had no chance to resist and was sent soaring into the air. Immediately, Xiao Wu followed up with another kick, sending him flying off the soul fighting stage. Bang! With a heavy thud, the beast martial soul master Qing Bao crashed face first into the ground. At that moment, the one-on-one soul fighting arena fell silent. Not only the audience, but even the host was left with his mouth agape. Nobody expected such a soul fight to end so quickly, with the winner being the young girl who looked to be only in her teens. In fact, from the beginning to the end, the burly Qing Bao didn't even have the chance to use his martial soul. However, soon after, an excited shout suddenly spread throughout the soul fighting arena. Congratulations to Master Xiao Wu for winning the first soul fighting match. Let us cheer for her. The host, holding a microphone and standing on a rotating podium, shouted with all his might. Following that, the audience, regaining their senses, began to cheer excitedly. In an instant, Xiao Wu became the focus of the entire soul fighting arena, with flashing lights illuminating her slightly flushed face. Below the stage, seeing Xiao Wu win the match, Tang San and his group also smiled. The competition continued. After witnessing Xiao Wu's strength, even when the audience saw the relatively young Lin Yuechan, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai take the stage, they no longer dared to underestimate them. In fact, these three young contestants indeed brought them great surprises. Not to mention Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, who had competition data and rich combat experience, quickly defeated their opponents. Lin Yuechan's first appearance as the forest elf drew a chorus of screams from a group of women. They loved this image. The men were equally attracted to Lin Yuechan's appearance, but when they saw her shooting arrows that made her opponents cry and jump off the stage, they all shuddered and no longer dared to have any other thoughts. The only regret was Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing encountered each other, leading to an internal battle at Shrek Academy. Although Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is the Phantom Cat, which is extremely fast, she still faced Tang San. After a period of struggle against the overwhelming blue silvergrass, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately lost to Tang San. It can be said that with Tang San's current soul power level and the resilience of the blue silvergrass, unless there is a martial soul restraint, no one at the same level would be his opponent. Of course, if he were to face Tang Ge of the same level, Tang San would be completely a loss. He even doubted whether he could injure Tang Ge, even if he used hidden weapons. Given how abnormal Tang Ge's physical qualities are, unknowingly, Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing had finished their match and returned to the viewing area. Seeing Tang Ge still sitting steadily there, Tang San showed an expression of anticipation and asked, Tang Ge, it's just you left. Are you confident you can win? Just then, the passionate voice of the host echoed again from the fighting platform. Next up will be two Soul Zuns, namely the support Soul Master Tang Ge, who possesses the weapon martial Soul Yin Yang Life and Death Chart, facing off against the Battle Soul Master Mad Warrior, who has a weapon martial Soul Stone Blade and has won 34 matches. Now, let's welcome these two Soul Zuns to the stage. Hearing the host's voice, Tang Ge immediately stood up from his seat with a smile. After waiting for a long time, it's finally my turn. Then he looked at Tang San, raised an eyebrow, and said, just now you asked me if I'm confident, right? Be more determined, little San. You should say, Tang Ge, you're amazing, you'll definitely win. After saying that, amidst Tang San's wry smile and the excited screams of the audience, Tang Ge directly stepped towards the fighting platform. Chapter 78, One Punch. Shocking the entire arena. On the fighting platform, Tang Ge slowly walked up, and across from him stood a young man dressed in black combat gear, around 24-25 years old. The young man's name was Zhang, and having the strength of a soul master at this age, while not outstanding, was still considered quite good. However, unfortunately, when compared to the 12-year-old Tang Ge, the gap between them was instantly like a chasm. Moreover, with Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others repeatedly appearing and winning, the audience had already realized that Tang Ge and Tang San were on the same side. Therefore, when the audience looked at the young man Zhang, their eyes were filled with sympathy. They all believed that the one who would lose next would definitely be this young man. Zhang naturally felt the sympathetic and sighing gazes from all around, causing his expression to darken instantly. The host had already announced the start of the duel. With the fluctuation of soul power, Zhang's martial soul, the stone knife, appeared in his hand. At the same time, 3 soul rings, a white one and 2 yellow ones, floated up and slowly revolved around Zhang's body. They were merely a 10-year soul ring and 200-year soul rings. Tang Ge felt that there was no point in continuing the battle after seeing this. Just in terms of the age of their soul rings, he could easily crush his opponent. The only thing that piqued Tang Ge's interest was the stone knife martial soul in Zhang's hand. So he smiled and asked, "Has your martial soul undergone any mutations?" Enough with the nonsense. Show your martial soul. Zhang, won't go easy on you just because you're younger. Zhang didn't answer Tang Ge's question at all, coldly snorting instead. Tang Ge was not angry. He smiled and shook his head. "Since that's the case, you go first. I'm afraid that if I make a move, you won't have a chance." What a domineering tone. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang was nearly infuriated. Without further ado, he raised the 2-meter-long stone knife in his hand and rushed towards Tang Ge with heavy steps. When he was just a few meters away from Tang Ge, Zhang suddenly leaped into the air and let out a furious roar. Jumping slash. Buzz. A white light flickered as a massive stone knife enveloped in soul power came crashing down. On the stone knife, the blade's light could be faintly seen shooting out, causing ripples in the air. The sound of air friction was so loud that it made Tang Ge's ears uncomfortable. However, facing the descending stone knife, he not only did not dodge, but instead extended his right hand to meet it. It seemed he intended to block the strike with his hand directly. In midair, Zhang did not expect Tang Ge to respond to his attack in this manner. Moreover, the opponent had not even used his martial soul or soul power. How arrogant! It was simply too arrogant. Feeling deeply insulted, Zhang's expression turned ferocious. At the moment the stone knife was about to strike him, he roared once more. Second soul skill, double power enhancement. Boom! At that moment, a solid-looking blade of light was finally released from the stone knife. Then, the stone knife continued its downward slash, merging with the blade of light, and instantly struck Tang Ge's outstretched right-hand palm. Terrifying power erupted, sending ripples rapidly spreading outward, accompanied by blinding light. Everyone could not help but close their eyes at that moment. However, during this period, Tang San in the contestant area used his purple extreme demon eye to see the scene within the light. He couldn't help but shudder, his face showing an expression of disbelief. This power, after a long while, as the light dissipated, the scene on the soul fighting platform finally reappeared before everyone's eyes. One by one, the audience was stunned and stood up from their seats in shock. Under their incredulous gazes on the soul fighting platform, Tang Ge was still standing firmly in place. The stone knife that was originally aimed at him not only did not harm him, but was actually being held tightly in his right hand. On the other end of the stone knife, Zhang was floating in mid-air, gripping the hilt. He had been lifted up, or rather, from the moment the stone knife fell into Tang Ge's hand, he had no chance to land on the ground. Looking at Tang Ge, who was so close, Zhang no longer felt the anger he had before. His body trembled violently as he incredulously said, "How could you possibly block it?" Tang Ge's mind was constantly echoing with the system's notification sounds. Although there were quite a few ordinary people among the audience here, there were also many soul masters. In just a short time, this soul fighting arena provided Tang Ge with nearly 10,000 shock points. At this moment, he felt exceptionally good and rarely smiled as he explained to the berserker, "There's no helping it. I'm just naturally this powerful. And to make you believe, I'm ready to give you a punch. Are you prepared?" As he spoke, Tang Ge slowly raised his left hand, which had been hanging to the side. As he clenched his fist, a surging aura suddenly emanated from him. At that moment, the berserker felt all the hairs on his body stand on end, and a fear akin to facing a 10,000-year soul beast instantly arose in his heart. This feeling is so terrifying. The berserker's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a look of panic in his eyes. Without hesitation, he shouted loudly, "Third soul skill. Stone prison. Buzz." The yellow 100-year soul ring's light surged, instantly condensing into a stone prison. Originally meant to trap enemies, the berserker directly released it onto himself. In an instant, a prison made entirely of tightly woven stone bars enveloped him. Tang Ge witnessed this scene without intervening, allowing Quang Zhan to unleash his third soul skill. The moment the prison cage enveloped Quang Zhan, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. It seemed he was already prepared. Before he finished speaking, Tang Ge's tightly clenched left fist struck down heavily. Bang! The fist collided with the stone prison, instantly producing a deafening sound. Hiding within the stone prison, Quang Zhan saw that the soul skill had not shattered and was about to breathe a sigh of relief. But then, a crackling sound suddenly rang out. Before Quang Zhan could react, the prison that enveloped him shattered with a loud crash. Then, a fist heavily struck his chest. Bang! Amidst the dissipating yellow soul power, Quang Zhan was instantly sent flying like a kite with a broken string. In midair, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Thud! Finally, Quang Zhan crashed heavily onto the ground outside the battle arena, falling into unconsciousness. The roaring sounds gradually faded away, and the once lively battle arena became eerily quiet. Not to mention the audience, who were already shocked and standing. Even the host was stunned into forgetting to announce the results. The scene of Tang Ge shattering the prison cage with a single punch echoed in his mind. No martial soul was unleashed, no soul power was used, and not a single soul skill was seen. Just a single punch. A soul skill from a soul master level with a century-old soul ring was destroyed in an instant. Such strength was too powerful. Chapter 79. Zhu Zhuqing's request looking at Quang Zhan, who had been smashed out of the battle arena by his punch. Tang Ge retracted his fist and immediately showed a satisfied smile. This time, he had not used any soul power. He merely unleashed part of the power of the ancient holy body and easily defeated a soul master. If he were to unleash the full power of the ancient holy body, which had a fusion degree of 99, combined with the Xing character secret and the heaven's divine fist, Tang Ge was confident that with just one punch, even a soul sect expert would die. As for higher-level soul kings, Tang Ge conservatively felt it was a 50-50 chance without any issues. At that moment, system prompts were continuously ringing in his mind. The shock value also began to increase rapidly once again. Tang Ge believed that if he continued to unleash the 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, it would definitely attract even more intense shock value. However, this was not Shrek Academy. With so many people around, it wouldn't be good to stand out too much. Tang Ge felt it would be better to wait until his strength improved a bit more before coming here to make his presence felt. So he looked at the host, who was still in a daze not far away, and couldn't help but urge him with a smile. This match should count as my win, right? The voice was not loud, but clearly reached the host's ears. Suddenly, the host seemed to wake from a dream and directly shouted excitedly. Did you see that? After Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Yuechan, another soul master, who is also only 13 years old, has perfectly won his debut match in the soul fighting arena. Remember his name, Tang Ge. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Under the host's shout, the audience, coming back to their senses, excitedly started to applaud. Tang Ge then walked down from the soul fighting platform with a smile onto the spotlight. When he returned to the viewing area, the eyes of his 7 companions, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, were all unconsciously focused on him. Dai Mubai couldn't help but say, Boss Tang Ge, are you really only a soul respect and not a soul king? Would you believe me if I said I was a soul Douluo? Tang Ge rolled his eyes. As a result, Dai Mubai nodded seriously. No matter whether others believed it or not, I believed it. I've never seen anyone who could directly shatter a defensive soul skill that unleashed a century-old soul ring with a single punch. Moreover, the dean said that our Shrek Academy students are monsters, but compared to that, you are the real monster. Hearing Dai Mubai's words, the others nodded in agreement. They still vividly remembered the scene of the battle on the stage just now. Next, the soul fighting competition in this division continued. Unfortunately, since each soul master can only participate in 1 match per day, Tang Ge and the others who had already competed could not go on stage again. Just in time, Xiao Wu and Tang San were going to participate in the 2v2 soul fight, and there was no point in staying here. Therefore, Tang Ge, Dai Mubai, and the others followed Xiao Wu and Tang San to the 2v2 soul fighting area. Compared to the 1v1 soul fighting area, the 2v2 soul fighting stage was almost twice as large, and the audience seats were at least half full. Tang Ge did not sign up for the 2v2 soul fighting tournament, but instead stayed in the audience with Dai Mubai and a few others. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, They waited for about 2 matches until their soul power was almost fully restored before they ascended the fighting stage at the announcer's call. Sitting in the audience, Tang Ge watched Tang San and Xiao Wu fight on the stage while retrieving his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 40 Soul, Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Yin-Yang Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills. Joy, Yin-Yang Wings, Life and Death Formation. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement, Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 99 Shock Value, 23. For 70 looking at his current information, especially the shock value, Tang Ge noticed that the value had risen dramatically from just over 1,000 to over 20,000 again. And this was only the result of one night. Thinking about this, Tang Ge felt an impulse to stay in the Grand Soul Arena without leaving, wondering if he could accumulate 1,000,000 shock value in a month. By then, even if his luck was poor, he should still be able to draw out quite a few good items, right? However, Tang Ge could only think about it this way. If he really dared to do so, it would definitely bring him a lot of trouble. Forget it. It's better to wait until I could defeat a title Douluo with one punch before implementing this plan to be more secure. In the end, Tang Ge shook his head and dismissed this thought. As for the shock value that just broke 20,000, he didn't plan to use it for now, intending to save it for a while longer, thinking it wouldn't be too late to draw when the time felt right. Thus, after putting away the information panel, Tang Ge no longer distracted himself and quietly watched the match. Unknowingly, an hour passed. After the match between Tang San and Xiao Wu ended, due to the prior instructions from Dean Flender, Tang Ge and the others directly left the Grand Soul Arena. But for some reason, influenced by his martial soul, Ma Hongjun decided to stay in Soto City to find a nice place to relax. Moreover, due to his past habits, he symbolically invited Dai Mu Bai. Surprisingly, Dai Mu Bai agreed directly. So in the end, only Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan, Zhu Zhuqing, along with Tang San and Xiao Wu, left Soto City together and returned to Shrek Academy. On the dark night, the twinkling stars in the sky seemed to be playfully blinking their eyes. The bright moon was gently caressing this mysterious continent with its soft light. At the entrance of the village of Shrek Academy, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stopped as they arrived, her cold face clearly filled with deep thoughts. She looked at Tang Ge, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Tang Ge, can you stay for a while? Huh? You wanted to stay? Hearing Zhu Zhuqing's request, Tang Ge was quite surprised. Looking around, aside from Lin Yuechan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu who were still there were really no other people left. Tang Ge suddenly felt filled with anticipation, so he didn't rush to ask what was going on, but instead nodded in agreement and said to Tang San and the others, "Since that's the case, you guys can go back first." Lin Yuechan seemed to want to say something, but Xiao Wu directly grabbed her hand and urged Tang San to quickly walk into the village, gradually disappearing into the darkness. In an instant, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhuqing were left here. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge smiled and said, "Come on. Did you keep me here alone because you need help with something? I want you to give me some pressure." Zhu Zhuqing lightly bit her lip and stated her purpose. Chapter 80. Full of pressure what? You want me to give you some pressure? When Tang Ge heard Zhu Zhuqing's request, he was so startled that he almost bit his own tongue. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Although I think it's nice here, after all, it's very close to nature, with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, and there is no one to disturb us. But I still want to confirm, do you really want to stay here instead of going back to Suatawa City with me to find a hotel? And if we were to find a hotel, I think the one called Rose Hotel is pretty good. The bed is big and comfortable. When we go there, I can definitely give you plenty of pressure." At this point, Tang Ge seemed to think of something wonderful, and an expression of anticipation involuntarily appeared on his face. At first, Zhu Zhuqing didn't quite understand the meaning of his words, but when she saw the expression on Tang Ge's face, her originally cool and beautiful face instantly turned rosy, like a ripe apple. Not only that, with her rapid breathing, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was also rising and falling violently, looking like huge waves crashing one after another. Tang Ge's gaze was irresistibly drawn in. "What are you looking at?" Feeling as if her clothes had been stripped away, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she couldn't help but glare at Tang Ge angrily, exclaiming in embarrassment. At that moment, she suddenly regretted having kept Tang Ge around. However, Tang Ge was no ordinary person, Having cultivated the ancient sacred body, his strength was terrifying, and his physique was exceptionally extraordinary, including his face. So in response to Zhu Zhuqing's scolding, he smiled and replied, "I'm looking into your heart. To be honest, if it were someone else, Tang Ge wouldn't have had the interest to joke like this. But who could blame him when the person standing in front of him was Zhu Zhuqing? Not only was she beautiful, but her figure was also impressive. More importantly, Zhu Zhuqing's cold and distant demeanor made her the easiest to tease. Not being too direct, Tang Ge just wanted to give it a try tonight. However, seeing that he had said enough, he immediately changed his attitude and returned to a serious expression. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was about to turn away in embarrassment, Tang Ge said earnestly, "Don't overthink it. Since you want me to give you some pressure, I actually already made you feel pressured with what I just said. However, the pressure you mentioned should be about battling with me, right? Can you tell me why you want to do that?" Hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Zhuqing's fluctuating emotions gradually calmed down. He was right. She indeed felt pressure just now. But that wasn't enough. Moreover, feeling Tang Ge's sincere and earnest gaze, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly had the impulse to confide in someone for the first time. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, "Tang Ge, maybe you can arrange your life freely, but I'm different. The path laid out for me has been predetermined since I was born. However, I don't want it this way. I don't want to compromise myself for others, which is why I constantly put pressure on myself and work hard to cultivate. I also want to prove that I'm not inferior to anyone else. I thought I had been working hard enough, but until I met you, I realized how far I still have to go. The pressure I put on myself is far from enough." At this point, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with determination and a thirst for strength. She looked at Tang Ge seriously and said, "So, I want to request you to fight me with all your strength. So let me see just how big the gap is between me and a true genius. Sister, reality is very cruel. If I really go all out, what I give you won't be pressure, but despair. You must know that the gap between you and me is not just two mountains and a chasm, but an entire world." Tang Ge thought to himself upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's request. However, it was rare for such a cold girl like Zhu Zhuqing to open up and make a request to him, especially on a secluded country road. Tang Ge naturally couldn't bear to refuse the other party, but whether to truly go all out was his own decision. So, looking at Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge nodded. "We are classmates and friends, so for whatever reason, I have no reason to refuse. But are you really ready?" As he spoke, Tang Ge's eyes suddenly became deep and serious. Zhu Zhuqing nodded without any hesitation. "I am ready. All right, then you can make your move. Let me see the power of your nether spirit cat." Seeing this, Tang Ge immediately retreated 7 or 8 meters, then reached out and beckoned to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing had seen Tang Ge's strength in the Great Soul Arena and was aware of his terrifying power. So at this moment, she held nothing back. With her martial soul manifested, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings instantly appeared beneath her feet. The soul rings circled her body, and behind Zhu Zhuqing, a shadowy figure of a pitch-black spirit cat could be faintly seen. Then, she exerted force with her legs and swiftly charged towards Tang Ge, closing the distance quickly. Finally, 2 meters away from Tang Ge, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaped off the ground and unleashed her first soul skill, Phantom Piercing. Swish! With her soul power activated, Zhu Zhuqing's hands transformed into sharp claws, fiercely reaching for Tang Ge's chest. Oh, she aimed for a vital point right from the start. She was indeed fierce. Seeing this, Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. However, he did not use his soul skills. Instead, at the moment when the opponent's sharp claws were about to land on him, he suddenly reached out with both hands. In an instant, all the claw shadows disappeared. Zhu Zhuqing's wrists were tightly grasped by Tang Ge. Feeling the softness in his palms, Tang Ge looked at Zhu Zhuqing and smiled. "If this is all the strength you have, then I'm going to bully you." Then, he voluntarily let go of her hands. As her wrists were released, Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face flushed, and with a cold snort, she directly unleashed her second soul skill, Ghostly Claw. Puff, 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 puff. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into an afterimage, circling around Tang Ge and swinging her sharp claws to release a series of fierce claw shadows. However, Tang Ge seemed unresponsive, allowing all these claw shadows to land on him. In just a moment, his body was struck by at least 2 ghostly claws from various parts. After the ghostly claw attack, Zhu Zhuqing leaped back quickly for 7 or 8 meters, then stared intently at the attacked Tang Ge, under her expectant gaze. With a tearing sound, Tang Ge's clothes instantly turned to shreds and fell to the ground, revealing his well-proportioned and beautiful body. A gust of night wind blew by, and Tang Ge couldn't help but shiver. He looked up at Zhu Zhuqing with a helpless expression. Beauty, even if you can't defeat me. You don't need to tear my clothes, right? You've seen everything. Chapter 81. The wildness hidden beneath the coldness. Zhu Zhuqing was a soul master. Whether it was ghostly lunge or ghostly claw, she possessed extremely fast speed and strong penetrating power. If an ordinary soul master encountered her, they truly couldn't withstand her attacks. But Tang Ge was not ordinary. Therefore, the result of Zhu Zhuqing's consecutive attacks was that all of his clothes, except for the clothes-fitting ones underneath, had turned into fragments. Yet, on his exposed, well-proportioned body, there wasn't a single scar left, not even a trace of white marks. Tang Ge was very satisfied with this. However, seeing Zhu Zhuqing still staring blankly at his body, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Have you seen enough? If not, I can wait a bit longer to get dressed." His voice was not loud, but when it reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears, it made her shiver and instantly turn around. Then, Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face turned bright red all of a sudden. She quickly turned her body and said with a trembling voice, You hurry up and put on your clothes. Beauty, we're in the wilderness. What do you want me to find clothes? Tang Ge couldn't help but secretly complain. Fortunately, he still had the system space with him, which contained quite a few clothes, so he directly took one out and put it on. After getting dressed, Tang Ge spoke up, "It's fine now, turn around." Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned around with her eyes closed. Only when she opened a small gap to confirm that Tang Ge wasn't lying to her did she fully open her eyes. At that moment, it seemed she realized the flaw in her previous words, and seeing that Tang Ge had indeed taken out a new piece of clothing to wear. A look of astonishment clearly flashed in her eyes. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask much about Tang Ge's secret. She only turned red again when she remembered the nearly perfect body she had just seen. Yet compared to her shyness, what filled Zhu Zhuqing's heart more was shock and confusion. The second soul skill she had just used had caused no damage to Tang Ge at all, despite him not dodging. Was such terrifying physical defense really something a support soul master should possess? No, he wasn't a support-type soul master at all. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but recall the scene during the assessment when Tang Ge had also used a soul skill to break Zhao Wuji's powerful Vajra palm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, shocking Zhu Zhuqing, gaining 700 shock points. On the other side, the system prompt sounded in Tang Ge's mind. He saw the dazed and shocked expression on Zhu Zhuqing's pretty face under the moonlight and couldn't help but smile, saying, "How is it? Do you feel like my body is impressive?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing curiosity. Tang Ge didn't say anything else, but instead mentioned something from when he was 6 years old. He said lightly, "You know the source of Shao San's first spirit ring, right? It was a 400-year-old mandala snake. And I killed this mandala snake barehanded when I was 6. 6 years old? Killed a 400-year-old mandala snake barehanded?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but gasp in shock. She knew that Tang San's first spirit ring came from a mandala snake, but she never imagined that it was killed by Tang Ge. Such an unbelievable thing truly shocked Zhu Zhuqing immensely. It was only now that she realized why Tang Ge was a spirit venerable with 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings at the age of 12. Looking at Tang Ge, Zhu Zhuqing said very seriously, "Dai Mubai is right compared to us. You are the real monster. Can I take that as a compliment?" Tang Ge smiled. Then, he changed his tone and continued, "So after witnessing my defense, do you still want to challenge me?" Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but fall silent upon hearing this. After a while, she reluctantly said, "I admit you are strong, but I still want to see your true strength. Not just standing there in pure defense." Sigh. Indeed, all girls are the same. They're quite difficult. Tang Ge shook his head helplessly at Zhu Zhuqing's words. So he could only say, "Even if I stand still, you can't make me feel anything. If I move even a little, do you think your body can handle it? But forget it. Since you insist on showing off, let me let you truly experience my power." With that, Tang Ge simply lifted his foot and gently stepped forward, causing his entire person to suddenly disappear from spot. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing's pupils suddenly constricted, and without hesitation, she unleashed her phantom claw, creating a dense array of claw shadows around her. But before Zhu Zhuqing could let out a sigh of relief, a gust of wind suddenly rushed towards her. Then, a figure appeared almost right next to her body. It was Tang Ge. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who was so close, Tang Ge smiled lightly and asked, "How is it? Do you want to continue?" Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be hit hard, lowering her head and silently dispelling the phantom claw. After a while, she raised her head again. Looking at this powerful and mysterious companion before her, her eyes showing a hint of daze. The heart that had been racing also seemed to be calmed, gradually returning to peace. Before Tang Ge could react, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly leaned over and kissed him on the face. Looking at Tang Ge's dazed expression, Zhu Zhuqing's originally cold face was filled with a bright smile at that moment, like a blooming flower. She softly said, "Tang Ge, I'm really happy that you can stay with me tonight. Although I know you didn't go all out just now, I've already felt the pressure. This pressure will stay in my heart, pushing me to keep striving, and one day I will catch up to you." "Tang Ge, thank you so much." After speaking, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her martial soul power and transformed into a shadow, quickly disappearing into the night. By the time Tang Ge came to his senses, the air was left with only a faint, lingering fragrance. He couldn't help but reach up to touch the spot on his face where he had just been kissed. Shaking his head with a wry smile, "I really didn't expect that in the end I would be teased by this girl Zhu Zhuqing. But to be honest, that feeling was quite nice." For a moment, a hint of reminiscence appeared on Tang Ge's face. Zhu Zhuqing's performance tonight was truly beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that beneath her icy demeanor lay such wildness that was so bold. It's a pity she ran away too quickly, otherwise, he would have definitely kissed her back. Moreover, he hadn't had the chance to make her compensate for being seen naked tonight. Forget it. He'll talk about it next time when he has the opportunity. Glancing at the increasingly dark night, Tang Ge shook his head to stop his wild thoughts and quickly walked towards the direction of the academy dormitory. At the village entrance, the sounds of summer insects echoed continuously. No one knew that an interesting encounter had just taken place here. Chapter 82, Oscar Spring, Seeking Recommendation Votes. The next day, in the morning, as the bell rang, Tang Ge and his group of 9 gathered again on the academy's playground after having breakfast. Since Dean Flandra had not yet arrived, everyone seemed relaxed, discussing the gains from last night's battle arena. Tang Ge stood aside, smiling as he watched the scene. According to the original plot, last night Dai Mubai would have had a conflict with Ning Rongrong, which would then lead Ning Rongrong to resolve to change herself due to the stimulation. At the same time, Oscar would have increased his soul power from level 29 to level 30 overnight because of this incident. Unfortunately, now, with Tang Ge's involvement, everything has changed. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai have become increasingly distant from each other, while attention has shifted towards Tang Ge. Faced with Tang Ge, who is fully capable of overpowering him, Dai Mubai helplessly begins to fall further. Ning Rongrong, stimulated by Tang Ge's words, finally realizes the crisis and her desire to improve her strength becomes stronger. In summary, all these changes are beneficial. The only thing that troubles Tang Ge is that after yesterday's events, whether it's Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong, they both seem to glance at him intentionally or unintentionally during conversations. This strange phenomenon immediately caught Xiao Wu's attention. She looked at Ning Rongrong, then at Zhu Zhuqing, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "Rongrong, didn't you go to Soto City to have fun yesterday? Why are you back running around again? And Zhuqing, you called Tang Ge last night so late. What were you two doing at the village entrance?" "What? You know I was slacking off in Soto City yesterday?" Hearing Xiao Wu's question, Ning Rongrong's face turned red, and she shyly replied, "I wasn't having fun. I just went out for a bit because I had something to do." As she spoke, she turned her head and shot Tang Ge a fierce glare, thinking that he was the one who revealed this matter. Tang Ge sensed Ning Rongrong's dissatisfied gaze and couldn't help but shake his head in helplessness. He was caught in the crossfire for no reason. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she had returned to her usual cold demeanor and didn't respond to Xiao Wu's inquiries at all. However, the more this was the case, the more curious everyone became. Especially when Dai Mubai heard that Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Ge had stayed at the village entrance overnight. His heart suddenly tightened. He wanted to read something from Zhu Zhuqing's expression and couldn't help but want to ask. But when the words were on the tip of his tongue, Dai Mubai found himself unable to say anything. His hands had unknowingly clenched into fists, the veins on the backs of his hands bulging. Then, Dai Mubai suddenly looked over at Ma Hongjun beside him. He put on a smile and asked, "Do you have any plans for tonight? I got rid of most of the evil fire last night, so I'm not planning to go out tonight. I want to stay in the dormitory and sleep." Ma Hongjun replied, shaking his head. Then he showed a look of surprise and asked, "What's up? Does Dai Ergo have plans for tonight?" "Well, I'm planning to go to Soto City tonight to find those twin sisters. It's been a long time since I've had some fun," Dai Mubai said with a smile, nodding. However, while saying this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Zhu Zhuqing a few times. Unfortunately, Zhu Zhuqing remained unmoved by Dai Mubai's words, not even looking at him. Dai Mubai's smile became somewhat stiff. In another direction, Tang Ge had heard Dai Mubai's words as well. Naturally, He also noticed Zhu Zhuqing's indifference and felt a surge of pride in his heart. Sure enough, my charm is something Dai Mubai can't compare to at all. Just then, a sudden series of footsteps caught everyone's attention. Tang San and the other 9 turned around and found that the person coming was Dean Flender. They all greeted him. Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. As he approached Tang San and the other 8 students, Flender waved his hand to quiet everyone down. Then he smiled and said, I heard about your match yesterday. You all performed well. Keep it up. Now I announce that today's training course is that all of you, except for Oscar, must eat one of the 2 sausages made by Oscar using his soul power. Upon hearing this training course, everyone in the room changed their expressions. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had eaten Oscar sausages before, couldn't help but feel nauseous again. Flender, witnessing this scene, immediately frowned. He coldly said, Don't think I don't know what you're all thinking, but let me tell you, Oscar is a food-type soul master with full innate soul power. And his martial soul sausages are the best food-type martial souls I have ever seen. If you reach an understanding with Oscar, he will become your best support partner. Moreover, this is also a training for your mindset. If you can't overcome this, your future achievements will be limited. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, after glancing at Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but say, but Tang Ge can also assist, right? As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes lit up. They still remembered Tang Ge's super healing abilities. But Flender coldly laughed and said, You want Tang Ge, who can withstand Zhao Wujia's great diamond palm, to assist you? You really dare to think that. And don't forget, Tang Ge is already at level 40. He won't be with you all the time. After saying this, he didn't care whether these little guys accepted it or not and directly had Oscar produce 2 sausages. I got a big sausage. How about a small sausage? Accompanied by a strange incantation, 2 sausages suddenly appeared in Oscar's hands. He scanned his classmates in front of him with anticipation and asked, Who wants to go first? I'll go. While the others were still hesitating, Tang Ge immediately smiled and stepped forward. Without any pressure, he directly took a sausage and began to eat it. In the end, Tang Ge even commented, Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, the taste is suitable, it's quite good. There's still 1 small sausage left. Who wants to eat it? Surprisingly, it was Ning Rongrong who stepped forward second. Without any hesitation, she also ate the remaining small sausage, feeling the astonished gazes around her. Ning Rongrong suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of pride at that moment. She couldn't help but hum and proudly said, Isn't it just eating this? I, Ning Rongrong, have eaten it before. Zhu Zhuqing, who had come over at some point, looked at the dazed Oscar and said lightly, I'll have one too. Oh, just a moment. After Oscar snapped back to reality, he quickly made 2 more sausages. Zhu Zhuqing expressionlessly ate one and then turned back to her original spot. Chapter 83, Departure. Stardew Forest. Among the 9 Shrek Academy students present, Zhu Zhuqing was cold and rarely spoke, while Ning Rongrong had a serious princess disease. These 2 were the hardest to communicate with. But now, seeing that these 2 had consecutively completed the task assigned by Dean Flender, Tang San and the others were all very surprised. Especially Xiao Wu, who had a shadow over Oscar's sausages, almost screamed and quickly covered her mouth. She couldn't help but whisper, Tang San, Ning Rongrong actually ate it? Let's go, we should go over too, or the dean will get angry. Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San smiled bitterly and said, The girls have eaten it. There's no reason for me as a guy to be afraid of eating a sausage. So, the remaining Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai also stepped forward one by one, taking a sausage or a small sausage from Oscar's hands to complete the training for the class. When Oscar saw that everyone had eaten the sausages he had condensed with his soul power, he was so excited that he was almost in tears. His sausages had finally gained recognition from his classmates. Buzz. Just then, a violent wave of soul power suddenly erupted from Oscar. The excited Oscar was first stunned. Then he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Dean, I have broken through to level 30. Tang San and the others, who had just wondered why there was a wave of soul power from Oscar, couldn't help but show surprised expressions upon hearing his laughter. Oscar had actually reached level 30 so quickly? Dean Flender nodded with a look of satisfaction. From now on, you are the 2nd student in our academy to reach level 30, aside from Mubai. As for Tang Ge, this monster who already has level 40 soul power, he doesn't count. Feeling the astonished gazes from his classmates and hearing the dean's praise, Oscar was so excited that he was almost floating. Not far away, Tang Ge felt quite speechless in his heart. He had initially thought that his involvement would delay Oscar's breakthrough for a while. But who would have thought that just because everyone ate a sausage, Oscar's soul power would rise from level 29 to level 30? This way of improvement was truly quite peculiar. Therefore, if nothing unexpected happens, the action to the Stardew Forest should be scheduled for tomorrow. Tang Ge thought to himself. Sure enough, after praising Oscar, Flander continued. Since Oscar is already level 30 and Tang Ge has reached level 40, we will arrange for both of you to go to the Stardew Forest tomorrow to obtain your spirit rings. At that time, I will have Zhao Wujia lead the team, and this trip to the Stardew Forest will also serve as a trial for you. I hope you both take it seriously. At this point, Flanders seemed to remember something and looked at Tang Ge alone. Zhao Wujia's strength is about the same as mine. How do you feel about him leading the team to help you obtain your spirit ring? Because when Tang Ge was specially recruited into the academy, Flander had promised to personally help him obtain a spirit ring. However, this time, due to other commitments, he couldn't leave and could only have Zhao Wujia lead the team. Thus, Flander specifically asked for Tang Ge's opinion. Tang Ge had no objections to this. He smiled and said, I trust teacher Zhao Wujia's strength. So that is fine. Flander nodded and then announced, today's training is over. Everyone go back and prepare. We will gather here tomorrow morning. After saying this, he turned and left. Once Flander was gone, Tang Ge also prepared to return to the dormitory. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong called out to him, saying, Tang Ge, I want to run 10 laps around the village. Come run with me. Why? Tang Ge looked puzzled. Ning Rongrong, with her hands on her hips, returned to her princess-like demeanor and said arrogantly, the dean said you need to supervise me, so you have to follow me. Damn, you said yesterday that you wanted me to accompany you to play in Soto City. Why aren't you saying that now? Tang Ge was speechless upon hearing Ning Rongrong's reasoning. However, what he did not expect next was that Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have made a pact. Speaking simultaneously, I want to run laps too. Feeling the determined gazes from the two girls, Tang Ge's head suddenly ached. He really wanted to say that his body was strong enough to handle 10 people without any problem and that he didn't need to run laps at all. But in the end, Tang Ge still nodded helplessly. All right, I'll accompany you to run laps. But let's make one thing clear. We still need to go to the Stardew Forest tomorrow, so don't overdo it. After saying that, he turned to look at Tang San and the others who were watching from the side. How about you guys? Want to run too? You go ahead. Xiao San and I have other things to do. Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu quickly chimed in. Then she made a face at Tang Ge and dragged Tang San away quickly. Oscar, Ma Hongjun, you two come with me. To prepare for tomorrow's operation. I'll help you train a bit ahead of time. Dai Mubai suddenly spoke up at this moment as well. Ma Hongjun didn't mind much since he wasn't planning to run anyway. Training? Ma Hongjun had long wanted to see how his Phoenix martial soul compared to Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial soul. However, Oscar actually wanted to follow Tang Ge to run. But sensing the slightly angry gaze from Dai Mubai, he could only hold back. The three then walked away into the distance. Finally, on the large playground, only Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yuechan were left. What are you still doing? Let's go. Tang Ge said helplessly as he glanced over the three girls. Ning Rongrong and the others were eager to try, and as soon as they heard Tang Ge urge them, they immediately started running. Soon, four bright figures appeared on the road around the village. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. On the playground of Shrek Academy, after breakfast, Tang Ge and the other 8 arrived early. Since they were going to the Stardew Forest, they all prepared small bundles containing the supplies needed for their adventure. After a short while, the burly Zhao Wujia walked over from a distance. Although he had rested for 2 days, the injuries on his face had not fully healed, leaving behind patches of bruises. Seemingly aware of his somewhat disheveled appearance, Zhao Wujia released his Soul Saint aura as soon as he approached. Looking at the few little monsters before him who were directly subdued by his aura, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Oof. As a dignified Soul Saint, can I not handle you little ones? Once he felt it was enough, Zhao Wujia retracted his aura. He scanned Tang Ge and the others, and with a wave of his hand, he announced, now that everyone is here, I declare we are setting off. Destination, Stardew Forest. Chapter 84. Conflict. Since the Stardew Forest is located in the southeast direction of the Barak Kingdom, with a small area bordering the Barak Kingdom and Soto City being just southeast of the kingdom, the distance from Soto City to the Stardew Forest is not far, about 500 kilometers. To maximize the time for training the 9 students, Zhao Wujia, who was in charge of leading the team, did not hire a carriage but chose to travel on foot. Moreover, considering the complex and variable environment in the Stardew Forest, to enhance the survival and cooperation abilities of Tang San and the others, Zhao Wujia arranged formations for them in advance. However, Tang Ge was not included in this. He was with Zhao Wujia. Therefore, with the assistance of the formation, the cooperation among Tang San and the other 8 became increasingly harmonious, coupled with Oscar's sausages. Their speed did not slow down at all. At the same time, as a supporting soul master, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but secretly rejoice for having trained by running laps these past 2 days. Otherwise, even with eating sausages to recover stamina and soul power, she wouldn't be able to last long. Thinking of this, while running forward, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but turn her head back to take a look. Then she couldn't help but jealously mutter, "Damn it, why don't I have that?" "Ning Rongrong, what are you daydreaming about? Watch where you're going, don't run into a tree." Suddenly, Zhao Wujia's reprimand came over. Upon hearing the scolding, Ning Rongrong was startled, dared not think more, and continued to focus on the journey. Behind, a little over 10 meters away, Zhao Wujia was closely following these little ones. However, for him, with the assistance of his soul saint level, traveling was easier than drinking water. With each step he took, he covered several meters of distance. At this moment, above Zhao Wujia's head, there was a figure almost parallel to him. Looking up, it was none other than the missing Tang Ge. On his back, the yin-yang wings formed by condensed soul power were slowly flapping, each flap propelling him forward a distance, perfectly matching Zhao Wujia's pace. Since this was already Tang Ge's relatively slow speed, it posed no burden to his soul power at all. Moreover, with the hell furnace cultivation method and that drop of meteor tears integrated into his heart, he was almost constantly recovering soul power with each breath. Competing in soul power consumption, Tang Ge was not afraid at all, so while flying leisurely, he couldn't help but look down at Zhao Wujia and tease with a smile. "Teacher Zhao, your speed isn't up to par." Hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhao Wujia's expression twitched, filled with both envy and anger. He never expected that Tang Ge would have a flying soul skill as well. Moreover, this kind of soul skill was not something just any soul master could be lucky enough to possess. Looking up at Tang Ge, Zhao Wujia gritted his teeth and said, "You little brat, it's just a pair of broken wings. What's so impressive about that?" "Huh, having wings is impressive. So, Teacher Zhao, do you dare to compete with me in speed?" Tang Ge said proudly. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but snort. As a dignified soul sage, "How could I be afraid of a little brat like you? Come on, let me see your speed." As he finished speaking, with a wave of his soul power, his martial spirit, the great power diamond bear, instantly fused with his body. Boom! Accompanied by the tremors of the ground, Zhao Wujia stomped his feet and leaped into the air. By the time he landed again, he was already 10 meters away. Just like that, after several consecutive jumps, Tang San and the other 8 who were originally at the front were instantly surpassed. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge smiled slightly, and with a flutter of his yin-yang wings, he transformed into a black and white shadow and chased after them. Unknowingly, their figures had already become 2 black dots. "We should speed up, otherwise we won't be able to catch up with Teacher Zhao and Tang Ge." The team leader, Dai Mu Bai, was momentarily taken aback by the situation, but then couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Tang San and the others were speechless. However, they had no choice but to quicken their pace once again to chase after the increasingly distant Zhao Wuji and Tang Ge. Unknowingly, a day had passed. In the evening, in a small town nearly 100 kilometers away from the Startling forest, Tang San and the 8 of them, who had been running all day, finally arrived here, all looking utterly exhausted. Moreover, this was with the assistance of Oscar's sausages. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether they would have made it here at all. Over there, in the distance, at the entrance of a hotel, Tang Ge was smiling and waving. Tang San hurried over upon seeing this. "Where's Teacher Zhao?" Dai Mu Bai asked after coming over. Tang Ge pointed to the hotel behind him and said, "Teacher Zhao has already gone in, and I've been asked to wait here for you all. We'll be staying here for the night, and we'll head to the Startling forest tomorrow. Finally, we can take a break." Hearing Tang Ge's words, everyone couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But thinking about how they almost collapsed from exhaustion because of the person in front of them with broken wings, when Tang San and the others looked at Tang Ge again, their eyes were filled with resentment. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but complain, "Tang Ge, you're really too, what are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, a sudden burst of angry shouts came from nearby. It turned out that a group of about 10 soul masters had approached from a distance. They were all dressed in matching uniforms, both male and female, with arrogant expressions on their faces. As soon as they arrived, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire was ignited, and he was staring blatantly at one of the female soul masters. This led to dissatisfaction among the female soul master's companions, who started to curse. The middle-aged male soul master leading the group watched coldly and did not intervene. As the angry shouts rang out, Tang Ge and the others' attention was immediately drawn to them. Upon seeing the uniforms and insignia of these soul masters, they all showed disdain on their faces. A small Tsanhui academy is dressed so ostentatiously. Do they want to get beaten up? Daimubai snorted coldly. Ma Hongjun, who had just been insulted, retorted, "Poke my eyes out? A bunch of softies. I alone could take all of you down." As soon as these words were spoken, the people from Tsanhui Academy were infuriated. What a big mouth. Which academy are you from? You're really seeking death. Don't waste time talking to them. Just knock them all down and make them beg for mercy. Tang Ge shook his head at the scene before him. He understood the plot of this encounter. Although the location had changed from inside the hotel to outside, the outcome was already predetermined. The students from Tsanhui Academy had no idea that they were not facing ordinary soul masters, but a group of monsters. Chapter 85. Battle against the Soul King. The team of soul masters from Tsanhui Academy was indeed impressive, especially compared to some disorganized rogue cultivators. However, they had the misfortune of encountering the little monsters from Shrek Academy. It should be noted that Shrek Academy operates under the principle that avoiding trouble is for the incompetent. They are not afraid of trouble coming their way. Moreover, the 8 members of Dai Mubai's team were exhausted from their journey and were in a very bad mood, eager to find something to vent their frustrations on. Now that the soul masters from Tsanhui Academy had come to them, how could they let this opportunity slip by? Seeing a group of Tsanhui Academy students daring to curse at them, Dai Mubai suddenly shouted, "Attack! Quick battle! Quick resolution!" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San instantly summoned his blue silver grass, and with a surge of soul power, thick and long vines quickly broke through the ground. First soul skill bind. In an instant, these vines slithered up like snakes and entangled the unsuspecting soul masters from Tsanhui Academy. The terrifying binding force held them in place, and the paralyzing toxin on the vines rendered them unable to resist for a short time. Another fight? I like it. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Wu giggled and transformed into her rabbit spirit, charging forward. As she leaped into the air, her slender body twisted and turned, kicking out phantom after phantom. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a series of dull sounds, nearly 10 soul masters from Tsanhui Academy, entangled by the vines, screamed as they were kicked away. Ghostly claw of the underworld. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a ghostly spirit cat, followed closely behind. Her agile body turned into a shadow in midair, instantly unleashing a flurry of sharp, illusory claws. Just as these claw shadows were about to land on the Tsanhui Academy soul masters, an angry roar suddenly erupted. A group of little brats. You dare to hit my students in front of me? How bold! Xiangui, Mirje, buzz. With the appearance of a white light, 2 yellow and 2 purple glows, a massive turtle shell instantly blocked Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw. At the same time, a powerful aura surged toward them, causing Dai Mubai and the others to feel their bodies sink, their expressions turning grave. In front of them, the middle-aged man from Tsanhui Academy, originally in charge of leading the group, had completely transformed. His limbs had shrunk by nearly a quarter, and a huge turtle shell protruded from his back, with 5 soul rings flashing beneath his feet. This was actually a soul king with over level 50. The commotion outside had attracted quite a few guests from the restaurant, who had gathered at the entrance. So when they saw a soul king appear, they all gasped in surprise. On the second floor, a window suddenly opened, revealing Zhao Wuji's figure. He looked at the scene unfolding downstairs and couldn't help but chuckle. A level 50 soul king? I should be able to experience what it feels like to fight without using soul power soon. Downstairs, in the open space outside the restaurant, the middle-aged man from Tsanhui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu, looked coldly at Dai Mubai and his group, saying, "Which academy are you students from?" "Shrek Academy." "What's the matter? If the students can't handle us, is the teacher going to step in personally?" Dai Mubai replied with a smile. Although he was surprised by the opponent's Soul King strength, he wasn't afraid. "Shrek Academy? What kind of broken academy in the corner have I never heard of?" Confirming that this group of kids did not come from a prestigious university eased Yi Zhiqiu's mind. He scolded Dai Mubai. "You little brats are so rude. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak to your elders? Hurry up and call your teacher out. Tsanhui Academy is not unreasonable, as long as your teacher apologizes. I won't pursue the matter." "What? You want teacher Zhao, who has the strength of a soul sage, to apologize to you? Are you dreaming?" Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's demand, Tang San and the others were utterly astonished, especially Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, who couldn't help but laugh, looking at Yi Zhiqiu as if he were a fool. In the back, Tang Ge couldn't hold back any longer and urged, "Little San, die air, why waste so many words with the turtle? Just get started. Otherwise, if teacher Zhao gets impatient and comes down, you'll be waiting for him to punish you." As a result, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Yi Zhiqiu, who had been calm, suddenly turned red with fury. Due to the nature of his martial soul, he despised being called a turtle. And now a student from a nameless academy dared to say that to him. A surge of overwhelming anger erupted from Yi Zhiqiu's heart. After letting out a low growl, he activated his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. As he opened his mouth, a stream of black cold air shot out, creating a mist that surged toward Tang Ge. However, standing in front of Tang Ge were Tang San and the others. Seeing the incoming black cold air, Ma Hongjun was startled and simultaneously unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fireline, and his second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Boom! With a loud roar, the enhanced flame he spewed out collided with the incoming cold air. The fire and cold air clashed, producing hissing sounds, and the surroundings were immediately enveloped in mist. White Tiger Light Wave. Taking this opportunity, Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill. A round light bullet quickly formed and shot through the mist, smashing toward Yi Zhiqiu. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu coldly smiled and quickly spun half a circle, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Bang! The round light bullet hit the turtle shell, creating ripples of soul power but barely causing any damage to Yi Zhiqiu. On the other hand, Ma Hongjun, who was in a standoff with the cold air, couldn't hold on any longer. Shivering, he exclaimed, "Hurry! Come help me." 7 treasures turned into glazed glass. 7 treasures have a name. The first, strength. 7 treasures have a name. The second, speed. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Rongrong, protected in the middle, had already summoned a treasure tower. As she spoke, beams of light flew out, landing on Tang San and the others. With the enhancement of the 7 treasures glazed tile, Tang San and the others felt a distinct surge in their strength. Dai Mubai, in particular, loudly issued attack orders. "Little San, use your soul skill to help Ma Hongjun block the cold air. Xiao Wu and I will go up front to restrain this old turtle. Zhu Zhuqing will provide support from the side, and Yu Chan will stay behind to prepare a lethal strike." What about me? Not hearing his name, Oscar couldn't help but ask. But facing a soul king-level powerhouse, Dai Mubai had no intention of responding to Oscar after giving his orders and directly charged towards Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 86. A slap to shatter the turtle shell as a soul king above level 50. Yi Zhiqiu, the leading teacher of Sanhui Academy, appeared relaxed on the surface. But inside he was actually very anxious. Previously, he had thought that these little guys in front of him were merely students from an ordinary academy. However, now that Ning Rongrong had summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower to enhance her companion's soul skills, cold sweat suddenly broke out on Yi Zhiqiu's forehead. Such a distinct martial soul, belonging to the continent's #1 support sect, the 7 treasures glazed sect. If he failed to recognize it now, he might as well just hit his head against a wall and die. But how could people from a 7 treasures glazed sect appear in this small town? Moreover, besides the members of the 7 treasures glazed sect, with the cooperation of Dai Mubai and the others, Yi Zhiqiu immediately felt immense pressure. 2 strong assault type, 1 agility type, and 1 range type soul masters working together to maximize their attack power. Despite his defensive expertise with the Xian Gui martial soul, and his first soul skill being a defensive one, the continuous attacks landing on him still caused his internal energy to boil and his soul power to rapidly deplete. Not only that, but Yi Zhiqiu also saw that his third soul skill, Xian Shui Ji Dang, was blocked by numerous emerging blue silvergrass vines. Flames surged from behind, burning the blue silvergrass and quickly diminishing the power of Xian Shui Ji Dang. Yi Zhiqiu was secretly shocked. What kind of existence was Shrek Academy that could cultivate so many young yet powerful soul masters? Moreover, he realized that if this continued, even if he did not lose, as a soul king, being unable to handle a few kids was truly embarrassing. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu became resolute and abruptly leaped towards Ning Rongrong, even risking being hit by an arrow shot from Lin Yuechan in the distance. Knowing Ning Rongrong's identity, he naturally did not dare to harm her. But he could disrupt the cooperation of these soul masters. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Zhiqiu moved, Dai Mubai, who realized his intention, immediately shouted a warning. "Stop him! Don't let him get close to Ning Rongrong." At the same time, he unleashed a white tiger light wave. Hearing Dai Mubai's warning, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also used their own abilities to try to block Yi Zhiqiu, who was rushing towards Ning Rongrong. In response, Yi Zhiqiu's body flickered with black light, suddenly letting out an angry roar. As he unleashed a chilling mist around him. He opened his mouth and sprayed out water spheres that quickly turned into ice balls upon passing through the mist. These ice balls rapidly collided with Dai Mubai and the others. Bang, 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 bang. Dai Mubai and the others had to take action to block the ice balls, but the intense cold release from the ice balls immediately caused their bodies to stiffen, slowing them down. With no one to stop him, Yi Zhiqiu's cold gaze locked onto the increasingly close Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale with fear. However, just as she thought she was about to be caught by this Soul King over level 50, a familiar voice suddenly reached her ears. Xiao-san, Lao Ia, you guys are not doing well. It's been so long, and you still can't handle an old turtle. This is really embarrassing for Shrek Academy. At some point, Tang San, who had been watching from the back, walked up to Ning Rongrong's side. Dai Mubai, who had just been frozen and had yet to recover, almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Tang San's words, his face filled with anger. We are all students of Shrek Academy. If you didn't know better, you'd think you were our leading teacher. Besides, even if the opponent was carrying a turtle shell and looked a bit shabby, he was still a Soul King over level 50. If you have the ability, Tang San, go slap him to death. At that moment, not only was Dai Mubai feeling aggrieved, but Tang San and the others also looked at Tang San with speechless expressions. However, their attention soon shifted back to Yi Zhiqiu, who was getting closer to Ning Rongrong, filled with both worry and a hint of anticipation. Can Tang Ge withstand him? At this moment, seeing Tang Ge come to protect her, Ning Rongrong was also touched and said, Tang Ge I. But before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ge smiled and interrupted, Don't speak. Watch me take care of this old turtle. Ning Rongrong no te teabili. Tang Ge finally withdrew the smile on his face, turning his body towards Yi Zhiqiu, who was several meters away, and said faintly, Old turtle, it's time to end this. As soon as he finished speaking, the yin-yang life and death diagram appeared in the palm of Tang Ge's hand, with a rippling black and white soul power. 3 soul rings, a purple one and 2 black ones, slowly rose from beneath his feet. The dazzling purple and black light was especially clear in the night, instantly blinding the surrounding soul masters. Immediately, gasps and exclamations filled the air. 1 purple, 2 black? My God, these are 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul rings. Am I blind? Did you see my eyes get scared too? Don't ask me. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle it. Which major power does this kid come from? He already has a 1,000-year soul ring and 2 10,000-year soul rings at the soul master level. Hurry, hit me. Let me confirm that I'm not dreaming. Bang! Not to mention the stunned and incoherent crowd of observing soul masters. Even Yi Zhiqiu, who was angry for being called an old turtle again, was shocked into a halt. His eyes were almost bulging out, staring intently at the purple and black soul rings under Tang Ge's feet. How is this possible? How can this be? Nothing is impossible. This will send you on your way. Hearing Yi Zhiqiu's trembling mutterings, Tang Ge smiled faintly, ignoring the system prompt ringing in his mind, and slowly raised his hand. 3rd soul skill, Death's Great Handprint. In an instant, streams of yin-yang power surged from the yin-yang life and death diagram, rapidly condensing in mid-air into an enormous hand. As this giant hand pressed down with Tang Ge's right hand, it felt like a mountain from the sky, crashing down towards Yi Zhiqiu. Xian Turtle Guard, Xian Water Ice Seal. As the terrifying crisis approached, Yi Zhiqiu's face showed fear, and without hesitation, he activated his 1st and 2nd soul skills. In the instant, his head and limbs retracted into the turtle shell. The massive turtle shell glowed with soul power and was immediately sealed in ice. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, the 10,000-year soul skill, Death's Great Handprint, slammed heavily onto the turtle shell. The terrifying power released shattered the surrounding ice, which couldn't hold for even a moment, cracking and breaking apart. Following that, the incredibly hard turtle shell also shattered with a loud noise. A chilling scream immediately came from within. Chapter 87. The 1,000-Year Phoenix Tail, Coxcomb Snake. Although Yi Zhiqiu was a Soul King over level 50, he had already exhausted a lot of his soul power during his earlier entanglement with Tang San and others. Meanwhile, Tang Ge was a Soul Master at level 40. Therefore, facing Tang Ge's Death's Great Handprint attack, Yi Zhiqiu couldn't hold out until the end due to the vast difference in the age of their soul rings. As the turtle shell was smashed into pieces and scattered like stars, he let out a shrill scream, and his entire body was directly smashed into the ground. In the end, only his head remained exposed, stained with blood. Dozens of meters away, the students of Tsanghue Academy, who had originally hoped their teacher could take revenge for them, turned pale with fear upon witnessing this scene, their eyes filled with terror. Teacher you lost to? Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding soul masters had also fallen silent. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared blankly at the scene before them. However, soon, the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground suddenly broke the silence. Zhao Wujie, who had been on the second floor, could no longer hold back and jumped down. He looked at Yi Zhiqiu, who was half dead with only his head sticking out, and his face twitched slightly. According to Zhao Wujie's plan, he had intended to watch the show for a while, and then step in when Tang San and the others were almost done, using the opportunity to vent his frustration from earlier. But as it turned out, he hadn't even made his appearance, and everything was over. Just thinking about how Tang Ge had slapped Yi Zhiqiu into the ground made Zhao Wujie curse inwardly. How could a Soul King over level 50 be so weak? This is just too pathetic. However, regardless of how it was, death still had some impact. So after suppressing his frustration, Zhao Wujie glanced at the still-dazed Oscar, impatiently urging him, "What are you dawdling for? Feed this old turtle a small sausage. Don't let him die." Oh. After regaining his senses, Oscar quickly made a small sausage and bent down to force it into Yi Zhiqiu's mouth. The students from Tsanghue Academy, already terrified, didn't dare to step forward to stop them, even though they had no idea what Oscar was feeding their teacher. Fortunately, after a while, the half-conscious Yi Zhiqiu finally began to slowly awaken. But upon seeing the scene before him and his own disheveled appearance, he instantly shut his eyes again, his eyelids trembling slightly. Zhao Wujie naturally noticed this, and his face twitched again. However, he didn't point it out, instead huffing at the students of Tsanghue Academy. "Don't stay here making a fool of yourselves. Hurry up and take your teacher and get lost. Tang San, you all go back and sleep." After saying that, Zhao Wujie turned around and went back into the hotel. As for the students from Tsanghue Academy, they didn't dare to stay here any longer. After they finally managed to pull Yi Zhiqiu out from underground, they hurriedly fled. Tang Ge had already retracted his spirit ring and returned to his normal state, looking nothing like someone who could easily slam a Soul King of over 50 levels to the ground with a single palm. However, once the onlooking Soul Masters came back to their senses, they no longer dared to treat Tang Ge or the few young people in front of them as ordinary Soul Masters. By the time Tang Ge and Tang San entered the hotel lobby, the person in charge was extremely courteous to them. Sitting at the table, Ning Rongrong completely ignored the sumptuous food in front of her, her beautiful eyes fixated on Tang Ge, blushing and shyly saying, "Tang Ge, you are so amazing." As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes were immediately on Tang Ge. There were emotions of resentment, disdain, and anger mixed together, making Tang Ge shiver, and he had to change the subject. He was afraid that if this continued, something would happen. "You must be hungry after fighting. Let us eat quickly. We still have to go to the Startling Forest tomorrow." Saying this, without caring about the others, Tang Ge immediately started to eat the delicious food on the table. After a short while, he filled his stomach, then stood up to find the innkeeper to book a room before quickly returning to his own room. After Tang Ge left, Dai Mubai and the others let out a sigh of relief. They were really worried that if he stayed longer, Ning Rongrong would continue to say things that would make them want to fight. After all, they admitted that Tang Ge was indeed very powerful. But even so, they had to share the credit for Yi Zhiqiu being defeated. So Ning Rongrong's remark of "you are so amazing" really broke Dai Mubai and Tang San's hearts. Just like that, after finishing their meal, Tang San and the others returned to their respective rooms. The next day, just as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie used his booming voice, which could almost shake the hotel, to wake up Tang Ge and the 9 others, arranging their formation before continuing towards the Startling Forest. Moreover, the Startling Forest was not a soul-hunting forest raised by the Empire. It was filled with numerous and powerful soul beasts. So once they entered the dense Startling Forest, Zhao Wujie immediately had Oscar create a large number of sausages to distribute to each student. At the same time, Zhao Wujie took this opportunity to teach Tang San and the others a lot of useful knowledge about adventuring in the Startling Forest to prevent them from going the wrong way. Of course, this information was not very useful for Tang Ge, who had already been in the Startling Forest for quite a long time. Even Lin Yuechan was much more familiar with the Startling Forest than Dai Mubai and the others. So as they moved forward, unknowingly, she had already replaced Dai Mubai, using a small, transparent arrow in her hand to continuously adjust their direction. In an instant, They successfully avoided low-level soul beasts along the way. Zhao Wujia was extremely surprised to discover this, and after inquiring, he learned that the small arrow in Lin Yuechan's hand could sense the presence of soul beasts nearby. This left him both shocked and delighted. Such a martial spirit ability was perfect for helping to search for soul beasts and obtain spirit rings. So next, he simply stated that Lin Yuechan should be responsible for the entire team's forward direction, while Dai Mubai would only be in charge of clearing the way ahead. Before they knew it, an hour had passed. Just as everyone had rested for about half an hour, suddenly, Tang San and Zhao Wujia's gazes turned toward one direction at the same time. But before they could speak, Lin Yuechan's voice came over. 1,000-year soul beast is approaching. 1,000-year soul beast? Upon hearing this, everyone looked surprised and quickly stood up. Zhao Wujia naturally believed Lin Yuechan's judgment. So he directly said to Tang Ge, Tang Ge, you can fly, go up into the air, and see what kind of soul beast it is. It must be a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Tang Ge could guess it without looking. However, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's arrangement, he immediately activated his yin-yang wings and soared into the sky. Chapter 88. Every beam of light is just right once Tang Ge flew into the high altitude. He quickly spotted a snake in the distance with a bright red comb on its head and a fan-shaped tail rapidly approaching. Moreover, it had wings on its back, but it wasn't flying very high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It was indeed a phoenix tail coxcomb snake. After confirming the identity of the soul beast, Tang Ge shared what he saw with Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's eyes lit up. He exclaimed loudly, "It's the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. This soul beast is quite rare, and the comb on its head has many useful applications. Oscar, you found your soul ring. From now on, everyone stay alert and prepare for battle." At this moment, Tang Ge also fell from the sky. Taking this opportunity, Tang San quickly asked, Tang Ge, how long is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake you saw, and what color are its wings? The wings are light red, and the length is probably between 6 to 8 meters. Tang Ge replied with a smile, about 7 meters? Tang San secretly pondered for a moment, then spoke with a confident tone to everyone. If nothing unexpected happens, this is a 1,000-year-old phoenix tail chicken crown snake. It is a sign of its 1,000 years of evolution. Listening to Tang San so easily determine the age and cultivation of a soul beast, and even roughly ascertain the effects of the soul ring, everyone, except for Xiao Wu, changed the way they looked at him. He truly was a walking encyclopedia of the spirit world, especially Zhao Wujia, who finally exclaimed in admiration, Xiao San, you know quite a lot. If it weren't for this mission, I wouldn't have known you had so much knowledge in your head. This is all taught by the teacher. Tang San smiled shyly. However, feeling the admiration in his companion's eyes, he felt very proud inside and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge beside him. Tang Ge felt the gaze of Tang San looking over. Although the other party didn't say anything, he could guess what was on his mind. He couldn't help but chuckle and thought, it seems that Tang San has been overshadowed by my brilliance for too long and is starting to look for opportunities to showcase his advantages. Regarding this, Tang Ge didn't say anything. Gold will always shine, but no matter how bright the golden light is, it cannot compare to my diamond that emits a rainbow of colors. Just then, a series of popping sounds suddenly grew closer from the jungle ahead. Zhu Zhuqing, who had already climbed up one of the trees, narrowed her eyes and called out a warning while transforming into a shadowy spirit cat and leaping out. Just then, a giant snake that looked exactly like the one Tang Ge had described before emerged from the jungle. It was the 1,000-year-old phoenix tail coxcomb snake. Seeing this phoenix tail coxcomb snake, Zhu Zhuqing was already prepared in midair. As her soul rings appeared, she immediately activated her first soul skill, Spectral Strike. In an instant, 2 sharp claws formed on Zhu Zhuqing's hands, fiercely grabbing toward the blood-red coxcomb of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake. However, the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, being a 1,000-year soul beast, sensed the danger as soon as it rushed out, and before Zhu Zhuqing's claws could land on its head, it quickly dodged. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing's claws ultimately struck the body of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake, causing its speed to decrease slightly. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake, startled and sensing multiple threats around it, tilted its head and suddenly spewed out a large amount of colorful mist. At the same time, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, and lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing. Watch out! A warning came from Dai Mubai in the distance. Soon after, Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, 7 treasures. Turn out the glass. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Rays of light fell upon everyone present, instantly increasing their power and speed by nearly 30%. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Zhuqing quickly retreated. However, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake feigned an attack. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing retreat, the blood-red coxcomb on its head immediately lit up, allowing it to regain its previously slowed speed. Then, without hesitation, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake changed direction and continued to flee into the distance. The colorful mist it spewed out was frightening, but not toxic. At this moment, Tang San's voice finally came through. Hearing the warning, Zhu Zhuqing, who had just retreated to a distance, had her usually cold and beautiful face turn even sharper as she prepared to channel her soul power to chase after the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Yet, while everyone else was unaware, Tang Ge suddenly smiled and used his first soul skill. Instantly, a series of milky white lights appeared, directly infusing into Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and the others, and the joyful properties made their movements momentarily slow down. By the time everyone managed to free themselves from it, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had already escaped several dozen meters away. Then, puzzled and confused gazes fell directly on Tang Ge. Dai Mubai couldn't help but loudly remind, Tang Ge, don't rush to heal us. Save your soul power to deal with that phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Okay, I remember. Tang Yinu did. Then, under Zhao Wujia's urging, Dai Mubai and the others did not dare to waste any more time and all used their abilities to chase after the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. In fact, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is not particularly formidable. If Zhao Wujia were to intervene personally with his soul sage cultivation, not to mention this 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, even if there were several 1,000-year soul beasts, they would not be able to escape. However, this time, in addition to helping Oscar obtain a soul ring, it was also necessary to hone Tang San and the others' combat abilities and improve their teamwork. A 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake strength was just right for this purpose. Therefore, Zhao Wujin naturally would not intervene until the last moment. However, what happened next left everyone feeling extremely frustrated. After catching up to the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, Tang San used his blue silver grass to ensnare it, quickly trapping the snake. Seizing this opportunity, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Yuechan immediately launched their attacks, severely injuring the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. However, it was inevitable that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who were fighting up close, suffered some minor injuries from the snake's counterattack. Then, Tang Ge used his first soul skill again. As the milky white light pillar descended, everyone was included and enjoyed the pleasant sensation of being healed. By the time they regained their composure, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake not only broke free from the blue silvergrass, but also appeared unharmed and escaped several dozen meters away. Thus, the battle that should have ended quickly was dragged out for nearly an hour due to Tang Ge's perfectly timed light pillars. In the end, the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was still lively, and Tang San and Dai Mubai were completely uninjured. But strangely, both the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake and Tang San's group appeared listless and haggard, looking at Tang Ge as if he were a demon. Unknowingly, they had already strayed far from the original battlefield. Chapter 89, Killing. Oscar's third soul ring. At first, Zhao Wujia thought that Tang Ge's actions were unintentional. But as time passed, and a battle that should have ended quickly dragged on for nearly an hour without resolution, he realized that Tang Ge was doing this on purpose. Seeing that the opponent was about to use a soul skill again, Zhao Wujia shivered and immediately shouted to stop him without hesitation. Tang Ge, just stay there quietly. You don't need to worry about the healing. A 1,000-year soul beast has been toyed with by you for so long, and the battle is still not over. In the end, I still have to step in. After speaking, Zhao Wujia's martial soul, the great power diamond bear, appeared behind him. With 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rising from beneath his feet, he let out a loud roar. Great power diamond palm. Boom! A golden glowing palm formed and heavily slapped down on the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. The snake let out a painful cry, and its massive body crashed to the ground. However, it still struggled and quickly slithered away on the ground, trying to burrow into the dense bushes ahead. Seeing this, Zhao Wujia sneered. If I let you escape today, I'll change my name to Weeble. Third soul skill, gravity enhancement. Fourth soul skill, position tracking. With a significant consumption of soul power, an invisible force was immediately released from Zhao Wujia's body. Then, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, which was about to escape, suddenly collapsed to the ground as if something was pressing down on it. The intense sense of death crisis made it struggle desperately to escape. Unfortunately, at this point, Zhao Wujia had already leaped into the air, transforming into a beam of light that rushed straight toward the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Boom! With a deafening roar, Zhao Wujia heavily smashed into the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Then he directly grabbed the snake's tail and, like a whip, began to violently slam it against the ground repeatedly. In the distance, Tang Ge saw this scene and glanced around, secretly smiling. After dragging things on for so long and changing several places, it seemed unlikely that he would run into them in the short term. Just as he was thinking, Dai Mubai and the other strode over with an imposing aura. As soon as they approached, Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips and angrily said, Tang Ge, were you doing this on purpose earlier? Oh, it seems you've forgotten what I said when we first met. Hearing Xiao Wu's accusation, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Then he pretended to be disappointed and said, Sai, why can't you understand? This is a rare trial that the Dean arranged for you. If the battle ended so easily, how would you improve your practical experience and enhance your team synergy? But you didn't have to keep using your soul skills to heal us, right? Xiao Wu still seemed a bit dissatisfied. Tang Ge shrugged, his gaze falling on Ning Rongrong, and asked with a smile, Rongrong, do you think there was anything wrong with the treatment I just gave you? No, not at all. Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation, as a support soul master. After all, she had only been standing at the back, boosting her teammate status, and hadn't participated in the pursuit of the phoenix tail coxcomb snake at all. Tang Ge smiled and looked at Lin Yuechan. Do you think I, your brother Tang Ge, am wrong? Little Chan thought that brother Tang was not wrong. Treating us is also for our own good. Lin Yuechan said softly, her face flushed. Tang Ge's gaze finally fell on Zhu Zhuqing again. Before he could speak, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and said, You're not wrong. The problem is that our strength is still too weak. Faced with the 8-member team, 3 beautiful women immediately leaned towards Tang Ge. Not to mention Xiao Wu, who was so angry she couldn't say anything. Even Dai Mubai and Tang San were left speechless. There was no way around it. It's not that our side is too weak. It's that the enemy's charm is too strong. Meanwhile, in the distance, the battle between Zhao Wujia and the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was nearing its end. At the same time, Zhao Wujia's voice urged them. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Oscar's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he couldn't wait to speak. Boss Tang, second brother Dai. Teacher Zhao is calling us. Let's go see Oscar's soon-to-be 3rd spirit ring. Tang Ge won perfectly and smiled as he spoke. The others, helpless, could only walk together towards the direction of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent. By the time they arrived, Zhao Wujia had already severely injured the serpent. Stretching his muscles and bones, a rare, comfortable, and relaxed smile appeared on his face as he directly took out a dagger from his body and handed it to Oscar. Take this, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Teacher Zhao. Oscar rubbed his hands together and eagerly took the dagger, then without hesitation pierced the serpent's head. As the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent was killed, a purple soul ring suddenly emerged from its body. Seeing this, Oscar immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb and fuse with this 1,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia and Tang Ge quietly stood by to prevent any soul beast from interrupting. Time slowly passed. After about half an hour, Oscar finally succeeded in fusing the soul ring and stood up from the ground. It seemed that because he had fused with the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned serpent's soul ring, his overall mental state was much better than before, and his peach blossom eyes looked particularly bright and spirited. Dai Mubai, seeing this, couldn't help but smile and asked, Little A.O., you look in great spirits. Quickly tell us what your 3rd soul skill is. Let's discuss it when we get back. The previously excited Oscar felt embarrassed upon hearing Dai Mubai's words. However, Ma Hongjun beside him was not satisfied and shouted, Little A.O., what are you afraid of? Are you scared we'll laugh at you? Hurry up and tell us. We put in a lot of effort for your 3rd soul ring. You can't just keep it from us. Oscar, helpless, could only nod. Okay, I'll say it, but you have to promise not to laugh at me. All right, we promise not to laugh. Even Zhao Wujia patted his chest and said personally. But clearly, whether it was him or Tang San and the others, they all had smiles on their faces. Then Oscar finally recited the incantation for his 3rd soul skill. I have a mushroom sausage. Puffed. Ha ha ha. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Zhao Wujia was the first to burst into laughter. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also couldn't stop laughing. Only Ning Rongrong and the other 3 girls, considering their image, covered their mouths with their hands and didn't laugh out loud, but their faces were flushed. Seeing this, Oscar was instantly driven crazy. He angrily said, You all just said you wouldn't laugh. Why are you laughing at me now? But seeing Oscar like this made Tang San and the others laugh even harder. Chapter 90, Titan Appears. Dragon and Snake Run. After a while, it was Zhao Wujie who first managed to suppress his laughter and waved his hand, saying, "All right, stop laughing, or little AO will be so mad he LL cry." I won't cry." Oscar stubbornly turned his head away. Tang Ge stepped forward, patted Oscar on the shoulder, and smiled as he spoke. "Don't be angry. Everyone is just joking with you. Besides, they all ate your sausage. You should feel proud, right?" "Oh, that seems to make sense." Hearing Tang Ge's words, Oscar, who was sulking, couldn't help but brighten his eyes. He then shook the sausage he had just made in his hand and proudly said, "Don't laugh. If you have the ability, then don't eat my mushroom sausage later." "Oh, is the mushroom sausage in your hand something special? Quickly tell us about its effects." Tang Ge cooperated from his side. Oscar nodded, extended his right hand holding the mushroom sausage, and loudly declared, "Mushroom sausage, third soul skill effect, flying." "Flying?" The laughter of Ma Hongjun and the others abruptly stopped, and their gazes towards Oscar became blank. After regaining his senses, Dai Mubai couldn't help but ask little Oscar, "You're not joking with us, are you?" Oscar was too lazy to explain and directly ate the mushroom sausage in his hand, accompanied by the fluctuation of soul power. 3 pairs of transparent wings quickly formed on his back. Then, with a flap of these wings, Oscar was lifted off the ground, soaring into the air. From his elevated position, he looked down at the shocked expressions of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, unable to contain his pride. "How about that? I didn't lie to you, right? And let me tell you, my flying skill can fly at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake for 1 minute. Want to try it? Beg me, and I might let you." It must be said that Oscar's third soul skill, which included the flying ability, truly astonished Dai Mubai and the others. It's important to note that there are countless types of spirit rings, but not every spirit master can casually obtain a flying soul skill. Now, Oscar's third spirit ring had surprisingly granted him the flying ability. 1 minute may not be long, but at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, he could at least fly a distance of 2,000 meters. However, looking at Oscar's clearly smug expression, Dai Mubai and Tang San were left speechless. Even Zhao Wujie couldn't stand it any longer. He laughed and scolded, "All right, hurry up and come down, and tell me the specific characteristics of your third soul skill." "Okay." Oscar chuckled and quickly descended from the sky. After some inquiries, everyone learned that Oscar's current soul power could produce 10 mushroom sausages at once. Moreover, as his soul power increased, he would be able to produce even more mushroom sausages in the future. With his soul skill ability, Oscar's sausages could already be ranked among the finest in food-type martial spirits. At this moment, not to mention Dai Mubai and Tang San, even the girls, including Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, were filled with envy towards this flying ability. And Oscar, who had always been mocked because of his martial spirit, could finally hold his head high. He looked at Zhao Wujie and asked eagerly, "Teacher Zhao, where are we going next? Are we heading straight back to the academy?" Zhao Wujie was about to speak. Tang San suddenly coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Teacher, I accidentally broke through to level 30 while I was laughing just now, so I probably can't leave yet." Cough, 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 cough. As soon as he finished speaking, another round of intense coughing erupted. It turned out that Dai Mubai had accidentally choked on his breath, almost unable to catch his breath. His face turned extremely red, and it took a while for him to recover. Looking at Tang San, Dai Mubai felt very uncomfortable. Why did such good luck come to him just because he was laughing? Even the others had strange expressions in their eyes. Xiao Wu ran over excitedly and hugged Tang San's arm, saying, "Brother, congratulations, but I will catch up to you soon." I believe in you, Xiao Wu." Tang San smiled and nodded. Then he turned to Zhao Wujie and said, "Teacher Zhao, do you think we can stay here and help me find a suitable spirit beast? As a student of Shrek Academy, even if you don't say it, we will help you find one, and we will look for the most suitable spirit beast for you. However, this means we will have to stay in the Stardew Forest for a longer time." Hearing Tang San's request, Zhao Wujie smiled and nodded. After resting for a while, they set off again, using Lin Yuechan's abilities to search for nearby spirit beasts. Unfortunately, after 2 days, despite Lin Yuechan's assistance and Zhao Wujie's careful search with Tang San and the others, they still hadn't found a suitable spirit beast for Tang San. However, the other 1,000-year and 100-year spirit beasts they encountered along the way became excellent trial targets for Tang San and his companions. After 2 days of training, their cooperation became increasingly tacit, and their practical combat experience grew continuously. As the night of the 3rd day descended, after just driving away a passing 1,000-year spirit beast, Zhao Wujia suddenly ordered them to stop and began to set up tents to prepare for rest. Meanwhile, several miles away, three figures were quickly approaching. If Zhao Wujia could see them, he would definitely recognize that two of the figures were the famous dragon and snake couple from the continent. Accompanying them was their granddaughter, Meng Iran. The couple's main purpose for coming to the Douluo forest this time was to help their granddaughter Meng Iran find a spirit beast. Originally, they had found a spirit beast, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, and had left a mark on its abdomen with their serpent staff. However, when they caught up to the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, it had already turned into a corpse, with clear signs of another spirit master having attacked it. How could the dragon and snake couple not be furious? So they followed the traces for 2 days and arrived here. Seeing they were getting closer to their target, the snake lady couldn't help but snort. I want to see which spirit master dares to steal my granddaughter's spirit beast. But just as they were about to continue moving forward, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a gigantic figure rushed in from a distance. The shadow cast down made the surroundings suddenly dark. Is this the king of the forest, the Titan great ape? When they clearly saw the approaching figure, which resembled a mountain, both the dragon and snake couple couldn't help but gasp in fear. Then Dragon immediately shouted, "Run!" After saying that, he picked up the dazed Meng Iran and turned to flee with the snake lady, not daring to use even a shred of their soul power. Chapter 91. What are you grabbing me for? Huff, huff. As they ran wildly, even though Dragon and Snake had the cultivation of Soul Douluo and Soul Emperor respectively, they were still quite exhausted without using their soul power. After running for several miles, they finally slowed down. Old man, that big fellow won't chase us, will it? The snake lady asked with a worried expression. Hearing her words, Dragon looked back in the direction they had fled, and after confirming that there was no movement, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head and said, "It seems that the Titan great ape was just passing by and wasn't after us." Saying this, he put Meng Iran down. It was only then that Meng Iran came back to her senses. Remembering the gigantic creature she had just seen, she shivered and curiously asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, were you not a match for that spirit beast either?" Upon hearing Meng Iran's question, the dragon and snake exchanged glances and both forced a smile. Dragon then explained, "The Titan great ape is an ancient exotic species. Its strength is so formidable that not only us, but even titled Douluos wouldn't dare to claim victory over it. As far as I know, there's only one Titan great ape in the Douluo forest, and its cultivation is at least 60,000 years, making it the undisputed king of the forest. More importantly, this Titan great ape has an even more terrifying older brother. If the Titan great ape has a cultivation of 60,000 years, then its brother must be at least 100,000 years, right?" Hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Iran couldn't help but shiver again, not daring to think further. However, just thinking about how she still hadn't found a suitable spirit beast during this trip, she felt a wave of unwillingness at the thought of leaving now. Perhaps sensing Meng Iran's thoughts, the snake lady gently patted her head with a kind smile and comforted her, "Don't worry." Then the snake lady turned to Dragon. "Old man, although I don't know why the Titan great ape suddenly appeared on the outskirts of the Douluo forest, it seems that it has its own purpose based on what just happened. So as long as we change direction and try to avoid getting close to that Titan great ape, it should be fine. We can only do that." Hearing the snake lady's words, Dragon thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then the three of them chose another direction to leave, not daring to chase after the people who had robbed them of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Boom, boom. Accompanied by deafening sounds, the Titan great ape, with its limbs on the ground, was rapidly moving forward. In the darkness, its dark fur glimmered faintly under the weak starlight, and its pair of lantern-like eyes shone with a yellow, crystal-like luster. The Titan great ape was not interested in the three insignificant ants it had just missed and was staring intently in one direction. If one looked closely, they would notice a hint of urgency in its eyes. There was a faint glow of fire visible in the distance. The Titan great ape was filled with joy and couldn't help but quicken its pace. Even with its limbs on the ground, it stood over 7 meters tall, and the aura it emitted made nearby spirit beasts tremble in fear. Finally, an open space with tents appeared before the Titan great ape. At the same time, outside one of the tents, Zhao Wujia, who was talking, suddenly changed his expression and decisively grabbed Tang San's shoulder, pulling him close. He then shouted loudly, "Everyone, get out of the tents, quickly!" His deep voice echoed into all the tents, although it startled Dai Mubai and the others. Their tacit cooperation over the past few days allowed them to quickly emerge from the tents without hesitation. "Teacher Zhao, what's going on? Once everyone gathered around Zhao Wujia, Dai Mubai asked with a puzzled expression. However, neither Zhao Wujia nor Tang San paid him any attention, instead frowning and staring intently at the swaying trees ahead. Just then, two tall trees slowly parted, and a massive figure walked out from behind them. Under the moonlight, once they saw this colossal creature clearly, everyone's breath seemed to stop. Dai Mubai and the others, who were initially confused, finally understood why Zhao Wujia had been so anxious to call them out of the tents. The king of the forest, the Titan great ape. Even the usually calm Tang San's voice was filled with tremors at this moment. Unlike other spirit beasts, the Titan giant ape was not only powerful, but also possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. In the forest, it was the absolute king. Therefore, facing the suddenly appearing Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujia suppressed his inner fear and spoke in a deep voice. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to leave immediately. But unfortunately, the Titan giant ape showed no intention of acknowledging Zhao Wujia's words and charged straight towards the crowd. Its massive body cast a dark shadow, and its terrifying presence left everyone gasping for breath. The ground trembled violently. Seeing that communication was futile, Zhao Wuj